Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book. Dude, do you know history? Dude, motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker.
We were asking questions.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book. Dude, do you know history? Dude, motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker. You're wrong.
Fall is here and winter is coming, and you need to shop Lowe's Customs. For the ladies, there's stunning designs and colors. For the men, Lowe can make something manly to keep your insecurities in check. But wait, there's more. For you simps, there's a special simp edition, where Lowe will roll around in it, blow smoke from the finest Southern Eastern American marijuana. She'll even rub her pretty feet all over it just for you. So what are you waiting for? Shop Lowe's Customs now, exclusively on the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Let Lowe help you stay cozy and warm this season. Shop Lowe's Customs today.
Get cracked. Wake up, motherfucker.
I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder.
Hit the like button. Hit the like button. Good morning.
Ayy, I got the recipe, never gonna let any op get the best of me. Thought it was distance, but hey, this is next to me. Talk to the spirit, you know I've been heavenly. Company definitely show your trajectory. This ain't a diss cause I say it respectfully. It's time to eat up, right like a speeder. Taking it deeper and that's how it better be. I never let the comparison get to me. I just remember the promises meant for me. I know the enemy and that he's sent for me. I keep the blood of the lamb as my centerpiece. I cannot trust in no crystals or energy. Look at the chemistry, it do not even mix chemically. Most of the tricks they be gimmicks, they mimic the truth. It's poison and we got the remedy. There is a bomb, apply it. The fire can stand to the tallest of giants, the tyrant and all the suppliers are scheming and lying. They selling this dreams and we buying it. Show me the chicken, I'm frying it. Show me the dough and I'm prying it. Ain't never lacking it, so what I'm packing, he taking it, he magnifying it.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it. But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. 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 Ayy. I got the drive, the bus, the truck, the gas is stuck. I ain't the one to rely on the luck. I put in work and then he show up. I know it's fake, this shit in the reps. Ain't no regrets, I do too much. It ain't me if you saying I stunt. He calling the plays and I do what he want. This ain't a front, glory to G-O-D. It's what you could do with a mustard seed. It's what you could do when you start to believe. Take fear and you cast it inside of the sea. 100% out of me, cause he gave it all on the tee when he let it bleed. So what is you saying to me? You just insecure about the love that turned me to a beast. I take a step and I ain't turning back. He made me first cause I know that I'm last. I ain't got time for no thing in the past. Learn from it first and then I react. Hands off me, don't hold me. Get it jumping like a trampoline. All truth ain't no trolling. We in good hands, no folding.
They say you ain't bout it. Tell them that you finna make it, but they doubt it.
But God did it.
But you rose like a flower. Tell me what it's like to live with superpowers.
I don't know, but I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I just know that I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it. I'ma get it.
Woo! Good morning. Good morning.
It's
Good
Power
morning.
Day, everybody.
Hey, what day is it?
Hey,
What day is it, Dennis?
It's
What day is
Powell
it?
Day.
Oh, Oh yeah. Oh yeah. The
Jerome
Dennis saying you
Powell is
got
gonna
some
come out of
leftover
his hole.
Sunday sauce.
Always.
some
I'm coming over. I need
gumas,
some leftover Sunday sauce.
some gumas. Gumas makes the
I
best
mean, if
sauce.
you want to venture giving me your address, I'll send you some sauce.
Ooh.
Oh
Ooh.
Lord, I love me some sauce now.
Some
Ooh,
old gumas sauce from the old country.
that
Yeah.
is some good shit for real.
You
I
gotta
learned from
boil
my
the
grandma's recipe.
you gotta boil the tomatoes and peel the skin off.
Oh yeah,
Homemade
like I
sauce from
like
the
I
old
told you, I
country.
grew up around some Italians and woo woo child, that was some good food.
Hey, you know what they say about Italians?
Yeah, they're official blacks, man. I don't care what they say. They're official blacks.
From the old country. Hey,
And
hey.
they welcome to the
Oh, you
barbecue
talking about
all
the
day.
Moors? You talking about those
I'm
Moors?
talking about all Italians. I don't give a damn. Y'all all welcome. Y'all know how to season y'all food.
My father used to
Yeah.
say, "Never trust a Sicilian; they'll steal your underwear without taking off your pants."
Uh-oh. Oh my God. Oh
I
Jesus.
will give that to Italians. They definitely know how to cook. They know how to season their shit. They
Yeah, they
definitely know how to
do.
They definitely know how to season their shit. I feel like every race can has some good food though. Honestly.
Pretty
Huh?
much, yeah.
Yeah.
The Germans are kind of failing, and the French are
Yeah.
overrated.
The
Yeah.
French
French.
puts too much butter. And
Well,
the
that's their
Germans,
deal.
like my husband, uh, he didn't know how to season his food, very good. I had to teach
You
him.
said German?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, they suck
Yeah.
at food.
Yeah.
And
German
the
side.
British, ugh.
Uh, uh, uh. Their
The
food looks
British, they
disgusting.
win at breakfast, and they win at fish and chips, and that's about it. Oh,
Man, you
but
want
I
to
mean, actually, though, that cottage
you
pie, though, where's it?
you
Not
like
cottage pie,
toast with beans on
shepherd's.
it? You
I
like
don't
toast?
like
No,
that
that's
shit.
not English breakfast, buddy.
What
No,
is
no,
that?
you gotta pull it up. It's there's roasted tomatoes, sausages.
Oh yeah. They eat the big thick sausages. Pause. Eat the big.
Yeah, I like the big
they eat
sausages
the
too.
they eat the big glizzies first thing in the
Yeah, an
morning.
American breakfast sausage is nasty.
Yeah.
No, you're right. You're right. American sausages are nasty. I like my big German sausages.
Oh.
This is a family show, lady.
Oh.
What did I say that was so off? I said I like big German sausages.
Oh.
We're,
Forget
we're, we're
about it.
talking we're
Forget about
talking
it.
food here.
Hey,
Forget about it.
I thought it was summertime was over here. I'm getting hot.
Hey, every time I come around here, you guys are talking about coos. That's
Man,
every
you
time.
fugazi. You
Every
fugazi.
time. Is that all you guys talk about is coos?
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Hey, Jenny Sack, I heard she's getting a 98-pound mole removed from her ass. Jenny Sack.
What? Wait.
It was implied that her ass was so fat that she could have a 98-pound mole removed from it. Oh,
Oh
man.
Jesus Christ.
I always go back to The Sopranos. Who's my favorite character? It's either a Ralph or Johnny Sack, one of the two. I don't
I've
know.
never seen it.
You've never seen this? Oh my god, yo! I always go back between The Sopranos and The Wire. Which is the better show? And sometimes I say The Wire had better.
Oh,
The Wire had a better story, but The Sopranos had better characters.
Have you ever lived
oh
in Baltimore?
man, I
No,
love
I
them
never lived.
both.
I never lived in Baltimore, but I know.
What about yeah, what were you
You
saying?
said what?
What about Italians? You lived around a lot of Italians before?
I've lived around a couple Italians before, and it is kind of they definitely have that Sopranos kind of vibe to them.
Virgo, have
You-
you seen The Sopranos?
Oh, of course. Oh, come on now. I love The Sopranos. But you know what I loved about the Italians that I lived around? A lot of them were cops. So our neighborhoods were safe, man. When I tell you, I walked like a pimp through my neighborhood because I knew I was safe because I had a lot of cops in my neighborhood.
Yeah, Dennison, you gotta watch The Sopranos, man. It'll make you proud.
Do you think
Hey,
it's authentically Italian, Virgo?
uh, uh,
I wouldn't say authentically Italian,
So
but
neither, huh, HB?
well,
yeah,
I think it's Italian in the sense that it's the mob, but I don't think it's like a
exactly,
yeah. I
exactly.
don't think it's like a representation of all Italian people, but
Yeah.
I do think like
Oh shit! What the hell is this?
I lost him.
No, that was my timer going off.
Because I wouldn't say there's any movie out there
but
that's
more so
representative of all. Oh,
how
there we
they
go.
talk and learn a couple Italian words and you know
Yeah, I
it's
wouldn't say it was Italian as far as representing the whole Italian community.
yeah
I would just compare it to, just watching like a gangster show with blacks and, and saying
yeah
that's the whole community and stuff like that.
yeah yeah yeah. But it's highly
We all have our
entertaining.
stereotypes.
Yeah, yeah, but it's really entertaining though, and it's like when I watched it, I realized how great it was until like years later when I actually like were around Italians and stuff, and I'm like, wow, this shit. You guys really do call us Mulians, huh? Oh, Mulian, oh, Muliani.
Yeah,
Ah,
Mulian.
yeah, Mulian.
I've
Man.
never got called that, but it's all good.
Well, they're not gonna call it to your face, Virgo. Yeah.
Nah, but no, what I'm trying to say is that the Italian people I grew up with, they were just good people and we just got
Yeah.
along.
The first time I
I,
heard that word, honestly, was in a. I mean, I think I would call it a black movie because I think it was directed by Spike
Spike
Lee, if I
Lee.
recall.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Oh
there you
yeah,
go.
yeah, 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 yeah,
Oh, we
yeah.
were talking about that. Oh, it's funny that he mentioned that. We were talking about that movie earlier on. What was it called? It wasn't School
Oh, do the
Days.
right thing. Do
No.
Do
the
the
right
Right
thing.
Thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now here's what I'll say though. I asked my dad, who I never heard say the word.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't really know what I meant, but eventually he was like, "You mean Mulian? Like an eggplant?" So Spike Lee wasn't wrong, but I grew up never hearing the word, if that makes
yeah.
sense.
Oh, so
Yeah.
that's what Mulian means, like an eggplant. So
Yeah,
so
yeah.
so you're saying black guys have big
Black
dicks? Well,
and it's black
I
skin,
Well,
I
guess
think.
that's not really racist then. To be honest with you.
Well, I
no.
mean, to be fair, even if it's what it's supposed to be, like the blackness of an eggplant, that's not really racist either.
Yeah. No, I think it's like
Yeah.
they're so black they're purple. I think that's the.
Okay. I thought they was just talking about their,
Nah,
Well,
nah, nah,
their
nah.
manzana in
pieces.
Italian, the eggplant is not purple; it's black.
Oh, yeah, that is right. That is
Ah,
right. That
okay.
is right. Yeah, that is
It's
right.
just plain black, no purple.
Yeah.
The like
I
the
But
emoji's purple.
yeah, yeah, but in
I tell you this. Um, the only white guy that I've dated that was uh you know not Italian is my husband, but every white guy that I've dated was Italian.
forget about it. Forget
Yeah,
about it.
forget about it.
Uh,
You love them sisters. Stop playing.
yeah,
Stop
yeah,
playing.
Oh, I ain't.
yeah.
Who's fronting?
Yeah. Y'all love the sisters.
They say Virgo throws it back too. So I don't
Jesus
uh,
Christ.
uh,
Look at how
uh,
happy that German man is in that avatar.
yeah, he's pretty happy. He's pretty happy.
He
But
went
yet,
from
no, no.
unseasoned schnitzel to,
No,
bah.
his schnitzel is pretty good, I tell you that much.
Ah, come on. This is a family show. Talking about schnitzel.
It's early, too early in the morning for that, Virgo.
Yeah, 5 in the morning.
People
Talking
haven't
about
even had their
schnitzel.
coffee yet.
His schnitzel is
Jesus.
pretty good.
Come on, Virgo. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. But no, I did watch I don't know if it was like a food channel or something when they went to Italy, and I do remember all the eggplant that they were cooking with was like completely black. Like they make
Yeah.
some weird dishes out there in Italy.
Man, Italian food is freaking awesome. God
Man,
damn, it is freaking awesome.
a
It's
lot of garlic.
simplicity.
Yeah.
If I can be um any other ethnicity, I guess I would
Ah,
choose. Yeah, I would choose Italian or Asian. Yeah, because I love Asian food too. So
nah,
Are
I
you
would
sure you
choose.
love Asian food, though?
Oh yeah, Asian food is so freaking good.
nah. See, I love that Mexican food. Give me some
Oh damn.
quesadilla.
Oh yes, you're right. I love Mexican food too. Oh well, god damn it. Then I guess I would have to be multiracial. I guess I would
Yeah.
have to have a dad that was like Mexican and
I like all the
Italian,
foods.
and then a mom that's like Asian and you know
Like that elote,
and
that
Haitian
street
and
corn.
whatever.
I could eat that street corn every single day.
Oh god, that is so good. And you know what? You know how I make it? So I boil the corn and
Yeah,
then I
yeah,
cut the corn off the cob
yeah,
and then
yeah.
I make the sauce and I pour it on top of there. Ooh. And we make that for Thanksgiving or just whenever. My daughter
Ah,
loves it.
Dennis, then you ever had elote? Elote?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
It
yeah.
is so
Wait,
good, right,
Yeah, I've had
Denison?
elote fresh from a vendor, like from a 90-year-old man pushing a cart outside my house.
Oh,
yeah. See, that's
that
what
is
you
the
really
best
want.
thing.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's the best right there. Yeah, that's little mayonnaise, little cheese on top of it, whatever the little seasoning they use. So wait, Dennis, and so
The hot pepper
Tahine.
sauce. The
so you
tahine,
do,
yes.
yeah, that's what it's called. So you do like you have stocks that you hold like indefinitely too, or
No, not
is that?
really. Sometimes, like if I'm in cash and interest rates are low, I'll hold
Mm.
certain stocks like as cash.
Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Oh
yeah,
shit. I,
yeah. I see
I
what you're
gotta
saying.
jump off. I gotta make a breakfast
Uh, Forget about it. Forget about it.
for for this hungry man over here. He's already looking at me.
Well,
What
come
you
back.
saying,
Come
boy?
back later. Come back later, Virgo.
Yeah,
Forget
I
about
will.
it.
Let me
Forget
make some
about it.
breakfast for this man.
I make some eggs. Yeah, get you a
Yeah, I'm making
mulligan.
some eggs, some sausage,
Some mulligan. Some
some
egg.
moulion. Oh, I wish. I wish. That would be
Ah.
great.
Oh. Oh. Oh.
Yeah, he's already looking at me. What you
Ah.
looking
Yeah.
at?
All right. All right. Get out of here, Virgo. You guys trying to talk about some morning sex?
Bye.
God.
Bye, ram. Bye.
Jesus Christ.
She's about to get invaded by Germany.
Yeah, it's about to be Normandy all over again.
Oh, the
Oh,
humanity.
yeah. So you were saying that you don't really keep too much cash. You kind of just keep it in your brokerage account.
Yeah, I mean, right now I have a lot in my savings because I'm getting like 5% on it.
Yeah. Oh, so so pretty much all your interest, you just put it into your savings or
Um,
the dividends or whatever.
no, I don't have any dividends because I'm not holding any stocks right now. Most of my cash, quote unquote, is in my savings account because I'm
Your
getting,
savings account from your brokerage account.
Mhm. I'm
Okay,
getting
yeah.
I'm getting 5% a year in interest on it, without any risk.
Yeah.
And the stock market sideways, in other words, just sitting in there, I'm getting 5% a
Yeah.
year because interest rates are so high.
Yeah, that's what kind of fucked me up when I first, maybe like a year or two ago, when I opened up my brokerage account. I put all the money in the savings, and I was like, "Yo, why can't I fucking trade? What the fuck is going on?" They're like, "Oh, you gotta put the money in the brokerage account to trade, and then you got a savings account too." I was like, "Oh, okay, all right."
I want to keep 25K liquid in my account at all times to
Hmm.
avoid certain regulations, restrictions, I should say. So I don't avoid the regulations. I'm actually adhering to them by keeping the liquidity. And right now, the rest I've moved to my savings account because, well, until today, interest rates are very high. Let's see what happens.
Yeah. I'm I'm um I'm expecting interest rates to stay the same pretty much, man.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see I don't
Wow.
yeah, I think we're gonna be high interest rates for a while, man. This whole, inflation shit, it's not going anywhere for a while. I think
Well,
we got
that'll go ahead.
Yeah, no. I just think we've been living too high on the hog over here, man. And the powers know that we can survive with high interest rates. A lot of so they're not gonna pull it down, man. I it's yeah, we're gonna be pretty much fucked for the next couple of years, regardless of who the president is. But we'll see. We'll see. I don't know.
That'll probably cause the market to sell drastically, which will give me an excellent opportunity to buy.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Hopefully. So you think SPY's gonna go down a lot today?
No, I have no idea what it's going to do.
Yeah.
I know it's going to move. I'd be
Yeah.
surprised if it's like exactly priced in.
Yeah. Now with Norman Powell talking today, do you actually listen to him when he's talking, or do you
Mhm.
just watch what the market's
So,
doing?
uh, I just watch what the market's doing. Sometimes I listen to someone what Powell says for the laws, and also, I, uh, I mean, he's kind of like my pope, so
Yeah. Yeah. I see what he's doing. He might cough or something. I don't know. You never know.
Yeah, you know, exactly. You know, you gotta check in on the Pope every once in a while, you know.
He's
And he
got like
gives
a
signals and shit, you know, about the future.
he's got a really black person name, Norman Powell.
Jerome,
Oh, Jerome
which
Powell.
is
Yeah,
even
yeah.
more black.
Yeah. Jerome
Jerome is
Powell.
definitely more like street.
Like, yeah, what the heck? Jerome Powell. Sounds like a rapper. Jerome Powell. You listen to that new
So
Jerome
looking
Powell
at him,
mixtape?
it makes me think he comes from old money, right? Like he's so old and so rich, his family name, that's what the rest of us got named after.
Oh, wow. Wow. Yeah, where did he come from? Where did this guy come from?
Right?
It's like,
He's
I
one
don't
of the
even
most
know.
powerful men in the world. Nobody knows anything about him. With like,
That,
this is how many channels are talking about Jerome Powell?
yeah, nobody, who's his wife? What does he do for fun? Do you even think he has fun? Like, does he just go to Disney World or something?
It makes you wonder, maybe manipulating the economy of the most powerful military empire on planet Earth is what he does for fun.
That does sound kind of fun. Now that I think about it, having that much power.
Yeah. And look how many poor people I can murder today with one
Yeah.
touch of a button.
Oh man, you think he's really that type of guy though? Like just the evil.
No, I mean it's possible. I don't doubt it. It wouldn't surprise
Yeah.
me. If I had to guess, I would say he's probably a true believer. He thinks like he has a great responsibility and that his economics degree actually matters.
Yeah. Yeah. You think he's more powerful than the president?
You know, measured in which way, right? Like right now, for many of us, he's more powerful,
Yeah.
right? Because
Yeah.
so if you're suffering, you can't afford food or rent, he's more powerful. And if you're looking to save up money to buy the farm, literally, like I am, he's more powerful. The problem I have right now with the election is that we're having one. That's like, it doesn't matter who gets elected for me. I'll make money either way. It won't be different.
Yeah.
It's the fact
Yeah.
that we don't know who it's going to be that's stopping me from making money right now.
Yeah. Yeah. It is one of those things where it's like I'm so 50-50 on who's gonna win this election. It's kind of scary. Like
I never
that.
understood people that thought they could figure it out. Like,
Yeah.
I always thought that I was very well rehearsed, well versed, studied, and also interested in and intelligent enough to understand politics rather well, more than most people I know, I would think.
Yeah.
And I never have any idea what the hell is going to happen.
Yeah. Yeah. I the only one that I knew for sure was those two Obama ones, because he kind of had a stronghold on people, man. But after Obama, it was always 50-50 to me.
Yeah, Obama kind of was a layup,
Yeah,
but I
he
still
was.
wasn't sure, you know.
And I kind of it was too much. It was just too much with Obama. He just had everything. But with who was after that? Trump and Hillary. I knew nobody was gonna vote for Hillary, man. Not for real. Not for real. I kind of knew Trump had that one. But then the Biden and Trump one, I don't know. But even with Hillary, it was still like 50-50. But I just think Hillary couldn't convince the women as much as she thought she could. Like
But at the time, I realized the country was more sexist than it was racist.
yeah,
Because it's like white people were, white dudes and white chicks were like Oh, a black man? Okay, that's okay. But like both chicks and dudes were like, oh, some chick? Nah.
Yeah, yeah. But I think it's the kind of chick too. Like I still think we could have a woman leader, but she's got to be like I always say, like Judge Judy could be a great president. If we had a chick like Judge Judy, like bro, I'd vote for Judge Judy. I'm
She
sorry,
thinks she's too like full of herself.
I know that's what you need though. You need like a, but like not like she's full of herself, but not in a like a, not in like a condescending type of way because she's a woman.
No, she's just certain that she's correct all the time.
Right,
And
and you kind of need that for a president. You need somebody that's, you know, not emotional. They're just kind of pragmatic. Like no, this is the fucking right thing to do. Like fuck
see,
out
I
of
would
here.
say it'd be the opposite. You want somebody who doesn't think they know everything and knows how to surround themselves with the right people.
Yeah, yeah. You got to be able to take. If you're gonna be a good leader, you got to be able to take counsel too.
Like
Yeah,
the president's supposed to be like a chairman, not like a dictator.
yeah. Maybe that's my thing. If I, because I could only like tolerate a woman if she's like a dictator. Maybe because I have like mommy issues. Maybe that's what that is.
And I think like to be a true public servant, if you actually believe in the system, the hard part, the scary, and I don't mean difficult, I mean terrifying, keeps you up at night, like afraid of going to war type of scary is
Hmm.
um representing your electorate and not
Yeah,
doing what you think you're supposed to do, because the people will tell you.
yeah. You
So
think that's what?
representing their actual interests, I think that's the hard thing for so-called leaders to do.
You think that's what kind of scares people away from Trump is he kind of comes off like a dictator?
uh I think what scares people about Trump is a deliberate attempt to scare people away from Trump.
Yeah, yeah.
And he doesn't
Cause
shy away from it.
yeah. Cause I get it. It's just like I'm that type of guy where I just I'm kind of more, I gravitate more to people who just kind of tell it like it is, don't sugarcoat it. But I get for like a politician, you can't really be like that. So I get like why people don't like him too. You know, but
Um,
oh, we gotta get crack. Yeah, where is Asbaroon? Yeah, where is Asbaroon?
I
Hey,
don't, you
hey,
know, oh, sorry.
wait, go ahead, go ahead.
You know, I don't really believe in any of this crap, but if I were to assume Trump and take him for his word at face value, uh, then I think he's a lot like me, and I understand kind of the way he does things.
Yeah.
That was until he left office a complete abysmal failure. Now I have no faith in him whatsoever.
Yeah, and I think that's what makes me gravitate more to Trump too. It's like I see myself more in that in Trump too, where it's like, you know, I see where society is at right now, and it's not like we're in a better. And I'm not even saying just America, but just the globally, like we're kind of right on the cusp of fucking World War III right now. And it's not like we got to worry about like terrorism and shit. It's kind of like we got to worry about you know, global. We got to worry about nukes and shit. Feel like we're in you know, back in, we got to worry about the Russians and shit now. This is like we're like fuck America. It's like globally we got to worry about shit now.
Seems too convenient for me. I mean, I know there's people dying over there, and a compartmentalized
Yeah.
part of me feels for them. Uh, cries for them, mourns for them.
Wait, hold on. We got Imperius in the back. Let me play his intro. Hold on.
Good morning, you fucking bums. Get up and go to the gym like I am. It's 5 o'clock. Get moving. Number one. Number two, this doomsdaying libertarian homo is the biggest simp I've ever seen in my life. Do you ever hear the liberals criticizing their people? You ever heard them ever say Obama or Biden or any of them do anything wrong? No, you need to shut the fuck up, dude. Shut the fuck up, you fence you faggot. You fence this bitch, dude. All you conservative, like quote conservatives or quote libertarians,
you have no idea what you're talking about.
You sit there and criticize your own side when you're at war with somebody. Shut the fuck up. He thinks I'm a
libertarian.
Dude. You are. You can't choose a side. All you do is bitch.
About.
You bitch, dude. You bitch like a simp.
Why
Shut
are
the
you
fuck up,
like
dude.
Right
you ever
now?
heard anybody say Obama? Any heard anybody on the left ever say Obama did anything wrong?
Who cares? It's boring.
Yeah, that's why you're a faggot. You don't choose a side. You subterfuge your own side,
too.
You stupid son of a bitch.
You bore me.
No. You are nothing. You're an old fucking idiot that sits there with minuscule influence, and he sits there and he wants to talk about, I'm gonna, Obama, Trump doesn't do this. Nobody does this. I don't like anybody. I don't like anybody. Choose a side. Choose a side or shut the fuck up.
Are you done?
No, I'm not done. Choose a side or shut the fuck up. I don't care about your bullshit. When the two armies form, nobody's going to sit there and go,
what side is it where you go
what does the guy in the middle think? Because he doesn't like either side. Men make choices. Choose your side or shut the fuck up. This fucking dumb old man, dude. This dumb old man, just like Brave, sit there in their shacks. Sit there and go, I don't like either side. They both don't fit exactly how I want, so I'm going to criticize Trump as a failure. Who cares that he rolled back more regulations than any president in history? Who cares that he had the best tax cut? Who cares he removed the SALT deductions? Who cares? He's a failure. But you know what? I just don't like him. He's not perfect, so I don't like him.
Wait, Get Crack, you smoke cigarettes? I didn't know you smoked cigarettes.
Yeah, Dennison smokes pole, dude.
No, I'm talking about Get Crack. He said he's about to go
eat faggot off this show, dude. Go back in your fucking libertarian troll cave, you faggot. I bet you'd sit there and let troons fucking exist because, what do I care? I don't want to judge anybody else. Let everyone live how they want to live like a fucking faggot. This guy has nothing he stands for but his own fucking faggot ass.
Hey, Imperius, what do you eat for breakfast?
Oatmeal.
Jesus Christ, yeah, had to do it.
I think it's cracked.
Had to do.
I don't drink semen like this guy.
Jesus Christ.
I don't like faggots that sit there and criticize when you got to pick a side. Go sit with the liberals then if you think Trump's so bad, you faggot.
I don't think Trump.
No, he can shut the fuck up, dude. We're no longer in a time where you get to talk. Choose your fucking side. We're in a dichotomy. Choose the Democrat or the Republican. Pick your side and shut the fuck up.
Do you put some?
Or go to Europe and do your direct democracy. You can have your 100 parties. We don't have that here. Shut the fuck up.
I have no interest in restreaming this.
Imperius, he's not gonna be here for long. Don't worry, Dennison. Cool. But Imperius, do you put fruit in your oatmeal or just you eat it raw?
No, just brown sugar.
Oh, okay. All right. A little brown sugar. Ain't nothing wrong with a little brown sugar, am I right?
I'll put some raisins in there sometimes too. Depends how I'm feeling. But yeah, again, I eat healthy, not like Dennison, a fat slob. Like I said, I'll go work out for 2 hours right now. Do some plyos. But, Dennison will sit there and bitch that Trump's so bad, but he won't sit there with the liberals either. Pick a side, faggot.
And that is Imperius, guys. It's Imperius.
No, I don't like faggots that can't pick a side. He's a bitch that sits there in the middle. He sits there in the middle like a woman. Can't make a decision.
Wait for you to leave.
You sound like you'll wait because I own you, bitch. Wait till I'm done.
Just don't shut up.
No, I don't need to shut up. I shut you
You're a
up.
spurg.
No,
You
no,
did,
sir.
yeah,
You're a
absolutely.
bitch. You're a bitch that won't choose a side. You complain about both sides like a woman.
I just don't care what you
I don't
think.
like
I'm going
my
to talk to
husband
the
because
audience after you leave.
he doesn't take me out enough. I don't like this other guy because he doesn't fuck me good enough. That's what you sound like. Edison sounds like a bitch, dude. What a bitch, dude. Can't even, he has no foundation for anything other than, oh, I just don't like it. Trump's a failure. Sounds like a fucking woman, dude. Sounds like like I said, all he does, he's a more retarded Get Crack. I mean, Get Crack's at least 70. This retard's 40.
Get Crack is not 70.
When you said he's not going to be here for long, how many minutes and seconds?
Yeah, I'll tell you when I leave, bitch.
No, I'm asking
Crack,
HB, who's actually in charge.
Get Crack, are you really 70?
Okay, the restream's going down now.
Yeah, you're going down on men. Get back to the corner.
Ah, come on.
And I'll be leaving soon too.
Good, leave, bitch. Go back to your indecision center. Go back to your hole. Sit there and criticize both sides because you're too much of a bitch to make a choice and stand by it, like a man.
All right. Imperious, you're dropping the views right now, man.
I don't care. He's a bitch.
Can you get to what? So
all right, I'm off to the gym to work my lats today. Fuck this pussy.
All right, thank you, Imperious. Thank you. All right.
I didn't know there was an alternate side to TDS. Apparently, he takes it personally if you criticize his favorite cult politician.
Well,
if you choose either one of these sides, you're an idiot.
Well, I do.
It's a man with a very small IQ and a very large ego.
I think if you are gonna play this political game, you do have to pick a side. But for me,
if you play, you're playing to lose. The only way to win is to not play the game.
Well, no, and that's what I'm saying too. I definitely respect people that don't pick a side either, because
well, I picked my side.
Yeah,
I've picked a side. I picked a side long before, probably before he was born.
And I think too, to like the more we talk over here, I don't know if you heard the guy yesterday, but there was this barber that John called that lives in Springfield, Ohio. And Springfield, Ohio is one of those places that is it's in the headlines a lot right now because of the Haitian immigrants who pretty much, there's a town full of 60,000 people, and there's 20,000 Haitians there that live there. Small town in Springfield, Ohio. So this guy is a barber. He pretty much debunked a lot of what Trump's been saying about Springfield, Ohio. And Trump's been basically saying that, they're eating goose out there, they're kidnapping cats, all this other shit. So this guy called up yesterday. Well, John called him up yesterday. We were talking to him for maybe like an hour and a half. This guy basically said that the Republican governor of Ohio is the reason why all these Haitian migrants are in Ohio, and it's because he has a church down there in Haiti, and when all the tension came up from Haiti, this guy was paying for their green cards to come to Ohio, and they're working at the Honda factories in Ohio. So what it really showed me was that the Republicans, they don't believe in nationalism. They don't. I mean, mind you, this guy isn't really a Trump supporter, but you would think that a Republican governor would you would think he would be a nationalist, right? He's not gonna pay for a bunch of green cards for a bunch of goddamn dirty dirt cookie eating fucking dirty foot Haitians.
I think he's gonna be a politician. So he's gonna do. I think he's gonna be a politician, which means he's going to take money and power in exchange for screwing you out, and screwing you
Exactly.
over, and selling you out.
Exactly. So, it you kind of gotta. That's why I'm not mad at people who say both sides are pretty much fucked. But I think if you're gonna play the game, I still think Republicans are better overall. But I think it's only in namesake, because I'm not gonna support any of the faggotry and shit. And I think when you align with the left, you're kind of supporting that, transgender kids and butt sex and all that shit. So, I think it's
I
more.
choose to align with neither evil, unlike our
Yeah.
Catholic friend.
Yeah. And I think both sides, but we are kind of at war as a society morally. But I think when you really look down at the nuts and bolts of everything that's going on, the whole country is kind of immoral to a sense. It's a lot of bullshit going on, and you see everything's kind of fucking connected, like down to the Haitian immigrants.
What do you think is going to be the October surprise?
What do you mean?
Well, do you know what the October surprise is in general?
No. Didn't that have something to do with the Jews?
Oh, that one gave me dopamine.
What?
It's just it's a term used for like one side or the other in the campaign in an election year will hold on to something to as close as the first week of November as possible and release it in the press in order to try to sway the election. Happens every major election. They call it the October surprise. Because, October is as late as possible to give people as little possible time to digest it.
Yeah. Hold on. Imperious is in the back. Imperious, if I'll let you up as long as you could be a gentleman, man. We don't gotta call each other names and stuff, and we're trying to.
Well, he could be correct. He's just so wrong about everything all the time. He has no idea what he's talking about. He's just on a complete and total spurg because I hurt his feelings by criticizing his boyfriend. And then so that's where all that vitriol comes from. It'd be different if he was accurate and and then it'd be possible to respond. I could talk over him, but he bores me. He bores me to death.
Yeah. He kind of bores me too, but he does have a lot of supporters. So I want to let him up, but just try to be a little. I thought he was about to work out, but I guess he's putting his workout.
He doesn't work out.
Let me bring it up.
I'm on my way there. The difference is here. See, this is what I'm talking about. Dennison says he has something he stands for, why he votes the way, himself. He stands for nothing but himself. So if you want a consumption pig, that's fine. You'll lose. There's more of us than there are of you, Dennison. Get in line or we'll eliminate you. Don't you understand that, Dennison? You alone can do nothing. There are 2 billion of us. You can't do anything by yourself. You're insignificant, sir. The reason why I will vote for Trump, the only reason why, is because he got rid of Roe. I care about that. I care about the lives of those unborn children. I don't care about your finances, Dennison. I don't give a shit about your happiness in your life. I don't care about you. I don't care about someone that doesn't put his money where his mouth is and sits on the sideline and let other people do the work. And then complains and complains and complains. You're a child. You have no influence. You walk in the middle of a movie and go, what's going on here? Tell me all about it. I'm right now. I know the movie. Get in line, sir. Like this is the nonsense. He votes for his own self-interest, and then he talks about how he has a moral judgment on what other people should or shouldn't do. The difference is, sir, I can judge you morally because I have a moral foundation. You don't. So you could sit there and go, "Oh, I vote for this, I vote for that." Imperius is mean. He acts like a. You know what? The difference is, sir. I care about the unborn children. I care about fundamental morality. You just care about your finances, just like Crack and Kim on here. You guys sit there and talk about stocks. You gives a shit about the stocks. Like there are more children being sex trafficked now than there were slaves at the height of the Roman Empire. You don't give a shit about that. All you care about is my finances, my stock. Sir, I have more money than you do. I have more money in my portfolio
it was
than you will ever
boring
have in your life.
2.5 minutes ago, but it's getting like really
Yeah. The reason you're getting uncomfortable is because I'm pointing out what you are. Just a boomer who sits there and wants to suck the resources and do nothing and criticize both sides and do nothing to forward anything. Just sit there and bitch like a
because
woman.
You're boring.
Sir, I don't care what you think, sir. You know what? I can have a channel and get 100,000 viewers faster than you could say shit.
Do it then. Go do it.
No, because I don't want attention. I don't care. I'm not a loser like you, sir.
He doesn't do this for
attention. I have
attention,
a moral foundation, sir.
He's not a loser.
I don't live
He's
for
working
attention.
out right
I
now.
don't live for money. That's you, a loser.
Did you guys
do I have to play his game? I'd rather just leave the panel.
You play my game because you sit on the sidelines.
I'm gonna leave the panel, okay? HB, thanks for having me
control you, boy. Whoever
hey, choose which kind of panel you want to have, bro. It's up to you right now.
Control the government.
Choose which one of panel. Hey, HB, it's all your choice, brother.
Yeah, go.
It's your choice.
Go run.
It's your choice.
I have more followers than you.
HB, it's your choice.
Your whole life is online. I have more followers and people that like me, and I don't even have to go online. And your whole life, you're a loser.
Just
a loser.
Let him punch himself out.
There's no punching myself out. I could talk for a fucking day. This is my job. My job is running idiots.
I had to end my restream and start it twice.
Yeah.
So I don't want to just let him blow himself out.
Why don't you?
You can choose whether or not you want me on the panel or this on the panel.
Sit in your one-bedroom shack somewhere, sir.
HB, just make the choice, man.
Sir, yeah, exactly. Oh, sir, HB, he's being mean. Yeah, I don't like it, HB.
You're not being mean. You're boring.
Oh, he's being mean, HB. I don't like it. I don't like it, HB.
Wait. Is this true?
Well, yeah,
like I said, watch
we
him
talked
put down
about it.
Zero. He's gonna do a quarter of a percent or less.
All right. It's business over bullshit. If you're streaming, are you really streaming your trades during Jerome Powell? Is that
I said I would be on the panel while I was trading today. Yeah.
Okay. All right.
And give updates.
Okay. All right. Yeah. We. It's business over bullshit, you guys. We gotta Imperius.
I'm never gonna do the bullshit though, right? So like.
Yeah.
I'm reconsidering whether or not I'm gonna stay here much longer.
No, come on, Dennison. I
don't know what that means. I don't know what "come on, Dennison" means.
I just don't know. I really don't know where the
I told you where it comes from. I told you where it comes from. Everything he said was a projection. He's talking about himself. He's alone. No one follows him. No one listens to him. He can't lead anything. We've demonstrated this guy doesn't even know anything about the law. He claims he's a lawyer and he doesn't know simple laws. It's a caricature of a caricature. So, I mean, here's the two possibilities from my perspective, and I mean no offense. I like you guys. Either you're so fucking stupid, you think you take the guy at IOTA seriously, or no, hold on, or this is a troll panel, in which case I'm bored and I'm gonna go fuck off to somewhere else.
Yeah, nah. You know what I think of Imperius? I don't.
Exactly.
But I do appreciate I do appreciate when people hit the panel and add to the show, but I think what we're doing over here, this isn't like a troll page, and we actually are trying to benefit people, and for me, finances and politics goes hand in hand.
Yeah, he wasn't talking about politics, HB. He
No,
was
no, 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 no,
spurging.
no,
He
no,
was
no. But you
he
talk about
he
finances,
was
and
having a public meltdown about how
yeah,
much I hurt his feelings. I
yeah,
hurt him in the meow meow, HB. Everything about me hurts him in the meow meow.
yeah, yeah. I don't, I don't really get it. I don't get it. I just don't get, I just don't get why we can't like
You're not a
disagree, but
you're
be,
I mean, you're
be,
not a petty little bitch, HB. I don't know what to
you
tell you.
know,
Like that's
gentleman
yeah.
about it.
If you can't, I tried my best.
Yeah,
I don't know how much more gentlemanly I could have been to someone acting the way he was acting.
yeah, and it's so early too in the morning to be screaming and yelling at each other. That's more of like the nighttime show, where we do that.
I
But
think that's like for drunks and dum dums, really. I've never heard you do it.
no, I've done it a couple times, but usually it's just because somebody pissed me off. But I don't. That's not like my go-to though either. I don't got time for that. I, I,
So
I
I
really
don't,
don't.
I don't get it. Is it how you do good YouTube? Is that what it is? Is that good
Uh,
YouTube?
I'm not gonna say good YouTube, but I think you know, I'm not gonna lie. Imperius kind of drops the views on the channel, so I think there even what's kind of funny is like even when like Grace comes over here, she only brings like 20 new viewers. It's not like
And it's
she
just the
brings
same
100.
20 that are watching her.
Yeah, yeah. It's not like she brings like 100 new viewers or stuff or something. So I think a lot of times people think that we do this for views and follows and like it's not about that for me anyway. Like
Well,
what's kind of crazy is a lot of people they talk about, oh, I could do this, I could do that. I've actually grown pages. I've actually grown my own page, and even with this like even my HB2N page, I got close to 3,000 subs. I don't even fucking upload,
so
like
tell me then, why does Imperius have his own intro here, and he's given leeway to just essentially what he does verbally and digitally is he runs up on the top of a business table when there's 14 people having a conversation, drops trow, starts jerking off and shits all over the table while he's running
well,
around.
do you see the intro? I need you to look at the intro. Look at the intro. Hold on.
Yeah.
It's honestly, I think it's a social commentary of the white rage that we're seeing in society right now. I think I think a lot of white guys know that the society that they've built, that they've benefited from, they stood on the shoulders of men like, Thomas Jefferson, George Washington, real trailblazers of society. They stood on the shoulders of these men. And instead of, you know, uh, protecting this nation and its people, they've let it fall to big business and politics. So I think there's a lot of white rage going on right now. Like what's crazy is about that with that Trump shit with him saying that they're eating goose and eating cats and stealing cats. A lot of like pro-white nationalists and uh, KKK members, they actually showed up to to um Ohio, to Springfield, Ohio, not realizing that a lot of the shit was fake. A lot of this shit, not knowing that a Republican is the reason why these Haitians are in Springfield, Ohio in the first place. So it's
I
like,
always assumed Imperius was a black dude doing like a white guy bit, like a Catholic bit.
oh no. He's a white guy. He's a white guy. He's a white guy. Yeah, no, he's a white guy. Yeah.
That's
yeah.
embarrassing.
But that's why you know, that's why that picture of Tyler Durden from Fight Club is up, because the reality is with a lot of white guys, their idea of masculinity is really just in their head. In real life, there is no masculinity. Online and in their head, there is masculinity. It's easy to get online, hit a StreamYard link, tell everybody they're pieces of shit, they're nothing. But our forefathers, the people that actually built this nation, they actually fought for something. They didn't hit a StreamYard link. They actually pillaged and explored and killed to get what they want. And I think a lot of people, especially white guys, they're seeing that this empire that they've benefited from, stood on the shoulders of actual great men, is falling. And instead of sacrificing themselves and actually, you know, being martyrs and being leaders, they hit StreamYard links and go crazy. You know? That's why it's so when you ask why do I bring up Imperius, why does he have his own intro? He's the prototype for white rage, white men to today. And why we're at
It's an
where we're
impotent,
at.
tiny little man. His rage is like, it's like a kitten who's hungry. There's no rage in that man. He's just a spur. I don't think he's experienced enough in life to even be really angry about something.
No, I think there is a lot to be angry about, but it's what are you going to do with that anger? Are you going to get online and yell at other men? Or are you going to, you know, say what you want about those guys taking shots at Trump? Those, you know, I'm definitely not advocating that. But
technically they do actually believe in the system and are trying to change it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're at least doing something. So, you know, you can believe your vote that matters, but there's guys out here that are taking shots at the president. You're just hitting a StreamYard link yelling. So, I mean,
were they Catholics, the two of those guys? I don't think so.
Nah. I think these guys were straight.
They were both kind of liberals that Imperius looks down on.
Yeah. They taking shots at the president, though, man.
It's almost like he's just a spurg and he doesn't have any logical consistency to his arguments or his positions whatsoever.
That's why, you know, sometimes you gotta be that martyr if you really believe it. But I think with a lot of white guys, they've been cucked so much by society. Man, they would rather join a ladies' league before they fucking take a shot at a president. You know, that's why.
I suppose if it really mattered, I you know, that I might think differently, but I don't think it does.
But at least, you know, whether it matters or not, that's for history to say. It's about what you believe in. And if you believe in what you really believe in, show the world.
Yep.
History would tell us if it matters or not. Like, you know, I don't know if it's gonna matter. Who knows? But You know, this is why I always hate those pro-blacks that are, you know, oh, the white man is evil. You know, black man invented everything in history, and you know, if you're really so pro-black, show us. Take a shot. Do something about it. Do something. But they never do. They never do. They never do.
Don't you think we're just programmed to hate each other because if we got along, it would mean like the end of the party for the psychopaths in charge?
I think that is a big part of it. That's why, you know, I do try to think about how, you know, I know it's kind of silly, but I always, you know, I do try to think kind of how Christ would think. Christ didn't hate anybody. He hated evil, but he didn't hate people. And I think a lot of times we get so caught up in hating a person instead of the evil and not having any compassion for that person or at least understanding. Like, I don't hate anybody, man. I try not to have hate in my heart, but I understand though how a lot of this evil works though too. Sometimes people can put that, they can bring the evil out of you if you let them. That's why I'm not even mad at that you you know, you don't even want to go back and forth with Imperius, because all it's really gonna do is bring out some evil in you. But at the
Yeah,
end of the
the
day, you know, if we're talking about making some money, I'm trying to help everybody make some money. So let's get back to the bag, you know. Let's get back to the bag. Cause even with that you know, going to war shit, you want to go to war, you can't go to war broke. You gotta have some money to go to war. I mean, I guess we could do it like you know, the Palestinians and the fucking Vietnamese, but what they have is organization. They got culture behind them.
yeah,
I
I
don't
think
think
some of
we
them
have
was
that.
giving them money too.
Yeah, yeah,
You
yeah,
know, on
yeah,
the
yeah,
side, kind of like,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
hey, fuck those Americans, you know, or more like, fuck those Americans.
Yeah,
Yeah, you want weapons? I have weapons for you.
yeah, yeah. There's always a big there's always somebody behind the scenes funding a lot of these wars and shit. Yeah. Ah, Lindy Lou, good morning. Beautiful Lindy Lou. Good morning. How are you doing? How you
I like your
doing?
gatito.
How you doing, Lindy Lou? Yeah. But you know, I do understand the white rage. And that's why that movie Fight Club, like when you really watch it, it was kind of ahead of its time, because you see a lot of these white guys now online, like where they're just so angry with life and with society that they turn themselves into online trolls. And you know, that's kind of where, oh man, it's just like I just look at those early settlers and shit where these guys really fucking, you know, they really paved the way, man. I just don't think the founding fathers were trolls at all. These guys were really, man. Fucking George Washington was the president and he was on the front lines. Could you imagine that? A president on the front lines of a war.
I'm not sure I believe half of the stories, to be honest with you.
Well, just take it at face value. Just take it at face value.
Oh, well, from an internal critique, I mean, yeah, he's one of the greatest heroes of all time then.
Right,
Even
right,
like
right,
he's at comic book proportions.
right, right,
He even turned down more power after he took it.
right, right. And even, let's say, I mean, it could all be fake, fabricated. Who cares?
I
but
mean, you know,
but that's the shoulders that we're standing on. So when I see
not these
these
motherfuckers.
nah, not these guys, not these
Yeah,
guys.
not the. If you're voting for someone right now, you're not voting for George Washington.
No.
And if he's out there, I haven't seen him yet.
Yeah.
And frankly, you know, like get all the criticism in the world because I heard everybody's fifis by shoving the truth in their face that they're dumb and they're voting for bullshit. But I would get on your team if you could just make just a simple fucking smart decision and vote for someone like RFK. Hell, even Bernie Sanders would have been better than, I don't know, Hillary Clinton, Obama,
Yeah. No,
Bush.
I think Bernie would have been way better than a lot of people. But I think, Bernie also was of raging socialist, and I think that kind of,
A hand grenade in that building would do us all out here, the three of us on this panel right now. It would be better for us financially, spiritually, if
big time,
yeah.
big time. I'm almost to that point where I do believe, honestly, I feel like Jerome Powell would be a better leader of this nation than fucking the presidents and all of that shit. Honestly.
It'd be worth the shot, dude. What could you lose? It's not stupid. It's not stupid comparatively speaking.
Nah, comparatively speaking, I honestly think if we let Jerome Powell control the nation, I think we'd be better off. Honestly.
Listen, I'm in my early 40s. I'm yet 45. I have had 2 senile presidents. 2. That's in public, admittedly, not in the shadows, perhaps. I lived through 2 presidents who were openly just not there.
Yeah. Yeah. I think with Trump, though, it's more, I don't think it's senile. I think with him, it's more like he's a little bit on the spectrum, a little bit.
He's a little autistic. That's why he stands forward and he dances the way he does. And then he makes that face, like looks like he's smiling. He's a little special. But Reagan was gone. He wasn't there. Like the second half of the second term of his presidency, he was bonkers, Alzheimer's. Admittedly, and we just watched Biden do the same exact thing. They got to pump him up full of drugs to get him to go to, a debate or something.
Biden was all the way gone, man.
Yeah,
that was ridiculous.
Biden was like damn near a corpse up there. I'm not even.
Oh man, yeah, it was like the weekend at Bernie's.
Yeah, no, seriously, it has nothing to even do with policies or politics at that point. Biden was really just he's just like a corpse or a husk.
I'm supposed to take this system seriously? Come on.
Yeah. Well, this is my philosophy on that too, is I don't think it's necessarily the system that's broken. I just think it's the people in the system. I really do believe we have the best system that's ever been created. I just think the people, when a corporation can buy a politician, then the system is, kind of, it's shaky. I don't think the system is fucked up. I think the people are fucked up. But I don't think everybody can be bought either.
Our system is totally fucked and incentivizes all the wrong things. It's from the Roman era and it has no business in the future. But yeah, I mean, if you put good people into it, then it wouldn't matter. It would still be.
But but the problem is our people can be bought.
Yeah,
that's the problem.
I think that's the issue, is that, and I think at the top levels it's a lot harder to prove that because they're so much more savvy. See, on the local level, it's really easy to find out about corruption because you're dealing with people, you're dealing with people in the same country. But once you get on that that main stage, the senators, the governors, your geopolitical. Now you're dealing with, okay, now we got offshore accounts and shit. You got money in fucking third world countries. We got Bitcoin you can hide money in. Now I think it's a lot harder to prove that corruption, because
It's a lot more tricky.
yeah, it's a lot more tricky. But I think the system is actually set up, with the checks and balances. I think it is a good system. It's just the people, and there's so much fucking money and corruption. It's like, man, if you guys weren't fucking pieces of shit, this shit could work. That's why I almost feel like it would be better to just get rid of all of it at this point and just have Jerome Powell running everything.
Yeah, just fuck it all. Just fuck it all.
I mean, every state is its own nation basically by itself anyway, so it's just fucking.
She just put Virgo in charge.
Virgo would come out. Virgo would come out. Meow, meow.
You don't want to put me in charge, because I'll be.
It'd be hilarious if we even.
I'll be that militant, man.
Yeah.
Well, you get a state, You can be all militant in your state.
But yeah, I just think those founding fathers, how they obviously they did get a lot of stuff from Rome. They got a lot of ideas from Rome, but I think a lot of it too was they did kind of think they thought the future. Now, they couldn't predict a lot of shit that happens in the future, but I did think they were thinking like 10 generations down. I just don't think that they could really predict how far we've come since then as a nation. I think they thought that they could create a system where you wouldn't have kings and queens, but I don't think they could have predicted the corporations really kind of running things and politicians being bought off.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about that. I think it was intentionally written that way, and we got sold out early in the late 17th and early 19th or 18th century.
Yeah, honestly, that's kind of what I believe too. I think I honestly believe the day this nation became a corporation, like a legit corporation, is when Lincoln got killed. I think that's when we were no longer a country anymore. We were a corporation, and everybody was up for sale. Every idea, everything. Once Lincoln got shot, it was over.
Well, it's been the legalization of corporate personhood.
Yeah,
it's been a slow but steady process.
But maybe.
Hey,
but
morning,
maybe,
John.
Maybe
Hold on.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good morning. Good morning.
Hold on. Let me play John's intro real quick. Hold on.
Okay. Good morning, John.
I know I had an intro. Good morning. I know I had an intro.
Oh yeah, where is John's intro? Hold on. Hold on.
I'm mad. I don't have an intro.
Yeah, you probably end up with one.
This is the greatest show.
That's not John's intro. Hold on.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, where did she put your intro at? I don't know.
Next time.
God. I don't know where it's at. Oh, here we go.
Was that Miami?
Hey, yeah. John got properties all over the world, man. Hey. Hey, hit the like button, subscribe, you guys, if you're new here.
It look was it Miami, Australia somewhere? The one on the water.
I
they-
actually like that intro. That's a nice
that
one,
intro
John.
is very nice. That's very nice. Yeah, very nice. The beat and everything. Yeah,
the beat is fire.
Who did that? Who did that? You did that, HB portion?
No, that was Portia. That was
you used
Portia.
to make beats. You used to make beats or something, though, right, HB? You make beats or something, right?
No. I used to rap a little bit. You know, not about no bullshit though. You know.
Did you make the beats? Or did you just rap?
No. I just rap.
Okay, got you. Yeah.
But no,
HB was a mumble rapper.
Nah.
Drill.
Nah. My shit was more like political, and you know, I'd talk about a little spirituality. None of that bullshit. I wasn't talking about drilling niggas or nothing like that.
Oh, okay. So you a KRS-One then?
Hell no. That nigga a fraud too. Hell no.
What's wrong with KRS-One? I don't know. He more of a New York guy.
KRS-One, he pretty much said that no matter what Africa Bambaataa did, we still gotta appreciate him and support him. And you know, Africa Bambaataa was raping niggas. You know, like
that's right. He raping little boys or something, right?
Little boys, yeah.
Yeah. I remember that. Wow.
KRS-One was like, we gotta support him regardless, and I'm like, man, fuck.
Oh no.
Yeah, man, fuck KRS-One, man.
Yo, that's crazy. So, what KRS-One, was he in the group with African Bambaataa?
That's what I'm thinking. Honestly, he wasn't in whatever that group was called.
The Zulu Nation.
Yeah, the Zulu Nation.
Oh, okay.
But I think he was a big time supporter of it.
Oh, I see. Right.
But yeah, they were doing was fucking little boys.
That's all they were doing.
That's all they were doing.
Amazing.
What the hell, man?
I vaguely remember that, but I don't know the particulars. Damn, that is crazy.
Man, and the thing with Africa Bambaataa, like there was guys all over the world that were coming out giving their testimony. Like I was 14, 15, Bambaataa fucking came in my mouth and shit. Like I'm sitting there listening to these. I'm listening. Bro, I'm telling you, some of these fucking interviews that I heard about this guy.
Is he dead? Is he in prison? Did they put him in prison?
No. Because a lot of the guys are like adults now. They're grown. They pretty much moved past it. And I just think a lot of guys would that's a hard pill to swallow.
Yeah.
I mean,
bury that shit.
Yeah, you gotta just get over it. Like
damn.
And that statute of limitation.
That too. Yeah, a lot of this shit was like early 80s, mid 80s, so I think a lot of guys, once they found out how many guys he like raped, they all came out and gave their testimony.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Sad.
Yeah. But yeah, fuck KRS-One. I never thought he was that good of. I never thought he was that good of a rapper anyway.
I
thought he was kind of. I don't know. He's kind of.
Yeah, I always thought his nose was selfish to the air.
He did got a big ass nose. Nigga do got a big ass nose. Yeah.
Why is it gotta be about his nose? Wow.
Yeah, he's got a big Muliani nose. Big bell pepper ass nose.
Man, all this racism is killing me inside.
Come on. You're Italian. Go on.
Wait, what's that supposed to mean, huh? Yeah, I'm Italian, huh?
Hey.
Italiano.
Forget about it.
All right, I already forgot about it.
Forget about it.
You're right, I already forgot about it.
Forget about it. Yeah, yeah, John. We were just talking about I forgot what we were talking about. Yeah, I forgot
We're
about
having
it.
a pretty good
I forgot
conversation
about it.
until
Oh.
the Catholic warrior came up and ran out everybody's intestines.
Imperial's been here already?
Yep.
Unfortunately.
Damn.
Yeah. He really doesn't like Dennison because Dennison doesn't want to vote, and
I criticized Trump.
And he criticized Trump. Yeah.
Is Imperius a Trump voter?
Yeah. He's a Trump voter. Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I would hope so. After that Spurgathon, he went just for me saying Trump was a failure. I mean, I did say he was an utter failure.
You never know, though. You never know with the online shit.
Yeah,
there's been a lot
could
of
just
people
be an
that
act too.
have been exposed. They have conservative platforms, but they're not even registered voters. You never know.
Yeah. Do you guys vote?
I wouldn't be surprised if a lot of people didn't actually vote. They just
Yeah, I always vote.
They just do a lot of the conservative talking points or liberal talking points, but they don't actually vote. It's big business, politics, talking about politics and shit. It's big business.
Yeah.
Man, I mentioned the they always talk about the undecideds and shit.
Mm-hmm.
We've all heard about the undecideds and shit.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe there's any undecideds, man. I think.
Yeah,
I think that.
I don't either.
There is.
I think that it's it's like at least in DC, it's an industry. There's a whole bunch of campaign managers, the Carl Rove, the Dick Morrises of the world, that come along and tell candidates, I'm gonna get you that undecided vote, and that's gonna be the key to you winning. And they make a fucking living out of it. You know what I mean? But does it exist? I mean, we let people vote now. Shit, they about to start voting. Right?
Yeah.
People been had their mind made up, man. Right? And if you didn't have your mind made up, you're probably gonna make it up on your own. I don't think anyone's gonna convince you at this point. If you haven't been convinced by now, no one's convincing you. You know what I mean? You got to make up your own mind. Black Knight said he's undecided.
Yeah, but I don't think you could be undecided, but I don't think there's anybody on YouTube or some campaign manager who's gonna steer your views. I think
no.
If you're legit undecided, you're probably gonna make that decision at the poll box. Yeah.
What would make you make that decision? Like I don't know, because I don't vote. I've only voted once or twice. But I'm just trying to think now. Like, the choices are so clear. The distinction between the two is not like they're even close to each other. You got a man and a woman. Well, start off with man and woman, right? And then you work your way down from there. One is, pro, let's say, immigration. One is talking about deporting people. I mean, those are stark differences.
She was talking about locking down the border.
I mean, but you judge about what she's done so far. I would imagine. And most people say, well, I gave her 3 years. She didn't do it. She was the border czar, or, their administration was in charge. But if you don't think that she didn't do a good job, then you should vote for her.
Well, she's not the president.
Well, but she was in charge of the border, or, and she was part of an administration that was, pro immigrants and things like that. So
but then too, John, she did call, the thing about Kamala, she did call Trump or call Biden a rapist and a racist.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not even 100% sure if she really agrees with what he did and how he did things. Not saying that she's gonna do anything differently, but I'm just not sure. I'm not fully convinced that they have the same values.
She's playing to the middle too on immigration now with because you got to figure a lot of people are the same way. A lot of people think we owe these people an opportunity. We just need to do it the right way, John Cole. We just have to have
Comprehensive
good
immigration reform.
Yeah,
Immigration reform.
right.
Yeah.
So those people are going to be, they're really undecided on whether or not they want Trump to come in and round people up and kick them out.
I don't think so.
Or they want, comprehensive immigration reform.
If you have any compassion for the immigrants being brought here, then your choice is clear. You got to vote for Kamala.
Yeah.
Because she will probably continue to bring them in and she will be compassionate with them. Donald Trump is talking about kicking them out.
I don't think leaving them in Mexico is that really that dispassionate.
You're not going to be able to leave them in Mexico anyway. Most of these people aren't from Mexico. Mexico is not going to allow these people to stay in there. The cartels would kill them, right? Or the people would kill them. So I think the choice is pretty clear. LGBT, where you stand, like school choices.
Yeah, no, there is so many different, like it is like a stark contrast. There's so many different things you could vote on and decide on. I can kind of see how somebody could be undecided on certain topics. Maybe they are like, really against immigration, but maybe they're a little undecided about, Roe v. versus Wade or something, or
lost emotional control. What does that mean?
I think I hear a lot of people say, they feel like, or they think that as an example, like they'll criticize Kamala for her giggles and her laughs and things like that. You don't really see it in the media much, maybe conservative media. And then I think on the other side, you have Trump, and you see people say he lost his emotional control. He doesn't hold his tongue.
Mm-hmm.
And I think part of that is that he's just so candid that we've kind of been lulled to sleep with political speak for years and years and years.
Yeah, but how is he less in control now than he was in 2016?
Well,
that doesn't make any sense to me.
Well, I think even in 2016, you hear people.
He was just worse then.
Well, yeah. Mm-hmm.
If anything, he's more reserved now. The presidency tempered him slightly.
But I think a lot of people would rather have Barack Obama, ineffective but a smooth talker.
Yeah.
Than a man to give it to you straight.
I don't know if he was ineffective though, man. He really fucked this country over.
Well, yeah,
pretty
hard. For some people, that's a bug. I guess in your case, you think it's a feature.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think he did that shit on purpose.
Right.
When he came to my town, a bunch of like I don't know if it was the Secret Service, but it looked like Nation of Islam.
Mm-hmm.
You know how they all dress exactly the same way?
Mm-hmm.
Just and they like piled out of his detail.
Mm-hmm.
Is he being surrounded by Nation of Islam as his bodyguards, or does he just only pick black Secret Service men? Either way, I was like, this is creepy and wrong.
Wait, was this before he became president? Because he was definitely with the nation before he became
He is
president.
from Chicago.
It might have been. It might have been when he was campaigning the first time.
Yeah.
Man, there was a speech that Obama gave. I think it was right around the Arab Spring time. You remember Arab Spring, right? Everyone remembers that. Right? And I never forget, man, I was getting off of the plane or something in Egypt. I think it was Egypt. And there was a big billboard with a quote from Obama. And he was more or less encouraging the Arab Spring people. And he was saying the American people should be more like the Arab people. Something to that. And I'm going to go back and find the quote. And I remember taking a picture of it. Let me see if I can find it somewhere. But he was more or less saying that we should be more revolutionary. like the people that overturned their countries in Tunisia and Egypt and all that. And I don't think many people caught that, but I do think he stoked the revolutionary spirit in the underman of society. The men that are having a tough way to go. He stoked them and gave them, put kindling on the fire, I think, in Obama's case, where he could have cooled the temperature in the room a little bit. He kind of stoked it, in my opinion.
Yeah. He did play into that kind of, because people weren't really on that revolutionary shit before Obama, but he definitely did. He definitely did turn everybody into preachers and shit. And,
you remember the Philadelphia speech he gave? Man, that shit was amazing. You remember that?
No, I don't remember that one.
It was right after the Jeremiah Wright snafu. Right? You remember the Jeremiah Wright? The chickens come home to roost. God damn America. Right? And so Obama gave his race speech in Philadelphia of all places, right?
And the city of brotherly love.
Brotherly love. Philadelphia is like one of the blackest cities in America. I don't know if you knew that.
Yeah.
Damn.
It's blacker than, now it's not blacker than DC, but it's a lot of blacks. You know what I'm saying? It's a big city. And Philly may be 40% black, give or take. I don't think any other city is that black in America. And so he went to Philadelphia and he gave a speech, and people thought that he would disavow himself from Jeremiah Wright. Anyone remember what he said in that speech, which was so amazing? That motherfucker threw his grandmama, the white woman that raised him, under the bus. No one remembers this. This shit was amazing, man. He comes up to give a speech about Jeremiah Wright, and he said, and I'm almost quoting, so I paraphrase here, I can no more disavow Jeremiah Wright than my white grandmother who locked her doors or clutched her purse or something like that when she saw a black man. He gave an example of someone when he was growing up in Hawaii and his grandmama clutched her purse or locked her doors. And he equated what Jeremiah Wright said to what his grandmama did, the woman who raised him.
It's not even on the same spectrum of an action.
Woman was dead. She couldn't even defend herself. Right?
Obama was a fucking savage, man.
That shit was amazing. But it goes to show you how, like, the hatred for white people, man, like, it just, for some people, no matter how high they get, it's still in them, man. Like, they can't get over it. You know what I mean?
Well, do you think part of that, him hating white people, was that he interpreted the whole thing as an attack on race? The whole Jeremiah Wright thing?
What do you mean he saw this attack on race? His race?
Like, yeah. Well, his blackness, so part of his race.
That's interesting.
And then so he's like, "Oh, you want to make it about race, huh?" And that was his.
I wouldn't doubt that. I think black people, when it comes to showing their own racism, at best you're gonna get out of them is whataboutism, right? Well, he racist, but what about my white grandmama who locked her doors when she saw a black man, right? Never mind, she took that boy in and raised him by a half African. He had a half African father, put him in the best schools that money could pay for. Anyone familiar with the school Obama went to in Hawaii? The Punahou. I think that's how you pronounce it. You ever heard of it? Anyone ever heard of the school he went to? Fucking elite. Fucking elite high school, bro. Fucking elite. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the claims that he was groomed for the presidency originate around that time.
And then, he was able to transfer he went to Oberlin. It's a fairly elite West Coast, yuppie type college. And then he transferred. And, he said he wasn't a very good student. And for him to be able to transfer, is, what's the odds of him being, at the time being able to transfer into a school, like wherever he transferred to. There were a lot of thoughts about that. And there was some guy from a black radio station, I can't remember his name, and he basically talked about, Obama and how he more or less groomed him I can't remember the guy's name, but anyway, yeah, it's interesting to see how Obama has such hatred for his white grandmother.
I don't think it's real hatred though. I think it's just he just kind of like what you were saying. He had to kind of stoke the flames, and I think it was all intentional. He had to, especially him being, biracial. They always say about biracials, they're like conflicted, where they kind of serve two masters. So I think he had to pick a side, and he had to make it very intentional to let people know, nah, I'm not trying to come together. I'm trying to let people know I'm black. I'm blackety black.
I'm blackety black.
Hey,
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree
I'm
with
black
that
and I'm proud.
100%.
I'm black and I'm
Black and
proud.
I'm proud. Yeah.
Yeah. Good morning, everybody. By the way.
What's up, sir? Where you, man? Look like you stuck in traffic there.
Nah, it's like a high school or something around here, so it's like a lot of traffic coming out of there. But I'm about to hop on the interstate. But no, I 100% agree with HB. You know, I have biracials in my family, so I know what he's saying right now is 100% true. Now, a lot of it does have to do with upbringing. You know what I'm saying? For example, like if you got a mixed kid, he grew up in the hood, he probably won't be as conflicted. But if you got a mixed kid like Obama that kind of grew up around white people, then first of all, you're expected to already like your black side. That's kind of expected, which is an unspoken rule in the community. But you grew up around the whites, so yeah, you're gonna have that conflict where you like, they always talking shit about the whites, but the whites have always been good to me. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
I've seen that in my own family. So you know.
Nah,
This is Obama's school right here.
Nah, John.
Go
I
ahead,
think it's
HB.
just. I think it's just. I think it's biological. I think it's biological. I think when you're biracial, you just have dual allegiances. Yeah, it's like an internal conflict.
Yeah, I agree with that. Here's Obama's school, by the way. The Punahou School in Honolulu, Hawaii. Very nice looking school. Very nice.
Yeah,
a lot of the California schools look like it.
You said high school?
Yeah, this is high school, right? A lot of
Damn,
California
that's a hell of a
schools,
campus.
Wait, is that in Hawaii?
Yeah.
Hawaii?
Yeah.
Damn, I couldn't imagine growing up in Hawaii. God damn.
Wow, is that a draft room?
Jesus.
Jesus.
That motherfucker, that's a nice ass school right there, bro. God damn. Look at that shit. Yeah, I mean, it may not look like that.
Man,
when
he was
there,
impressed, huh?
Oh, brother, man, out here just trying his best. That's a nice school there, bro. Yeah, I guess that is a draft board. Yeah, it's some draft. Man.
It's huge, man.
I wonder what the admissions is like. Oh, let's see what it costs you. Yeah, do they even list 76 acres?
God damn.
10 million. What is that? 10 million what?
Over 10 million in financial aid. Average aid award is $11,000. They have need blind admissions and need based financial aid. There you go. Anyway.
Wow.
Let's see what the tuition is like. It's tuition $31,000.
God damn. A semester or a year?
A year. One school year.
God,
that's a goddamn concentration camp, except they really concentrating in there.
And look at 22% of students receive financial aid. The rest of them pay the full freight, I guess.
Wow, 80-20. That's a pretty
that's insane. Damn.
That's a significant.
That's a good school, I think. I'll probably look at it for my kids if I live there.
Yeah. It's like a C class every year. You gotta pay for it. God damn, we need a Benz every year.
Punahou. There it is. There's the tuition right there. You can see the tuition.
Jesus.
Maybe $31,000 per year. Yeah, that's crazy. You know, in New York, man, they more expensive than that. Shit, I can't remember the name of some of those schools, man. Like $50,000 a year. You know, and you're not even in Hawaii.
Yeah.
You got the bad weather now.
It's either that or your kids got to go to School with the drill rappers. It's either.
Pick your poison.
Yeah.
Homeschool.
Man,
Yeah,
you know what's interesting? Man, you know what's interesting? Not to change subject real quick. Puffy, man, I was reading about Puffy last night, bro.
Is he arrested finally?
Yo, he's in jail, bro. No bail.
Yeah, they denied his bond.
Damn.
I think he tried to pay $50
What'd he
million.
do?
They denied it.
Shit, what didn't he do?
he did everything under the sun.
But you know, man,
human trafficking.
Yeah, probably. Yep. Yeah, RICO and all that kind of shit. It's interesting they didn't charge anyone else, and they charged him with a RICO. Who the hell he conspired with?
Exactly.
They had to conspire with somebody. So it's gonna be
there's other people
yeah.
involved if you're charging him with a RICO. Like, who, you know.
And so
his indictment was unsealed.
They're all involved with that.
I think they unsealed it yesterday, right?
Yeah. Juan's got the actual transcripts or the legal documents.
Has anyone heard of where he's going to prison, where he'll be held in jail?
It would have to be in his jurisdiction.
He probably
wherever he lives.
Well, he's already there, presumably, right? And he's going to be in the. Let me make sure. He's going to be in the prison out there in Brooklyn, right? And
he's a New York resident.
Yeah, well, you know that's what the charges are. That's what the charges are. And so let me share this article with you. I remember when people were outside this jail, protesting because of the conditions were so bad in the jail. And here is where Puffy will be. P. Diddy's Hell on Earth jail, where R. Kelly did time, from rats to freezing temperatures. P. Diddy, real name Sean Combs, will be housed in pretrial at the MDC in New York after being denied bail. I was reading about the MDC. Said the jail's so terrible, one judge didn't even want to send prisoners there. I think she refused to send people there. Says run by incompetence, poorly run. They had one time where the lights were out in all of the prison. People were locked down, freezing cold, no lights, no utilities, no heat. And this is where P. Diddy will be. And see if we can read about this prison. It currently holds 1,600 inmates, most of whom are awaiting trial. Has been New York City's main federal detention center since 2021. This came about after the Bureau of Prisons closed Manhattan's Metropolitan Correctional Center, where disgraced Epstein died due to the horrific conditions inside of that building. It's located on the East River in Brooklyn, which previously housed R. Kelly. Has been plagued by reports of constant lockdowns, violence outbreaks, and a spat of stabbings there. Says people get stabbed there every week. Multiple stabbings. Combs' legal team acknowledged the dire conditions at the MDC in a motion for bail filed earlier this week, stating that several courts in the New York district have recognized that the conditions at MDC are not fit for pretrial detention. I guess they're not fit for post-trial detention either. They added just early this summer, an inmate was murdered, and at least 4 inmates have died by suicide there in the past 3 years. They also noted that the stabbings occur at least a couple of times a week. A man awaiting trial on gun charges for over 2 years, Uriel White, was fatally stabbed inside the MDC on June 7. Less than 5 weeks later, a second inmate passed away from injuries sustained in a jailhouse brawl. It's very violent, Eli said. There's stabbings at least a couple times a week. Concerns have been raised about hygiene as well, with inmates and their legal representatives reporting finding roaches in their food and mold in the showers. The condition of the prison were termed dreadful, long-standing, dirty, excuse me, inhuman, and an ongoing tragedy in recent legal claims emphasized by Combs' lawyers. Here are pictures of the jail. Actually doesn't look that bad. It looks pretty damn clean, you know. Further issues occurred in February 2019 when a fire allegedly knocked out electricity and heating to parts of the institution, leaving detainees in pitch black near freezing conditions. Among those incarcerated at that time were NXIVM sex cult head Keith Rainier, suspected jewel thief Damir Piznovic, MS-13 affiliates, and organized crime figures. Wow. During that period, when there was no electricity, Deirdre Von Dornum of the Federal Defender's Brooklyn office reported to media that prisoners had swallowed themselves head to toe like a baby in towels and blankets to keep warm. Public outcry escalated as protesters converged outside the penitentiary where inmates could be heard pounding on the walls and signaling with night lights seeking assistance. Issues with sanitation were also noted, including toilets that were brimming over. The picture of Ghislaine Maxwell there. And so that's where Puffy will be, and that's going to be a very rough prison. A very rough prison indeed. Puffy. You know, I read something interesting, man, about Puffy, and you guys may find this interesting. You ever seen that video where the flavor in the ear, and it was a Biggie video, and it had this woman in the video. I don't know if you guys remember that. Well, that woman was a transgender. Can you fucking believe that?
I do, actually.
All the way back then, they were putting transgenders in TV shows, in videos. Amazing,
yeah, John,
bro.
You didn't know that?
No, I didn't know.
Yeah, you got it. It's all satanic, man. You got men lusting over other men, and they don't even know it. The Bible says that they're going to do that. It's called crafty counsel.
Damn.
But go ahead. Yeah.
I did not know that, man. That was new to me.
It's all rooted in lust and homosexuality and stuff like that. So yeah, they'll put like a man on Love and Hip Hop or something like that, and you don't even know it's a man, bro. Like the surgery be that well, you don't even know it's a man. And you know they got them dressing provocatively, dancing, drinking. You know, it's all rooted in satanic worship, bro. In my opinion, I'll say that at the end. But yeah, I'm not surprised that it was a trans. I'm not at all. They've been doing that for like a decade.
How long
now.
ago?
Oh, this was years ago. You remember this scene from the videos? Remember this scene from the video?
What video?
Where the woman was taking a piss?
That's a man.
That's a man. Yeah, taking a piss. And they were portraying it as a man.
A lot of people didn't catch that, John. You gotta like research it to see that.
Yeah.
If you
that's
actually
the
watch
90s?
the video, that's probably like a split second of the video.
Yeah. It's this is
That's insane.
She was in the Flavor in Your Ear video. This is a Biggie video right here. I don't think we're gonna play this without the sound.
That nigga need to go to prison. That nigga is a weirdo.
Well, damn, I don't know where she is in the video. Let me see if I can find it. Let me see if I can find her in the video. This is the Notorious B.I.G. Big Papa video where the woman is pissing.
Yeah, Biggie was in on that stuff.
Yeah,
too.
but they're telling you it's
that.
a tranny because she's standing at the thing.
Yeah. It's
Let me get the boy now. You can see her pissing right there. Look at it.
Yeah, in other words, they're telling you there's a transvestite.
Yeah, it's called hiding in plain sight.
Here she is again.
They putting it right in your face, but it's up to you to catch that.
Here's the woman right here. And here she is again in the Biggie video.
Now, how many people you think caught that, then? Watching this
Look,
video?
she's in bed with the nigga right there. God damn. God damn. God damn. Yeah, it is crazy, man. How many people knew that?
Ain't nobody catch that, John.
I ain't kidding, man. I didn't even know that.
They put that kind of stuff in front of us all the time, but we don't catch it. They're very good at it. They're very good at what they do. Very good.
Yeah, that's very subtle, man. It's very subtle. Like having her go to the bathroom is kind of like letting you know, but not really telling you.
Yeah,
directly.
and like I said, that's probably a split second of the music video, and it's probably a random part of the video too.
Yeah, I mean,
the video was probably on the beach somewhere, but they just showed a clip of him in the bathroom. Just boom, 1 sec. didn't catch it. Most people ain't gonna catch that.
Yeah.
They do it all the time though, John.
He's basically saying he likes to get effed by trannies.
Yeah, he messes with men. That's what it's telling you. He's
You
been
see this
telling
shit,
us this for
HB?
years.
Yeah.
Can you see this shit, HB? Did you know that one was a tranny right there in bed with
HB
Biggie?
know what I'm talking about, man. He know
No,
exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't deny you. I'm just saying, did you know that was a man in the
Well,
bed right there with Biggie?
Yeah, I know that that's what she played in the video. I don't know.
Well, you knew that?
Yeah, I mean, if you saw the video, that's what they were implying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
Really?
know. I don't know if she's actually a dude though. I don't know.
But she's a man. She's a man. She's dead.
I
though.
don't know about that.
Someone killed her.
Yeah, how can you argue this, HB? Even if it's not really a man, she's portraying as one. Like, come on, bro.
That's
It's
what
early in the
I
morning,
literally
but-
I just literally said that.
So when you saw this video,
No, you said I don't know if that's a man. Like, come on, bro.
And actually a man.
No,
That
I
is
said
literally
that's
a
what
guy.
I said that's what she's portraying in the video. How would I know if that's a man or not?
Man, that's a man. That's a man.
I don't know.
The symbolism alone is weird. So I mean, why is she?
Yeah,
Wait,
no.
wait.
The symbolism is insane.
So when HB, you saying when you saw this video back in the day, you knew that was a man?
I knew that's what they were saying. It was
Oh,
a
really?
man. Yeah.
Is in the
they
song?
make it obvious.
Wait a minute. What were they saying in the song? Because I forget this.
Wait,
what was
HB,
this?
you actually caught that when you saw the video? You saw that?
I mean,
part.
I knew girls didn't stand up and pee. I thought that was common knowledge.
I mean, I didn't get it, but did you know this was a transgender? Do you remember?
I knew it was a dude. I don't think I knew what a transgender was at that time. I just knew it was a dude.
Yeah.
I didn't.
Dude dressed as a chick.
Hey, good morning.
And that they both could tell the way they're looking at her. They can see his dick, right?
Right.
Yeah, like it's all implied. It's pretty obvious.
But I don't think, like if you're 15, 16, you're probably not putting all this shit together. I wasn't.
Not at
No,
all,
it
John.
depends.
We're looking
Yeah,
at
but
we're looking at the women that are.
that's a whole
dancing,
nother
not
conversation.
If you look at the picture, right? This is when Biggie's about to come in and shove Busta Rhymes out of the way, and like, yo, let me holler at this chick. But that's a man.
Yeah.
Why would they do that? I don't understand. Like, why would these seemingly masculine gangster ass men, that's the image, have a transgender in the TV show, and then in the video, and then have her the object of your desire, of all the men's desire. Every man is trying to get with her in this video.
No, I think the symbolism is that they're trying to tell you what they're really about.
You think
exactly
Biggie was gay? Look at this right here.
Definitely on the
Look. He pushes
bi.
the
I think
Negro
that
out
they
the way.
hate women.
Yeah,
I think they hate women, and they think that men are the ultimate ideal of what is even considered feminine.
You think these people are thinking that deeply?
John, Biggie had one of the gayest lines ever in the history of rap.
What was?
I think it said, "She looks so good, I suck on her daddy's wiener." He said the D word though. But he said the bitch looks so good, I suck on her daddy. I was like, nah, man.
Yeah, you can't come back from that.
Give him high five.
You can't come back from that.
You can't come back from that.
That's too bad.
This is the really real world. There ain't no coming back.
Bro, that's wild. That is insane.
It's just crazy how they can slip some of that shit in there. You bopping your head to that shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think they understand their own motivations and thinking as deeply as I understand it. But I think that is their thinking. They hate women. Like a lot of people throw the term misogyny around and all this. It doesn't really mean anything anymore. But this is what real misogyny looks like.
I don't think they hate women, bro. I
don't think it's that at all, dude.
Transgenderism is misogyny. And these people, they go to all these clubs. It's all males. No women are allowed. And they do weird, freaky, gay shit to each other. That's just my 2 cents.
I think some of them are living a double life. We've heard of Kerry Rhodes, the football player. That was supposedly messing around with the guy who was messing around with Shannon Sharp or whatever. But
Jesus.
It's just
See, that shit is all in sports and all, John. It's Hollywood. It's entertainment. Period. They're just. I told you, man. I think they worship an entity that requires that type of activity in order to even be a part of what they're a part of and to be who they are. as entertainers. You know, that's just what I think, man. I don't want to take it there though, but I'm just saying I don't think they hate women. Then it's all like this is all ancient Babylonian practices, man. This shit's been going on for thousands of years.
Yeah, I think they've hated women that long.
Look at this picture, sir.
They've been doing this type of shit.
Look at this picture right here, man. This shit, man. How did hit, man? God.
Yeah, see. And you know what's crazy, John? They got all the little black boys wanting to be rappers, not even knowing what you about to get yourself into. But I think you gotta be some kind of a gay already to even want to be a rapper, bro. Cause ain't nobody stupid. Y'all know what's going on out here, but you still trying to rap.
I don't think people think about getting sexually molested as a rapper. You know what I mean? They just want to get on.
I think a lot of people would do whatever for $1 million. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think
that's really what it is,
agree.
John. That's what it is. It ain't about, oh, he about to pop me in the butt. It's about, man, I got $3 million sitting in front of me.
Like Diddy was really like the Debo.
Give me 1 sec, y'all. I'll be right back. 1 sec. My bad, HB. Go ahead.
No, you're good. But Diddy was really like the Debo of niggas. Like he really, like you remember that Drink Champs where Fabulous and Diddy was up there. You remember that, John?
Yeah.
Yo, and Diddy was like, he was damn near like flirting with Fab to his face. He's like, yeah, Fab, you ain't really party with me, Fab.
Right.
You ain't never really. And Fab was like, Diddy, we party together. He was like, we ain't never party. You know what I mean?
Yeah, you know where we get the butt stuff out.
Yeah. And now we know what he was talking about. Now we know because the indictment came down. He wanted to watch you. He wanted to watch you fuck another nigga. Now we know what he wanted to watch you fuck a female, but he wanted you to party. He wanted you to come to the freak off. But to know that Fabulous, to know Fabulous knew what he was talking about, but wasn't man enough to say, "Ayo, Diddy, chill, relax." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I'm telling you, man. A lot of these dudes, for the fame and for the money, man, they'll be gay for pay, man.
Apparently, bro. Apparently. The dude Meek Mills, I mean, his career is over.
Yeah.
I don't think he could ever come back.
How much would you charge P. Diddy for your butt?
Come on, man. Come on, Dennis. Come on, man.
I guess you got a price. Dennis, and go ahead and tell us what you charge.
25 million.
That's all right. Puppy might get you that.
Yeah, that's not a lot.
But not over time though. That's got to be pretty, quickly. I need it either one lump sum or within a certain amount of time.
You just want to drop a load on you.
You're gonna crack it open for Diddy, man. God damn, Dennis. Well, at least you got a price. I don't have a price, man. I couldn't do it.
Yeah, I couldn't do it. Look at it this way, HB. Look at it this way. In my opinion, what is the point of doing it when really you want to become a rapper so that you become famous, rich, have all the women that you ever wanted, right? I would say those are pretty much the three main reasons. And to become a legend, leave your mark on earth, whatever. What's the point of that if you got to do gay stuff on the back end? Because now it ain't even just about being rich, famous, and getting women, because you ain't even into women no more after a while. So my thing is, you just did all of that for no reason, and now you're just doing dark shit now with other men.
Stuff.
Like, what's the
You're
point?
just doing butt stuff,
bro. You're gonna be miserable. You're gonna probably be on drugs. That's why these rappers do drugs the way they do, man. Because they be blowing each other. Why you think they be in the studio at 3 a.m, bro?
I would take my 25 million and get reconstructive butt surgery, and
why is the studio
I would get light therapy on my butthole and my taint.
Why is everybody in the studio at 5 a.m. getting high? All men.
Buy an island right next to Johnny Depp.
and they doing real drugs, John. They doing like lean and shit. Like, yeah, they doing real drugs in there.
Bone.
That stuff that make you I don't know. You ain't really paying attention to what you're doing right now. You're so high.
They said they found some ketamine.
They said they found the pink cocaine
That Tucci.
the pink cocaine at you know, John, they still don't even know what's in that shit.
I think it's cocaine and mixed with something else to give it it. But I think the pink is just a color. It has no effect.
Crank used to be pink.
Oh man.
Maybe it's just
I think
crank.
it's like cocaine and MDMA or some shit like that.
Oh, that
No,
doesn't
no,
sound too bad, actually.
I've never really trusted man-made drugs, man.
But you gotta think, man, these people are getting the best shit, you know, that can be found. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Fresh
Remember
off the boat.
he had that bitch fly back to Miami to get that shit one time.
Yeah.
That was what was alleged in some of the bitch, go get the Tucci.
Yeah, they probably get Quaaludes and all, man, and they supposedly don't even manufacture those anymore. But they can probably get their hands on them.
He also had ketamine.
Yeah.
Ketamine, yep.
That's like a horse tranquilizer, if I'm not mistaken.
That's what he's using on the. That's what he's using
the boys,
on the women.
yeah.
No. He's using the uppers on the boys and the downers on the women.
He wants his women to be sedated and the boys to be active.
Animated.
Yeah.
Lord have mercy.
That nigga's a sicko.
You know, make you wonder, man, is there like a Walter White servicing these rich people? You know what I mean? Like,
I would say, is a European the plug? Yes. He's probably a federal agent at that.
no, I mean, you know, like some chemists, like, bro, like, probably the best thing to happen to a chemist, was all this tainted ass dope.
Yeah.
Somebody can go in the lab and create some real good shit. You know what I mean? And market that shit to people who want to get high, got money, want to party. You know, and it's some power shit. Remember one of them 50 Cent series where they start making designer drugs and shit?
Yeah.
And the Tucci is kind of on their way. That ain't just one drug. It's somebody that mixed up some shit and put a color on it and gave it a name. You know, that probably wasn't just some random ass Joe.
Yeah, you still can't convince me some nigga in the Bronx created crack. Like, I still don't believe some nigga just created crack. I think it was some chemist
agent.
or
Somebody showed him.
Well, not even an agent. Like, it's got to be a chemist to create some shit like that, man.
Right. Like, ain't no hood nigga gonna say, man, go get some baking soda.
Yeah, nah, hell no.
You need some B12.
Well, we have federal agents that are chemists. Like they know
That's what I'm saying.
Compounding.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Now, do I think it was like an actual laboratory guy? No, but I think it was a guy in a suit that knew chemistry. And he's like, hey, nigga, come here. Let me show you
have to know how to bind.
Hood.
You know, maybe not even that sinister. You just trying to make some money, right? You gotta know how to bind that shit, you know, the chemical properties to make sure it binds.
The temperature's gotta be right.
You see them niggas stirring it all
John,
up.
we all know why crack cocaine was even in the hood in the first place. They were funding a war. Like, we all know that. That's common knowledge. So yeah, they was in it to make money, but it was also well, I can't say that.
Which neighborhood do we sell it to?
But you know what's interesting though? Like, you can't have crack without cocaine, and cocaine has always been here. So now the argument would be, well, they needed crack. They needed the black money to fund the war. That just don't seem economical. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah.
The money was in the cocaine.
Yeah, the money's always been in the cocaine. I think it's just, you know, it was a cheap drug.
Yeah, one's cheap and fast. One is well, they both fast, but one is cheap and fast. And I think it's far more
it's more intense. It just doesn't last as long.
It's more intense. Yeah, it's way shorter, but it's far more intense.
Yep.
And that's the cheaper one. Yeah, that's why them crackheads keep coming back, and then they start getting aggressive. Now they robbing people, and because that shit starts to make your body hurt, man. If you can't get your hit, your body starts aching and shit. Cocaine don't do that to you.
I hear cocaine have a bad come down itself though. Like, you know, it ain't that good of a come down or whatever.
Well, I would think any upper could come with a crash, you know.
Mm-hmm.
So,
John.
But you ain't got guys on Wall Street doing crack. You know, well, I can't say that. I can't say that.
John. If it's good shit, you're not gonna really have a bad come down. Honestly, like I ain't gonna lie. I've smelled it a couple times, and
we've all been there. We've all been
I've
there.
smelled it.
Maybe a little tootski off the back of a lot lizard's booty.
Nah, never
Jesus.
never in the truck. But this like in younger days.
I don't know. You a freak, HB. You might be the one to blow it into Lot Lizard's ass.
Hey yo.
Wolf of Wall Street. Go ahead.
Hell yeah. I mean, girls gotta have fun too.
Yeah.
Sweet auntie, good morning.
You only gonna have a bad reaction with the cut. The cut is what cuts you. That's what fucks you up.
That will get you right there.
The cut is what, and I mean they cut it with anything nowadays. I mean they've always cut it with anything, but
baby powder.
They cut it with baby powder, laxative. They'll cut it with fucking, all different types of anything white. They'll cut it with. So you gotta be careful. Yeah.
Damn. I never tried to, lean by. It scared the shit out of me.
Yeah, no, that's because
go ahead.
That's because back then that shit was 80s coke, John. That shit was pure. Like, you talking about 99%. So this nigga hit that shit, bro. He was out of there.
I think they tried.
Was coming from Pablo and shit back then. So that was
I think they tried to portray it, to scare people like, ooh, it was his first time. But I don't believe that was his first time.
Nah, it wasn't his first time. It definitely wasn't his first time.
Nah.
But he definitely overdid it, but it wasn't his first time. It wasn't his first rodeo at all. Everybody was doing it back then.
Hey John, you didn't see that clip about that one kid that signed the Young Money and he told everybody that he let Birdman pop him in the ass for the deal? You didn't see that video?
What?
You didn't see that? He was like, bro, I let Birdman fuck me, bro. I let him fuck me for the deal.
Oh my God.
I don't even remember the dude's name. But they all do that shit, man. Birdman probably or Jay.
But did he mean fuck him financially?
I mean, why would you word it like that if that's what happened,
I could see that coming out, honestly. Like like he really fucked me on that deal. I could see myself saying.
I wouldn't have said he fucked me in the ass. I let him fuck me for the deal. No, I wouldn't have said it like that.
I know you guys probably haven't been paying much attention to this Rich Homie suicide, the YSL case, and their connection.
Yeah, I haven't.
But what's interesting, Rich Homie was supposed to be testifying. They had mentioned his name like a day before he committed. Well, I almost say he committed suicide before he overdosed. Right. Yeah. And
I think he did no longer himself. I think he did too.
And he talked about, there was an interview, man, and he talked about it. It sounded like he was expressing some like some COVID, moaning and groaning back. He couldn't do shows. Mm-hmm. And a lot of them people couldn't do shows during COVID, and I imagine they really fucked him up financially. 2 years and not being able to do shows, and but then
he probably still in the trenches with it. Probably got dope money coming in and out.
Hopefully.
And you take that stand. Hey, ain't nobody messing with a rat. He knew that was his only lifeline.
And he wanted to do music with Young Thug. But Young Thug, and this is not about the rappers, it's just more or less about the business of rap or business of music. Young Thug was under, let's say, somebody else's label. I don't know whose label, I can't remember. And apparently the Kevin Lyles guy, whoever that guy is, he was willing to bail him out, put some money up for his bail. And Rich Homie Quan was on another label under Birdman, I think. And Birdman would not allow the guy to make music with Rich Homie, with YSL guy, Thug, right? And so for years, he couldn't put out any music or something, he was saying. And like basically that was done to him by his record label, not COVID as well. And it's like, damn, like, why would you hold a guy's potential back? And by the time he gets to put his album out, he's seeing all his peers passing by, in terms of they hit their peak. And, he was kind of expressing frustration, like he missed his time in rap, being, artificially held back by Birdman. It's just kind of interesting. And I wonder, that's what made me think this guy probably just, ended it all, depressed and everything.
Yeah, I think he definitely offed himself. And
those record labels.
He would have been the guy in prison cutting his shirt up and his pants up and dressing like a woman anyway. Might as well get up out of here.
Yeah, I think he escaped the prison charges, I think. But yeah, I think he was going to be testifying against Young Thug or in favor of the state or something like that. Yeah. I'll be right back.
That would have been crazy. Yeah.
Why even get involved with that stuff as a rapper, man? That's like a pro ball player getting caught up with 100 pounds of weed. Like, why are you even doing stuff like this? This is stupid. I understand taking risks and pressure makes diamonds and all that bullshit, but there's always a smart way to do it too. So I don't ever feel sorry for these guys, man. If you do the crime, you do the time. You got to snitch on somebody, you a rat. You probably should be deleted because you shouldn't have been involved with this anyway, and all you're going to do is tell on everybody else. So I don't be feeling sorry for none of these guys, man. Lock them all up.
Yeah. I know Dennison, in his culture, snitches get stitches. Hey.
Oh, over here.
Hey, big pussy. You telling? Oh.
Who are you going to tell? That's the thing, right? Like, if you're going to tell the cops, yeah, that's... no real man ever snitches to the police.
I mean, it's even frowned upon when you get pulled to the station and get interrogated. You're frowned upon automatically. I mean, I know in damn Mexican cartel culture, if that happens, they just gonna get you up out of there. They not gonna find out if you talked or not. You did bad enough to get pulled in there. We got to get you up out of here. So, luckily in his culture, they only get stitches.
Yeah, you don't get the machete.
Yeah. But
Well,
you really think it's because these men hate women? That's why this type of stuff is going on?
Yep. I think it's a cult of misogyny and like testicle worship.
What about the stuff they do with children? Is that
same thing?
I mean, I can see how in a such it could be misogyny. Yeah, I mean, it's misogynistic activity for sure.
It's like a hatred for the whole idea of,
I think they just want men and women to be one. Like they want to be like a, I don't know.
There's those people, but I don't think those are your biggies and your what is his name? Puffies? Diddies?
Yeah.
Like that dude, he hates women to his core.
I can understand Diddy, yeah. I can see how Diddy hates women. I don't know about Biggie though.
Yeah, the way he did Cassie, I'm still in awe at that, man. It's just like she's so beautiful, man. How could you beat that girl up?
Yeah, he beat the shit out of her, man.
I know, man.
So let me ask you real quick, HB. What do you think's more masculine? The way you feel about a pretty girl or the way he treats a pretty girl?
I don't think there's anything masculine about Diddy at all. So I don't know. I don't know.
I was gonna say, Dennis, that's a bad question because putting your hands on a girl is not masculine at all.
That's your opinion, man. Tell that to a billionaire.
Are you
No,
sure?
especially chasing after her in a hallway just to beat her down. Like, God damn, you had to run her down and beat her up. Like, what the fuck?
Well, I think I rest my case though.
Tell that to every pimp. Tell that to bro. What? Men have been smacking women all throughout
sir,
history.
pimp. So you telling me pimps have to chase their women just to hit them?
No. The women are chasing the pimp to get slapped.
Well, that's HB's point, man. Why the dude got to go after the girl just to address her problems?
No. Let's go before that point when we said that there's nothing masculine about hitting women when that's all that's been going on all throughout history.
Right.
I mean, he did a little bit. I mean,
stepped out of line and need to be
nah.
tracked
Nah,
down
he did a little bit more than he did a little bit more than just hit her, man. You know that.
Yeah, I know that. I'm not saying it's right, but I'm not gonna say a billion.
No, I'm saying no.
He'll probably slap.
I'm talking about specific. I'm talking about specifically the way Diddy did it. He dogged her out. He didn't just hit her.
She's probably not the only one. She's just the only one that spoke. He probably used to beat up.
Yeah,
everybody.
that's what I'm saying. He has a history of dogging out women. That's not masculine.
You never know. Diddy
If he
might
really
be a
wanted
violent man in general. Like he's not a small.
Yeah,
guy.
I was gonna say that. I was gonna say that nigga a psychopath.
Yeah,
And he got some weight to him.
Yeah, he's about 6'1", 230. He's not a small guy. He probably used to beat up little what's his name? Not Justin Timberlake. What's the little white boy?
Justin Bieber. I know you're talking about.
Yeah, Justin Bieber. You see how they had a little weird relationship. Man, he probably done knocked him upside the head.
Yeah, that was gonna say Justin Bieber. I mean, Diddy was Justin Bieber's sugar daddy from what I've heard.
And you know that he put hands on that boy. You showed up 2 minutes late to the studio session, pow. You know what I'm saying? He probably just violent in general, man. But you can't feel sorry for people that stuck around, man. She ain't had to stay with him. Fuck.
She was trying to get away, if I recall the video footage.
Yeah, she was. And don't get me started on all them girls that went in undercover just to get some dirt on them.
Run, bitch! Go get some help.
Yeah, I was gonna say he chased her down just to lay the smackdown on her, man. Treat that bitch like it was a wrestling move.
Yeah, he need to go to jail just for treating her like that. Honestly, don't do that to Cassie. Hell.
Yeah. So, do you think he treats men like that?
Yes.
Yes. Especially smaller, younger men, definitely.
Like Garyans, yeah. You do the same thing to Garyans.
Oh, shut the fuck up. I ain't going around Diddy.
I don't know. I mean, I yield to. I don't have any expertise or experience in this area, but
Someone said Diddy's tiny. No, he's big. He's a big guy. He about he's at least 240 when he put that weight on. Right?
We saw
how I was gonna say Diddy ain't tiny, man. He damn near a linebacker.
Yeah, a lot of those guys ain't tiny. I mean, what's the guys that own Cash Money? Ronald something and Birdman. Shit, Birdman's older brother Ronald. He's like 6'6".
Yeah,
Birdman's like 6'1".
Puffy has some weight on it.
Yeah, Jay-Z is like 6'2". Them ain't little guys. You know, they slap you, gonna feel it probably.
I was gonna say the only little nigga I know who's in the rap game, I think is Boosie. Chris Brown.
Lil Wayne.
Oh yeah, Boosie. Yeah, he's short too.
He beat the crap out of his girl too.
Lil Wayne small.
Yeah, Chris Brown. Yeah, but Chris Brown beat the crap out of Rihanna.
I don't know Chris Brown is small.
Yeah, Chris Brown's actually kind of small
either. I think he's skinny.
He got some height on him. He got some height on him.
Yeah, because he played basketball. Remember, he was a little tall.
Sir, this is not about football, though people may think it is. Sir, you watch football at all?
Absolutely. I went to the Carolina LSU game this past Saturday.
You remember I keep saying like it's all about the quarterback, right?
I disagree, but go ahead.
Fair enough. Look at this headline. Rookie quarterback set record with 0 touchdown passes on 196 combined attempts.
What the?
That's the record, the 0 touchdowns?
It's
Wait,
the
hold on.
record.
What team is this, John?
This the whole
It's
NFL.
all of them.
Oh, damn. Damn. I thought it was just one
They don't make
guy.
them like they used to, John. They don't make them like they used to, man.
Look at these quarterbacks. Caleb Williams, number 1, hasn't thrown 1 touchdown yet.
We're getting worse at sports too.
Well, I think what you're seeing in sports is what you're seeing in life, what you see in basketball, football. The people that are coming in with fundamental skills, they're outplaying the people who don't have the fundamental skills in basketball. But in the NFL,
the pure talent, yeah.
right, you know what I mean? So much so that Gilbert Arenas said, we need to ban those players, the European players, from coming to the NBA.
Nah.
But there's really, no, that's what he said. You know, I disagree with him, but that's what he said.
Okay.
And so, but the NFL has a unique problem is that there is no foreign talent that they can tap, right? You're not going to get a quarterback coming out of Nigeria. You might be a linebacker,
No, it's an
running
American
back,
sport.
right? But they can get. There are Africans that play in the NFL, but they mostly are on defense, and you know, maybe they're on offense on the perimeter or something like that. But very rarely are you going to see like an African on the offensive line or quarterback.
I agree, John. I would
Spare
say
chucking just like throwing a football. I mean, what's the deal here? She'll get some variants and.
Hey, yo, hold on.
Hey, Gappa go. Moving on.
This man said spear checking is like throwing a football. What about Patrick Mahomes? What about Patrick Mahomes?
Yeah, you can tell Gary and.
They should be recruiting these quarterbacks from Africa.
Just precision.
Nah, I ain't gonna lie, John. John, Africans just aren't. They're not athletic enough. The NFL is going to be locked down by African Americans for much longer, man. The NFL is it's all athletic now, man. Look at your games. It's 60% pass plays. It's all about big plays. You got to be able to run, jump, cut, get in and out of your cuts with bursts. Africans just don't move like that. It's more of a Negro thing.
No, I think
it's all that running from the dogs.
African can run in a straight line. They can run in a straight line fast as fuck. That's about it.
Right. Like if you look at even some of the wide receivers, you look at some of the wide receivers of today, right? Oftentimes,
all that lion hunting.
They're just raw. They could be raw in their 10th season, right? Like Deshaun Jackson, if you remember him. He was just raw, man, just fast as hell, you know, just naturally gifted. And he just run past your ass. You know, he ain't got to learn no routes, right? You just go. You know what I mean? Go, right? And the quarterback throw the ball as far as he can, and the boy run and catch it. But with quarterback, there has to be some sophistication. And I think it comes early on. So you're not going to get that from a very poor country like Brazil or Mexico. Like playing quarterback, man, you know, you got to start early teaching, getting the accuracy of throwing that ball. It's like a fine carpenter. A lot of people can put up drywall, but very few people can finish it and make it look real nice and clean. And I think that's what the NFL is experiencing. They got all the talent everywhere else, but that sophisticated position, they can't fill it. They can't find talent. People that want to work, they can do the job. Kind of like what we talked about yesterday. And the people that they're putting in position, I mean, they're just not working out. Right?
Well, that's why I was. Go ahead.
If you look at like the quarterbacks with the most yards, like the passing yards, I think it really shows. Like, look at the quarterbacks with the most passing yards today, and the quarterbacks, like last year's season, and then look at the most the passing yards for 10 years ago, and you'll see us like the talent is, it's not even close.
Yeah.
Well, that's why I was disagreeing with John in the beginning, because in my opinion, you know, I don't think it is about the quarterback. This is a team effort. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you can have the best quarterback in the league, but he ain't completing no passes if that line isn't protecting him. He ain't completing no passes if his wide receivers can't get open. If they can't read the defense the same way he's reading it and be on the same page as him. Now, yes, it's all about ball placement, accuracy, timing, all that. But that quarterback can't do anything without those other 10 guys. So I don't think it is all about the quarterback. He's just the leader. That's it. I mean, you can't have the most passing yards without great receivers and a good offensive line that's giving you the time to allow those receivers to get open. That's why I
do agree with
you
that.
early, John. Yeah, it's way more than about the quarterback. It's the whole team got to be on the same page. Really.
I wish I could count up all of these touchdowns. I think I was reading there's only been like 64 touchdowns thrown across the NFL this season.
Oh.
Yeah. And
that's brutal.
That's pretty low.
John, we are moving to an NFL era where they want to pass the ball more, but we're not producing passing quarterbacks. So I will agree with you on that. Colleges aren't producing, they're producing more mobile quarterbacks now, and that's not what the NFL does. Now, do the NFL need to shift to that? I mean, maybe, but that's going to cut down on big plays. They like big passing plays. That's what gets TV ratings and shit, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know. We're in a conflicting spot with the NFL right now. A lot of these guys want to run, but they can't throw, and you can't run all the time. Like the defense is too athletic for that. So,
I think, the lesson in this is like, the fundamentals are always going to win out, right?
Yeah.
That's just the way,
Yeah.
You're going to have to hone your fundamentals in anything you do. Otherwise,
meaning superstars can't save you. Is that what you mean,
John,
or the opposite?
No, John means that, and this is my opinion. John means that, and I believe this too. I think white wide receivers are honestly better than the black ones, even though they're far less athletic. But their fundamentals is what makes them better. Now, I can't prove that on paper, but you can only see that if you actually watch sports. Because let's be honest, guys like Wes Welker, Julian Edelman, and all them, Cooper Kupp, they don't get the ball as much as guys like CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson. You know what I'm saying? They're slot receivers because they're less athletic, so they play more inside. But to me, they are better wide receivers, bro. They run routes better. They get in and out of their breaks better. They got better hand-eye coordination.
What Sir is talking about is fundamentals of wide receiver play.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah.
Some of the, like when they talk about running routes, a fast wide receiver, he just round his routes off.
Yep.
You know what I mean? A good wide receiver is crisp. He making his cut, boom, and the ball right there in his hands if he got a good quarterback. The other wide receiver, maybe he's bigger because all those wide receivers you mentioned are kind of small. The bigger wide receiver, he may not be as nimble. He can't make those cuts as clean as a smaller wide receiver. And maybe you don't work on it as well. But the other day I talked about the top quarterbacks in the league and blah, 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 how the league, is, pretty much tied to the hip of the quarterback. The rules and everything is in favor of the quarterback, right? And I said, if you want to bet on football, you got to bet on the quarterback and the coach. That's my approach.
Yeah.
And I said that there are 16 black quarterbacks in the NFL right now. They've been fighting this fight for a long time. And they're 50% of the league at quarterback. So let's see how they are performing the first 2 games of the season. We're going to look at the touchdowns, passes, sorted from high to low. Derek Carr leading the NFL with 5. Baker Mayfield with 5. Sam Darnold with 4. Kyler Murray with 4. Josh Allen with 3. Kirk Cousins, Hayberry, and Hurts. I guess you could add Mahomes. It's about the top 10. We might as well add Anthony Richardson. Right? So we got 1, 2, 3, 4 out of the, let's say, the top 10. 3, 6, 9, 10. 4 out of the top 10. It's not bad. 40%. That's about equal representation. What you would expect, huh? I think Kyler Murray's playing pretty well.
He's doing okay. He's doing okay.
Wouldn't equal representation be like 20% though?
Yeah, I think you're right about that, Dennis. Because they are 80% of the league, right?
Are you guys predicting there's going to be more white players then?
No, I'm
Not on
predicting.
defense. Well, I ain't gonna say that.
I'm predicting there are going to be less white quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Right?
Because they don't play as well?
No, because they just don't play anymore. Like the CTE.
Not pocket passing quarterbacks. No, they're fizzling out.
I think the concussions and things like that are taking the middle class white guy out of football. And if you look here, man, like Derek Carr is an older guy. Baker Mayfield probably in his 10th season. Sam Darnold was the first. These are all really high draft picks, and they're older guys. Josh Allen, he's an older guy. You know, he's been in the league probably 10 years. Kirk Cousins, he's been in the league 15 years. And
I don't think it has to do with concussions, John.
I mean, I think that's a large part of it. Like,
I think it has to do with athleticism. They can't keep up with the new trend. The new guys coming in, they're faster and can throw. I mean, look at Peyton Manning's nephew. He doesn't play nothing like his uncles. He's gonna be better than them. He'll probably be like Archie.
So athleticism is advantageous if you're the quarterback, but the fundamentals are what count if you're a receiver.
They need to coexist in a way where it benefits the offense and the offensive scheme. It's a science, man. Football is a science. All the way from genetics all the way up to play calling. It's all a science. I mean, look at it this way, man. Guys like Kyler Murray, he's undersized to be a quarterback, honestly. He's too small. But he's super athletic, and he has a pretty good arm on him. So he's allowed to make millions of dollars to play. But how many guys you think are truly like him? There's not a lot. Most guys got to be about 6'3" to even get looked at to come out of high school and play college ball. For a quarterback, 6'3" is like where recruiters start looking at you. If you're under 6'3", you better be putting up those numbers.
You know what I think the problem is, honestly, like most of these players aren't staying in college very long. And if they are going to learn how to play the quarterback position, their best chance of learning, if they haven't learned it coming out of high school, is college. But if you only stay in college 2 years and the coach has to win immediately, then he's not interested in teaching you how to play as much as he's just trying to fit some pieces in to win now, right? And so you see in a lot of these players dominating college because they have the raw physical skills and the coach can put them in position on the team to win now. But when they get to the NFL, it just doesn't work because that raw physical ability has to be melded with, you know, the fundamental of the game, the nuances.
Too many pros.
You know how, sir, you know when they talk about how a quarterback can move a safety or a linebacker with his eyes? You know what I'm talking about, sir? Sir, me left.
Yeah, no, I know what you're talking about, John.
But you know,
like,
that's that.
Peyton Manning used to do it all the time.
Right. And it's that nuance, man. It's subtle. You know what I'm saying? That if you're not a natural fitted quarterback, it'd be like a man walking around in high heels. He can do it, but it just don't look right. You know what I mean?
Wait,
right?
That was a crazy analogy.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just not a good fit. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like, he'd be better off in some running shoes and let that woman wear the heels. And I think, in some sense, the quarterbacks, I saw the Alabama quarterback. This motherfucker lifting weight.
In a Biggie video.
That was the Alabama quarterback, man. He's in a video and he's just snatching weights up. Like, and his, teammates are cheering him on, but you don't need to be strong to be quarterback. It's not even that important, right?
Hell no.
I remember when Colin Kaepernick played for the 49ers and Jim Harbaugh told him, he said, man, I don't need you in the gym. I need you in the film room, right? Stop spending so much time in the gym, getting jacked for the bitches and get in this film room. You know what I mean? Like, that's where I need you. That's where you are going to be able to excel if you excel in the film room, not the weight room. But he wanted to be in the weight room. And, I just think that, you got to learn the fundamentals, man, in anything, you know what I mean, to really excel at it, Anyway.
Yeah. Nah, it's not football. It's not the product thing where it's at. I think in certain aspects, there's the lines are a little bit better, more athletic, but the quarterback play, man, there's not a quarterback in the league right now where it's like must see TV.
Yeah.
It's like, all right, that nigga's playing. I would say almost maybe Aaron Rodgers, but I mean he's damn near 60.
Mahomes is
too.
he probably fun to watch.
Yeah, Mahomes too. But that's about it. It's just those two. It's not. I don't know. But I do think too, the quarterback position is a very. You don't do. If you're a quarterback, you're not doing anything else. And I think a lot of these guys, they might have played 4 or 5 different positions before they got to their position in the NFL.
Yeah.
Well, quarterback, you a quarterback your whole life, damn near. You playing baseball and a quarterback.
Yeah, you remember that Steve Young quote I put up about playing quarterback?
You put up like 5 or 6 of them. I can't remember. You put up a lot. You started.
I started going through. Man, he equated football to like he equated playing quarterback to like getting a graduate degree. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
like a medical school. He's like, to learn the position is like going to medical school. You know what I mean? Just the nuances of it. I can go in and cut your spleen out. But when I sew you back up, do you look nice and clean? Is the wound nice and neatly sewed up, or is it you just got a gash left? It's the nuance of it. I think like the players aren't really learning coming up now, and it's translating in the NFL.
Yeah.
HB, you driving right now?
Yeah, hell yeah. I'm out in Kentucky right now.
Kentucky bluegrass.
Yeah, it's beautiful out here. It's starting to feel like the fall now, man.
Yeah, we here.
yeah, the trees starting to change, all types of shit.
Did you hear about the have you seen the mansions in for the horses out there in Kentucky?
Nah. Oh, you said for the horses.
Yeah.
Mansions for horses?
Shit, them horses live like kings and queens out there, man.
I think I may have driven past one. I didn't know it was for the horses though.
Yeah, hell yeah. They have like nice setups for man. They're $1 million horses, bro.
$1 million horse? What the
hell
hell?
Yeah, the race horses.
What the fuck?
Yeah. Yeah.
I never bet on the ponies before, so I don't know.
Go to Derby. You had to go to Derby.
Never. I know Dennison probably has. He's Italian. They bet on anything. So
Dennison, you been to Derby? You bet on the horses? Oh, you may rig the horse race.
I thought about it. I was like, it was a consideration as a profession.
Well, like horse racing? Well, not horse racing, but
fixing horse races.
Oh, fixing horse races. Okay, I'm about to say you got that tiny, man. You can't be a jockey.
A jockey.
Yeah. I never actually met a horse jockey before too. I wonder.
I have. They're pretty transgender.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They got like weird voices and face shapes, and
they're small, right?
Yeah, they're pretty small.
You would have to be you'd have to be like damn near a woman.
Yeah.
Damn near. To really get that speed. Jeez. You think they're like taking medicine or something? Like puberty or not puberty, but like
they could be, but all the medicines do is just tweak stuff that's already in your body. So, I think humans come in all varieties because all those different dials are all over the place.
Yeah.
We're a bunch of mutants. It's how we survive.
Yeah,
but
that's true.
they are really tiny guys. But yeah, no, I haven't been to a horse race yet. I would actually like to go though. I wanna like go bet on a horse and let me get uh let me get 500 on uh angels Indian dance. I don't know what they I don't know what they call horses.
They give them
Hey,
some
let me
funny
get
names,
five.
that's for sure.
Yeah, they do have funny
Yeah.
names. Hey, let me get 500 on Master Kim's hat. Yeah, let me. But yeah, that you ever been
Master
on you?
Kim's winning ticket. That would be the name
Yeah.
of a Master Kim horse. It'd be Master Kim's winning ticket.
I could see Master Kim investing in a $1 million horse, and then killing it for insurance. I had a
And then eating it.
he getting that insurance payout from it. I had a $2 million policy on him. he just fell over. I don't know how he fell down those stairs. I don't know. Just fell down the stairs. I don't know.
Would you like some stew? I swear it's not horse stew.
Man, I'm like, how does a horse cost? Man, yeah, I gotta start looking into the horse races now.
Yeah.
The $1 million horse is insane to me.
Yeah. Those horses live a life out there. Air conditioned houses, I bet. Little houses for the horses.
Yeah, no, because when I'm driving around, I always see horses. You see everything, all the livestock, But yeah, pie oh my, yeah,
Yeah, pie oh my.
pie oh my. It's just a fucking horse.
I remember that horse.
Yeah, that was a great that was a great horse, man. That dude Ralph had to go, man. Ralph had to
Sopranos
go.
ended funny, man. That shit ended weird, right? They
Yeah,
couldn't
no,
end it no better way than that.
yeah, nah. I hate, for me, with gangster movies, you can't be like too artistic with that shit. We want to see like the grizzly part of it, And I felt like it turned into like a student film at the end. That's how that's how student films are, film students in their movies. Well, I wanted it to be I wanted you to create your own ending and get all fucking creative and shit. It's like, no, I want to see somebody's brains on the table. That's what I want to see. I want to see his whole family get whacked inside that diner. That's a good ending. Or maybe not. Maybe that's a little bit too much. But
they could have set up at least they could have set up for a sequel or something. It kind of just
What are you guys talking about?
The Sopranos.
The ending of Sopranos.
Oh, spoiler alert.
Yeah. It's probably one of the worst endings in a series ever. Now that I think about it, Stanley always says that too. Sometimes it's better to make a bad decision than no decision.
Yeah.
And I think that applies to that ending.
Yeah.
Like y'all didn't even decide to make an ending, man. Y'all just, god damn.
Did you you know who Skip Bayless is? You ever heard of him?
Yeah, definitely.
Dennison
I think
probably
he just
doesn't
got
know.
fired.
Sounds very familiar.
Yeah, he's an older guy, and sports has changed, man. It's part political, part sports. Probably more political than sports.
Yeah,
right?
I hate it now.
And so when you listen to people, you're like, damn, he can't be honest, or he's pitching the vaccine to me if it's a player, or whatever, right? So Skip Bayless just recently got fired or whatever, and so I think he's 70-something years old. So he has like a podcast. You know, he fell out with Shannon Sharp. I think it was manufactured. Shannon Sharp manufactured kind of racial thing against him. Well, anyway, this is what I found interesting about Skip Bayless. You've heard of Caitlin Clark, right? We've all heard of Caitlin Clark, right? You know
Sounds
Caitlin
familiar.
Clark.
Yeah. She's a beast.
She's in the WNBA.
Yeah. She's a man. She's a beast. She's the only.
Is she
reason
the
I
white
watched,
chick or the
a
pretty
quarter.
one?
Well, I wouldn't say pretty. But
For them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For WNBA players, she's decent.
Yeah, she's decent.
She's the first woman since like I think the 90s that made me watch a 1/4 of a WNBA game, all because of Caitlin Clark. I had to watch her, man. She's really good, man. She's really fucking good.
So Bayless was hesitant to, cheer her on and support her.
Why?
He says, maybe I was wrong about this. But Caitlin Clark started to feel like some sort of new right-wing symbol. White woman dominating game, dominated by black men and women for years and years.
Oh, yeah, she's the white one.
I could almost hear some people thinking, white power, baby. And please, I'm not saying Caitlin Clark is far right in her politics or beliefs. I have no idea what her politics or religion are because she has carefully, and I say smartly, avoided taking any rookie year stance because she is already such a lightning rod. I know what a powerful point of pride basketball has been to the black community in this country. Black men and women obviously have been routinely and consistently better at basketball.
Wow.
He went on to say, I started to think deep down in my psyche, wait a second, she's really good. But I'll be the first to admit I felt guilty saying so on TV or on social media. I did not want to look like this red state white guy cheering for this red state white girl. Our country feels split enough racially already. I did not want to pour gasoline on that fire. That's Skip Bayless. A news report on ESPN couldn't even be honest about what he was seeing on the field because he was scared that someone might call him a racist.
What a pussy.
Man, that is amazing. Well, but he knew. He felt it.
He
had to feel something.
Pussy.
You know what I mean? He had to feel something, though.
What a
it's sad,
pussy.
right?
It's really sad. It's really sad. But then, I think, too, part of it is, man, what a pussy, John. God damn, Skip is a fucking... But he has no problem shitting on black athletes all day. Talk shit about them all day.
Well, I think he can probably, talk shit about them in sports, and he talked in favor of some, right?
Yeah.
He's a Cowboy fan. That resonates with a lot of black people. But there's one lady in sports, and he can't be honest because he fears the lynch mob will come after him and call him a racist just because she went to a school in a white state, a white school in a white state, primarily a white school in a white state. It's kind of, man.
Yeah.
Just think about it.
That's why I was we were talking about this earlier, Dennison. This is where I was saying, like, bro, a lot of white guys, they've been totally cucked by society. I wouldn't be surprised if Skip Bayless had like a troll account online where he just gets on his troll account and talks shit about people all day, just so he can get that white rage out. Because in real life, he can't even give praise to the best player in the WNBA. The white men are so. I'm telling you, John, you got to watch that movie, Fight Club, again. I'm telling you that movie it was like ahead of its time. It really gives you the psyche of a lot of fucking white men in America, where they're literally going against their own nature. They can't even say what they want to say anymore. You can't even give praise to probably the biggest, best player in the WNBA since the beginning of the WNBA. I don't even know.
Yeah, it's
But
crazy, right?
you're such a fucking pussy, worried about somebody calling you racist. You can't even be real with yourself. That's
And
gotta really fuck with your mind.
Partly he has to maintain his career too. He probably doesn't want to be fired or didn't want to be fired.
Yeah, I was gonna say they don't just call you a racist; they ruin your life. Like, you can't just be a racist and be white at the same time. That's not allowed.
You're not gonna be out here working this shit and be racist. You got to be all the punishment.
But it to me is so short-sighted though, because if it does come from like a genuine place and it just gets misinterpreted as racist, now you don't have any space to grow, or you don't have any space for your audience to grow. You're just playing into people's already like preconceived notions of racism. And honestly too, think about Caitlin Clark. Why you don't think about how she feels? She got the whole WNBA against her, and now she got the media against her, and you don't have any sympathy for her. You can't.
And no one told him not to. No one told him not to say anything about it. He self-censored.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
Wisely.
I don't think it's wise, because I think the other thing too is that now you're just completely not talking about the WNBA because you don't want to look like a guy that only talks about Caitlin Clark. But you talk about LeBron every day. That nigga ain't won in years.
Bad or good?
I think, does he criticize LeBron? I'm not sure. I think he probably criticizes LeBron.
Yeah, no, he criticizes LeBron every day. Like, I mean, that's.
Is this an old white guy or?
He's like 70 years old.
Yeah, Skip
He's about
Bayless.
70 years old.
Is he the one who said the Twitch fiber shit?
I don't think that's.
No. Okay. That would have been funny if it was.
He used to have a show with Stephen A. Smith, and then he got a show with Shannon Sharp.
Stephen A. Smith is pretty young, right? Like, that's the young black guy, isn't it? With the
he's about 50.
He ain't young.
He ain't that young.
He may look young.
I would be surprised if he was in his 60s. He probably got like a hairpiece or something.
Yeah. He stays clean shaved, so that could always knock some years off too. He's probably about 60, 63 or something, man. I wouldn't be surprised.
Damn.
Yeah, he's up there.
Even Shannon Sharp. How old you think Shannon Sharp is, then?
He's 50.
Sharp.
Oh my God, never mind. He don't know him. That's not a bad thing.
No. Yeah, I think he's in his 50s too.
Yeah.
No, I don't follow sports.
58.
I'm not even sure I have these people right that I'm thinking of.
Well, Shannon Sharp is interesting. He was in the news recently for having released a sex tape at 55, 53 years old.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I didn't even really want to talk about that. It's just.
50's the new, 40 or 30 or whatever it is, right, man?
Mentally as well, right?
Yeah.
Hey, so
who's the sex tape with?
He didn't say. He said some lady named Michelle.
Yeah, allegedly a lady.
Allegedly, yeah.
I don't know.
Knowing these Hollywood guys,
Yeah. I don't know, man. It's just so sad that he still needs this attention and validation.
Yeah. He definitely craves it, bro. I can see it. He kind of reminds me of Pat McAfee, man. I feel that from Pat too.
Oh yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, the white guy. I feel like he needs to be relevant all the time. That's just kind of how he acts to me. Notice him sitting next to Nick Saban. They're two different people. You know what I'm saying, John?
That's gotta hurt, man, to live like that.
Yeah. So.
I wonder what it's like to live with someone like that.
What do you mean, like being with a woman that's like that?
Yeah, either way, or a woman who has to live with him.
I wouldn't be with a woman that's like that.
Yeah, me neither. I'm just curious, like, what that would be like.
I mean, it probably feels good to them, you know. I wonder what it feels like to be like that and you're not rich and famous, you know. That's where I would.
Yeah, but
You're rich and
he's like,
famous and you're like that. It's kind of, you know, no one cares. It's kind of swept under the rug, and people kind of give you what you want. But as a broke
he's
nigga,
rich and famous to you. And inside his
Uh,
own mind, he's probably very insecure and wishing
I
he
wouldn't
were.
say he's rich and famous to millions of people.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
not
just
to
say just
himself
to
is the
me. I
point.
mean, that's why he's always seeking validation. I mean, I
Right.
told you, I think these guys are down low, man. So they try to be masculine in other ways. That's all I think. Try to appear masculine, but dude, you ain't. What you making sex tape for? So that's the gay rumors can stop. Like, what is this?
Yeah, that's what I think it was about, bro.
That's all it is. Yeah.
That's
So
sad.
people can stop calling them gay.
That's sad. Here, baby. Let's take a
Now I think you're even more
videotape of us
gay.
fucking.
Yeah, now you're more gay.
Now you got the director's cut.
Yeah, now I would have been like, bro, I ain't got shit to prove to you niggas. I ain't gay, and I said that. I don't care what y'all think. But now that I'm actually trying to prove that I'm not gay, now you're more gay,
Yeah.
man. Like, what are you doing?
Yeah,
At 55? I mean, now, you know, it's none of my business what you do, honestly, but, you know, it's for the sake of conversation. That's just what I think.
Yeah, that's the only reason I didn't even want to talk about it, because it's like I really don't care. Yeah, I really don't care about Shannon Sharp. Great football player. Great football player.
I think his brother was better than him, honestly.
Yeah.
His brother was better. And he's not gay.
Sterling?
Yeah.
Sterling Sharp.
Yeah,
Sterling.
yeah.
Sterling went to Carolina, John.
Was
a lot of
Sterling
people don't
really
even know that.
Was he really better than Shannon Sharp earlier?
Shannon even admitted that his brother was better than him. He always looked up to his brother. So his brother was far better than him.
Damn, because Shannon.
I didn't think so either, but when I go back and look at the tape, I'm like, his brother was more athletic. Remember, he played wide receiver. Shannon played tight end. So one is a athletic motherfucker, and one is he's blocking half the time.
Man.
So.
Yeah, that is true.
Yeah.
The pays. Yeah, Black Knight, I agree. I think that's the thing too. Everything is about sex nowadays, man. It makes you not, man. I don't know. This shit is.
It's not nowadays. It's always all been about sex.
And with Kamala trying to get in the office, they just gonna crank it up. It's gonna be sex times 100 once she gets in. Starts allowing, you know, what we see as unnatural.
Oh, you mean sex as in gender?
Well, like gender swapping and.
No. I'm just talking about like just talking.
Yeah, because like intercourse has been what made the world go around forever. You even call it the same thing. We literally call talking and fucking the same thing.
I was about to say, look at this idiot with his door open. He see me coming through here.
Hey, CKJ, what's going on, man? How's your niece too? How's she doing?
Oh man, she good, man. She good. She acting like nothing happened, man.
Jesus Christ.
Hey man, I wish I could have recorded her the other day. I went to go visit her, and I'm like, yo man, show me what you was doing. Dude, she was demonstrating everything. Like, I'm like, man, like you too smart, man. Like, She a genius, man, on the low.
Yeah, that is crazy. So
My sister,
there's no.
my sister said that the New York Times, the Today Show, and it's another Insider Edition. Been blowing her phone up.
Jesus Christ!
For what?
Man.
What happened? I missed out. What happened?
Remember I showed you the video, or we showed you the video yesterday with CKJ's niece.
Oh yeah.
That drove to Target.
Yeah.
She at 8 years old.
Hey,
said the New York Times trying to hit him up.
New York Times, the Today Show, and Insider Edition TV something.
Wow.
Dude, she sent me a text, and I'm reading it. Dude, they want to give her compensation, like to get the ring cam video. I actually got it. I seen it yesterday, but I mean I ain't gonna show that part, but you know. But it's crazy, man. It's crazy.
Damn.
Just to have something like this, you know how I go, HB. They want to be the first to see who did it. Who is this little girl? Like they want to see her. I told you they put up. I told you they put up a picture.
Real talk.
Of,
Joe. See, I don't, man. I'll be lying. Okay,
wait, John. We can hear
y'all thought I was
Shannon Sharp.
Oh, my bad. My bad. Shit.
I'll get it in. Real talk. Joe. See, I don't, man. I'll be lying. Okay, lying.
Man, my bad. Shit, my bad, CKJT. This shit, it went off. I was trying to prepare this clip, man. That silly ass nigga. Oh, get it in. He 50-something years old. Anyway, but my bad, CKJT.
Yeah, but what I was saying was like having something this close and the way the media is playing, John is right. Like about, I know you mentioned a couple of times like how they try to, how they manipulate people and stuff like that. But it's just seeing it like, the behind the scenes of it, like, do they really want to see my niece?
Oh yeah.
They really want to sit down, like, they want to be the first one to have her. They fighting over it.
Yeah. Had the exclusive.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And for the news to even say that they made the police department say that they let her finish her frappuccino. My niece don't even drink Starbucks. Like, you know what I'm saying? Just a lie. Like, yeah, we let her finish her frappuccino just for advertising. It's crazy.
Damn. Why do you think they did that though?
Oh, marketing. Because every Target is a Starbucks. So why just have the name Target? Let us get in on it. It's all about money. It's all about
Did
business.
they give her a frappuccino or something while she was there?
No, not at all. She never gave her nothing. Like when she was checking out, that's when the cops came in and they got her. Because my sister was on her way out there. So when she was checking out, like she was about to check out and go back to the car, but they ended up catching her before she walked out. But she didn't drink no frappuccino. I asked her.
It's interesting. Like someone says, you need to be her manager and charge the hell out of them, service king. And then right behind that, Maverick G says the kids are going to do bigger shit with that kind of attention, though. Plus, she wasn't scared or thinks it's no big deal. ? Bro. Yeah. So it's like, what would you do? Do you get the immediate money to come from that by, going on the media? It would kind of incentivize. I can see what Maverick G is saying.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go viral again.
I told my sister that I don't know if y'all would agree to this. If Target not coming to you or like Starbucks and they not coming to you trying to give you a gravy deal, I'm not going to none of these people. I need, if you want to utilize it for like say Christmas coming around, kids want to buy toys and parents want to spend. I mean, you could utilize that. This 8-year-old drove to Target like she wanted to get this toy. Like If ain't nobody coming to you with no big deal, it's not worth it. To me, that's just my opinion.
But I think the thing is, she would have to do that initial interview first. But then you got to look at it too, like, man, this is how that Catch Me Outside girl started. You know, now she got an OnlyFans. So,
yeah, I mean, 'cause you're gonna have to play it up.
But look, I'm close to my nieces and I'm close to my sister. I know how to move. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't let it to be like, you know, oh, they're gonna do some like crazy stuff. Like I tell my niece, she's a good little kid. Like, you know, like she's not a bad child. This is the first thing that I ever seen her do, you know. And she's 8, man. Like she's still a baby, man. Like she's not like, you know. I can see if she was like a teenager, you know, close to being like 18 years old.
There wouldn't be no story if she was a teenager though. It's she a baby.
The story
she
is
a baby.
She was 8. Yeah, she a baby, and she actually she did it. She completed. You know, she did it without really
and
having
I think too, you got to look at it too. This is usually something that a little boy would do. There's the female angle at it too, where, you know, it's a girl doing this. You know, I'm looking at it from the media's point of view. They're looking like, oh, this, you know, they can ham it up. You know, women can do anything. They can even drive at 8. You know,
right.
Women can do anything.
Hey, Kamala Harris may be giving my sister a
call. See, you not even seeing. Yo, Kamala, have her up on the stage. This girl right here drove to Starbucks.
Girl power.
Girl power by herself.
Hey, if she pull that off, it might be over with for Trump.
No, it will. It will be. That's it. Oh man, yeah.
That's the October surprise.
No, seriously. Oh man.
Hey, check this out, HB guys. Hezbollah in Lebanon hit by a trail of exploding pagers.
What the hell?
I didn't even know people were still using beepers.
Yeah. Who still got pagers?
Killed 9 people and injured thousands. Sky Pager. Remember that song, Sky Pager?
Sky Pager, yeah.
Who's the Sir Mix-a-Lot? What that Sir Mix-a-Lot? Pagers used by hundreds of members of the militant group Hezbollah exploded near simultaneously Tuesday in Lebanon and Syria, killing at least 9 people, including an 8-year-old girl, and wounding several thousands, officials said. Hezbollah and the Lebanese government blamed Israel for what appeared to be a sophisticated remote attack. God damn, how did you do that? How did they get all them pagers, them bombs in people's hands?
Yeah.
Among those wounded was Iran's ambassador to Lebanon. The mysterious explosions came amid rising tensions between Israel and Iran-backed Hezbollah. That is amazing.
Yeah, that's like some GoldenEye technology, some 007 type technology. You got a pager that can explode from a radio controlled pager that can explode. That's some high tech shit right there, man.
The pagers that blew up were apparently acquired by Hezbollah after the group's leader ordered members to stop using cell phones, warning that they could be tracked by Israeli intelligence. The pagers were a new brand, but declined to say how long they had been in use. Another article says Israel has a long history of pulling off complex attacks like the exploding Sky Pager. Sky Pager. That is very interesting. Yeah, it's very interesting, bro. Like, man, what the mind can do when it puts itself in a position to harm somebody, can do anything. Let's play this video here.
Hundreds of handheld pagers exploded almost simultaneously across Lebanon and in parts of Syria on Tuesday. Lebanon's health minister says 8 people were killed and 2,750 were wounded. Members of the militant group Hezbollah and the Iranian ambassador were among those injured. Hezbollah officials pointed the finger at Israel in what appeared to be a sophisticated remote attack. The Associated Press reached out to the Israeli military, which declined to comment. The incident comes at a time of heightened tensions between Lebanon and Israel. Hezbollah and Israeli forces have been clashing near daily for more than 11 months against the backdrop of the war between Israel and Hezbollah ally Hamas in Gaza.
That's amazing, right?
The Associated Press has been.
That's amazing.
Man.
Sky Pages.
Got Brave up
Who's that, Brave up here?
Sky Pages.
Yeah.
There's this song, Sky Pages. What was it? 1-800 Mix-a-Lot back in the day.
You know, John, I think the funny thing is they probably set it up from the beginning. They probably told them you got to stop using cell phones, so use pagers, not knowing that the pagers they were making had bombs in them.
Couldn't you track a pager just the same?
Hell yeah.
No.
I think the technology is
not sending a signal, but you could.
But I'm saying if you can put a bomb in a pager, surely you can put a GPS in the pager, right?
Oh yeah, you can hide a GPS in there for sure.
Right. You know, if you can get a bomb in there, you can get the GPS coordinates there.
Yeah, no. But I think that they're trying to get certain people, and I think that was whoever that prime minister or whoever that was. That
is one of the Hezbollah leaders, probably.
Right. They're trying to get certain people. They're trying to get certain people. So you gotta be careful.
That's pretty provocative, though. I mean, they are taking shots at high up people in other countries, no less. You know what I mean? Like you're
Israel don't fuck around.
Right, they don't. Nah, they don't fuck around, man. Like they're going into Lebanon and killing
the Mossad are true believers.
Yeah.
They're biblical. They don't fuck around.
They are the chosen people, by the way.
Do you ever see any funerals of these high ups supposedly that they're going after? No. So who says they're even getting them, or the high ups just aren't being removed? I'll tell you.
You don't think they're being killed, Brave? You don't think
it wouldn't surprise me if they were not, John. If you get that high up, all they got to do is say they killed you. Nobody's going to trace it. Nobody can. The people in the country can't possibly prove it or say anything otherwise.
Yeah.
So who can say anything other than the guy who just went off to the French Riviera? And first of all, you've got the pagers blowing up. That's because Hezbollah, Hamas, Muslim Brotherhood, all of them are all started by the same group of people. So basically, you got in Iran and you got all that shit and all of this. So they're all kind of like, in the end, in the beginning, or in the end, or in the middle, in the end, they're all connected.
Yeah, they are connected.
Connected to Mossad.
Yeah,
right. Yeah. So the point is all Mossad has to do is do this for strategy to keep the facade going, to keep the nonsense going. In other words, they're not after anybody. A good few blown up pagers, and guess what? Israel gets blamed. Hezbollah doing their job that's hired by Israel to blame everything on Israel. I'm telling you, this stuff is not as near as organic as people are thinking. These people have been doing this for, you guys mentioned it earlier. Who said somebody's been doing something for 1,000 years?
Yeah.
They have. But I got up here because I wanted to rub a little something in. HB, you said that white people are being cucked. I'm going, that's true. And they can't say anything about race. That's very true. The sad part, before I say this, the sad part is the white men at the bottom that can say things about race are even afraid of saying anything about race. So
before you go too far, are you commenting about Skip Bayless? You talking about what Skip Bayless, right?
Yeah.
What did you think about that? Like, nigga, he's not at the bottom. He's a very affluent man, I would imagine. He's 72 years old. He has nothing to risk. He has a small podcast. He's been put off of TV. And yet and still on his way out of here, he can't throw a little grenade.
Go ahead and let the badass say something. Kind of move. You know
what did they do to him? Huh?
Oh, shit. Anything they want. Let's get Bayless go. You know what? I changed my mind. Fuck a bunch of niggas.
Well, I ain't saying go that far, but damn, he can't even compliment.
That's what he would imply if he got angry enough.
Mm.
So, and pardon me for using the N word. I always ask, I always ask permission first. But because it does flow so well with a statement, it just does fit.
Yeah.
But when HB says, HB said white men are being cucked. HB, you telling me black men aren't cucked by women also?
Well, HB's not.
No, I'm just saying all men are cucked now by women. Women have won, is my point. They've all won. And that's why I'm saying, you know, when you say white men are cucked, I'm going, oh, no, you don't, HB. Don't leave black men out of this. No, you don't. Black men are cucked in two different ways. White men are cucked by white women. Black men are cucked by not only their women, but you got the well-reasoned black people that are sick of the 70% of black idiots that are cucked by the 70% of black idiots also. The well-reasoned blacks can't even.
My bad. Oh. I'm working. My bad. I heard you though, Brave. And
okay.
This is my whole point. This ain't about. I wanted to. It's about Skip Bayless and white people. I know. We got always shit on black folks. But,
no. Wait a minute. I just wanted to bring in the fact that wait a minute. When it comes to men being cucked, you can't leave out blacks if they're too severely cucked.
Listen.
We did that all day yesterday or day before.
Yeah. Black men are the biggest simps. There's not even a close second. Yeah,
Bray, we watched an hour of a parade. Talk about where the men at.
Well, but I'm just saying,
black men are no. But what I'm saying is that with white men, though, it's more. I think it's more detrimental to society as a whole because it's like, bro. You're in this position where you have the power. You're standing on the backs of people that had conquered the world, and you can't say anything.
Black men.
We definitely fell the farthest. I'll go with you on that. But I'm just saying the severity.
Hold on, Bray. The blacks do not be in any ways by complimenting Angel Reese. But here, Skip Bayless is a 72-year-old man, can't even be honest with what he's seeing on the court. And that's his job to be honest.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not that he's being honest. His honesty will lead to negativity, saying something negative about someone. It would be positive. Hey, she's playing well. He's scared to even do that because of the political climate in this country.
Right. So that's why I'm coming in at the end defending both black and white men that people think are cucked. In other words, there's a system that's doing this. Do you expect these men to fight against this world global system?
Well, I mean,
I think people. Hold on. Okay, I'll say this right quick, HB. When you speak of men being cucked, we're implying that it's within this culture, and it's like no, the worldwide. There's a system that has now decided men better shut up. So I mean, I don't know if that's cucked, defeated. I don't know if you'd call it something as horrible as being cucked, but I'd say definitely that they've changed things.
You know, Brave. This is the thing. The reason why a lot of people don't understand why men love sports, why we even follow or talk about it, because sports it's pretty much like it's almost like commentary on society and life. So you can make a comment like when John is talking about quarterbacks. He's not just talking about quarterbacks if you really pay attention.
Yeah,
he's talking about society as a whole. And the sports is kind of like a commentary on society without talking about it. Really. So when Skip Bayless is talking about when he just decides to completely not talk about her, what he's doing is he's not really talking about the issue without talking about it. But now when he talks about it now, we understand what his position is. So he can't even really talk about it. It's almost like he should have just said something about it and been more nuanced to the conversation. Like, listen,
Right.
this girl is playing amazing right now, transcendent fucking basketball player. I mean, probably the best player I've seen in the past 20 years in the WNBA. I mean, she's that good. She's really that good if you watch her.
Is that good for white players, or is she that good?
No.
Overall.
Angel Reese is a fucking bum compared to her. And that's the fact.
So
Caitlin Clark is that good, Brave. Like,
okay, all right.
Hey,
I thought she was just good for white.
No.
Bro, she's a transcendent player, man.
Bray, one of the reasons why she's good is that she has mastered the fundamentals.
Yeah,
she can shoot the ball very well.
Mm-hmm.
And John, and that is key when it comes to basketball, and that's why the players from overseas is dominating now, because the kids here, they play AAU, they got away from doing the fundamentals. They can't even do the basics.
They just dunking the ball.
And the basics is how you win the game, and people don't even understand that.
Well, let me move on from this point, I guess. But let me say this right quick. My point is this, as always, generally. The way men are cucked, and I get what you're saying. You guys, we were tearing up some blacks the other day, and you were talking about whites this morning. But I'm just saying the way men are cucked in general is one of the reasons why I stand back in amazement that people still don't understand that there is a global system and it is now taking us wherever they want to take us. Because this isn't something that anybody's going to fight against. I think that the fact that they've just switched it from what used to be 70 years ago to where men were put on top and women were subservient, now they flipped it so easily. That should awaken people to understand that, woo, there's way more here than what seems. That's all.
Be brave. I got a question for you.
Yeah.
But don't you think that men are always on top?
In the final analysis,
behind the scenes, they are controlling. They're making it seem like the women
behind the scenes. Yes, you are correct. Okay. The global rulers are all men. Right. I don't care what anybody says. There's no global. There's women that are queens and things like that in nations, and who knows. But right now it's always men. But what I'm saying is they have determined. That's my point. That they have determined that we're going to change the game now, and they just do it.
Be brave, basically.
Yeah, right? And they just do it so fast that should alert us all to. But run one more real quick statement here, because I got a kick out of it. I was reading in the when I turned you guys on about an hour ago, I was reading in the comments where somebody was saying that somebody was jumping all over Denizen, and I'm going, wait a minute, Denizen is a nice guy. Who can just continuously jump on him? So I go back, and that individual brought up my name also, and I'm going, now wait a minute. When it comes not to choosing a politics. Here's Dennis, and this is what, because Dennis and I agree on this matter at least. There's no reason to choose. It's like if somebody stands you in a round room and tells you to find a corner, you're the one that's more dignified for saying, I'm not looking for a fucking corner, thank you very much.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying, and that's what people can't fathom. They don't understand that they're being put in a round room and being forced to pretend they're finding corners. And it's pathetic. And that's why I say when people don't like those of us that, won't choose, and those of us that are somewhat of some conspiracy theorists, I'm just saying nobody's putting me in a round room and telling me to find a corner. I'm saying, Amen. Fuck you. Right, Dennison? Did I say that right?
Amen, sir.
Yeah. So I just wanted to bring that up for future references if anybody ever says, because I'm sure the individual is on his agenda with getting people to choose one way or the other, and I'm going, no. And no, I don't have to feel bad for not looking for a corner either. In fact, I'm the dignified one here.
And imagine telling a secular atheist that the Catholics are taking over. I mean,
yeah, just the whole thing. There's so many areas where it's just like, they're not choosing anything. People are just living. They're just living. Things are so, we got it made so well. We're so comfortable. and yet we're so powerless that we can't connect the two.
Hey,
But
Brave.
yeah.
I know you sound like you about to get out of here. I wanted to ask you a couple questions before you go. Did you see the show yesterday?
Which show?
Were you here yesterday?
I don't know. Yesterday or the day before, in the morning. What was the talk? What were you talking about?
We had this guy on the stream. Let me see if I can show him to you. We had this guy on the stream.
Oh, he was on your stream?
Yeah.
Do all this bullshit, all these rumors, all these lies that you guys are hearing.
We had this guy on the stream yesterday.
Bullshit. They can't drive.
Let me blow it up so you can see it.
But yo, we out here, Springfield, Ohio. Let's dispel all this bullshit, all these rumors, all these lies that you guys are hearing. None of the Haitians is doing none of this bullshit. They can't drive. We will admit to that. But none of the bullshit y'all hear. Don't believe what you hear in the media. Don't believe what you hear Trump say, the news say. No Haitians are stealing people's animals, cats, dogs, geese, ducks, none of that, eating them. That's bullshit, so don't believe it. I'm right here in Springfield, Ohio. Look, Springfield did this. See that water tower right there? The water tower says Springfield, Clark County, Ohio.
How the fuck would he know?
Trust me. I'm in these streets. Every day. I deal with people every single day. Every day. None of this bullshit's going on. I own this barbershop right here. I got a lot of Haitian clients come in here. Haitians all through these neighborhoods, all in all these streets. None of this bullshit that you hear is happening. So don't believe what people are saying. I live it. It's all bullshit. Trust me. I gotta sit here and argue with motherfuckers that's not been in Springfield, that have never stepped foot in Springfield, and sit here trying to tell me that I'm lying. I'm not lying. I live this. I'm in these streets. I don't live off in the suburbs nowhere. I come back. I'm in these streets every single day. None of that bullshit is true, man. Can they drive? Nah. But they're not killing animals, man. They're not kidnapping animals. They started this bullshit with saying that riding around in white van, abducting people for sex trafficking and body parts. Then it went from that to they was in the parks stealing all the geese and ducks and killing them and eating them. To now they're stealing people's pets and eating them. That's bullshit. Don't believe that bullshit. Trust me.
Anyway, Brave, so you see he's he's very complimentary toward the Haitians, defensive toward their reputation in the neighborhood.
Mm-hmm.
And several of the blacks that we call were very positive toward the Haitians, but the whites that we call said almost the exact opposite of what he said. We had white people on this panel, business owners just like him in the same industry, in the beauty salon business. We had women's salon owner. Here's a black barber. They almost said the exact opposite. You could mirror them. They're total opposites. So what do you think explains that, Brave?
Well, number one, this guy could have at least said popping 20,000 humans in a population of 58 is way too stressful. He could have
great. No, he says great.
He says it's good.
He says been. Correct me if I'm wrong, guys. HB's not here, but he said, man, the town is thriving. He said, yeah, the schools are, there's a big problem with the schools. One, the Haitians, I guess, want French Creole to be taught in the schools, and some of the American-born parents don't want their children taught that. But
yeah,
he had nothing negative to say about the migrants being there. I would go so far as to say, and he even gave examples that I have given about how it's going to be very difficult for blacks to find housing. And he talked about how the Haitians are coming into Springfield, buying up property, man, buying it up.
So
and he said that they're not renting to black people, and black people, by and large, who are on Section 8, can't find housing because no one's taking this Section 8 because the Haitians are able to pay more because they're putting 6-7 people in there, and that ends up being more than Section 8 without the headaches of inspections and these ghetto tenants and blah blah blah. And he understood that. He gave us examples of it happening. He talked about the housing being hard to find and the prices going up. But from his standpoint, he was able to rise above the tide, even though it may have doomed the rest of the blacks there to no opportunities at all. He was very positive toward the Haitians being there. Very positive.
I can understand him fully wanting to point out the lies if they're lies. That I understand. But when he goes into defending everything that's going on, John, there's no other way to explain it, buddy. That dude hates some white people and wants to see us suffer no matter what.
Well, he did get into that.
What did he say?
I said, well, what? Because he mentioned there was some racism involved in the criticism of the migrants.
But he never admitted to white people gets on his nerves gets on his last nerve.
Well, he did say that it was the whites that were the source of the racism toward the Haitians, and I long speculated that the blacks look at the Haitians as kind of like a population bomb for them.
Yes,
and that they are able to overwhelm the white population
in a
with
sense.
numbers.
Yeah,
with
in a
numbers,
sense,
right?
Yeah, sense.
And and if you look at many parts of the world, that is how they look at it.
Yes,
China, India, they battle for who got the most people.
It's called revenge.
I think that is part of it.
If you distill it down,
yeah, I think it's part of it.
This dude is after revenge.
Yeah, I think.
But we're missing the psyop of all this. You had the idiot Trump up there talking his lies, if they were lies. It wouldn't surprise me if they aren't. But you had and he's not an idiot as far as IQ. Trump's smart. I'm just saying he's a weirdo piece of shit. And but if you had him up there lying about it, here's the end results. Big lie by Trump. Trump still gets in the public eye. He's still the savior. The Haitian gets disproven. And guess what? After the Haitian gets disproven and the pets aren't eaten, then the acceptance of the Haitians creep in. That's what this is about.
And now they're immune from all criticism.
They go
next time you talk some shit about a Haitian, you're just a crazy.
They go
crazy about the Haitians, and then that's dispelled. The crazies are made to look crazy, and guess what happens? Nobody says anything more about the Haitians.
Yeah, you better not. You get labeled as a racist or something like that. Yeah.
These bastards know what they're doing at the top. I'm telling you, we don't get this. We don't get this think tank shit that they're doing to us in this society. We don't get it.
They'll be doing voodoo in the White House in no time.
and dare somebody to say something about it. No, that's what. Yeah.
Hold on for a second.
So the geese, the ones that you seen with the geese, you think that picture is fake?
Hey, the guy. Hold on, Brady. Hold on. The guy addressed that.
Yeah.
He did address that. He said, "Yeah, it's the neighborhood is real," and he said he probably was just getting roadkill off the street. That's what he said.
I've often thought to myself as a white man, if I'm ever hungry, I'm getting that geese. There's too many of them.
Wait. Brave, you eaten a goose before?
No, but I would. Goose is good. Goose is good food, isn't it?
Tastes like duck.
Not Canadian
I never tried it.
No, I've never eaten it, but I'll guarantee you when I see them from my youngest days, because I'm a 2-bit loser and I'm a bottom feeder.
You like chicken.
From my viewpoint, I've always thought if I end up too far at the bottom, I know where I'm going to get some food because they're all around. In fact, I think they're being allowed to thrive too much. There should be controls of them, but that's why when I seen that picture, I'm going, now wait a minute, this guy's from a third world. Now, if he was carrying a cat or he was carrying a dog, that would be a little more upsetting. Carrying a goose is kind of a natural thing.
Well, I think the thing is,
it's closer to nature.
I think the thing is, it depends on where he got it, right? If he went down to the park where people are walking around the park getting exercise.
It could be he very gentlemanly snatched it when nobody was looking and said, "I'm gonna get this son of a look at the meat on that mug," and then snatched it up, and then probably had to walk back through the public and. Probably didn't.
He would have had to kill it in front of people more than likely. He'd had to wring his neck.
If there's woods around the pond, you can get a geese up and wring its neck without people seeing it, unless the park was full.
You gonna have people?
Yeah, I'm saying
have people down at the park chasing geese.
Yeah.
Hey, Bray, let's listen to this.
2 days
Okay.
since somebody allegedly tried to kill Donald Trump again, and you're here at the podium in the White House briefing room calling him a threat.
President Biden has been clear-eyed about the threat that the former president represents to our democracy.
Jesus.
How many more assassination attempts on Donald Trump until the president and the vice president and you pick a different word to describe Trump other than threat?
Yeah.
Peter, it's a serious question.
If anything from this administration, I actually completely disagree with the premise of your question. The question that you're asking, it is also incredibly dangerous in the way that you're asking it, because American people are watching. And to say that from an administration who has consistently condemned political violence, from an administration where the president called the former president and was grateful that he was okay, from an administration who has called out January 6th, called out the attack of Paul Pelosi, called out and said we need to lower the temperature after the Butler incident. And now for you to make that kind of comment in your question, because your question involved a comment and a statement. And, it is, that is also incredibly dangerous.
She looks down too much. She needs to fake it better, like she's saying off the top of her head. It's obvious she's looking down at a script.
Yeah, she's reading. Yeah, she's not.
Yeah, right. But and the other press secretaries at least made it look like it was impromptu a little bit more. This woman isn't doing it all. But she's using the word threat. Or Biden's using the word threat, and now she's faulting this guy for talking in a dangerous manner. Now that's white cuckery. That white dude sat there and was cucked, HB. I agree with you.
Well, she put it down because she was ashamed of what she was saying.
Well, she could easily put him out of it.
Yeah, I think she was looking down.
Ashamed of what she was saying.
Yeah, same.
No, I don't think there's any shame in her. You know what I mean?
That ship has sailed. Yeah, nah.
Yeah, no.
How you guys doing?
Hey, but no, she just the whole thing. I don't think its attempted assassination was real, for the record, right here. Me, that's bullshit. I'm telling you, man.
No, stop it, B. Ray. Come on now.
How was it baked?
How can CIA fire at somebody and miss them 3 or 4 times?
The CIA missed.
Be brave. I saw,
they didn't hit him.
I saw. Well, I know from that first attempt, they actually did. They recreated it on like like that mannequin head where it has like the fake bones and stuff inside.
Yeah.
And apparently you can shoot somebody's ear off. It's not.
Oh yes.
It's not
Yes. No, my point is that the bullet path was like a half inch from his face, meaning his face had to be perfectly parallel with that path of that bullet. What are the odds of that?
No, the
What
odds
are the
are
odds of
very
that being
slim.
staged?
What you mean perfectly? Like
No. The odds are very slim, but
slim.
It's a possibility though.
Like 1 in a billion, 1 in a trillion.
Okay, explain to me how you fake it though.
How you fake what?
No. I think it's less likely to fake it than for it to actually
get
it's
shot.
less likely to fake it than for what actually happened.
No, he went down and they snipped his ear with a tool to bleed it.
Yeah, and then they murdered.
So then there were no
that guy
shots.
in the audience.
They
right?
killed. They
What
killed.
is this, WWE?
They killed. Yes, They kill people with their WWE though. People actually die in this WWE. They do.
Yeah, because I saw the guy. I saw the guy afterwards. His brains were really out of his head. That wasn't fake.
Yeah, and you don't even know. You don't even know if that was the guy or that was just a morgue brought in.
Can I add something to King, whatever her name is, Pierre? She says something, right? She doubles down and then she goes, "Oh, because of the things that Trump said about Pelosi." It's like that Pelosi situation with her husband had nothing to do with Trump.
Yo, what's up, Joe Cool?
Yeah, that is true too. That is true.
How do you guys feel about what Kamala said recently about reparations?
Man, that's all she's doing right now. Is pandering to give away free
honestly, man, reparations is like it's like the never-ending story, man. They're gonna be talking about reparations 1,000 years from now.
Yeah.
If y'all want reparations, get it out the market.
You think if they get reparations, let's say they blow through all that money, you think they're gonna ask for more money again?
Yeah,
I would.
Don't know.
I'm trying to figure out how I can identify as black. I'm trying to do the math right now and get it all lined up. You know, I gotta have a grandmother or something somewhere.
I'm a quarter African.
Hey, Dennis, how much you gonna put on the trade?
What today? You mean because of Powell?
No, I'm talking about if you was to get reparation, how much would you put
If
on?
I was all of
trade?
it,
All of it on one trade, on what a 3-month
on
trade?
one trade. No.
Yeah, the reparations is a wedge issue that will be used against us forever.
Well, I think she's doing it. I think she's doing it to get the black vote because she thinks it's a last-ditch effort to try to scramble for votes. In my opinion,
I don't think it works that way, Joe Cool.
When it's all robots, when it's just a bunch of AI robots, they're still gonna be talking about reparations.
Yeah.
Because in 1619.
Yeah, they still gonna be talking about that shit, man.
They couldn't
rock landed on us.
They couldn't give out what. Let's say this. Okay. If they paid reparations, what amount? I'll go first. I'm thinking if they paid reparations, would it be a start off with a cool $500,000?
For who?
Well, per person?
Yes.
No, hell no.
Man, I want that shit.
You don't think it would be that much?
It's going to be like $25 a piece.
No, come on now, really. Give a real figure. If they pay reparations,
I think he's right. I think he's right. Though.
No.
I think they're already working on it in California, and it comes out to around $75 to $150.
Nah, I'll give him some fries and a 5-piece.
Yeah,
and that's not to say that'll be the last round of reparations, but that's what it's starting at.
Yeah, no, that's whoever you've got people across the nation saying that's not reparations. People across this nation, I think, would never think of anything less than $250,000. I think that's the starting point.
What the hell's that gonna
Nah, man.
That happens.
That ain't your Uncle Sam, dude. Uncle Sam does not work that way. Remember when he told you that you couldn't even go to work anymore? It was illegal to go to work, and he gave you $1,400.
Yeah, right.
Like, you'll be all right. Here's 1 month's worth of rent. You'll be okay.
Yeah. No, we ain't worried about Uncle Sam. We're talking about the global digital printing machine. But I'm just saying that if they gave reparations, if they gave them anything real, it would just cause inflation to just go right off the charts. That's one reason they can't. But I don't know. Anybody talking?
Wait, did Kamala actually bring that up? Because I can't even believe that. I just heard.
She brought it up. Yeah, she said.
I just heard Zatochi mention it, and no disrespect to you, Zatochi, but I got to see her actually mention this.
No, I heard it in the news that she brought it up. That she's saying that she's gonna.
Yeah, you got to send me. No disrespect. I need a link though.
Yeah,
she's gonna form a committee or some shit.
Yeah, I need a link. Because this.
Didn't Obama say he was gonna do that too?
No.
Nah.
Not even a committee.
Obama said
That
they love
talk,
to promise
that
committees.
talk only started happening like a couple years ago, man.
Right. Obama's on record, I think, not as president, but I think he's talking about reparations, wasn't he?
No, he wasn't. He wasn't.
You sure?
I'm positive.
I think he had a committee.
Nah, it didn't. Obama don't
I
sound
think
like
y'all
the type
don't
to
know
talk
about the committee.
I think he was a little closer to at least mentioning it than what we're saying here.
Brave. He was only talking about Brokeback Mountain. That's it.
That's literally what he was talking about. Brokeback Mountain.
Yeah. But now this
rainbow's great again.
Kamala was bringing up reparations. I'd like to see it too.
I don't
There you go. Go look in the private chat.
There it is. It's probably she's talking about tax breaks and things like that. If she
Here's
is.
what she says right here. The
Oh,
US
yeah.
Vice President said the country needed to speak the truth about the generational impact of our history, citing the legacy of redlining and Jim Crow laws as well as slavery. She made the comments during that NABJ conference. We need to speak the truth about the generational impact of our history in terms of the generational impact of slavery, the generational impact of redlining of Jim Crow law. I think that part of that is studying it to figure out exactly what we need to do. They always want to study, they never do. Yeah. Everywhere they go, they always form some committee to study it, and they study it for a year, collect a big paycheck, and then they come back and give recommendations. That's the game.
That's the
hustle right there. Yeah, the committee, a high-paid committee to study reparations for a year and make probably $100,000-$250,000 a piece. She said she supports.
And then when people say, "What'd you do for black folks? What'd you do about reparations?" She'd be like,
formed a
"Man,
committee."
you didn't see my committee?
Yeah, formed a committee.
I gave y'all a whole committee on it. I even called it the Committee on Reparations."
Isn't that what they did exactly to the T in California? Now I think New York is about to do it. New York City,
Chitlin Tuesdays.
right? And so I think that she probably will form a committee. And then maybe she'll put it before a Republican-led Senate or House.
Yes, it could be. Then she could call it the Bipartisan Committee on Reparations.
And then she can blame the Republicans for not passing it because she put.
See, John knows how the government works.
Oh yeah.
She didn't say shit about it until now, and now all of a sudden she's for it. It's like,
oh shit,
she's
that's
for the
good
committee. She's for
that's
the committee.
good grift. You gotta when you see the grift, you gotta at least respect.
You gotta
the grift,
love Democrats, man. They try so much. You gotta give them A for effort.
Well,
she's not for reparations. She's for the committee to study reparations.
Did she say that in some form or another? What were you going, John? What were you reading? In some form or another of reparations? Did she say that?
No, she just wants to study it.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I thought she went on to say in one form or the other. I see. Okay, got it.
She mentioned policies, red line policies, Jim Crow laws, but
that was it.
To really get to the root of this.
I'm with a lot of blacks that say I don't give a damn. I'll tell you what. One effect is me coming to this damn country. I feel mighty fortunate. Like Muhammad Ali said, I'm glad my granddaddy got on that boat.
My problem is I have a percentage of Egyptian in me, according to some DNA test. So it's like, do I owe reparations to the Jews and the blacks now?
Hey, John.
Not only that, the Jews owned more of the slaves.
John,
so
John, if they give you
flipping the cost,
John, if they give you $250 to $500, you buy more real estate?
Nah, I wouldn't take that shit. I've long said, man, I ain't taking it. It should be like PPP money.
Oh,
man, I could have gotten this shit with PPP. I ain't get that shit either.
Oh, you think it's gonna be like a repayment system?
You think they could attach strings to it, John?
Nah, man, I just wouldn't even want it. I wouldn't want I'd be embarrassed to have my name on taking something that I didn't earn from somebody that didn't owe me anything, man. I'd be embarrassed, man. Like,
let them know.
You know what I mean? I'd be fucking embarrassed. I put my name on the list of people that didn't get it.
I'll take John's. I'll take John's reparations.
Not only that, but John, let me put a bug in your ear on this, like we did with Righteous Muffin. John, they ain't taking that money from anybody. It's printed up out of thin air. You get your hands on that money if they hand it out.
Yeah.
I think it's the premise of it, man. You know,
I got you. But in all reality, they're not taking it. You're not taking any money from anybody.
That's an oxymoron.
That shit's printed up, and handed out like chicken feed.
But it's the basis, right?
I got you. I
Like,
understand. I got
you know what I'm saying? Like,
okay.
You know, you just imagine you're lumping yourself in with people who gonna act a fool with that money, right?
Yeah, I don't care.
Well, you
I'm
want
gonna
to be
fucking put
associated
it in
with
the
that.
S&P.
Yeah, I'll be wearing a shirt around. I ain't getting none of that reparation money.
You gonna
But you're not gonna act a fool with that money.
I'll have a shirt printed that said,
don't
I
wanna
wrote
associate
spy
with 'em,
calls with
right?
my reparation money.
Bro, I could have got the PPP money just as easily. I ain't going after none of that shit, right?
Yeah, you had to pay that back, though, didn't you? Supposedly.
I mean, not if you did the right thing with it. If you did the right paperwork thing with it, you didn't pay it back, right? There are ways to get around it. But
weren't whites getting in on that too? No.
Hey, John, I told you I ain't trust
Yeah,
that.
everybody
I
was
told
doing
you
it.
what happened with me, John, with that
Yeah.
situation with my business partner.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I feel like
Hey, B Brave, my business partner got about $400K with that shit. I had to get away from him.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa, yikes! Did he ever get in trouble?
The thing is,
yet he didn't. Not yet.
thing is,
but
Brave.
I think he is, but not yet.
Thing is, Brave, they just
I think they waiting Be Brave for him. He took
Brave.
about 400,000. Be Brave.
Well,
they just hired, I think, 2 offices in the government. I can't remember. It's like tax office and then another one. They've went on a hiring spree.
Yeah, the IRS did.
And they've extended the statute of limitations on these PPP crimes.
Ooh.
They coming. You know what I'm saying? They ain't do that shit for nothing, man. They coming.
Whoa. Yikes.
Well, what was the nonsense with the Chase Bank? There was a glitch and people were defrauding them for like.
Oh yeah, I saw that one too. Yeah, they had a Chase glitch where if you put a check in your account, no matter the amount, you had access to it. So people were dropping like $50,000 checks in their account and then withdrawing the money. And yeah, Chase is coming back for all of that.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on a minute. I don't think I heard about that. You deposit a check. You deposit a check and immediately draw on available funds. And this was done where?
How dumb can you be when you know you don't?
Okay, Chase did that on purpose. Chase did that on. Chase set that up. Chase set that up. There ain't nobody in their right goddamn mind who runs a bank that will go, you get this money available just because you deposited it from another supposed account. No. See, that's what I'm saying. This shit, I tell you, we're living in some damn interesting times.
Can I give you another alternative? How about if somebody hacked and Chase didn't want to say that happened, so they rather just say that was a mistake in their part, because if they said that they were hacked, let's say, wouldn't that be bad for business?
Well, that's true, but you got to look at just how emphatic.
Now we showed the video of a woman being arrested.
But a lot of most things are.
They just taking advantage of a gap in processing. Look at the headline here. Crack. The pandemic oversight welcomes newly passed legislation extending the statute of limitations on pandemic relief fraud. Bro, I tell you, they're gonna come get these people. I don't know how them people sleep at night, man, knowing that the government, they took that money illegally. And the government could come knock on their door any day and night.
Well, they justified because they were stolen from in the beginning. Yeah. That's easy. That's easy.
Well, banks do stupid shit all the time. At least they used to. Like, I remember one day I go to my account when I was in college and I had $150 in it. And I go to my account and all of a sudden there's $17,000 in it. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah, but
let me read the subtitle here. The legislation doubles the time watchdogs have to hold pandemic fraudsters accountable from 5 to 10 years. Additional legislation still pending could allow watchdogs to recover billions in stolen pandemic relief money. Oh, they coming. Oh, they coming.
Oh, Lord, they coming.
Oh, they coming.
Or it could just be more strategy of tension. The threat of it looms.
Well, I wouldn't want that threat over my head. Not
No, I wouldn't
I
either.
thought I thought Biden was forgiving them to do that. Didn't he say he was gonna forgive everybody that took a PPP loan and stuff if it wasn't like real a high amount? I thought Biden said he was going like forgive them.
Man, Biden ain't never say that shit, man.
No, HB. I think he did mention
said
it.
college forgiveness. That's what.
Yeah, and I swear I'm with Antoine. I swear I think I heard him swerve into it a little bit.
Yeah,
I do.
Brave. That's why they had to get him up out of there, man. He over here talking crazy talk. You know they coming for that money. Yeah, he really lost his mind.
I think no, that money's chump change to who runs the planet, man. That money's nothing. Just like you guys think, you guys think Chase was a goofball. No, Chase did that shit on purpose. You guys, you're not. I understand everything in the conspiracy, but you're not understanding what this machine is capable of.
What's the goal of doing that?
Power. Ownership of the planet. Continued ownership of the planet. That's an easy question to answer.
Mm-hmm.
The more people are idiots and confused, the better, the easier they are controlled.
I think they have power on a human level. They don't need to
a lot of people did ruin their life off of that Chase scam. They ruined their lives. Their credit fucked up. They owe $50,000 now.
Yep.
Like yeah.
Well, I heard this one kid. I don't know if he's kidding, but he said he put a check for $1 billion in there.
Hold on.
I'd like to see the racial makeup of who took advantage of Chase's
nigger, fuck niggers, rape niggers.
What?
All right. I got him out of there.
Which one was that? I was looking at something else.
Who's that?
Dave. Some kid named Dave. He sounded about 11. So yeah, we got him up out of there.
Jesus Christ, man, what a mouth, huh?
Jesus Christ. Well, you've seen nothing yet. Wait till
this guy could be somebody's boss in the future, huh?
Yeah, I was gonna say, wait till Kamala gets in, and she's got all the black people hating whites outright. You think this kid's just a rarity? You're gonna see kids. You're gonna see white people all over the place reacting like that. It cannot go down the way Kamala is pushing buttons for black
to the black and white fountains.
Brave, well, it won't get that, but go ahead.
Brave, I think the thing with Kamala though is I feel like Obama already did that, and a lot of times you don't really have to add on to it. Once it's out there, it's out there. With Kamala, it's gonna be a lot harder for Kamala to push that shit when she's married to a white man.
It doesn't matter. All you got to do is have a president up there talking about poor blackie and hate whitey, and Obama ain't a pimple on her ass when it comes to stirring up racial tension like she's going to if she wins.
I think
Obama didn't do shit. I watched.
Obama was the beginning though.
Yeah, I don't pay attention to politics much, but Obama, I was impressed with his neutrality. So I'm giving credit for neutrality. I know people say
the way he could talk.
No, of course. I like the way he presented himself as president. I think he was one of the best.
Better than Trump, I can tell you that.
Oh, he just speaks more in a dignified manner. He gives the position more dignity than Trump does. Trump's like a high school kid that needs his mouth smacked.
Nah, Trump
didn't do that.
Trump is like that dude that you hang out in the bar and he just tells you straight how it is.
Nah,
like,
Trump.
your wife is cheating on you with Ben.
Right, no, I understand that, but Trump is more like the guy that's sitting at a bar and somebody smacks him and says, "Get the fuck out of here, idiot." No, they ain't gonna listen to this guy. Trump is talking like a damn fool every chance he gets. He's nothing but insults. There's no policy talk. There's no formation of culture. There's nothing. There's nothing. But I don't think Obama did it that bad though. I still give Obama.
But you don't have that with Kamala Harris. She doesn't talk about nothing.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well, I know. And that's my point.
And that's what I don't understand with people is like, when people always talk about how Trump he talks like this. It's like Kamala is saying, she literally says nothing but laughs.
Right. But that's the point. She's still appealing. She's still appealing to the hate whitey syndrome in this country. If you guys don't see it, I don't know what to tell you.
I don't see it, Big Brave.
You'll see it if she wins.
I don't see
You'll
it.
see it if she wins. Okay.
I don't see
You know,
she ain't gonna win as of yesterday. and 3 out of the 5.
You know, I was reading an article. I was reading an article a couple years ago. It was about an old white woman who lived in the UK somewhere. And she had gotten old, and all around her were migrants, people from Africa, places like that. And she felt like a stranger in a town that she lived all her life.
Mm-hmm.
And she was damned if she do, damned if she don't, because if she sold, where was she going to go? Prices are high as hell everywhere.
Yeah.
Right? And if you stay, the migrants might kill you, right? And you hear the typical tale, you know, people leave a small town and the old small town dies. But in this case, the town isn't dying. It's being rejuvenated with a new culture of people. And anyone left behind, well, they're going to be more or less a stranger in their own country. And so we've talked a lot about Charleroi and all of that. And so here's a guy in Charleroi. And kind of, you know, hinges on kind of what I've been predicting, is that people are going to have to sell their houses. And the immigrants are going to be there, just like what the guy said, ready to buy.
Waiting to buy it.
Ready to buy it. Because that neighborhood, which may not be comfortable to him, because of the schools now teaching Creole, as the guy said yesterday, it's going to be right in line with what somebody from Haiti would accept, probably even better than they would even expect to get. So let's take a look at this tweet here from a guy who lives in Charleroi. Remember, we talked to someone from Charleroi. Yeah.
They don't have anything in common with our culture. Culture, when people say the culture, a lot of times they say they don't know what it means. What culture means is the way we do things around here, worldwide. That's what culture is. Culture means this is how we do things around here, for better or worse. You know, and what I've seen in the last 5 years since the influx has started is they have no interest in our culture, this culture.
Why would they?
But their culture here. If you go look at the main drag of town here, you'll see, you know, I mean, they've have their groceries, you know, and they have their storefronts, and, you know, the message is fairly clear, and that is, this is for us. Okay. Message received. People understand. So what I don't believe that argument of they had to bring that population here to save Charleroi has any validity. We aren't prepared for it. We don't have the tax base for it. This is a town of 4,000 people hanging on the best they can. So whoever is responsible for putting them here, that is an act of negligence. And if it's found, when it's found out who directly decided that this was a good place to do this, they should be held accountable fully. Their feet should be held to the fire long term. They should never be allowed to work in the industry again, whether it's politics or business, because what they've done here is despicable. And they all know that, because, again, nobody cares about Charleroi, Pennsylvania. The 4,000 people that lived here care about it, and we're doing their level best to make it a place to live and want to be.
He said 4,000.
I'm putting my house on the market.
Yeah.
I've pulled my kid out of the school. My kid plays baseball on that field right there. There's a game there Thursday night. Come down and watch if you're here. He's a good third baseman. So
John,
it's for somebody who is born and raised in this valley and understands it from stem to stern. When I moved here in 2017, if you told me after all of the other garbage that has been heaped on this community since the early 80s, that this would be the denouement, I would have mortgaged my house and bet you were wrong. But here we are.
See, now that's what makes me sick to my goddamn guts about white people. Sick to my goddamn guts. That dumb bastard sat there and used the word neglect. Okay?
He ain't there yet, Brave. He ain't there yet. But his eyes have been opened.
No, but no, the point is still, no, John, you're too nice. That son of a bitch knows damn well that's not neglect. He knows damn well that is either an attack or a realignment of culture from the highest order. It has nothing to do with neglect or bumbling. That bastard knows that. Give him credit if you
I
want,
can
John.
agree on that statement.
I'm calling him a no good for nothing, goddamn filthy white coward. Let me in that.
What would you have said, Bray? What would
I
you have
said we're
said?
being attacked. We're being attacked from the global machine. They're switching our culture around at 90 miles an hour. Nobody can stop it. Where else would they start but
I'm
strongholds?
gonna tell you what, Bray.
Hold on. Where else would they start but strongholds of white culture? Small towns. Bam! Blow them up.
That's what I've been saying all along, Bray.
Yeah.
The thing about that is that it's easier for us to understand that. But let's say if you was to tell that guy that was interviewing him that, he would look at you or anybody that would say that in a different type of way.
It doesn't matter.
Well, I don't think so, man. I don't think so because he mentioned culture. When they start mentioning culture, watch out, bro. Right?
Yeah, that opens.
Yo, we've been hearing that word.
Yeah,
And
nah,
you hearing
John. He knows exactly what's going on. He's just like Skip Bayless. He can't really say what it is.
That's
He's
right.
Scared.
Well, he
That's
said
what I
for
was
better.
thinking,
Well,
too.
no, I think he walked up to the line. He said, "For better or worse, this is what the culture is." Like all these people, like the guy yesterday, they said, "Well, they rejuvenated the town and made it better." And I kept saying, and I've been saying, economics ain't everything. To lose your culture and gain financially, I don't think that's a good trade-off. You know what I mean?
Isn't that the same thing that they complain about with gentrification?
Yeah, and I talked about that yesterday. The same blacks that are against gentrification, hell, right here in my neighborhood,
Like the walking
are for
contradiction.
the gentrification of these 4,000 person town because the gentrification is their color. That's not gonna work out well because, again, as the man said, they brought their own grocery stores. They're not assimilating into black culture. Well, the blacks are gonna.
Wait, what culture do we have right now? AM, PM, 7-Elevens, owned by Pajeets and Patels. What culture does America have now? Tell me that. I see all y'all eating a bunch of junk food, waking up, be like complaining and shit. Fuck
But I
that
do think
shit.
I do think in small towns, man, like what that man is talking about. Like you notice he mentioned baseball. Come out here, my son played baseball. I grew up in a small town, a little bit bigger than that one, but little things like that where you had the park to go play baseball. Now there's gonna be people playing soccer on that park. And that's where the types of conflicts come in.
Play soccer.
And this guy's up and leaving, but for the people left behind,
we're American.
Life would be interesting.
Well,
hey John, they're gonna be in the park playing cricket.
Yeah, there's tons of Patels playing cricket now.
Yeah.
They take over the baseball. They take over the baseball field, put up cricket. Like, look, what the fuck is this shit?
Bro, you ain't lying. You ain't lying.
No, they're everywhere now, dude. All the baseball fields are full of them playing cricket.
Hey, no, that was a good try though, John. Because really, John was just trying to think of like a sport that's weaker than baseball, and I was trying to think on two other than soccer. So that cricket, that was perfect. Like, that's a culture change. That's a culture change right there.
It's just a cultural thing. Like I think American culture will never accept soccer. I think we would rather listen. We'd rather watch a WNBA game before we start watching.
What a take!
I promise you.
I promise you. He's telling the truth. He's telling the truth.
Oh man.
That's why
But
we call it soccer.
But when you go down to the soccer field in your neighborhood, or to
We don't call it football.
When you go to the football field in your neighborhood, and you got the Hispanic guys out there playing soccer, or the Haitian guys out there playing soccer, then y'all gonna have to figure out how to share that field.
Like it's a football field. So why you playing soccer on it?
Right? You know what I mean? And so those are the type of things that will be interesting to watch going forward. Yeah.
I'm gonna get out of here, but let me say this: when you hear a white punk ass chicken shit man talk about neglect, bumbling, or calling the politicians dumb, that's because he's afraid to say what the hell's on his filthy goddamn cowardly ass mind. He knows what the hell he wants to say. Everybody knows this ain't neglect, it ain't bumbling, and it ain't nobody making any mistakes. There's buttons being pushed, and ain't none of us stopping it. But I'll talk to you fellas later.
Later.
All right.
What you got for us, Craig?
I'm just gonna tell HB, hey, Palantir's right up to the resistance line up here.
Wait. Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second.
Get cracked. Wake up, motherfucker.
How much is that stock right now?
It's 36, 38. So resistance line's
it
about
went $3
37.
the last time we talked.
So HB bought it down here at 21. So that's about 70% gain. If Powell doesn't say the right things and it starts dropping like crazy, you better get the fuck out.
Yeah. I already got my my limit sale set at like 30, 34, 35. So if it starts to dip,
It's 36 right now.
Yeah,
So-
that's why I got it. That's why I got it set.
He said sell order.
Yeah,
so
I
if
got a
it
sell
starts
order
dropping,
already
get
set.
out. But if it
Yeah,
breaks
yeah.
out, if it breaks out, that's gonna be new highs, man. Because the last time it was this high was about 45 or something. It'll probably like shoot right to 50. At that point, man, you did a great job buying here. That was an excellent trade. Excellent trade.
I gotta thank you and John, man. You and John, maybe. You and John
Does it have options?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
you
it
and
has
John
plenty of
really-
options, I'm sure.
You guys
Palantir.
really made me understand what it was. I'm like, Jesus Christ. I think that's the real problem. Most people just don't know what the fuck Palantir is.
Who cares what it is? Just look at the chart. You don't need to know what it is,
Don't know
honestly.
what any stocks are.
Yeah. No, that's true too. That's true.
And see, this is why I advocate chart reading, is because most people don't have the time. They're not going to read financial statements. They're not even going to bother knowing what a company is. If you just look at the chart, it's just basically looking at drawings. Like, you as a human can do a better job looking at a drawing than anything else. So
I wanted
you
to
can
ask you
absorb.
something, Craig. Do you have any, how can I say it, a web page or?
No, I was thinking about doing that like this year, but since I started joining you guys on the stream, I'm just gonna talk about it on
for
stream.
startup companies. You get what I'm saying?
Like you mean like looking for
like
IPOs?
companies that are brand new and fresh.
Oh no, I don't follow
you don't
them
go
too
into
much
that type of stuff
because it used to be good to do those things, but not no more. Yeah. Now a lot of people just scam the new investors with that shit.
The bell rang and we're selling, and that's good for me because I like to go long. So I hope we sell hard.
Public?
Yeah, it's PDD. I was in that stock.
Yeah, I'm
watching. See, I was around here when they had the Super Bowl shit and they started aggressively trying to get into the American market. It was like the only Chinese stock that was actually going up while the rest of the Chinese stocks were going down because they were selling to Americans, Yeah.
Chinese.
But yeah, I'm waiting for another dip, maybe get back into it. We'll see. Yeah, if it start, because earnings is next November, that might be a good time to get in. If Trump wins and all the Chinese stocks like start dropping, that's probably a good time to buy them. Yeah. Let me see. What's the Hang Seng doing? Yeah, I don't know. Chinese stocks kind of overall the Chinese market. It might have made a bottom here. You see that? There's a lot of volume at this bottom. So yeah, let's wait until after elections to think about China.
Yeah,
Another thing.
Chinese stocks, man, they just move sideways for me, man. I don't know how anybody makes.
Well, that's why I tell people to. Yeah, people don't understand. Like, you live in America, you should just buy, American stocks because they're generally just go up.
Yeah.
The whole U.S. market is designed to go up. Other countries, nah. Yeah, it's all shit show. But America is the only place where you just can be brain dead and make money. That's just it.
That Chinese shit. Yeah, I think everybody's checking their portfolios right now. Hold on.
No, he's not gonna speak until like 4 or 5 hours, so you got time.
Yeah.
Because this is the last time Powell will speak before, after the elections. So. Bonds is another good place to hide out in for temporary. You can buy this ETF, TMF. TMF is like 3 times the TLT, so it'll go 3 times. So if you believe the 30-year bond will go up from $100 a share to, and there's actually, if you're a futures trader like CKJ3, you can have, there's bond futures, ZB, so you can get into that and trade that shit.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It moves too slow for me. I need
Too slow. Oh, after Powell, it might not move.
Slow.
It might not be very
I
slow
mean,
for next month. It might be quite interesting to play it for the whole October, man.
No. So if you look at like the per tick, it's like, I want to say it's like $32 per tick. That's why it moves so slow. So if you think about
but you wouldn't like
NASDAQ,
do long term. Like, let's say you could swing trade that for a whole month.
Yeah, but I'm not swing trading. You know what I'm saying? So like
you wouldn't consider doing that? You wouldn't consider doing that? Because I'll tell you this. There's going to be a lot of economic reports between now and the elections, and I bet you they're going to start saying the economy is collapsing, everything's going to be collapsing, it's going to be bad news after bad news after bad news. The volatility in bonds will start increasing, and bonds will start shooting up at the same time. Stocks will be crashing down. So if you can't short, I know you don't like shorting, right? So if you can't short, might as well be long bonds, because that's pretty much the same game.
Yeah, but see, I don't short nothing. I just wait for a pullback. I get my
and that's
entry,
why you would be long in bonds. Bonds would be going up
for
though.
A couple points. I just scalp it for a couple points. I may look at it like a swing, like.
Well, if you don't like that,
you could just and do like an option trade.
Yeah, just do this then. Do an option trades on TLT. There's a ton of options on TLT.
Yeah, TLT. Yeah. I'm gonna look into that today when I go to lunch.
Yeah, and
the swing on that.
And for people that don't do options, you can just do 3x ETF TMF.
Be right back.
And
be
you
right
can
back,
do
guys.
that. Yeah.
What I'm gonna do, Crack, I'm gonna later on today, I'm gonna look at it and I'm gonna give out some numbers for a swing.
Okay. All right.
I gotta look at the charts first.
Okay.
You said TLT?
Yeah, TLT. That's a very liquid bond ETF.
Okay.
So
yeah, I'm gonna look at
that. Should have tons of options on that too.
Yeah, I'm gonna show us some numbers later on. I gotta look at the chart first, but yeah, that's what I'll probably do. But yeah, I never looked at ZB. Like I said, it moves real slow. Like I said, I can get 100 points in. I mean, I'm not going for 100, but I can get 100 points in one candle.
What do y'all think the S&P is gonna do at 2 p.m.?
I don't know. I just let it.
What I think is gonna happen is gonna trade one way until 2. And then soon as Jerome starts talking, it's gonna swing the other way.
Yeah, dramatically, violently, and then it's gonna violently return.
Yep. Turtle. We call it turtle soup.
So you have to understand that
I think that's what's gonna happen too.
Well, this release will have the dot plots and the economic projections. So every other FOMC, like Fed open market like conference, they have the dot plot and they have the economic projections. So that's going to be more important for this call right now. So when they have the dot plot and the economic projections at 2, you should see a lot of volatility.
Dennison, what's the 0 day going for right now? Do you know? For SPY?
Let me see.
Where we at right now?
SPY.
Yeah, I can't pull it up right now on my phone.
I can still see the 17th for some reason. 18s would be the 0 days. Those would be your weeklies, your Wednesdays. And if we're at the money, about 255. It's the premium at the money.
That's
in the money is 308.
That's a call or put, or that's just.
That's a call.
Call.
Puts are 323 at the money and 274 in the. Well, no, sorry, I'm reading that backwards. 274 at the money and 322 in the money. So it's about the same. The premium's a little higher on the puts right now, and that's because it's dropping as I'm talking.
Right. So you want to try to, anybody that does option want to try to get that as low as possible.
Now look at this. I don't want to listen to conservatives for fin advice. Are we conservatives though? Let's see. CKG3 is one. Dennison and I are probably in the same camp. Who cares about politics? I don't know. I don't think it matters who you take it from.
Yeah, I'm not
Advice is just
conservative in
advice.
any way.
Man, I'm all about getting that. I'm all about.
I don't
getting that
fit into any boxes, but to the person who says I don't take advice from conservatives, I'm probably a Marxist socialist.
Yeah, probably. He sounds like one.
I'm like way on the other side of the spectrum that you think you're seeing me through. If I were dictator, I would literally seize Jeff Bezos' assets and redistribute them among poor people. So, yeah, I don't think I'm a conservative in any way.
Hey, CKJ3, have you heard of dollars futures, like the dollar index future? I think the ticker is
Dixie.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't trade that. That's like more like forex, I think.
Yeah, but it's interesting, right? They have futures on it.
Yeah. You could do I think forex, they combine them with like the euro, like the
Yes, the
Japanese
basket is
yen
the
and stuff like
euro,
that.
the yen,
I never
the pound.
got
Yeah.
into it, but I was listening to a guy. He was saying like it's not a good time to trade forex because
But yeah, that's why I'm curious to see, like,
he was
you have a
saying
futures
that
for forex, so that market might be more interesting
yeah.
because then you could have contracts way far out. You could be trading like November 2026 dollar futures, and it'll be a lot different than
But see, Craig, the thing about futures, you gotta have so much liquid if you're trying to swing, because
So you
you
won't
can lose.
It's not
like options. It's not like options. Like you don't lose what you put up. You can lose way more than what you put up.
Okay.
So if you don't have enough liquid, I wouldn't suggest nobody to swing.
Hey, Craig, I just scalped Duo real quick.
Oh, Duolingo?
Yeah, Duolingo made a quick one.
Hey, we mentioned Duolingo like a week before. You know that?
I know.
Did you know that? We talked way before, and then you guys brought it up again yesterday for some reason, and just interesting.
I missed it. I just made like $120 in a quick little
Oh,
scalp.
okay,
Real
cool.
Nice.
Real quick,
So you think did we move the market? Did people listen to us like yesterday and they all started buying that shit? I don't know.
Nah. I don't know. I don't know what's wrong with the stock though. It's moving kind of weird. Like Duolingo.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it's not really. It's janky as shit, but it had earnings like about since.
What platform are you using? Weeble?
Yeah. I'm using Weeble. Yeah. Is there an update for Weeble or something right now?
I don't know. I haven't used it in years.
Yeah.
But probably, right? I would think. Well, if you're using your phone, then I really don't know. If you're using the...
Yeah, dude, why you letting these porn bombers up, man? They're obviously porn bombers.
Yeah. You never know.
You had a guy named Carlo up here, and then now you have that. Like, come on, those are porn bombers, man. Obviously.
Hey, come on, man! I got a cousin named Carlo. What the fuck?
Hey, come on, get cracked. What the fuck over here?
Hey, CKJ3, you can look at JNK ETF, junk bond ETF. So maybe if you look at the options on that, maybe there's something interesting there. But even if you don't trade it, I would look at it as an indicator. So you can pair it with TLT. So government bonds moving up at the same time as corporate junk bonds moving up. It's kind of strange. Because if you think the market assumes that the economy is going down and they're pushing up TLT, why would they also push up JNK? That kind of tells me that the whole hype around the recession is going to fade pretty quickly. So I think if the smart money is actually buying junk bonds, it's telling me that the morons are going to sell off stocks. They're going to load up on junk bonds at the same time as government bonds, and they're just going to do a fake out, and then the stock market will zoom back up after the elections. That's my thinking about it. So
yep.
So that's why even if you don't play stocks, you should look at important ETFs, important tickers to give you clues and hints about where the truth lies.
And never let the financial news people tell you what Powell's thinking.
Exactly.
Let Powell tell you what Powell's thinking, because they lie just as much as the regular media does about politics. They lie about math and numbers. They just tell the opposite of the truth. It's not any less corrupt on the Fin News side.
Yeah, Duolingo's. If anybody is looking at Duolingo right now, it's probably gonna meet that 251 again before it goes back down. I just wanted to
It's
test
already at
something.
resistance. It's already at resistance.
Yeah,
See, that's the last high. You see that?
Oh, what is it? Wait a second. Are you looking at it right now?
Yeah. I mean, look at it. The last high is like 251.
Right. Where is it at now?
It's 248.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I'm thinking it's gonna meet that that resistance, and that's it. So you guys wanna you guys wanna
no, but I mean, if Powell talks really nice shit, this is gonna break out, dude. This is gonna break out completely. So it has nothing to do with Duolingo. It's just gonna be like because
what
the
do
way
you think
the chart...
would be nice for Duolingo for Powell to say? That the economy is doing well, or that it's doing poorly?
I mean, it's just gonna be like, because for a lot of these smaller companies that require low like interest debt, as long as he says nice things, he's gonna lower the interest rate gradually. There's no economic crash. Then yes, all types of small cap.
Soft landing is the only real optimistic play.
Yes, right. For small cap, like stuff like this. Look at this, because this is the same thing as these pharma stocks. So the small cap pharma stocks, the trashiest of the trashiest companies, because these companies are fully reliant on having good loan terms. They really depend on getting low interest loans. So if they can't get that, all these small guys will just start crashing again. The way this chart looks like it's set up to break out. So I would think Duolingo, things like this, any type of trashy small cap company.
You think it's gonna break out Duolingo past 251?
If Powell says the right thing, it's set up that way. The way the chart is, people are buying it up ahead of Powell. What are they doing that for?
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Why are they doing that?
Oh.
There's no news. Right. There's no news right now. What the fuck is they doing that for?
Well, I mean, you could look at it too. School's just starting back up, so
no, it's not that, bro. Okay, that's not enough for that.
All right.
Schools run on contracts. They're not making new contracts anymore. So the only reason they're buying it up now from here to here was because they're setting it up for
Powell
like a breakout.
Day.
It's Powell Day.
It's Powell Day, baby.
Because it was moving up yesterday too.
Trading futures, wait.
Did you see why he's my pope now, HB?
Yeah, nah, it makes sense. Jesus Christ. Yeah, you really gotta.
He comes out, and if he sees his shadow, we got 6 more weeks of making money.
Yeah.
I'll give it to y'all later. I'll be in the chat.
All right, see us. So the same thing with silver. Silver also the telltale sign. When silver starts doing this, it's just like, yeah, it's gonna break out too. Then you know exactly what's gonna happen. That means interest rates are going back down for sure. That means economic stimulus. Yeah.
Well, see, that was what I was going to ask you is, what if he comes out and says the economy is not doing as well as he would like? Couldn't that mean an increase in the stock market anyway? Because
It depends
hints
on
that
how
he
he
may
talks.
cut
It
rates
depends on how
more.
it. No, that might spook it, because if you say, because that means they cut too late. That's the problem. Then the market will start spooking, because they're saying like, oh, you went so late to cut the rates that now you're just catching up. That's too late because it takes
So
way too
these
long.
spurgs really
Yeah.
are just, they got to believe they're going into their soft landing, otherwise they're going to
Right.
spurg.
That's what I'm guessing. Yep. That's exactly
God
it.
damn, dude.
They're very sensitive that way.
And
Very
see, what you
sensitive.
say makes sense because they are so damn sensitive, and
They
that's
are
usually why
sensitive. Yeah.
I
The
can't
way they.
understand where they're going.
Yep. What the hell is Babbel app? Babbel? I don't know any app like that. Do they have a stock?
Babble.
Babbel. I know Bumble. That's a dating stock. Let's see how Bumble's doing.
Bumble's probably shit right now.
It is probably shit. I know it is. I've saw. See,
Yeah.
look at that. Nobody's dating on Bumble. All you incels ain't getting no pussy. I didn't need to know. I just assumed it was going down. Yep.
Yeah,
Imperius comes on here, bitch on women, this, that. Okay, I know what's going down.
Yeah. This
No
is
pussy. Nobody's getting pussy. It's crashing. Shorted.
Where did it start out at? Where did Bumble start out at? Let's see the beginning of Bumble.
IPO'd at 75.97 or something like that.
Wait. What date or what year was IPO?
That was February 2021, and it just went down all the way since then.
Yep. That's when Red Pill really got lit.
See, there you go. You could have shorted Red Pill. Been like, Red Pill. That means short Bumble. Fuck. That's like you go from 65 all the way to $6. That's a killing, man. If you just shorted this stock.
Yo, that's
There's actually some truth to that. My like the male friends I have that are still young enough to be dating all the time, they're turning their backs on those apps.
Yeah.
Man.
The apps are really the trap. The apps will trap you every single time. The apps are really the worst case scenario because you're not really building any relationship. You're just fucking. It's just really just fucking. You know, it's just fucking.
See, I keep telling you, everything you say on this panel, you can just translate to actual money. You know? And it's just like, you just, come on. It's like fucking easy. You just see a bunch of angry guys complaining, short dating apps.
Damn, you're not lying though. You're not lying. But yeah, I think the real crazy part, this is the kicker. Once you get 2 dating apps and you start to see all the same chicks on the same dating app as the other one, you're like, all right, let me just get up off of this thing, man.
Be the shepherd. Be the shepherd.
Yeah,
so Diwali asked about halal food companies and stuff, like, you know, Claris had a problem with getting like thinking that's a halal to open up a brokerage account because he gets interest, any kind of interest. But it's haram. But some of those imams or whatever said it's okay because you didn't ask for the interest rate. Even if you're getting it, you didn't ask for it, so it's cool. You get a pass.
Not only that, but it specifically says that they can live under the rules of whatever culture that they eventually overthrow to Islam.
Oh, you mean taqiyya? They call it taqiyya, where you pretend to be chill, and then wait until the time to jihad.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
See,
okay.
You know.
I know that shit. Yeah, I know that shit. I'm quite expert at the Islamic jurisprudence. I know Sharia.
Yeah, hell yeah.
The best thing out of that is the 72 virgins that are waiting for you.
Actually,
that's why a lot of Muslim girls do anal. A lot of them.
Oh, hey, can we? Okay, stop this for now. Have you guys talked about those pagers? Have you talked about those pagers exploding?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
So did you talk about it was a Taiwanese company
that owned the pagers?
Yes. So Gold Apollo is the company.
Yeah, we need to talk about that part. Correct. Go ahead.
so that's more important. The thing is that you have a Taiwanese company that supposedly made those pagers, but now Gold Apollo, the CEO, is going to sue Israel because they're saying like, no, we actually subcontracted the building of those pagers to some company in Hungary, and that Hungarian company is run by a woman CEO. This is insanity, man. So you got pagers exploding all across Lebanon, injuring 3,000 people, killing 4 people. Like, who the hell uses even pagers anymore? Like, that's the big question. I'm really confused now. This is really
international
this is some
terrorists. That's who.
The last time I used a pager was 97, bro.
I know some doctors might still use them,
No
but
doctors,
seriously,
man. But like that's
They
different.
gotta go off grid, man.
Yeah, but I think that was the whole that's how they lined them up. They told them, they were like, "Hey man, y'all gonna have to get rid of these cell phones, get some pagers." Not knowing that they had the contract to the pager company. Like, yeah, man, get these pagers from Taiwan.
But see, this is why we have to control our supply chains. We allow like Israel, Germany, Taiwan, China, all these countries to build and manufacture, assemble chips and stuff, and they're going into your nukes. So you got all these Minutemen nukes, and nobody knows if they can be reliable during an actual war because some asshole can just press a button, disable the nukes, blow up the nukes before they even get launched. It's like you fucking retards actually did not think to build things onshore that were military critical. So you got all these people in DARPA scrambling, going like, "Oh my god, we got to X-ray all these chips to make sure they don't have backdoors on them."
Hey, that's why I'm telling you. I know Stanley and Get Crack hates when I say it, but hey,
well,
the Nazis had it figured out, man.
The Nazis! Nazis had goddamn UFOs, nigga.
They listen, crack. They put it. They put the whole country. No. How they manufactured everything. They said, "Fuck outsourcing."
Oh, well,
outsourcing.
Every country did that before Nixon sold the West out.
Well, yeah, that's true too. But I think he put it in the overdrive though. He really and plus Adolf. He really took. He really like he.
Oh no, yeah. He had Germany plus.
Right. He turned Germany. He like changed Germany.
Yeah. He really cranked he turned it to 11. He
did.
I mean, he built the whole interstate just so he could build more shit to fight a war.
Roosevelt did that too.
At that point.
But that's what you.
It was an Eisenhower.
Eisenhower. It's
Eisenhower. Yeah. But that's what you gotta think like that, and I think man.
Eisenhower was a boss.
But with Crack's theory, honestly, I'm starting to see it now. Bringing all these migrants, let them work in the factories. Hey, we could be
Yeah, but they're not gonna do it though, HB. They're not gonna do it.
They're
just flooding the current system. You know,
like Toyota stock.
Nah, they'll do it. They'll do it. Those migrants, yeah, they're gonna shit. If you pay them $15 an hour, man.
I want to know what's Toyota stock.
Those transnational corporations aren't gonna come back.
We got those migrants working in Ohio. I want to know.
So what you want to know about some stock?
Toyota stock, because
Toyota. You mean Honda stock, right? Well, Honda and Toyota. I think Honda. I mean, I don't know if they Toyota.
Is it a Toyota factory that's in Ohio?
No, it was Honda. They said Honda.
Okay.
Yesterday was Honda. Yeah.
Okay.
Most car company stocks are trash, though. I wouldn't buy them. They don't go anywhere.
Yeah, you don't really even hear about them. And then what happens if there's a recall? You know?
Yeah, they just suck too much. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend them.
Yeah.
You're better off playing around with Boeing or something like that if you want some kind of.
So to me, like airline stocks, like United, American Airlines, JetBlue, car company stocks, they tend to go nowhere. The reason why is that their growth is always pretty weak, and they're so dependent on margins. It's so thin So it's like it's easy for them to have bad quarters, and then they just lose all their gains. And so as an investment, they suck. You can trade them, but investing, no.
Yeah.
They suck.
Never. Yeah.
They go sideways. They go nowhere. Yeah.
See, when one of their planes falls out of the sky, there's a trade opportunity.
I think the only car company I've ever traded was Tesla, and that's not even really
but that's not a real car company. That's why it grows because it's a tech company more than a car
it's
company.
also an Elon meme company, so you get your Elon investment too.
Yeah, I probably my dumbest trade was that DJT trade. I caught it right after he got shot the first time. I was hoping it had the same effect the second time, but it didn't. It actually went down the second time. So
the chart's ugly,
Yeah.
Same thing with GameStop and all that, because you see GameStop. When I traded it, it was ready to pop again when it was crossed 26, but the next day it went back below 26. I'm like, game over. It's not going that back up. So you see, it's stuck now.
Roaring Kitty is back down again, or is he?
Yeah, see. Yeah, it's 1996 now. See, it's not ready. It's still not ready to pop.
I watched that live of Roaring Kitty, and I was like,
Kitty still a millionaire?
I don't ever want to trade GameStop again after watching
No,
that
guy,
live.
guy got hit by SEC again. I don't know what he's doing. Yeah, most people.
Really, the SEC is going after him?
Yeah, because he went on that live stream and started talking and pumping, and then now they're just like after him again. They're like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Yeah. Tesla is a halal company. What the heck is this Hershey's company? Are you talking about Hershey's chocolate, Duale? I don't know what the hell you talking about. Hershey's.
Talking about Hershey. They own parks, hotels, chocolate factory, a whole town, man.
So when is the S&P a good buy? I'm thinking 5,600.
Let me see what I got. Let me see what I got. Say 5,600 now. We'll see. I don't know. It really depends on October. Once we passed Jewish New Year's, we'll see what happens. So Jewish New Year's, Rosh Hashanah is about October 2nd. So I'm waiting then. Once we got to October 2nd, we'll see what happens through the weekend to October 7th into Election Day. Yeah. Because it'll be the end of the quarter. You have to remember that. Everything's by quarters here. End of the fiscal year is essentially on September 30th. Last day of the month. That's when shit goes down. That's when they're done. That's when the big boys are done with their window dressing. So a lot of these investment firms, brokerages, and whatever, they get paid by bonuses. So their performance is counted up until September 30th. And then after that, that's it. That's when they decide when to pay them out money. So they have to hit their performance marks up till then. So that's why usually it's a shit show.
The Wale, lot lizards aren't on the market, but strip clubs actually are.
Oh, you want to hear the strip club stock? All right, I'll present. Let's see how strip club stock's doing.
Strip club stock.
Yeah, how do you short pussy?
Rick, R-I-C-K.
I honestly think it's probably a good time to short pussy. I think
right here. So
yeah.
This is pussy stock. Right
it's
here.
About to plummet.
So we're gonna see how pussy does. If simps can't afford pussy, we'll see. Yeah, there you go.
That's the thing, is I don't think the simps are gonna be able to hold the price up.
Yeah, I think the simps are being broken right now.
Yeah, and we're going into these new economic times.
Nah, bro, you guys are not seeing it. What I'm seeing.
Would you see an increased simpery?
Now listen, 30% of Americans only have passports. That's up to 65% today.
Man,
Yeah,
I think it's so global now though. Like even if you go to fucking the Philippines, you're gonna meet a girl just as fucking money hungry as they are over here.
Yeah, but
it's a different cost.
Yeah, but it's not as saturated and not as westernized as here. Like,
yeah, bro.
The women
But
here
even-
aren't
but-
even women anymore, bro. They're just men.
But even
It's being
In third
money
world
hungry and a
countries, no,
gold
you
digger is one thing, dude. Having to deal with another man is another
that's the
fucking
issue
deal.
here. That's the issue here.
Yeah, they're men, bro. They're men.
Yeah, they're
they
men, bro.
talk like men. They act
they're
like
men,
men.
Yes.
Nah,
100%
bro.
right.
As soon as you get out of places like the United States, it's immediately different. It's
Bro, like look. Have you ever seen those videos where the guy's just walking around Korea and he's just talking to the people and all you see is the ladies and they're just like, hi.
Yeah. Yeah, they
The same
talk
thing in
and act
Japan.
like ladies.
The same thing in the Taiwan. Hi. The same thing, whatever. Or anywhere in Asia.
What the fuck?
I'm just trying to tell
Yeah.
you, bro. Like they
I know exactly what he's talking about.
Hey, so if you're bullish on transvestites, buy Teva. Teva is a Israeli pharmaceutical company, so a lot of the hormone treatments are made by this company. So you see right here, 2023,
Gary,
it goes
pay attention.
$7 to
He said
$17.
Gary.
So if
hell
you're
no.
bullish on transvestites, buy a lot of Teva. There you
Jesus
go.
Christ.
So there's a stock for everything, guys.
That's the stock.
I mean, I am kind of bullish on trannies, no lie. Like, if you think about it, it's probably going to start increasing, right?
So yeah, so that means
do you think we're not at the top yet?
Yeah,
Pun
so
intended.
probably a lot of the reasons why Israel can fight Hezbollah and the Hamas right now is because of transvestites. So if you're bullish, it made a double bottom here and it's ready to move up. Continue to maybe it goes from $20 to 60. That's a 3x right there, and you got options on it. Then hell yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to see a triple bottom or a confirmation first, though. But yeah,
yeah, we'll see.
They're making one tranny out a day.
So instead of complaining about transvestites, make money on the transvestites.
This is my line of thinking. You see what I'm saying?
We got beepers blowing off dicks and shit, man. Come on. This is crazy, bro.
The trend is actually, it looks like a good trend, honestly.
It is a very good trend, and wonder why,
man.
right?
Well,
wonder why.
Now they're gonna have to give vaginas.
Very good trend, exactly. Very good trend it's making here.
You can't keep your cock and balls.
Yeah, I don't know.
That's one of the advantages to becoming a tranny. I could never do it, but technically, you can go full tranny, right? Keep your cock and balls and bang hot chicks. And, it's
Word
like
of advice?
and you're like a lesbian or some shit.
Disgusting. That's some Baphomet shit.
Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy.
And you would just be technically you would just be a lesbian.
Listen, word of advice for the guys: wherever there's an apple, there's always a banana.
Okay.
They get that shit shaved off now, Did you know about that?
Oh, get the hell out of here, dude.
Oh, you didn't know about that?
Oh, dude.
They shaved the Adam's apple off,
my grandma told me these times were
Oh,
coming.
So you guys don't know that Imperius could be a tranny. So here we go.
They're thinking that's
This is the clip you guys should be watching.
Tends to be anyone else.
There was no earlier, maybe imperialism or something like that.
I called in earlier, but I was on camera again, and I was.
Yeah, well, not again. I mean, nice that you said again. I just have to question about this because this is the way we run shit around here. You wouldn't happen to know somebody called imperialism?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just me. Like, honestly,
sure.
I don't need to fake who I am at this point. I'm 33 years old. I have enough shit.
33 years old, huh? You don't think I fall for that fucking coding?
Sorry, what?
You don't think I fall for that coding? 33. Multiple.
That's
Wait, how old are you? How old do you think
I'm
I
just
am?
wondering. I'm
This is
spitballing.
what paranoid schizophrenia looks like.
Okay,
ladies
I
and
think
gentlemen.
I'm don't think I'm hearing you right.
Voids
Yep, no,
will
I'm
fuck
asking
up
if
your
there's somebody
head.
called imperialism or ism. Imperialist. A motherfucker that was talking all this shit like he's worldwide known. Motherfucker known more on YouTube than motherfucker don't even got a channel. He was talking bad shit, talking good shit, talking bad shit. Seemed right up your alley. Then called in, saying it was somebody else sounded like you. Then you called in a little bit later. Big dog with your camera on. Einhorn, Finkel, Einhorn and Finkel. With all due respect. What do we think about that?
I wasn't there for that. I didn't see it.
Go ahead and hit your reefer out of that bong. It's not a problem.
Oh, yeah.
Whoa. I'm confused. Wait a minute. I'm more confused.
You're confused, Latino? Imperialism is no worldwide. He knows an imperialism, something.
Yeah.
So I'm telling you this, Latino. This guy goes on every panel, and the thing is, every time he says like I'm heading off to the gym, he's just jumping to another panel, or I'm going to church, or I got work to do, or I got something to do.
Yeah, because I'm like,
he's
how
just
you
jumping to
avoid it?
another
You have the
channel.
time to
He's
be
jumping
on
to
it,
somewhere else. And the thing is he's on some Thorpe channel, some Thorpe related channel, and he's saying something, and these guys are like, wait a minute, why are you here? What the fuck? How come you jump on here when this guy's here? And so this dude, King TL. See, I need King TL to come here. I'm trying to get him to come over here to fight Solid Snake. Like him and Solid Snake are great, would be a great pairing.
Okay, crack. So, but what you're saying that lady boy thing, that's Imperious?
No, but I think it's funny that
I thought that's what we were getting to, dude.
No, I just think it's funny that like he's jumping on so many panels that he's like causing a stir everywhere, and the fact
Can
that
you replay that video because he kind of does sound like Imperious though.
well, see, this is the point we were making like 2 nights ago.
That's what I'm saying.
I played that clip like multiple times overnight, and the thing is that like the white rage is similar to all white folks. You see that? You got a troon, you got somebody who's angst, like any type of white rage. They just split off into multiple branches. Like all these people go in different directions, right? One can be a troon, one can be like imperialist, one can be somebody else.
Like
you know,
Muffin.
like Muffin,
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
And it's all the same technology. It's the technology that works. So all these white folks self-sabotage themselves in the same way, or in different ways, multiple ways, right?
Yeah,
that's nuts.
That's
crazy.
it.
I only get on 2 panels.
and it would be almost poetic that Imperious was a tranny because he hates women so much.
Yeah,
it'll be
it
poetic.
makes sense.
Jay
That's what
Boogie,
I was
Jay
saying.
Boogie
Replay
says
that video.
it's not Imperious. I saw Imperious when he didn't know his camera was on the homies panel. By the way, hello to everyone on the panel. I know I just hopped up. Good morning, everybody.
Hey, Portia.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, HB.
Good morning.
I'm
Good morning.
superior.
Good morning.
So, who's the? You didn't know his camera was
so
on.
crazy.
Okay.
My mind is blown right now, dude.
What does he look like?
So he
I think it's
accidentally
that
cammed
training,
up.
dude. I really do.
Is he really white?
And Crack, how did you find that particular video? Like, is this a
Because
channel?
there's a lot of clip
said
channels
nope.
out there. Yeah.
There's a
So
lot
they
of what?
clip channels that clip the discords, the Grace discords, Ava discords, any kind of discord that has anything to do with Grace.
I'm pretty sure you could just put his name and things will pop up.
So that was by accident. I thought this was just gonna be some normal Grace Thorpe bullshit, but hey, I said like, what the fuck? Imperialism, imperialist. God damn.
That's very interesting.
He must be everywhere. He literally is. He says he goes to the gym. He ain't going to the gym. He's jumping to another panel, bro.
I'm gonna have to go back and rewind that and watch.
Like,
that
how
clip.
many panels is he on for that guy to say like this guy comes on here is like he's known worldwide. He knows like and Solid Snake like goes to those other panels too, and he sees him there. A lot of people on the chat probably sees him in other panels too. It's like, you guys got to tell us. I don't have time to be following people around on other panels. I only know this panel.
Yeah,
I know
don't
nothing about the
either, man.
discourse either. I just wait for the clip channels to give me the info.
Yeah, I don't
Because
get it, man.
seriously, there are discords that have panels that you don't know about because they're not public. And the people are jumping in on VCs and whatever. Who knows if imperialism or imperialists is going on Grace Thorpe like VCs and doing the same shit he's doing here.
Yeah,
Like that's how much time people have on the internet. That's how it's insanity, man.
Yeah. Or maybe they don't even have the time, but they're like that obsessed. That
I don't understand. People on the internet, that's why nobody serious would go on the internet. See? Nobody serious. That's why you're lucky to get Master Kim, me, or anybody. Because we wouldn't bother with this shit. I have nothing to gain by coming here. I have everything to lose.
That's crazy. I 100%.
Right? Because there's people that have nothing better to do than try to fuck with your life because they have no life. And that's why nobody serious would come. Yeah, nobody would seriously have any serious business coming on the internet telling you anything.
You know, I don't even know if it's necessarily that they have no life. I think a lot of times they have a complete life. They just hate their life. I think that's what it is.
But it's totally entertainment. It's to me, it's like so intoxicating because you can see these people. They're just schizophrenic, full of ADHD meds or something.
Yo,
and they just
that's what I was about to tell you.
It's just so fascinating to me.
Type of meds, man.
No, you can't fool me. I did Adderall.
And that's why because the only reason I'm here because I'm not
on something else, man.
Because I'm not normal. I'm not going to be a normal person. I'm definitely not normal, right? And because I'm not normal, I am so fascinated by the totally abnormal types of people like this. This is just so fascinating to me. Yeah.
Well, guys, I'm gonna tell you guys something. I just came from a run, and I'm superior to all of you. HB,
I don't think it's that abnormal, to be honest with you.
You know what, HB? Women are not superior to me. I stomp women all day. I eat women for lunch.
I eat women for lunch.
What the hell, man? Like, and I just stay in the back and I mute because it's just like I don't know what to say, man. And my wife hears this stuff and she's just like, "Who the fuck is this guy?" I'm just like, some clown. And then she looks at me like, "Why are you watching this shit, dude?"
Nobody outside would understand the fascination. Like, you have to be some kind of freak to like really be like, "Damn, this is entertainment."
Because at least, what's his name?
This shit's fucking boring as hell.
I don't know if you guys know 777. At least he's funny.
Makes me not only want to leave, but to think about never coming back.
You know, 777 has balance.
Yeah, at least he's funny though. He you know what I mean? He brings life to the party.
777, yeah, he's funny. Imperius kind of just he just drains all the energy.
Yeah,
like HB, but 777 is a little bit, more amplified.
Yeah,
HB makes the crowd, go wild, man, with jokes and the laughter and stuff that brings people in. But when you have this negativity of this man talking a whole nonsense, thinking that he's superior to everybody, that's just crazy, man. Because we can all be disrespectful in our own way, but like that superior shit, dude. Like I'm the type of dude not to see racism, but I don't have respect for that either, man.
Hey, man, I always do the Game of Thrones quotes, but Tywin Lannister, he told Joffrey, if you gotta say that you're the king, you ain't the king. If you gotta say it, you ain't the king. If you gotta tell us you're superior, you ain't superior. You gotta tell us.
Mm-hmm. It should already be known.
Man, it's such good writing in that show. first 4 seasons, first 5 seasons.
No, that's because the white man wrote it, not the small hats.
Man.
A fat like incel white man wrote it, not the
mouth
not the
breathers.
small hats.
The mouth breathers.
Yeah, small hats don't really do good sci-fi. they create sci-fi in real life. They don't really write it that well.
For real. Reach.
Yeah, let me put a bomb in a pager and sell
Like,
it to
dude,
the Taiwanese.
I saw that on Twitter yesterday, and I was like, "What the hell is that all about?" And I got context today with you guys talking about it, and I'm just like,
Right? Yeah,
What
it's
the
quite
hell?
bizarre. It's quite
some
bizarre,
guy's dick
fam.
blowed off. That's why I said this shit. I'm like, he had the pager in his pocket, and the shit blew his fucking. Oh god.
He got ass marooned by the small hats.
Fucking Johnson, no more, man.
Yo, I don't care what anybody says. When it comes to the small hats, they're on both sides of every single
dude, for sure
conflict that they're involved in. I'm not gonna go as far as saying they're behind every war.
Well,
no.
Yeah, so you guys should look up Unit 8200. That's the small hat version of cybersecurity. Like, so they're the part of the Israeli army. So they basically do all the espionage using high tech means. So they blew up a bunch of nuclear reactors in Iran from that thing too by hacking their chips and shit. So they're pretty good at it, and that's why a lot of cybersecurity companies, like antivirus companies, they're all run by small hats. They're very good at that shit. So,
isn't that like the major reason why we never had that Chinese company Huawei whatever come over here?
No, Huawei is because of Trump. Actually, when I was working, like we had a lot of contracts with Chinese companies to build up their data centers and things like that. Huawei, the reason why it came up was because they stole all the tech from Nortel Networks in Canada. So they infiltrated that company, stole all their shit, like probably in the early 2000s. So yeah, the reason why it got blocked was because of Trump. If it wasn't for Trump, it wouldn't have been blocked. We would have continued on like building a relationship with China still. It's only because it's so indirectly Trump by disconnecting from China, getting China whatever. Russia saw that, and Russia probably at that point was like, nah, fuck it. We'll just go on our own. And then China, also said like, well, we'll just team up with Russia now, and that's it. Because you have to remember,
China,
yeah,
fuck you.
Because you have to remember, like, the reason why Nixon made like a deal with China was to get China away from the Soviets, because at that time the Soviets and the Chinese Communist Party split, and they started having disagreements with ideology, so that the US was like, okay. And that's the real reason the Vietnam War ended, was because like there was no need for the Vietnam War if China was on our side, right? So they didn't care if Vietnam was still with Russia. China would contain them. So that's why right after the Vietnam War there was a China Vietnam War on the border. You know what I mean? See, you have to understand that too. So, yeah.
Damn. Yeah, I don't.
You guys don't
we
fully
don't-
understand the big picture here. You guys keep worrying about politics, and I give you the big
yeah.
picture. And the same thing with China is the big picture is that, and there's a bigger
Well,
picture to everything.
Well, mother,
Dude,
Dude,
I literally don't give a fuck.
Dude.
You should play that shit, dude.
Oh yeah, play that shit. Here, look, let me see. Where's that shit?
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am. Motherfucker, give me a specific book. Dude, do you know history? Dude, motherfucker, give me the book. Let me drive my point home. Dude, nope. Motherfucker. You're wrong.
Hey, I know exactly where that video you clipped it from. It was basically like the South Korea and like the US have like a competition for dancing and shit. Yeah, they have a dance-off competition with each other. So I saw that video before, like maybe many years ago.
Dude, motherfucker. Yeah, I can't.
And you know Koreans love to dance and shit, so that's why it's a fun competition.
You ever see that video chicken wing with the fried rice?
I wish you were as smart as I was.
You don't really win. He doesn't even mean that. He doesn't want anybody to be as smart as him.
Well, I talk with resources and facts.
Who do you think is the smartest? Who do you think is the smartest Asian? Who do you think is the smartest Asian, Crack? Like the race of Asian.
Like ethnicity?
Race?
Oh no, not smartest. Who's
like race?
Asian? No. My bad. I didn't mean to say smartest. I was reading the chat while I was thinking. What race of Asian dance the best?
Oh, dance the best.
Oh, the Korean.
Yeah, probably Koreans.
Koreans, dude. I gotta say
so?
Yeah, the Koreans.
What are the Jabberwockies? What are they?
What the hell is a Jabberwocky?
They're Korean. Are they Koreans? I met them.
They're all different colors of the rainbow. You know, that's the thing about dance.
I met them down in Vegas before, but they had their mask on, so I couldn't really tell what kind of Asians they were. I know they're Asians, though. I don't know how I know it.
No, there's a bunch of black dudes in Jabberwocky.
No, there's not. No, there's
There
not.
is. There is.
Are you serious?
Yeah. If you don't go to, you're not sub to their channel. If you're sub to their channel, there's lots of them without the helmets.
Really? No, I'm not.
You get to see there's like different groups. They have more than just one troop. Like it's a large troop, and some of them are black.
Way. Whoa. Yo, that's just kind of like how we do this channel. Like, so you're telling me there's more than like just 4 of them? It's like a bunch of them. So I gotta actually. So the Jabberwockies I met might not even be the real Jabberwockies. They might have been like.
Well, they're real Jabberwockies. They just might not be the ones you saw somewhere else.
That's fucking with me now. All right.
Because it's a big troop, and they don't always use the whole troop.
Yeah.
It's never the same 3. With the Blue Man Group?
No, not the Blue Man. The Jabberwocky.
Blue Man Group. What is it, like Daft Punk? Blue Man Group. It's like you don't know who the hell that is. Could be anybody.
No, right? It literally could be anybody. It literally could be. That's like a genius idea for a group, though.
Did you guys ever hear what Akon did?
Wait. Yo, if you create a group like that with their identity is hidden, you could literally live on for like 1,000 years if you want to. Just keep replacing them.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There's even like a white Hispanic, maybe Middle Eastern kind of guy looking. You know, like that color where you can't really tell.
Yeah, super.
You know,
like my wife.
And he's one of the taller Jabberwockies too, which is kind of funny. You know.
Jesus Christ.
Nah, but you guys ever heard Akon? He had his brother looks like him, so he would have shows back at home, and he would have shows in Miami at the same time.
Oh,
that's gangster.
This is before like the internet, so like before all these like YouTubes and stuff like that.
And he used the fuck out of that auto tune too, so he could get away with it.
His brother singing like him, just wearing shades.
Dude, I went to a Milli Vanilli concert.
Oh Jesus Christ! Did you get your money back?
Nah, it was good.
Was it the concert where it came to light?
No, I don't think so.
That would have been epic. That would have been a story to tell.
You know what's funny though? I went with my dad, and he was saying,
"That's awesome,
man. These guys are really impressive. Like how they can run from one side of the stage to the other and jump up on the amp like that, and then start singing right away without
even never get tired of breath."
He said that shit.
It's crazy though. I mean, damn. Your father saw it right through it.
After it came out that they weren't singing, I had never looked at my dad the same way. I was like, damn, Dad sees some shit.
Yeah.
Observer.
He didn't know what he saw, but he was very observant.
He was observant as fuck.
He didn't know what he saw. He was
like,
putting 2 and 2 together.
If you could have betted on that, huh? You guys would have had hit big, man.
Well, I don't even know if that would have been a play back then, but that's... Oh, man. Damn. Yeah, your dad has some foresight. They must have really been the shit before, because that's all I know about them is that they, you know, they were a fake group. But they must have really been the shit if you guys went to the
Oh
concert and
man.
everything.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
dude,
it was
they dance like
everywhere.
crazy.
And it was at the
Dancing.
time when that kind of shit was still in its infancy, like to make it big on MTV and be played on the radio at the same time.
You had the kids from Boston too. What's their name? New Kids on the Block.
Yeah, the Wahlbergs.
Yep, the Wahlbergs. That was that.
Who is
Yo,
this?
great times, man.
That's the company that blew up all the pagers. Some Hungarian company.
That's the woman that's responsible.
Yeah, that's the woman. That's the patsy. There you go.
That's the cock blower.
See, that's the porn star. That's the patsy of that company.
Porn star. That's
Wait. So this chick is behind killing.
Yeah, so she's in charge of BAC Consulting. I don't know what BAC is. Might as well BBC or whatever. So they fucking manufactured it. So the Taiwanese are getting pissed because they're like, "What the hell? We didn't do this. It was them." So yeah, there you go.
It was enough. We don't do such thing.
What does this chick do?
We Jewish.
She's the CEO and founder of BAC Consulting. They manufacture those pagers.
We don't do such thing.
And you know Eastern Europe, man. There's tons of small hats there. They probably did do it.
Wait, she's a small hat?
No, I'm just saying, like, she probably is the patsy. Like, she's the front for that company.
A small hat.
She might be. Well, who knows, right? CEO, founder. You can look.
She
her
looks
up.
like old school small hat, like Mossad, like true
like
believer.
Boris, get in the house now.
Like she's already served a couple years in the military, and you know.
She look like she makes some good matzo soup.
Jesus Christ, Jesus.
Mazel tov.
Mazel tov. Hava, Nagila, Hava, Nagila, Hava. Anyway,
I
yeah.
always wanted to do that damn dance though.
Oh, you want to do that? Yeah, it's fun, right?
You're telling me this chick is just the face, pretty much. You don't think
maybe
bitchy says she looks like Dutchy.
Can you do some research on her name so we can know some?
Well, someone else should. I'm so tired right now. I gotta.
She looks kind of like Ava a little bit.
Oh, Ava. Yeah. Ava's an alien. Ava's an alien.
Ava got that Aztec structure face.
Oh, Ava.
Like Angel, like she could be Native American.
Oh, you know, I a couple of nights ago, I was like on Ava's stream, that whole stream, and she was like, yeah, she felt bad for not coming back on here, but I was like, you know, you do your own thing.
My matzo balls are both kosher and halal.
Yeah, tell her to come back, man. What the hell?
Yeah.
After you let her press.
What's up? Hello, Duale. Hello, Duale.
Hey, what's up, bro? What's up?
Duale, Abibi.
I have two babies.
Yeah.
I have a white baby and a black
baby. Amazing. Oh.
Malaka Nubia. Malaka Nubia. Say hello.
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 She's so cute.
Oh.
America.
Say hello, Uncle HB.
Hello. I want to come to
Uncle HB. Hello.
So cute.
The baby, look at this guy, white baby.
Baby.
Black baby. Get her black baby.
They don't sell those anymore. They don't sell well.
No, we have a black baby.
They don't.
It's funny.
No, she has a two baby.
They're on clearance. They're on clearance at Target.
It's funny that you guys say that. My kids always pick the black babies over the white ones.
Oh, really? Oh, that's
yeah.
rare.
Since they were little, I just always let them pick, and they always pick the black.
That's rare. Usually the white babies sell better.
I think it's because they see her grandfather as a dark skin. They see also her little.
Oh, okay.
Probably why.
No, I think Get Crackers just saying overall. Yeah, ain't nobody really buying.
Okay, Papa.
Nah, they really don't though.
Du musst jetzt gehen. Okay, Papa, ich rede hier, okay? My HB is busy, okay?
I'm busy, baby.
No, goodness.
Hey, baby. Hey, baby.
Hey, yo, baby.
Hey, yo, baby. Hey, go get a baby bottle. Hey,
Say Malaka.
Hey, why don't you go get your shine box, baby?
Oh, don't tell the baby to get the shine box.
She wants to kiss you. Alright, we gotta go.
All right.
This is
Bye
why
bye.
that's the best thing.
No,
Bye,
Tu as
baby.
très joli. Tu as très joli.
Bye bye.
I told a baby on the internet to go get its shine box, and then it started to cry.
Baby.
Don't cry. Wipe your eyes.
Yeah, go get your shine box, baby.
I swear I belly dance every time that song
Or what is with the music?
Portia made it. I don't know who made that shit.
Oh, this is the greatest show in the history of shows.
We brought.
Oh my god.
Well, baby, shake it. Let's go. Let's go with that.
After seeing that, my thing just inverted.
Man,
I am no longer capable of having children.
Yeah, so this
I chucked my dick off and threw it out the window.
This channel is the best channel on earth. I bring you the content there. That was me. I brought that to you guys. Noel twerking, Bob rapping. I brought that shit.
Well,
Please excuse me while I go to the kitchen and shut my penis into the refrigerator door.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, Get Cracker. You should be proud of yourself, man. You
Yeah, not gonna be needing this thing anymore.
Yeah, you
so
remember
long,
Ben Thorpe?
cock.
Yeah,
Say la vie.
You remember when Ben Thorpe said like I would be content death? Nah, man. I know how to bring content.
Pussy was nice while it lasted. Sayonara, penis.
See, the difference, the problem is that like people like Ben, they want me to be the monkey to dance. Nah, bitch. I make other people dance. That's how I operate. That's how I operate. That's how I operate. That's why they didn't like. That's why they didn't like it. They were like, nah. You want me to be your dancing monkey? You sorry, buddy. I'm making you my dancing monkey. That's why you don't like it.
Oh,
You're my content. I'm not your content. You're my content. I mean, if I can get King TL to come over here, it's gonna be amazing. Amazing. Oh man.
That guy that was talking about Oh, dude, what's
He
his name?
is pure Kino, man.
Yo, what's his name? So I can write it down so I can help
King
you
King
find it.
TL. King TL. Yep.
King TL. Okay, got it.
See, it's still
Doing my
dumb to get.
research right
Nah, bruh. You don't get it. Like that money is nothing to me. You see how much I make? Like that is shit. That is absolutely pennies to me, bro. It's like me dropping a dime in some homeless guy's money, crackheads, like little cup. That's what you don't understand. You guys, I'm trying to help you guys get to the next level here. So you better be listening to the trades. Look at HB. I didn't even tell him to trade that. He did it on his own. I'm proud of him. You know, I'm proud of him. Anyway, guys, here's the real news. Who the heck is this Cristiana Archidiacono Barsoni? What the fuck? Who the heck is that? We got to get down to the business here. Where are we going? Where are we going?
Shauna.
Hava Nagila.
Actually, do you know I know that song word for word, and I
Oh,
am
you
gonna
really? You got all the
dedicate
lyrics.
that.
Okay, can you sing it for
I am gonna
karaoke?
dedicate it to you
Oh, okay.
on Friday.
Oh,
I am
awesome.
gonna dedicate it to you.
I would be so happy.
And I am gonna turn you into a Jew. Huh?
Awesome, awesome.
It's just 2 words.
No, it is more than that.
I'm tired. I'm plugged. I'm thinking I'm
Nagila,
plugged.
Lasagna, I'm thinking spaghetti, I'm thinking mozzarella.
Hey, Miss Maha. Yeah, I know
Hey,
the whole song.
Hey, so that website. Hey, guys.
Made that shit up.
Hey, the website, the BAC Consulting, just got locked
You
down.
said I made that song up.
You just made that shit up.
So it's about to really go down.
I'll be back. I'm gonna go do some research.
All right, see you, man.
It's about to really go down. It's about to really go down.
It's about to really
the
go
whole
down.
mainstream media is on it right now. 3 hours, 4 hours, 3 hours. There's tons of articles. That whole website is now over. We can't get to it.
Wow.
Oh,
Remember, I studied linguistics.
What you're showing on the screen right now, is this like a particular link showing this, or did you put this together?
I just put it together.
Oh.
Do you have a link about her at all?
No, it's over. I went to the website. It's locked down. It's completely locked now. There's no way to access. But whatever company that they blame the Taiwanese doing, the Taiwanese are pointing the finger at her right now. That whole website's gone. Yeah.
Portia, are you looking this woman up right now?
I'm
Hello?
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm trying. Can y'all hear what?
Hello?
You might be a little lagging a little, but we can hear
I think
you.
you're lagging. Yeah, we can hear you. You're lagging though.
Okay, I'm trying to look up stuff on her because I need any article or any video that we show, I have to add it to the description box. So that's why I was asking. So
yeah.
but I'm
oh my god.
I'm looking up stuff and I'll find something, and if I feel like it's worthy enough to pull up, I will. But yeah, that's the only thing I wanted. Sorry.
Yeah, you're gonna have to go to Reddit or 4chan to get anything now. Whoever archived it's probably in there.
Yeah, Portia, what have you found out about her? She seems like a double agent of some sort. I don't know. Either that
Christiana.
Either that or OnlyFans model, porn star.
Yeah, she's got a PhD, London School of Economics and Political Science Consulting.
Yeah, all a PhD nowadays means is pussy, hard dick.
Yeah, I think it's over. She's gonna lock down all her social media. Everything's gonna get locked down now. It's over, man.
Damn,
if you didn't archive it, it's over.
Yeah, so this chick's got a PhD. Jesus Christ. Wow.
No, it's all the plan. It's all part of the plan, dude. You guys don't know how deep this game goes. This game gets deep.
Damn, so Portia just left. Jesus Christ. All right.
Shout out to Portia.
Yes, shout out to Portia. She just left. I was in the middle of asking her a goddamn question. Just wanted to know what if there was anything she found out about this lady, but
that's what I'm in the process of doing right now. I'm doing that right now. I'm trying to find stuff to tell you what I'm finding and I'm seeing. Like Crack said, everything's been. I mean, I'm trying to do 10,000 things right now. So, it says that the British educated boss of Hungarian firm accused of making pagers that exploded, wounding hundreds of British educated entrepreneur denies manufacturing pagers. The Budapest firm linked to explosive pagers that killed Hezbollah members. I'm trying to get something for you guys, but you have to give me a minute to do that. So I'll be back.
Yep. So here we go. We got some snippet from some articles. Someone screenshotted this. Taiwanese company behind exploding pagers denies involvement. Su Ching Huang, the founder and president of a Taiwanese wireless pager company called Apollo Gold, confirmed his company's branding was on remnants of the electronic pagers that exploded in Lebanon. But he told NPR outside his office in northern Taiwan that it was a European company called BAC, which designed and manufactured the devices. There was nothing in those devices that we had manufactured or exported to them.
Mm-hmm.
We're entirely different from his designs and contain a chip that Apollo does not use. See? This is the problem with outsourcing things to people, man. We don't know what the fuck is going on anymore.
Yeah.
And this is just pagers. Guess what your nukes are made out of? Your nukes, how much of that you know where it came from, where it was sourced? All the chips in those nukes, all the chips in your cars.
Yeah.
Man, the Chinese could just flip a switch and shut down all your cars, bro.
Oh, they couldn't just do that. Come on, crack.
Are you kidding? This is what they did on pagers. They blew up some people's dicks off.
What's that? A pager is like a 40-year-old technology, though.
And that's why it's easier to do it on newer tech, right? Because they have so many chips on them. Just one of them just needs to be compromised.
Come on.
HB, there's a company in China called Huawei. They make routers and they make modems, and they're prevalent in Mexico with Telmex, and they used to be prevalent here in the United States with Time Warner before it became Spectrum. And what those modems had was a backdoor so that the Chinese government could literally do exactly what Get Cracked is saying that they have the potential of doing. They could actually go in there and do one of two things. They could flip off the internet completely, or they could turn your computer into a bot, to basically hack other computers as a botnet, so to speak.
So that's another reason why you should be very wary about people telling you to buy EV cars. They have the most electronics.
Yeah.
So you better keep those gas engines running, bro. You better keep those gas engines running.
That was like a plot point in some movie that I forgot what it was. Some Barack Obama produced movie. It was trash. But in the movie, all the Teslas like stopped in the middle of the road and shit. I don't know what they were trying to say in the movie.
Imagine they make a bullet.
That movie was not trash. That movie was actually good.
The movie is called Leave the World Behind.
Yeah.
Imagine if they make Teslas that are bulletproof, and you program the Tesla to take you to Walmart as an autonomous car, but instead it takes you to a concentration camp because we're conservative leaning on this particular chat.
Well, no.
I found an article. If you guys want to go through it, and it's
go ahead.
Yeah.
Pretty thorough. I mean, from my quick trying to pull it up.
Oh.
Hold on. Make sure I have
She's probably a porn star as far as we know.
Yeah, I mean,
lots of Hungarian and Czech porn stars.
Yeah, she's got the archetype for one.
I'm just gonna spin the dreidel right now, bro. This is fucking this shit.
Yeah, spin the dreidel.
dreidel, da 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 da.
Do you know the Hebrew alphabet? Come on, guys. Aleph, Bet, Aleph, Bet, Gemma. What else? Which one's the next one? Shit.
Let's let Portia get in here because I know she doesn't have all day. Come on, Portia. Let's get to it. I want to find out about this PhD murderer, porn star. Man, she wears a lot of hats.
I wanted to say thank you to Beak for the Cash App. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Oh, we appreciate that, Beak. Wow.
Oh, Sean John is here. Hey, Sean John, no Diddy. How are you? This article.
Sean, is that Diddy?
Excuse me.
It's no Diddy. No Diddy.
No
okay,
Diddy.
So,
in jail.
I have the Hungarian firm in focus of the Hezbollah pager explosions. The Taiwanese company whose name appeared on the pagers that detonated across Lebanon has denied manufacturing the devices. That has put a lesser-known Budapest-based consulting firm in focus. So here's a picture of one of the pagers.
Wait, Portia, does the pager still work?
It doesn't look like it from this photo. It looks destroyed.
Get Crack to fix it.
That looks like just a battery.
A Hungarian firm, BAC Consulting, has been linked to the thousands of pagers that exploded in Lebanon on Tuesday, killing at least 12 people and leaving nearly 3,000 wounded. The name of the Budapest-based firm first cropped up in a statement by a Taiwanese manufacturer, Gold Apollo, whose label appeared on the devices. Gold Apollo said it did not manufacture the devices and that they were made by its Hungarian partner, BAC Consulting. The product was not ours. It was only that it had our brand on it. Gold Apollo founder and president Su Xing Kwang told reporters at the company's office in the northern Taiwanese city of New Taipei on Wednesday. We may not be a large company, but we are a responsible one, he said. This is very embarrassing. And this looks to be EMS with someone's body on it. Hold on, wait, is this a video?
Wait. Is that person on that stretcher, are they alive?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's blurred out, but let's see if we can get a video out of this. Okay. And then also to be mindful to everyone listening, the article also goes into this Christina, I believe that was her name. It goes deep into that as well.
That's who I'm trying to find out about.
Chaotic scenes like this played out hundreds of times throughout Lebanon and Syria. Behind the chaos, pagers used by the militia group Hezbollah to communicate with its operatives and supporters. Hundreds of the devices exploded over a period of about an hour. Defense experts say Israel's spy agency Mossad likely infiltrated the supply chain and packed the devices with explosives before Hezbollah obtained them. Ambulances were seen crowding the streets, bringing the dead and the wounded to hospitals throughout Lebanon. The country's health minister has confirmed thousands were injured in the unprecedented attack, including Iran's ambassador to Lebanon. An 8-year-old girl was among the dead. So far, the emergency department of the Ministry of Health has recorded more than 2,800 injuries, 200 of which were in critical condition, that required either surgery or entry into intensive care. Hezbollah's leader Hassan Nasrallah had warned his followers to switch from carrying cell phones to pagers, an older technology which they believed could evade Israeli tracking. According to one report, Hezbollah members have described first receiving an error message that caused the pager to vibrate. When the user clicked a button to stop the vibration, a small charge inside exploded, details that appear to match injury reports.
Most of the traumas are in the eyes and in the face, and some of them in the hands and in the abdomen.
A Hezbollah commander described the attack as the biggest security breach since the recent hostilities with Israel began. In a statement read on Lebanese television, Hezbollah, which is considered a terrorist group by the EU and others, placed the blame squarely on Israel and vowed to punish the perpetrators of the attack. But where did the devices that exploded come from? A source close to Hezbollah told the AFP press agency that the pagers were all from a batch of 1,000 that had been ordered from a Taiwanese manufacturer. The company whose logo was found on the pagers says the model involved was made in Europe under a license and denies any involvement. This product is not Apollo's product, but a product that I authorized to use our trademark for another company to brand. Tensions are running high in Lebanon. The question now is if and when Hezbollah and its backers Iran will retaliate for the attack.
They better. Gotta get your get back. Get your lick back. Get your lick back.
Well, nobody wants to take the blame for something like that. So Gold Apollo said in a statement the AR-924 pager model was produced and sold by BAC, which it said was authorized to use its trademark for product sales in specific regions. The design and manufacturing of the products are entirely handled by BAC. He said that there has been problems with the remittances from BAC. The Reuters news agency reported the remittance was very strange, he said, adding that payments had come through the Middle East. Su did not elaborate further and did not provide any proof of a contract with BAC, showing that his company has had a licensing agreement for the past 3 years. Now, what does BAC Consulting do? And this is where we're going to get into the young woman that we saw, Christina, and we will see a photo of her again. According to BAC Consulting's website, the firm develops international technology cooperation among countries for the sale of telecommunication products. It adds that the cooperation involves scaling up a business from Asia to new markets, developing countries. The company, which claims to have over a decade of consulting experience, lists telecommunication as one of its key areas of expertise and says it integrates the best past technological lessons and practices from different geographical areas. And so this is their website, and I believe that this is the website that Crack was mentioning earlier, but it's now gone off the interwebs. BAC Consulting also lists the Nelcal Gold Jewel Collection as one of its businesses, saying it assists in the branding and marketing of the jewelry line. According to the official company register in Hungary, BAC is involved in activities ranging from the manufacture of electronic medical devices and electronic components to the extraction of natural gas and crude oil. Is it a shell company? DW visited BAC's official address in Budapest but didn't meet or see any employee from the firm. Nobody responded to the doorbell. An A4 sheet of paper with BAC's name printed on it is the only proof of the company's existence. Residents of the house told DW that they don't know this company and that they rarely see any correspondence sent to the address. And in this image here, this looks like this is the address where they claim to be out of, but other neighbors said they ain't seen nothing. They ain't seen nothing. According to the data on the company Wall Business, which classifies and analyzes financial information and business information on firms, BAC Consulting posted a profit after tax of 18.3 million Hungarian forint on revenue of 215 million Hungarian forint in 2023. The company posted a profit after tax of 5.8 million Hungarian forint in 2022. On Wednesday, BAC's website first showed a login screen instead of the home page, and then eventually showed an error message stating that you don't have permission to access this resource. And I'm believing that
isn't that that's what Crack was saying, right?
Yep, that's what Crack was saying.
Jesus
So
Christ.
here's the lady.
Oh yeah.
The company's CEO.
Is she even? Wait. Is she even real? That could be an AI picture. Do we even know if she's real?
I guess somebody else can.
What'd you say, Push?
It doesn't look like AI to me.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so that's Christina Barsany. I can't say her last name. So they said that this photo comes from her LinkedIn page.
Okay.
So the company's CEO is Christina Barsany, whose CV describes her as a scientist using my very diverse background to work on interdisciplinary projects for strategic decision-making. She has been with BAC since March 2016 and lists business development, sustainability strategies, and capacity development among her areas of expertise.
So she's a sales girl.
Right. The official company register mentions 49-year-old Barsany as the sole owner of the company. DW has reached out to BAC and its CEO, Barsany, for comment on the company's links to the pagers in Lebanon. Calls to the register phone numbers were not answered. DW also visited Barsany's apartment at her registered address, but nobody opened the door. DW reporter Zalt Bogar contributed to this report from Budapest. So there y'all have it.
You
And
got
for those of you that would like
catfished.
to source, for those of you that would like to source this, please check out our description box, and you will be able to find the links to everything that we're talking about today.
So, are you saying? Thank you, Pressure. So are you saying? It was a lot there. It was a lot. Hezbollah, Rosh Hashanah, gefilte fish, and this white.
So basically,
Matzo
what you're
balls.
saying is,
Yeah, matzo balls.
she's not AI,
Oh boy.
Hava Nagila.
and she might have been in a porn.
Or it's just some random photo being used to catfish. Yeah, that's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, it could be just a
They use
photo.
women's photos all the time. Yeah. So
Yeah.
they'll just steal somebody's Instagram photo and just do this shit. Yep.
Yeah, because I didn't like the whole we knocked on the door and nobody answered. Man, some people I don't know just knock on my door. I'm not gonna answer either. The fuck? The fuck? Who the fuck out front? The fuck?
I mean, you got a one-person company, man. Come on, that's the Mossad front. Then it's clearly a Mossad front.
Yeah.
It's over.
Yeah.
We got them. They ain't gonna answer the door. They ain't gonna do nothing. It's gone. It's a fly-by-night, bro, and you got played.
I don't know. I don't think those you can't really like nobody can really turn against the small hats though. So it's kind of like it's like what can we really do? What can we really do?
No, but you got a lot of distractions though. You point fingers at everybody. Oh, it's the Hungarians. It's the Taiwanese.
Why would you want to turn against
There
them?
you go.
I mean, because we know what they're doing. We know what they're doing.
What you gonna say, bro? Are you gonna tell people to keep buying Mein Kampf?
Yeah, no, yeah, that's
you're the asshole that keeps telling people to get Mein Kampf, man. It's like, what the fuck? Are you trying to get us shut down here?
No. I'm just talking about it for a literary purpose.
Oh, a literary. For the literary merits.
Yeah, not for any. Like, I'm not an anti-Semitic at all.
Okay. Well, Not Laws disagrees. Not Laws is like
Not
you're
Laws,
anti-Semitic.
Not Laws is a hater.
Yeah,
he's
he would
Canadian.
never be that, HB.
He's not like he's Canadian. His opinion doesn't matter at all. Wait, what did Nala say? Hold on. I don't even read his comments anymore. After I found out he's Canadian, I don't even read them anymore. Let's see. It's hilarious. You guys are more than a little anti-Semitic, but yet fail for the right, or for what does it say?
Fall for far-right propaganda that originates from Israel.
Nice spelling there. Propaganda.
What are you talking about?
Propaganda.
Propaganda.
No, so this guy is spelling it like an Indian. Oh my God, Not Laws, we got you. You're Indian. Get out of here, Patel.
What are you talking about?
Patel, we found you out. You're a Patel. Only an Indian would spell propaganda like that. What the fuck? Gandhi?
Propaganda.
Wait, isn't this so you're saying we're falling for far right propaganda from Israel, but we're anti-Semitic? Aren't you the anti-Semite? Who says they're doing propaganda? Who says that? But only person that says they're doing propaganda is like Nazis and stuff. That was Hitler's whole. That was his whole issue with with Jews. All the
No,
propaganda.
I mean, you have to understand. Unit 8200 is very sophisticated, and you see here it says the unit is composed primarily of 18 to 21-year-olds. They pick the best of the best. They pick the best of the youth to run this unit, you know, because they have to be so smart. After school programs for 16 to 18-year-olds teaching computer coding and hacking skills also serve as feeder programs for the unit. You know, former 8200 soldiers have, after completing their military service, gone on to founding and occupying top positions in many international IT companies and in Silicon Valley. So I told you guys, you know, this is how it is.
It's like
This
that
is how it
movie.
is.
It's like that movie Ender's Game.
Oh, Ender's Game. Yeah. Ender's Game is a ripoff of another sci-fi book. What is it?
Yeah.
I'm sure it is. Anyhow.
It wasn't bad though. But
But anyway,
Oh,
not
Jesus. Y'all
laws.
never read the books?
did you see the movie though, Virgo?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But Jesus. It's like you guys are just trashing every movie that I love, man.
No, that was actually a good movie. I like that one. But yeah,
Okay.
not lies. You're a goddamn dirty packy, and you're Canadian. Just
Yep,
stop.
that's worse. That's double bad. That's double
Yeah.
bad. Sorry.
It's propaganda. And what are you talking about? What are you talking about?
It's really propaganda, you anti-Semite. What?
You don't anti-Semite?
Oops and vagine, please.
Curled by Virgo right now.
Boobs and vagine.
Now he's pretending to be
Oh my
now he's
God.
pretending to be a white man. Oh, come on, man. You fucking in denial.
Yeah, get out of here. Now he's saying he's Eastern European. Get out of here. Fake. Nobody spells propaganda with a GH like that. Get out of here. Unless you're a Pajit.
If he's Eastern European, what country? What country?
He's gonna say Hungary now. It would be like, not laws of the CEO of BAC Consulting. Get him.
If he says Romania, I'm gonna die laughing.
Yeah, it could be.
If he says Romania,
hey, see, I told you. Get him.
If he says Romania, I can ask him a question in Romanian. So go ahead. Where are you from?
He said Hungarian. I don't believe him though. I think he's a packy.
I don't speak Hungarian.
I think he's a packy.
Freaking Attila the Hun motherfucker, get out of here with this shit.
Bring up a full size, a full res
shit. Yeah,
bring up a full res copy of his avatar. Let's see if it looks Indian or Eastern European.
He's a goddamn packy from fucking Canada. He's hiding out. His fucking green card expired and he's just online waiting for
He's stirring up the tiki. He's stirring up the tiki masala right now.
Right, he's waiting for the fucking Mounties to kick his door down.
I mean, if he's really serious about Eastern European, then that means he's a gypsy, dude. Gypsies came from India too.
Well, I think gypsies are more. I think they're Turkish.
Yeah, because the theory is that the gypsies came from India. They got kicked out, and they ran through Egypt. That's why we call them gypsies, because Egyptian.
Yeah.
And then they got ran to Turkey, and then they got ran up to the Balkans. Yeah.
Yeah, I think they were like nomads.
Yeah, they're nomads, basically. Yeah. Uh-huh.
Sir, this is Jean Galt from the Canadian Border Services Agency. Your temporary residence permit has seemed to have expired. Would you please come with us?
Oh, the RCMP's here. Get out of here with this shit. Oh man, this is
That's
crazy, dude.
Oh my God!
Yes, Wally, this is me. This is Wally. Oh come on, man. I'm just having some fun, man. You can get at me as well. No worries, buddy.
So are we to
Oh
that
my God,
point?
I want to-
Are we to that point? I knew this day was gonna come. where we'd have to get rid of all our electronics out of fear
Yeah,
of it might
I think so.
exploding
Yeah.
on you.
Dude, I'll be quite honest. We should have known this a long time ago. Remember when the sidekicks and the Trio 650s were the thing, and those batteries would get so freaking hot they would damn near burn your legs?
Yeah, that's just
That should have been our clue. That should have been our clue 20 years ago. Might have been quality, but that.
This is different though, Juan. This is different. This is like
I told you we're living in a dystopian world. Y'all don't believe me though.
Yeah, because if they could put a bomb inside of a page, if they could put a bomb in,
that will ruin your day, man. Motherfucker blew off your balls off. He'll be like, "What the fuck?"
I know. And what's fucked up too is they really thought it was a great idea. Yeah, let's get them. Let's show them. We're gonna get pagers. They can't track us.
Wrong.
That's
Completely
exactly
wrong.
what they want. That's exactly what they wanted you to think.
That's what they wanted you to think. It made it easier.
Yeah, it made it
So
way
HB, quick question, HB. Do you think that they were watching Prawn when those pagers exploded? Or what do you think that they were doing?
Wait, prawn. What is that? You talking about process?
No, Prawn. I can't say the actual. No, PORN. I can't say the actual word because this channel will get yeeted. Were they watching Prawn when the pagers blew up? Were they taking care of themselves when the pager blew up?
Yeah, I mean that would suck. I would hope not. Jesus Christ, Juan. Jesus Christ. I would hope not. Yeah.
I hope they finished before the pager blew up.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, they finished in more ways than one, probably.
Get cracked.
Wow. Come on.
Come
on.
What's up?
So this guy doesn't have a Facebook, doesn't have an Instagram, maybe not under that handle, but
definitely they were watching some kind of Mia Khalifa, man.
I did find some information that I was given by a chat that is live right now. And they said to go to Tropes TV at night, that he's usually on that panel.
Tropes TV. So what you finding out about? Like more info on that company, that consulting company?
No. On the Imperius situation, bro.
Oh, Imperius. Oh.
What's
You're
going
still
on with
that?
them?
Man, that was like two hours ago. Wait a minute. You were researching Imperius?
No, Latino for Trump. It's like we don't really care about Imperius at all.
Wait, I mean, if you can find out more info, yeah, okay.
I guess interview the guy. That's why I'm trying to get to the interview with the guy.
Oh, okay. I see what you're saying.
Yeah, not with Imperius. I can give a hell about that guy.
Well, now you guys got me interested. What happened? Now you got me curious.
There's a theory that
I watched the whole
Imperius
video.
Yeah, there's a theory that Imperius could be a transgender.
And so he wants to mutilate his body. That's his decision.
Yeah, no. But I think Latino for Trump might have a lead on this story. So I'm not sure how we got here. Honestly, I'm not.
You know, you can keep the talking balls, right?
Get crack started.
Get cracked. Get cracked is always stirring up.
It's always my fault, apparently. Yeah, it's always my fault.
You don't have to mute
No. You should have never put that video, man.
You can just say you're a whammon.
I gotta bring the content, man.
Bring the content again. Bring the
You
content
just
again.
clear your
one up to
whammons
date.
hood,
Get one
and
up
you
to
are
date.
the whammons. You don't have to slice anything.
Get one up to date. Put that video up.
You are doing.
Oh man!
Wishy bishy while we're doing that. No, you can't. Wishy bishy. No, you can't say the P word because if you say the P word, the stream gets yeeted by the haters, and I don't want this stream getting taken down by the haters.
That's why you say corn.
No, we could say porn. We could say porn.
Corn.
You know,
Of course,
one
you
thing
can
we
say
can't.
the word porn. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I like corn.
You know when
No, corn.
Can you share this link to this in the back chat? I can't find it.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Juan, I want you to go back to 2004 in Iraq. Like this guy, what was his name? Paul Bremer, and he said in a press conference, "Ladies and gentlemen, we got him." That's what they got Saddam Hussein on on a whole. I think Gift Crack got imperious on the internet, man.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
We got him.
We got him. I remember that press conference.
It's surprising that he hasn't been on.
I remember that. So we got imperious, man.
Not lies. How much experience do you have with deeply closeted men? Not lies. Are you a deeply closeted male expert?
Heck yeah, explain what you're talking about.
Anyway, let's continue on. We got serious things to talk about because you see, so this article here that I'm showing is the Russians complaining about U.S. chips in their weapons. You see, this is how funny this is now. So the committee scrutinizing several U.S. chip firms whose products have turned up in Russian weapons, said adding these companies know or should know where their components are going. So, this whole thing is bizarre. We got chips going everywhere, and it's like this is the reason why people now have to be very cognizant of what you're doing. So look at this. Like Senator Ron Johnson said he doubted whether any of the solutions proposed by the experts will work, noting that Russia was ramping up weapons production despite sweeping sanctions. You plug one hole, another hole is opening up. It's going to be whack-a-mole. So it's reality we have to face. So, got these pagers, you got these things. And this is why Russia has a big problem, right? They have the natural resources. But a lot of their males are leaving to go to other countries. They have a brain drain.
Yeah.
A lot of their tech can't be built in-house. And that's why they have to be a lot more reliant on China. China sees this. So I think China is making a long-term play to basically lead the new world where China absorbs Russia eventually. And then once they absorb Russia, it's going to be a fight between the Eastern Bloc and the Western world. Like Europe, which are bitches of America. So Europe is absorbed by us through NATO. Russia is absorbed by China. And we're going to have basically a confrontation later down along the line.
Which will probably end in nuclear warfare.
Well, it might not. Because
I don't think that doesn't need to happen. I think what it could end in is economic collapse, which is what China's fighting for right now, because that's the easiest way to cause our governments to fall without, Exactly.
I honestly think somebody's gonna hit the nukes and it's gonna all be over.
Nah.
Yeah, I know.
Fuck that, man.
I know.
So anyway,
even if they hit the nukes, it wouldn't all be over.
Hold on.
That shit is like 100-year-old fucking technology.
Such a terrible geopolitical analysis. Not lies. Why don't you come up here? And
why don't you come up here then? Give us your take then. You fucking filthy faggot.
No, he's a hater. Haters don't enter the foray. They don't come into the arena.
I like wishy bitchy. I like wishy bitchy's.
What are you talking about?
I like wishy bitchy's oxymoronic comment.
Go poo in the loo, not Laz.
What are you talking about?
You can't even figure out your toilet. How the heck you gonna tell us about anything?
Give crack. You should speak to notice some Urdu, man. Hey,
Urdu. Yes, I get
what the fuck is happening right now?
All right.
Did a drunk person just get on the panel?
Let's read some more.
No, this is very important.
It's 10 in the morning. What the heck?
Look at this. These semiconductors vary in sophistication and importance, but it's fair to say that without them, Russia would not have been able to sustain their war effort. So Byrne says the depth of the dependency on Western technology, which goes beyond semiconductors to include carbon fiber, polymer, lenses, and cameras, was really quite shocking, considering the Kremlin's rhetoric about import substitution and independence. So Alina Rabikova a Russian expert, right, economist at the Peterson Institute for International Economics, said an analysis of 2,800 components taken from Russian weapons collected in Ukraine showed that 95% came from countries allied with the Ukraine, with the vast majority coming from the United States. So, you know, this is funny, right? Russia dependent on us. We're dependent on China. Like this loop can go on and on forever.
This is a game of attrition. Then that's what
this is a game of
the
attrition.
Russia-Ukraine thing is. This is a big game of attrition. Whoever runs out of chips first loses.
Right.
Wow. Well, yeah, I don't like that game because
you and me both, HB.
Yeah, because
add me to that boat.
Yeah, because I think Russia's only got two options: either join up with China or hit the.
But didn't they like have some type of NATO situation with Brazil, China, Iran?
BRICS.
No, it's BRICS. BRICS is more of an economic thing. It's not a
that's economics than anything. That's not war related.
I mean, I don't know if they want to turn it to that level yet, you know. But because Brazil tries to play both sides, India will try to play both sides, South Africa plays both sides. Most of them don't want to align militarily. They'll play both sides.
Yeah, but you know what? Get correct.
As long as
possible. To cut you off real quick. I'm sorry. They might be doing it behind the scenes because here's the thing.
Yeah.
I live in South Texas. What they're not telling you is that Russia, they have 2 Air Force bases. They have one in Venezuela, well, obviously. But they also have an Air Force base near Managua, Nicaragua. That's 21 hours from me. You know, so they're closer than we give them credit for. And then, of course, India, they're getting involved militarily by sharing their naval ports with Brazil. You know, so it might be happening under the table, but out in the open, not.
No, but they need to build up their resources. Right now, they don't have the technology yet because they went too quickly. If Trump didn't do the tariffs on China first early on, they would have had more time. Now they have to try to consider their options now because everyone now, it doesn't matter who wins the elections, either the Democrats or Republicans, because both now don't like China. So they're both on the same side on that. That's why it's a problem. It's a big problem for them. If they could have done it sneakily longer, yeah, but they can't now. Now it's in the open. Everyone's against them.
The Haitians were going to make a deal with the Russians too, and then that fell through.
And then we took out their president. You're absolutely right, Latino.
I mean, and that's why COVID happened. I mean, they released the virus. That was it. That was the game plan because they couldn't get any headway with Trump, so they had to do it that way. So now everybody's.
I agree with you.
Yeah, because you see now Germany. Yeah, you see Merkel in Germany was very cozy with the Chinese. After Merkel, now you see the Germans are very skeptical of the Chinese because otherwise China had more time to infiltrate into the EU. And through the EU, they would have gotten weakened NATO.
But that's because China, Germany. I wish Stanley were up here. He knows more about this than I do a little bit. But if I'm not mistaken, Germany was more like center-left when Angela Merkel was prime minister. And then after COVID or after the beer flu, they went way right. Like they even tried banning Alternative for Deutschland, and Alternative for Deutschland still took over the majority of their government.
No, to me, the problem is that Germany wanted to have good trade relations with China. That gets more of the flow going because you have to look at the export potential of Germany and all that. The new consumers are Chinese, right? But once you see the Chinese are making their own car manufacturers and flooding like cheap EVs and stuff, like, okay, you can sell as many BMWs and Audis as you can to the luxury high-end market in China. But now the Chinese are going reverse and flooding your markets with cheap EVs because you're doing the Green New Deal. See, it was a Trojan horse.
Exactly.
And that's what happened. That's why they go. Yeah. So once they saw that, it was over. Yeah.
Yeah, they're hitting you up with the Renaults, and what is the other car that they have? The Geely and the poor man's Lincoln Navigator from China. You're absolutely right. And they're flooding the market with those.
They're flooding the market with cheap shit. And you see on Bloomberg TV, they always have the Chinese coming up there defending like, oh, the Germans should just compete better. That's all. We're not trying to corner the markets. No, it's just the Germans just aren't innovative like us and all this blah blah blah.
The German are nothing more than big crybaby. They need to compete better. Yes. We look at our future for our granddaughter and grandmother.
Oh, you
Like,
see
dude.
this EU and China's relationship? Oh, now I know this guy is just a goddamn Chinese spy. No, hell no. You're being paid by the Chinese government at this point. Oh, we got you, not laws. We got you. You are packy. You're a packy being paid by the CCP. This is even worse. Not only are you brown, you're being paid by the yellow man to troll us. We found you. We found you. We found you, bitch.
We are the People's Republic of China. Don't talk about my president, Winnie the Pooh.
Oh man, Latino for Trump got him. Yeah, Latino for Trump got him. Winnie the Pooh. You say Winnie the Pooh in any Chinese internet
got locked up for saying that shit. That
yeah, you say Winnie the Pooh in China, you get locked up, man. Hell yeah.
You look just like him.
Imagine taking geopolitical advice from a goddamn Canadian packy.
That is amazing for sure.
Yeah,
that is amazing.
yeah.
We got him,
Temporary
dude.
residence permit may have expired. Sir, if you don't renew within the next 90 days, we might have to subject you to exclusion under the Refugee Resettlement and Residence Act.
You have a perfect British accent there. That's Brandy. Brandy of you, right? Perfect.
Yeah, you guys need to know this. So there's something called the 50-cent party. The 50-cent party, 50-cent army, or Wow Mao.
I thought of the 50 Cent Army. Those are the trolls, aren't they? The ones that they're not supposed to have YouTube accounts, but they come out of nowhere, like when China's involved in the news, and you're like, dude, what do these people
This
come
is what
from?
probably Not Laws is getting paid, like 50 cents on the dime for like all this bullshit. It's like, oh man, these are internet commentators who are paid by the authorities of the People's Republic of China to spread the propaganda of the governing Chinese Communist Party. The program was created during the early phases of the internet's rollout to the wider public in China. So the name is derived from claims that such commentators were reportedly paid 50 cent RMB, so that's like the people's money for every post. So every post they get 50 cents, yuan, which is probably like 1 cent in our money, maybe half a cent. These commentators create comments or articles on popular Chinese social media networks that are intended to derail discussions which are critical of the CCP. This is what Not Laws is doing right now, probably. So he's just here to subvert. That's all he is. And he's getting paid 50 cents for this shit. There you go, guys. We got him. See? We got him.
The People's Republic of China.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
That's how deep the game goes, man. That's how deep the game goes. It goes so deep. You got Chinese on one hand. You got like Israelis on another. You got like so many subversives, man. This is crazy.
We got trans that are Christians.
Ooh, ooh.
What kind of shit is this?
Hey.
Glass? What is this? That movie Glass?
Wait, what university did you take it? Not Laws, Peking University? Get the hell out of here.
Well, to defend Not Laws, I actually took geopolitics when I was a public administration major.
Oh, but I don't think you took it in
as well.
China, though. I bet he took it in China.
No, I took it.
Peking
I took
University.
it in South Texas.
Yeah, he took it in
I took
Peking
it in South
University.
Texas.
That's how he was a packy that got like a scholarship to go to Peking University, comes back to Canada and tries to subvert a channel, like a channel in America. That's how crazy this shit is. I don't got time for this, bro. Don't play with me, Not Laws. I'm yellow. I'm a yellow man. I know your technology. Don't play that game with me, bro. I know the advanced level technology.
Give crack cooking Asians.
That's the only way you guys get saved, because like the only way you fight Asians is another Asian. That's the only way.
Tell them get cracked. Tell them get cracked. General Tao's ass out here.
That's how it's always worked in history. It takes an Asian to beat an Asian.
And right.
Yep. Didn't
the Chinese do some deal with the Rothschilds or some other banking cartel and double cross them, like right after right after the Communist or the People's Republic of China came to power in the 50s.
It's possible. It's possible. I mean, it's so funny when you saw Zuckerberg marry a Chinese wife, try to suck like Xi Jinping's dick by showing how his daughters can speak Mandarin. It's so pathetic. You know what I mean?
Trump did the same thing too, bro.
Trump did the same thing. That's exactly right. That's why it's so pathetic, because why are you bowing to these people? Oh,
but I don't think they're bowing. Here's my theory, and you guys can laugh at me afterwards. I think on Trump's side, there are certain groups of people with tiny hats that like to infiltrate other groups of people, and they'll intermarry into those groups. And then before you know it, they've co-opted, their philosophies, their beliefs, or what have you. I think Trump and Zuckerberg were doing it in reverse for two different reasons. Zuckerberg, I think, was doing it because he wanted access to the market. He could basically say, "Hey, look, I married a Chinese woman. I'm one of you. Give me money." And I think Trump was doing it in order to get us back on top. I think it's basically they're trying to play the reverse Uno game. But Zuckerberg failed. Trump, we'll see. I don't know.
He's like, my granddaughter speaks fluent Mandarin. I'm like, bro.
Oh my God.
What does that matter?
Hey, Latino for Trump. Can you do please 12 man?
Do 12
I don't
man?
like when you do 12. Yeah, please.
Hey, man. Where's John? Hey, man. Where's John? John.
Oh my God.
Okay, I think in back chat. Hey, so you guys want to? Okay, you guys still care about the imperial stuff? Oh man! All right.
Yo, put it, man, because I'm telling you, conspiracy.
God damn.
That's out.
All right, here I play it again. I'm playing it again. Here you guys go.
I almost died when
is King here too?
Man said to
all right,
snoring like
yo, before we play this video, can some of y'all just close your eyes and try to picture Imperius talking? Okay.
All right. Let's go.
I'm part schizo. I do that.
I didn't pretend to be anyone else.
There was no earlier, maybe imperialism or something like that.
Ooh.
I called in earlier, but I was on camera again, and I was.
Yeah, well, not again. I mean, nice that you said again. I just have to question about this because this is the way we run shit around here. You wouldn't happen to know somebody called imperialism?
No, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just me. Like, honestly,
sure.
I don't need to fake who I am at this point. I'm 33 years old. I have enough shit.
33 years old, huh? You don't think I fall for that fucking coding?
Say what?
You don't think I fall for that coding? 33. Multiple.
Wait, how old do you? How old do you think
I'm just wondering. I'm spitballing.
Okay, I think I'm missing. I don't think I'm hearing you right.
Yep, no, I'm asking if you're somebody called imperial.
Did he say he wants to spit
imperialist? A motherfucker that was talking all this shit like he's worldwide known. Motherfucker known more on YouTube than motherfucker don't even got a channel. He was talking bad shit, talking good shit, talking bad shit. Seemed right up your alley. Then called in, saying it was somebody else like you. Then you called in a little bit later
when he comes here.
Big dog with your camera on. Einhorn, Finkel, Einhorn and Finkel. With all due respect. What do we think about that?
I wasn't there for that. I didn't see it.
Go ahead and hit your reefer out of that bong. It's not a problem.
Oh, yeah.
So, what do you guys think?
I think
is that guy imperialism? Imperialism.
He got him.
I think it's
ladies and gentlemen.
I seen the long extended video on YouTube when I was off, and at the beginning when he was talking, there was parts that make you think that it might be him.
Oh man,
I think it's on point.
It's a possibility.
You know what I'm saying? Because like look.
Got him, crack. You got him.
All you gotta do is make your voice annoying.
Oh man, I don't know. Whatever. I like this shit though. This is funny as hell.
HB.
Virgo.
I got my cat costume on.
Oh.
Virgo identifies as a cat today. Virgo, you identify as a cat today.
Why must I feel like that? Why must I chase the cat? Because it's the dog in me.
Today's my day off, so I identify as a tree.
You know how many people I pissed off because I put on those stupid forms that I identify as an Apache attack helicopter? They ask for my gender identity, and I'm like, Apache attack copter. And they're like, that doesn't count. Actually, yeah, it does. It's a social construct, according to you guys.
When I pass gas, I just be like, hey, identify as air.
Oh man, Jesus.
He didn't say what type of air he identified as. It could be polluted air, you know? You never know.
Wait. So what's going on with this Portia's talking about something in the chat, a congressional hearing, home
I don't know.
security.
I don't follow politics like you guys, so you guys got
Right. Politics are boring, man. Very boring. I cannot wait when November comes, man, and the election is over. I want you to be human again, man. Fuck, man. This politics. They are very boring.
Portia, just post it. Portia, just pull it up. Is it in? You got it in the back? Hold on. Let's see. Sure.
Are you talking about the Donald Trump remarks? Those aren't going to be coming on until later tonight. What the hell?
No, not this one. Not that one. Portia, just pull it up.
That bitch got a lot of forehead.
She's yeah, but her eyes are blank, man. That chick scares the hell out of me. She can do some stuff.
Know, man. You could draw.
Juan, you don't know who she is?
Play on that head.
You missed all this discussion.
She was the girl that owned the chip company, if I'm not mistaken. No, I remember seeing this picture before.
Company, yes, because she's the one that blew
consulting. Wink, wink.
Wink, wink. Yeah,
she's that.
Yeah,
she got
consulting.
that Peyton Manning. She got that Peyton Manning head, man.
If she would have said, Juan, I invite you to dinner. I buy the Kool-Aid. Yeah, nah, sweetie, I'm not drinking. I'm not drinking. I'm good.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, Portia, pull it up.
Man, she got black in her eyes. Like
Juan, don't make fun of your clients, man.
She got black. Wow, man, like a shark.
Dwale, we were supposed to be best buddies and stuff. Why you treat me like that? No, I'm just messing.
Don't associate us with people that blow up dicks.
But HB, what do you think this lady? Does she prefer missionary or does she prefer doggy? Man.
Oh Lord.
I think she prefers you stiff after the fact.
What the hell? Man. I thought I heard machinery too. Then I was like, missionary? Machinery? What the hell is machinery position?
No, he said.
Are you fucking her like a CNC machine? Like, what the fuck?
Or is it a printer?
He clearly said dog.
Just the way she spread her arms are telling me how she is spread.
Oh my God, Duwale! What the hell are you talking about, Duwale?
I hope that little girl, I hope that kid that you were with is not around you.
Duwale, Habibi, come on, man.
Somebody.
I think that woman is more feminine than any other Western woman that I've seen. She likes missionary. She likes just to give it up and put the hands there and take the fucking me, man.
Your name, Habibi. My name, not Habibi.
I tell you, I belly dance every time that song comes on.
Portia, pull it up.
My name, Habibi.
Pull it up.
Machinery position.
Portia, pull it up.
Jeez.
Yeah, I gotta see this also
Machinery position.
before I start my workday. Good Lord, man.
I wanna see what I guess the Homeland Security is talking about, the migrant shit. I wanna see what's going on.
Oh, that's a
Man, when that
congressional
video,
hearing.
when that DeWale video come up,
We need to play the congressional hearing. We
I
need
be
to
having
play
a craving
it.
to want to eat goat.
Man. So
Oh, I
HB
love
and
Galt.
Latinos for Trump, I had a bad morning this morning by realizing that the price of biscuits went up again. So I went to get some coffee and I went to get a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit.
Coffee?
Let
Freaking
me guess,
$9.
$12.
11
$12 with a
after
coffee.
taxes. Yeah, 11 with the coffee
Yeah, that's
after
what I'm saying.
taxes.
It's like $12. Same thing
For a
here.
biscuit, a small ass biscuit. I'm like, dude,
Juan, though, like,
I'm gonna be
Juan,
eating grass
one thing
before I know it,
noticed,
damn, man.
Juan,
Are
one
you
thing I
buying the
noticed,
whole
though,
hog?
one thing I
I'm
noticed,
sorry,
though,
Juan.
one thing I noticed though, gas has gone down significantly.
Yeah, gas.
Around here.
Yeah, gas went down, but it's
It's
an
at
election year.
$2.90 now.
Not for California,
it's-
it ain't.
Oh no,
It's election
California's
season here in
California's
Texas.
fucked forever.
Dude, I went to California one time and I rented the worst vehicle, a Tahoe.
Oh my
And
god.
like gas
Oh,
was like
no.
what, like $9, bro. I said, get the hell out of here, man. What is
So Juan, why don't you just buy your
Here
own
we go.
eggs,
DeWale, you
buy
need to
your
hear
own
this.
sausage and your
It's
bagels
muted,
or
Portia.
biscuits
It's
and
muted.
make it at home?
It's better with
Well, I'm
somebody
doing
else
that.
mixing.
It's just that today I had so much stuff to do. I figured why not go for the
Oh,
convenience
okay.
of getting a sausage, egg, and cheese biscuit. And I
I
cried
get
all the
that.
way back to my house eating that thing.
Yeah. Okay, I get it.
Yeah.
Portia,
And
it's
meanwhile,
muted. It's
What
muted.
is
it's
this, a
muted,
concert?
Portia.
It looks like a
No, that's
concert.
the congressional
apply
hearing.
for asylum ultimately get asylum. But it takes 7 to 10 years for that process to play out. This border security bill would have dramatically shortened the asylum process such that it would be over in 6 months. And the incentive for someone who knows that they do not qualify for asylum to come across the border would be eliminated. And many of those 75 to 80% of people who are not eligible for asylum would not come here and would not be granted work permits. The other thing it does is it would increase visas because we
That's the
do
thing.
have a work shortage. We have a job shortage for agriculture, for construction.
Dude,
for
I
restaurant
want you
workers,
to be as
hotel
smart as
workers,
I am.
home care, nurses, doctors, scientists. This is all what I hear in my district. We need to increase those quotas. That bill would have done it. We need,
Pause it real
as
quick.
Mr. Heike said, to
Are they
increase
still blaming
personnel at the border to
Yeah, these
They're
guys
blaming
all
the
look like
Republicans.
doctors, lawyers, and scientists to me, man.
It
Yeah,
sounds
but
like
here's what they're not telling you. But HB, here's what they're not telling you. He's saying that we need to extend the quota for example, doctors, scientists, and engineers. That's an EB. That's known as an employment-based 3 visa, an EB3 visa. I used to process those when I worked for an attorney out of my second job out of law school. There is no quota for those. Those are unlimited. That's the problem. The other problem is for that particular bill to pass, they wanted literally $90 billion to go to Ukraine. And the other thing is if there were 5,000 people at the border, then at that point, they wouldn't accept them. They would move them to a port of entry and process them there for parole. That's what they're not telling you about that bill. So of course that bill wasn't going to pass. And now that the bill didn't pass,
they were going to let in, I believe, what was it, 50 a day at least?
Wait,
5,000 a day. 5,000 a day.
Portia, why is it muted? Why is it muted? Hold on.
Well, because I had asked her to mute it so that I could comment. That's why.
No. I muted it. I can mute it up here too. I can mute it.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I'm sorry.
Republicans
Yeah.
do not want to solve the problem at the border. And so what has happened since Donald Trump killed this bill that would have dramatically addressed the solutions at the border? President
He wasn't
Biden
even in office
and
at the
Vice
time.
President Harris have had no choice but to implement executive actions to streamline this process so that people coming in have to come in through ports of entry. So that those 73,000 people who are stopped at the border, they're not getting in, they're stopped at the border, have to go through the points of entry so that we can vet them and check them for their criminal history. And that has reduced border crossings to a level not seen since 2019.
That's also not true.
55%. But that's
Seriously,
not
I
the
was gonna
solution.
say
The
that.
solution is legislation and the Republicans will not meet in the middle. I yield back.
Gentlemen, yield.
How will you base somebody's
my.
record if they never have records in that
Here we
country?
are. Here and reflect
Gentlemen,
upon
yields.
3.5 years of incredible injury that's been brought upon.
Is that 12th man?
The
because
chairman
of Southern
sounds
border
drunk.
policies and
No,
actions
that's his cousin. That's his
by the
cousin.
Biden administration White House. We had this thing under control, man.
We had this
2017,
thing under
18,
control,
19,
man.
we learned a lot of lessons, but I
Took
tell you,
that
by the
dang
time
old
we were
stimulus
Right.
money
into
and put it on
2019,
the,
I was
you
here, I
know,
was on
woo,
this
it's
committee.
good as new.
Before
I
COVID,
can't.
we
I
talk
really
about
can't.
COVID,
What the fuck?
2020, we'll set that year aside.
This
In
is just too much
2019,
fun.
we had this thing
Man, he's day
under
drinking.
control,
Oh
America.
shit.
He is
Sheriff.
day
Oh
drinking.
my God, he's day.
Congress is
Oh
fucking dope.
drunk as a
my
mug.
God.
Congress is
Biden
dope.
Harris administration that
The
afflicted
only place
I
where
want a
you can
job in
drink on the
Congress.
job and not get the only place where
with
you can
Hell
no
drink on
yeah.
the job and
additional
not get fired.
laws.
Day
Let me say I'm
trading,
going to
man.
address the
I'm not day
Oh
trading.
man.
That's too dangerous
cartels who are watching.
for me.
Pay attention. I'm talking to you now.
Pay attention. I'm
Oh
talking
shit, he's
to
talking to
No
me.
additional laws. Within 2 weeks
Oh shit,
Told
he's
me
of
to
the
on
pay
that.
attention.
inauguration 2025 and January 20th, 2025.
They
If
got that.
President Trump is
Oh my
inaugurated,
God.
within 2 weeks, you're shut
Yo,
down.
Austin Murphy, good to see you again.
You'll bring no drugs into our country. You'll traffic no human beings into our country.
I'm making a snake
You have
right
to
now.
revisit your business model. Take some of those billions of dollars you've sucked out of our country, like the lifeblood of our people, and go build a few more mansions on the beach, because you will not be running human beings and drugs into our country within 2 weeks of President Trump's inauguration next year. Things don't go that way.
Uh-huh.
We'll see.
We'll see.
If a different president is inaugurated, it's very likely you'll be able to continue your business model. And won't that be tragic for my country? But you'll still have the issues of me and men like me. I'll be living on your 1 yard line. But if things go right, you're done.
I don't even understand
This will be
that
your
particular.
last Christmas.
No,
Sucking the life out of our country.
I'm gonna be
Yo,
like
Dumping
the,
illegals across our
I'm gonna
border.
be
He
like a
says-
rooster in your hen house.
And flooding our
He
nation.
He's trying to channel in his inner Ross Perot and it's
Poisons that are
failing
killing our
miserably.
children.
Good Lord.
At
I'm
a
gonna
rate of
be like a
100,000 a
one-legged
year.
rooster on the top of a prairie.
Chief
Oh,
Hike,
God.
We all love Jesus around here.
man, it's good to see you.
Jesus is everything.
You know, I made it a point in the years I've been on this committee to get to the border. I
It's
learned very
real.
quickly that I
Yeah, it's real. It's real.
Liddell's on my own. And one afternoon a few years ago, I knocked on your gate, just a congressman with a backpack. And you were kind enough to let me in at the San Diego sector. And you spent several hours with me. It was one of the most informative days I'd ever had at the border, of many.
So this congressman allowed another congressman to enter
Sir,
his
would you
gate
share with America
without going through a
talk
port of
about
entry.
the
So why
impact
aren't they
of
both charged with
policies
misdemeanor failure to
that were
report
enacted
to a port of entry
beginning in
for
January
inspection or parole?
2021 on the men and women of Border Patrol that were under your command?
Meanwhile, if I were to do that, if I were to let HB into my back gate, I would be going to jail for 6 months.
If you let him into your back gate.
Yeah.
What back gate we talking about here, man?
Hey, Juan, I had to
pause.
Yeah, Juan,
Whoa.
I had to get you out of here for
Whoa.
saying HB in your back gate. Yeah, I had to get you out of here, Juan.
Whoa.
I'll let Juan back up in a second. Hold on.
Whoa.
I didn't mean that back gate, HB. Come on, man.
Aliens into our
Be
country.
Whoa, buddy.
Be careful.
As more and more people were released, more and more people came.
Ain't nobody's back
Basically
gate
turns
here being
the
open
Border
or
Patrol
broken.
agents
Fue tu mente
into,
de bote de basura. Qué bárbaro. You get your mind out of the gutter, man.
all the agents have had time to do.
Careful
and
there,
they're
tough
well
guy.
aware
Watch it there.
of
Whoa.
what they miss.
Wait.
There's
Dennison,
the
this guy
vast
sounds
areas
just
across
like
the border
you.
that don't have a presence because
Yeah, he does.
they're taking care of feeding.
Yo, is this Denison? Get the fuck out of here.
That constant awareness of what they're not able to do.
Denison comes here in his spare time.
He sounds
that
like me a
mission
little
is
bit.
why
Yeah.
they signed on to the job. That mission is what they do, and they're not allowed to get out into the
All
field
white
and
people sound alike.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I want to thank all the panelists.
Don't make fun of the superior race.
Drunk
Brian,
people.
God bless you, man. We're sorry for your pain. We feel it with you.
No, those pictures, real quick, while he's
Sheriff,
speaking,
thank you for your
that's
service.
actually at that's the I believe that's
Gentlemen,
the El Paso sector.
My time has
The
expired.
heck? Who's that woman?
My love for my country has not.
Holy shit.
I recognize the
It's a
gentleman
shit
from
show, bro.
California, our colleague, Mr. Garcia, for 5 minutes.
Okay, and then this
Thank you, Mr.
particular
Chairman. I
area,
want to
this
thank
is
all of our
actually
witnesses for being here. Appreciate your time.
that particular
Mr. Chairman, I'm
picture,
wondering
that
if I'm
particular
able to
video is
see
3
your
hours
chart
west of where I live.
for a
That's the
minute.
Rio Grande. That's the
Mind
Rio
if I
Grande
borrow your
River,
chart for a
right
quick
near
second,
Laredo.
Mr. Chairman?
Just imagine huevos rancheros every morning now.
Do you mind if I borrow your
Man,
chart?
I love
for a
huevos
second?
rancheros. Those are good,
I
man.
apologize. I had not
Got
heard
it from
you,
Good Breakfast.
my colleague, but of course, yes, sir.
Thank you. If
I
could
just don't have
I
20 bucks
only
for a
use the
plate right
chart
now.
because
Damn.
Mr. Goldman
It's 20
said
bucks
he didn't
now?
like it,
Jesus
so.
Christ.
Shit,
That's
inflation, my
ridiculous,
friend.
bro.
East Side Chic Shop.
Just gotta make your own shit.
And
Oh,
that
So
here
I
we
just want to
go.
clarify this chart. I know that this
home
chart was
buying
also
and
Uh-oh.
been
There
discussed
we
Here
go.
we
with
There we
go.
go, get cracked. There we go. You can read that.
Chairman and others, but I just think this chart is important for us to actually look at this and actually be accurate. Right now, it
Okay.
says that Trump left office
Look
at
at this
this
shit.
point
Look
in
at
the
this
chart.
shit.
That's actually not when Donald Trump
This
left
guy
office.
sounds like Imperious.
Donald Trump actually left office right here on this chart.
Yo.
And so, when we're talking about charts, we should be very accurate when actually
He's literally
Donald Trump
saying that
actually
Donald Trump left office after
You can
January of
see
2021.
that the
Get
actual
the
immigration
out of here.
that was happening with border crossings was already going up by the time Donald Trump left office. And
Bro,
I
is he
think it's
serious?
important that when we
Is he
look at
serious?
charts, and I appreciate
That's so
This dude
disingenuous.
the fuck out of here.
That's so
that we're
disingenuous.
accurate about actually when this actually happened.
That is so
The facts are
disingenuous.
really important.
Fucking liar,
And I want to also
Yeah.
add one more thing. As we're talking
The
about
fact of the matter
facts
is
and
that
things that
Joe
are being said
Biden
that are
overturned
truthful,
most of the policies.
is
This is the
we're
reason
having a
why
conversation
we're
about
in this
immigration and the
predicament
border.
today.
I want to go
But he
back
never
to what
mentioned
happened
that
last
fact.
week during the presidential debate between former President Trump and the vice president. When he was asked about his role, which was brought up today about killing
See,
the
man, this is
bipartisan
why I'm
border
afraid
deal
of Hispanic
in
people
front of the
being in
Congress,
office, man.
instead of actually discussing that, of course, he went to the former president.
Hey, careful.
on
There's some
a-
Hispanic people in
Because of
office
this
that are on the
dude, man,
Republican
this
side, and they're
rant
tough.
man,
about Haitian
this
immigrants
guy
in
right here
Springfield,
just
Ohio.
gives us a
And
bad
I want to
name
repeat
and
what
a
actually
bad
Donald
taste.
Trump said. This is
Yeah,
a
but
quote.
he's combated by Ana
They're eating the
Paulina
dogs.
Luna and
The people
Mayra
that came in,
Flores and Monica de
they're
la
eating the
Cruz. And
cats.
man,
That motherfucker need
Continuing,
to get deported.
they're eating the pets of the people that live here. And this is what's happening in our country, and it's a shame. Now, I'm a cat owner and
It's
an
a shame
immigrant.
that
I
you
take the
allow
safety and
this
security
shit
of
to
our
happen.
pets very seriously. But this notion that Haitian immigrants are eating pets is not only xenophobic, in my opinion, but has caused real harm to the people of Springfield, Ohio. Now, the Republican governor of the state, the Republican mayor of Springfield have testified about it, and they agree that the story was not true. Even the
I'm
woman
a
who
cat
created the
fool.
original
dude, we actually
Facebook
called
post
those
that started the
residents. We
rumor has
actually got
disavowed
videos and
and made up the story. And in
photos.
fact, today it was reported that she's actually apologizing for what she said. Now, Governor DeWine and the mayor of the city and the city manager of the city have all said there's no evidence for the story that Donald Trump discussed at the debate about immigrants eating cats and pets. Now, a better use of our committee's time would be to investigate the right-wing extremism in bomb threats to close middle and elementary schools in Springfield and targeted
Yeah,
local
Stanley,
officials.
I thought
People
that
are
was kind of
scared
immature too.
in this town
Me too.
because of these threats and these attacks. Now, there is a real
Look at that cat over there. Look at that cat over there.
It's rhetoric.
Look at that cat over there.
Know this to be true.
I never thought I'd hear that on a congressional hearing.
These claims about Asian immigrants. J.D. Vance claimed, and I quote, this is just a real quote,
Look at that geese over there.
reports
Look
show
at
that
geese
people
over there.
had their pets abducted and eaten. End quote. That's
We
from
have video of it.
Vance. He also claimed that there's been a rise of infectious diseases, even though the county health commissioner said, and I quote, if you look at all people portable communicable diseases together.
No, Juan,
The
there's
year
a
ending
difference.
2023,
It was
you will see that we
roadkill,
are
so
at
it's
the
okay
lowest
to eat.
rate since 2016. Now on CNN this
That's the
weekend, JD
gist.
Vance
You understand?
said
it was
again,
roadkill, so you
if
can
I have
get
to
to
create
eat.
stories so that
So
the
you get to
American
drive
media
a
actually
Jeep
pay
over, and
attention
then
to
you
the
get to eat.
suffering of the American people, then that's what I'm going to do. I want to repeat that. If I
Horse
have to
Fido,
create
may he rest in
stories
peace.
so that the American media actually pay attention, that's what I'm going to do. We're creating stories about immigrants eating animals, which is quite a shame. And there are folks on this committee that continue to also peddle
way
some
worse
of these,
than,
in my
like,
opinion, mistruths and
hollowing
attacks
out our
on
country
immigrants.
and importing
Now,
a
Donald
bunch of
Trump
zombies
and his
from the third
allies,
world.
I believe, are trying to
This
make
is
the
so
American people think that
hyperbolic.
immigrants are strange or harmful or dangerous. I believe this to be truly un-American as an immigrant myself. I want to also close by just saying something that a CEO in Springfield actually said. The CEO said, quote, "I wish I had 30 more," in speaking about the Haitian immigrants. Our Haitian associates come to work every day. They stay at their machines, they achieve their numbers, and they are here to work. That is the American story. Immigrants come here to work and to contribute, and I wish we'd stop
Translation,
attacking
we need more good slaves. Americans are too uppity and they think for themselves too much.
The chair now recognizes my good friend and the gentleman from Mississippi, Mike Ezell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate your leadership in
Yeah, you
highlighting
Americans
the
are on
Biden-Harris
TikTok too
administration's
much.
failure to secure our border. Thank you also to
How dare
witness,
you talk
to the
about
witnesses
workers'
who are here
rights and
today
shit.
for your time, and Ms. Moran for sharing your story and your daughter's tragic attack and murder. Condolences to you and your family. Unfortunately, there's a
shit.
growing list of women and children attacked and murdered, and the current administration sits idly by.
Goddamn
I
immigrants.
agree with you that these deaths are 100%.
Goddamn immigrants coming over here, taking all our cows and all our.
Chief Highkey, we have heard in each
Causing all
testimony
kind of
today
trouble.
that border agents who fearlessly defend and
Talking all
support our
kind of
country
jibber jabber.
do not feel supported or equipped to do their jobs they were hired to do. You said
I
your
wouldn't even
testimony
eat Miss
Border
Bay's
Patrol agents have been
country
reduced
fried
to mere
steak or drink
processing
Annie Ann's
agents,
sweet tea.
standing by as our laws are broken. Can you please share
That's
some more
sure
examples of
sounds
how
hilarious.
law
I can't.
enforcement is
Shit.
undermined by this
That sure sounds
I
delicious.
can't.
They gotta assimilate into
There's-
American culture by eating that,
If you want
there country
trafficking,
fried steak and
for
drinking that
example,
sweet tea.
within
Wait a
It's my,
second.
San Diego,
This
it's
is
my
wait,
wife.
hold on a
San
second.
Diego
You guys,
itself,
I want to hear this guy. Hold on.
obviously within California, California has State Bill 54, which makes it illegal
That's Denison,
for
bro. That's
state and
Denison.
local law enforcement to have really anything to do with us, whether it be immigration or to assist us on the border.
I just want to say I'm a lot
mentioned an
taller and
earlier
better looking
trafficking
than that guy.
situation. Trafficking within California, coming through California,
bro.
is a serious
Am I
Denison,
tripping?
anything
that
can be
goes
true on the internet.
throughout our country. But because
country.
of State Bill
But
54,
because of
state and locals
State
are not
Bill
allowed to call
54,
us when they run into these young
then
ladies.
Yeah.
state locals are now allowed to call us when they run into
when they're
HB at
trafficked
the
off
Lot Lizard
our
parking lot.
or if they run into
Hey,
as
HB,
being
why don't you take
transported
him
to
off, man?
the state. On top of that, when all of the agents within the Border
Oh,
Patrol
God,
are
this is
inundated
so
with
freaky.
processing, they don't have the chance to actually talk to the people that they're dealing with for more than seconds at a time. We run into rapes, abuses that go throughout the journey when people come to the United States. And we have the opportunity to talk to them to get them help once they arrive here. The agents don't have time to do that. They don't have time to do DNA testing, for example. The Border Patrol is under a court order to do DNA testing on people who are brought into custody. We did not have the time or the resources
Alejandro
through
Mayorkas
2022 or
suspended that, by the
23
way.
to complete that at all in San Diego.
That was suspended in
The
2022, the
equipment
DNA
didn't
testing
even
requirement.
arrive. In often cases, the money that comes from the soft-sided facilities is another, all of this extra funding comes out of the Border Patrol budget. So our computer refreshes, our cameras, our software systems are becoming older and older. As one of the representatives mentioned, money to fix vehicles is limited because
I lost
so much
my
money
eyebrows
is
in
going to care and
Vietnam,
feeding of
fish.
masses of people. This all impacts
he
the
John
agent's
McCain's
ability
rep
to
or
do their
what?
job. It all impacts their ability to complete their national security mission. And on another note, Many people don't realize how impactful Border Patrol agents are across all of the federal and state and local agencies. We send task force officers out through DAA task force.
He's like,
Space
on
Breach
another
task
note, I
force
had
with the FBI.
hair before I took
In my
this
time in
job.
San Diego, I had to pull all the task force agents back in order to complete our processing mission. They're not there. Spanish speakers, Spanish is required within Border Patrol agents. Many agencies across the southern border do not have Spanish-speaking officers. They rely on us for Spanish speakers, especially in task forces, to further their missions, whether it be drugs, even stolen vehicle task forces in San Diego, things like that. Those are all hampered because we've had to pull the agents back.
What's this doing to morale?
It destroys morale.
That's insane, man.
The impact of not being able to do the mission that they were hired to do, and then they sit behind a desk in the office. Border Patrol agents come to the mission to be outside. It's outside, it's active, and they're actively completing a national security mission when now they sit at a desk and type.
Ms. Moran, how does that make you feel that our Border Patrol agents are not being allowed to do their job and the morale is low after what you've been through?
It makes me feel very sad. Sad that our government, you folks that have taken an oath to protect the American people, to protect our right to liberty and freedom, and you're not pointing fingers, but you're not allowed to do that because so much money is tied up doing all these other things, that the things that are really necessary, protecting the American people, isn't being done.
Is that Lindy Lou?
It gives the American people a feeling of hopelessness, that we don't matter.
I thought that was Noel for a minute there.
And that you folks are just going to continue with your partisan politics and not really take to heart the lives of the American people that put you in office to begin with.
Thank you for that. And again, I'm very sorry for your loss. And as a former law enforcement officer myself, my number one priority was protect my county and my citizens. And I think our Border Patrol agents should be allowed to do the same thing. And thank you for that, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Ms. Ramirez from the state of Illinois.
The state of Illinois and a daughter of immigrants. Yes.
Why is she holding her hands like that and opening her mouth?
Hey, it's kind of hot. It's kind of hot. Why is it? Is it paused?
She's about to make
I think the video had frozen on your guys' end because I'm listening to her right now.
She's a hot Latina. That's what.
Live while basically listening to and commenting on this particular stream.
It's the hot Latina.
She's blaming the Republicans for everything, basically.
The chart's wrong here.
There you go.
At the taxpayer's expense, Republicans want to use mass deportation to rip families apart. They want to unconstitutionally strip citizenship from U.S. citizens who have immigrant parents, and they want to expand this border wall that has already cost about $45 million per mile. And folks, we've been talking about this in the last almost 2 hours here. None of this will fix our outdated immigration system that we haven't fixed since 1986 when I was 3 years old, or increase our ability to stop fentanyl trafficking, stem the unlawful flow of weapons across our border, and certainly it won't dismantle these cartels that we should be dismantling. Talking about immigration specifically, we have more than 30 years of data on enforcement-only proposals and policies based on deterrence work, and they simply don't work. Even these cruel actions of the former administration, they didn't actually reduce migration or improve order at the border. Instead, they've resulted in chaos and people forced to wait in unsafe places, and women and children going through the worst cases and experiences.
This is a textbook
much
emotional
like my
argument,
own
ladies and
mother
gentlemen.
experienced
When you hear
the border.
this type of argument,
So folks,
this is
we
when you
should
can
be
tune
talking
out,
about creating
right?
legal pathways, and I understand that's Committee on Judiciary, and I wish that you and I were working on that. That is actually what we should be doing together, creating legal pathways, but it doesn't seem like that's what we want to do Because vilifying immigrants seems to be the only priority in this committee, and certainly with most of my colleagues on the other side.
We have too many people, bitch.
I want to hear from
We
you.
need to deport this
in the next
bitch.
minute
We're
or so.
closed.
What
Go
should Congress
home.
be focusing on to secure the border and support border
full.
communities like yours?
Why won't you
The
just go
fire
back?
marshal says no more
Specifically, there is a
people.
dividing line between federal and state law enforcement. You know, the federal agencies in my town, federal officers outnumber 30 to 1. There's 30 federal officers for every one local officer. So that includes one of the largest border patrol stations in the US and the third largest that are both in my county. Large contingents of CBP, OFO, those are the guys in the blue uniforms on the border that do the inspections at the ports of entry. And, you know, frankly, I don't want to do their job and they don't want to do my job. I do the same job as the 3,000 other sheriffs in the US. There's about 3,000 counties and 3,000 elected sheriffs in the US. I treat everybody the same. Our focus is violent crime and property crime. So, you know, as far as it's up to you what you decide on the federal issues that have to do with the border, but to me, I don't see a bigger impact of, you know, crime or property damage with anything to do related to the border. So financially, I don't need no more support. I don't need more legal support, but I do think Congress needs to
Tell that
solve
to the
the
people that
issues
have
on the
homes
border
right
to
across the
create
border.
legal pathways for workers.
So, Sheriff, you think that this Congress should be focused on creating legal pathways, yes or no?
That's correct.
And you think that this Congress should do the thing it hasn't done in almost 40 years, which is actually fix the immigration system, is that yes?
Immigration, look at
where
the
you're doing
Farm
I-130. There's
and
consider getting these agricultural
called?
visas
in the
There is
Got it. Well, I agree with those two
employment-based where you do
things
an
here, and I
I-140
think
or
that
you
vilifying
just
immigrants
simply
is
do a
really
DS-160.
dangerous, and it actually reminds me that it reveals to me that we have a short memory here. In the 18 and early 1900s, Italians, Irish, Germans, and others from parts of Europe were the ancestors of many of the people in this room whom you carry their last name now with pride, were treated as less than human. And if our country today were to suddenly face increased migration from that region, I would be with you protecting them like hell. So it's really hard for me to watch the very same grandchildren of these people who were harmed, who were neglected, who were abandoned and starved, doing the same thing to others that were done to their grandparents. Which is why every single chance that I'm in this committee, I'm going to remind you of your roots, and I'm going to remind you that our job is to create kind of policy so that we create legal pathways so that people that come to this country from Europe or from Latin America are able to come here, yes, the legal way, without
I want my politicians.
With that,
I
Mr.
want
Chairman,
my
I yield back.
politicians like I want my quarterback.
Gentlelady yields. I now recognize Mr. Strong, a gentleman from Alabama, for 5 minutes.
We're going to hell for that one, man.
We'll go 5 minutes for his.
We'll go quick. Mr. Desmond, you recently wrote that millions of local taxpayer dollars have been diverted to cover the
in
cost
Congress, and she literally just said that her allegiance is not to us.
Asylum seeking immigrants, money that could have been better spent on our residents and vital services.
I know Portia agrees with me that we need to deport that lady that just spoke.
As a consequence of this administration's border crisis, especially small and rural communities. News outlets in Alabama have reported that several communities have expressed concern over a steady increase in Haitian immigrants, especially in rural areas with stretched thin resources. I've heard this very sentiment myself. There are countless examples of this administration's policies and failures that have gotten us to this point. One that has come to the forefront, and of course, it's Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela, which at the end of July this year have enrolled over 500,000 migrants into the United States. I sent my concerns about the CHNV to Secretary Mayorkas over a month ago. I wish I had an answer to share here today, but I have yet to receive a response from the Secretary. Barring that, Mr. Desmond, you unfortunately have firsthand experience with the border crisis this administration has brought on all of us. Can you speak to the cost your community has incurred as a result of the surge of migrants and how it has impacted the services provided to your residents?
Well, thank you. The cost
it is kind of hard to monetize because there's so many different agencies and so many different elements to it. But I can tell you specifically the San Diego County itself, we spent $6 million to set up a migrant receiving center for those being dropped here. And we only had it open for 4 months because we ran out of money. And yes, that money could have been spent on our roads, infrastructure, and parks. But we also have our hospital systems. Many people come across the border, they're injured because of their long journey. I'm sure most of you have seen YouTube videos of people dropping their children or their loved ones over the fence. Many people have broken limbs, things like that. So we have many paramedic calls that actually go to the border. We also have fire calls. When people come over in the cold of night, they'll burn just about anything they can get their hands on to stay warm, which is, I understand, but we all have fire calls and potentially fires and structures that catch fire along the border. And also, just kind of the fear factor itself of people driving boats up onto our beaches and just walking unimpeded into our communities. So monetarily, also our San Diego airport has migrants sleeping and staying there. So that hurts our, we're a tourist town. That hurts our tourism. You see migrants sleeping in the airport coming and going. So there's many, many factors. I don't have an exact number, but I know it's in the several millions of dollars that is costing our local taxpayers. And that money should be staying in San Diego County, not being spent on migrant and immigration issues. That's the purview of the federal government.
I understand what you're talking about. I served 26 years in local government, 40 years as a firefighter EMT. I know firsthand what you're talking about, and I appreciate you being here. I also find it ironic that those responsible for this situation that you're in today, Vice President Harris, Secretary Mayorkas, are two of California's finest. It sends a clear message to every American that if they had allowed this to happen in their own communities, if they don't care about what's happening in their own backyards, why would they care about what's happening in Alabama? I think the evidence is obvious. Mr. Desmond, you also mentioned witnessing mass street releases, which buses dropped off hundreds and thousands of illegal aliens at a time in your communities, many of whom have no idea where they are, where they're going, and it's not just happening in California. What advice would you give to other communities, local leaders, county commissioners, mayors, city councils facing this exact situation throughout our country?
Well, please speak up and stop it from happening. I mean, there's not much we can do because we actually, when they started the drop-offs back in 2022, it was like 3 days before Christmas, we got a heads up that the Border Patrol was we're at capacity and we're going to be dropping migrants at our transit stations. We had to make sure that our shelters nearby were not going to be impacted. We had to make sure local police was there. One of the drop-off stations didn't even have a bathroom, so we had to make sure all those types of facilities were there and available. And local communities, small cities and communities don't have the resources to immediately write those kinds of checks. So I beg and plead and ask the federal government to stop this. And we all want to have an immigration system that works. And I take offense to the sheriff's racist comments I made earlier, but we need a system that works. And I really think the focus should be on vetting the people that come across the border. Most people want to be here and they want to work here. I get that. But we got to be able to vet and make sure we keep the bad people out.
Thank you. Would it be fair to say that the Biden-Harris administration's policies have better served the interest of criminal cartels than the American people?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Wow.
The gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Swazi, the gentleman from New York, for 5 minutes.
Mr. Swazi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marin, I'm so sorry what you've been through. Nobody knows how you feel. Appreciate you being here and coming to talk to us like this. And Sheriff Hathaway, thank you for your service. Mr. Desmond, I can only imagine how frustrated you are as a local official. I was a mayor, I was a county executive, and this is all out of your control and it's being dumped on you, and it's really frustrating. Mr. Heike, thank you for your service for so many years. I know you've devoted your life to your job and your public service, and it must be so frustrating to you as well to see these things happening beyond your control. And we talk about the border crisis, but it's really a Washington, D.C. crisis, because this is not a new phenomenon. This has been going on for decades. And we can go back and forth about the numbers going up and down. Big impact on those charts is COVID. And when COVID is over, it started going back up again. And, now the numbers are down because Mexico's enforcing a border because the president did his executive orders. So we got to figure out how to get Democrats and Republicans to work together to address the very real concerns that every one of you have. And that America, what you see in this room is what's happening all over America every day. And people are just like, what the hell are you guys doing? We're sick of hearing you just attack each other instead of solving the problem.
I agree.
So it's not one thing. It's not one or the other. It's both sides. We got to secure the border. We have to fix the broken asylum system. And we got to treat people like human beings. I mean, everybody wants that. I don't care if you're the Republican witness, the Democratic witness. Everybody wants those three things. Secure the border. We need more agents. We need more judges. We can build more wall. We can do more technology. We can do all the things we've heard back and forth here today. We've got to secure the border. That's a very real thing that has to be done. Number two, we got to fix the asylum system. Asylum used to be like we were happy when the Soviets sought asylum in America. That was like, yeah, they're coming to us. They're not going to the other guys. Asylum, you came from Cuba or from the Soviet Union, like, yes, asylum. Now it's being abused by the cartels and by the organized crime and the coyotes and teaching people. These people are all coming here because they want a better life. Well, we can't just let everybody in.
What?
People are abusing the asylum system and they're gaming the system, saying the right keywords so they can get into this bureaucratic mess that takes 6 or 7 years to resolve. 85% of the people get denied ultimately, but people are abusing the system. We got to fix the asylum system. We got to change the standards with asylum. We got to stop allowing asylum in between the ports of entry, which is what the president did in his executive order. It's what the Langford bill that we've heard about today, the Langford Murphy bill would have done. But they had these you had to get 4,500 people, and then the president's executive order is 2,500 people. But I say no, just no asylum in between the ports of entry. Just stop it. Make you go to a port of entry or make you go to a safe mobility office somewhere else in the world. And number three, you got to treat people like human beings. I don't know what your politics are, but most people think the dreamers who've been here 20, 30 years, who came as little kids, they should have a pathway, at least to legalization. TPS recipients, we invited them here after an earthquake or a civil war. Give them a pathway to citizenship, or not, don't even give them citizenship. Give them legalization so they don't have to worry about being deported tomorrow so they can go to work. The Farm Worker Modernization Act. It's been negotiated bipartisan. Let's make the deal. We've got,
you see how he
both sides worked it out.
Citizen, and then he
the
went.
Afghan Readjustment Act. There's so many things that we've worked out to say, let's treat people like human beings. But we got to put these three things together. We have to stop. Every problem we face in America, and certainly this issue, is complicated. Nothing is simple. But you could not solve complicated problems in an environment of fear and anger when everybody's just yelling and screaming at each other. You can only solve complicated problems when you get people on one side and people on the other side to say, I think this, well, I think that. Well, how about we do this? Well, how about we do that? And you try and find a compromise somewhere in the middle.
All right, let's compromise. Let's move them all in your neighborhood.
That's what I think most people up here want to happen. I heard Mr. Heike, nobody paid attention to it. He said before, he said, most of the people are coming over are good people. Most of them just want to go to work. So let's fix this broken system that we've had for decades, stop the BS, and try and find common ground so that people like yourselves who are sitting there and saying to yourselves, I am so sick of these guys going back and forth. Can't they just work it out? But I know you're all thinking in the back of your heads, like everybody in America is thinking, let's work it out. Let's work together. Let's get it done. I'm prepared to do it. I know lots of Republicans are. Let's try and make that happen. Thank you very much. I yield back. I'm sorry I didn't ask you any questions, but I had to just say that. Thank you.
Thanks. The gentleman yields. I now recognize the vice chair of the committee, Mr. Guest, for his 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sheriff, I want to thank you for being with us today and start a couple questions with you. I see in the statement that you have prepared, you talk about the fact that you not only are elected official there in Arizona, but live very close to the border, that you and your wife will often go out at night and walk there along the U.S.-Mexican border. I have before me from the CBP website some recent statistics about addressing border encounters along the southwest border, and then breaking those border statistics down into certain sectors. It shows that overall, over the last 12 months, that in many sectors, we have begun to see a brief decrease in the number of border encounters. But the statistics put out by CBP show that in the Tucson sector, which
y'all never
encompasses
noticed
a large portion of the
that some people in
Arizona
the South
border,
sound like a band?
we have seen a dramatic increase in the last year. The
Bang,
numbers for
bang,
FY23 were 322,000. For FY24, it's 452,000. So a 40% increase in that sector, as we've seen the numbers decrease in the other sectors. And so since that is an area of your state, wanted to see if you can shed any light for the committee as to why we have
never know
such a
what you're gonna
substantial
get.
increase. And again, that is one of the only two sectors that we have seen increase
I might not be
numbers
smart,
over the last year.
but
So
I
do you
know
have
what
any
love is,
insight
Janai.
why there
That
in
movie's
the
messed up,
Tucson
man. She
sector,
gave that man
we've seen a
HIV.
40+% increase in encounters within the last 12 months.
Yes, as Ms. Taylor Green alluded to, Nogales, which is in the Tucson sector, is the designated reporting accumulation area for the CBP1 app. So it's the only place, the primary place for people who are claiming asylum. They're told to go to Nogales, whether they show up in Ciudad Juarez and El Paso
Hold on,
or
man, take all the
Tijuana. They're
piece.
told apply via the CBP1 app and go to Nogales. So a lot of people go there, then they can't get
You
their
want chicken fried
appointment.
rice?
The
You want
appointment
you want
system
shrimp
is
fried
full.
rice? I take all the piece.
They walk across and they self-surrender to Border Patrol. So to me, that's been the main reason for the
How your kids and how
the
your
steady
pets.
numbers in that sector.
So they're being directed there by the administration. Is that
the
correct?
administration, that the
coming for you.
CBP1 app, which is a smartphone app for asylum seekers, is not available along the border, but in Nogales it is. So they're all directed there, whether they start out making contact in Texas or Southern California, they're directed to that sector.
And in the testimony of Chief Hinkie, he stated that one of the things that he thought that one of the things that had driven some of the surge in immigration was the decrease in detention beds. And I know that you had mentioned in your testimony, Sheriff, about the need for additional immigration judges, which I support. I support additional immigration judges because I know the statistics show that in some parts of the country that there's a 4 to 5 year backlog, and individuals, once they come across their country, their
The
first
motherfucker
court date
came here.
at
You
times
seen him? He
can
was
be as
already on
long
the
as
cell
4 or
phone,
5
bro. You
years.
seen
And
that?
there is a substantial need for immigration judges. And so I don't disagree with that assessment. But I also agree with Chief Hinkie that detention beds
They
are
giving out
important.
Obama phones at the
solution.
border, bro.
That as we have immigrants who are coming across the country, particularly many of which we are not, in my opinion, properly vetting. And I think that we have case after case of immigrants who have not been properly vetted, who have been allowed in the country that never should have been in. If we had detention beds available so that we could properly vet those immigrants, and then have a process for those claims to rapidly be heard, that some of the situations that we see would not have occurred. And so what are your thoughts on additional detention beds? Is that, and I'm not saying that's the only solution. I'm not saying that there's one silver bullet, because I don't believe that. I believe that there are a multitude of factors that Congress must take into play if we are going to try to solve this problem. But do you support additional detention beds for the proper vetting and to expedite those individuals who are incarcerated and in those detention beds to be quickly brought before an immigration judge?
Yes, if I can speak a little bit behalf on the current sector chief in the Tucson sector, Sector Chief Maudlin. He has properly stated that, look, my officers aren't trained to be detention officers and babysitters, and they've had to do this detention function, and they've also been moved oftentimes on TDYs to the Rio Grande Valley and to different areas. So It's not really a function that Border Patrol was trained for. I'm sure Chief Heike could attest to the same thing. It really should be handled by another agency. Yes, that is a valid concern, but it's not something that Border Patrol is trained for. Like Sector Chief Maudon has always told me, I want my officers back on the line, not sitting here functioning as detention officers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm out of time, and now yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Burkeen for 5 minutes of questioning.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Marin, did I pronounce your name correctly? Is it Marin?
Varun? Varun's up there?
Warren.
Oh.
Thank you very much for being here. The fact that your daughter was killed by an illegal alien,
God, why are they
sexually
keep saying
assaulted,
this?
do you think that the media is paying attention to these stories to the level that they need to?
I do not, and the reason why I say that is because there's been 4 or 5
great
that
then
have really
killed.
hit the
God.
media, and it's because there are mothers that are speaking out and not stopping. But there are a lot of women that are assaulted every day, and I think because they're assaulted, but maybe perhaps because of shame or fear, they're not reporting the assault, or it's a local police matter that doesn't necessarily hit national news, so it might just be local news. And or they don't have DNA because they're not able to track these immigrants that have come into the country, and because they don't know their name, they don't know where they're from, they collect DNA from the crime.
Look at that cat over there. Look at that cat.
That they just kind of like hang in limbo. But there are women that are being attacked every day. I get letters from across the country, and just in my own.
They always go. They always go. They always go.
Murdered by illegal immigrants from El Salvador. And I do realize the man that was here earlier, that he was from Prince George's County. He was a state prosecutor during Trump's time in office. So he may have seen lower numbers, but that's not necessarily the state of the country at this moment. And I think that, I'm not trying not to take up your time.
No, I appreciate your response. And no one would want to find themselves in a situation that you've experienced. And genuine, heartfelt condolences
I wouldn't
being
say no
extended
way.
to you. We're so sorry. This committee is so sorry.
Can I just say one more?
Of course you can.
I think that they hear us speak as mothers, and they think because we're mothers, that we're emotional, yes, and we're more attached. But if you actually saw the bodies and the crimes that are actually being committed against a human being, it's like an animal dragging a prey into the woods and attacking them. If they could see how violent these crimes are.
Like a Wendigo.
I'm not saying that all immigrants are like this.
Like
But
a
if people are
crocodile,
willing
bro.
to come into
Coming
the
under the
country
water, man.
illegally, there's something that they're hiding, because an upstanding person would come legally.
Ms. Heike, you, San Diego sector, former Border Patrol chief there, several decades of experience. Do you think the American family, the average American family who hears these stories, has a right to feel less safe? You think it's justified, the feeling across America of just regular people sending their sons or daughters into a public space, a public sphere where they're not present with that child, that this validates a heightened concern for their children's safety?
I do.
Is this something that you experienced in your decades of experience, this heightened level of concern? Was it experienced under the Trump administration, this level, or is there something to be said, direct correlation to this current administration's position on the border?
In my time with the Border Patrol, I have never seen entire zones that were left without agent presence. I've never seen that before.
Mr. Desmond, you're over the San Diego sector. What's interesting is in 2023, With 1,200 mile of border wall, of a 2,000 mile border wall, Texas has more than the majority of the border wall. And we know by reports of what Texas is doing to secure their border, they went from being 60% of the encounters to first half of this year, 40%, even though they have more than half. So that's being shifted. We know San Diego's being one of the areas that population is going because Texas is having to do what the federal government should be doing. You all are seeing this. Are people, the feel of the average American who feels less safe, are they misinformed?
No, they are not misinformed. And many of them see, the effects of it, particularly our beach communities. We get 3 or 4 boats every week that just beach themselves and people walking into the communities. And without law enforcement even able to do anything. Unfortunately, California is a sanctuary state, and our law enforcement, as the chief had mentioned, is prohibited from enforcing any immigration law. They're actually prohibited from even asking someone what their immigration status is. So even though somebody just jumped off a boat and is walking through your neighborhood and is there illegally, our local law enforcement can't do a thing and people are upset about it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize Mr. Crane, the gentleman from Arizona.
Thank you,
from a
Mr.
border state, for his 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Marin, thank you so much.
Well,
I want to thank the panelists for coming as well. Ms. Marin, in your opinion, how many more beautiful young Americans must be brutalized, raped, and killed by people who weren't supposed to be here in the first place?
keep your children safe, my people. Keep your children safe.
There should be none. They should have.
I don't want
My
any
goodness.
Americans getting
When
raped.
in February of 2023, media blasted all over national TV stations all over the United States pictures of hundreds of thousands of immigrants swarming towards our southern border. Biden and Harris administration could have stopped it before they even reached the border. They could have said, stay in your country or stay in Mexico, and then vet them one by one. So they saw them coming and they opened the doors and just allowed everyone to come in.
Thank you. Sheriff, why do you believe that border walls are racist?
Well, Reagan was against border walls. He told Mikhail Gorbachev, tear down this wall. The Soviet Union said they were emerging into an era of freedom, and he said, prove it, tear down the walls. Only 8% of the world's land borders have any structure at all. Not a wall, not a fence, not even a line of box. If you go through Europe, Asia, Africa, Latin America, even the Canadian border.
That's not what I asked you, Sheriff. I said,
that's like,
why do you believe they're racist? You said in your written testimony, and certain policies smack of racism. For example, a wall was never suggested for the Canadian border.
Well, yeah, the Canadian border is known as generally a white population, whereas the southwestern border is generally a brown population. So it smacks of racism. And Title 42 was never aggressively enforced on the Canadian border.
Sheriff, do you think that if the mass majority of illegal immigration coming into the United States of America was coming from the northern border, that Americans would demand the same thing?
I don't know.
I think you probably do know that, sir, because it's not about race with the American people. Matter of fact, most American people support legal immigration. It's the illegal immigration. It has nothing to do with race. Sheriff, do you have a wall at your house?
A what?
Do you have a wall at your house,
No,
Sheriff?
I do not.
Do you have a front door on your house?
Yes, I do.
Why not just leave it open, Sheriff?
I leave it unlocked, but I do have a door.
Yeah, most people have walls and doors on their house, not because they hate the other people on the outside. It's because they love the people on the inside, Sheriff. What about prison? What about prisons, Sheriff? They have walls around them as well. Are those racist?
No, I would say they're not.
Yeah, they're not. What about the White House? It has a wall around it too as well, doesn't it? Do you think that's racist? Do you think?
I didn't say that walls are generically racist.
Okay, well, you said, and certain policies smack of racism.
Yes, it does.
Right.
Proposing a wall on the southern border and not the Canadian border.
Well, I just told you.
I don't know what house he lives in.
Where's the majority of illegal immigration
These
coming
people
into
act like, what gets me
Northern
mad,
or
HB,
southern?
is that these
Go
people
ahead.
act
Probably the
like
southern
it's only
border.
Yeah,
racists
you know it
coming
is.
in here,
Okay.
bro.
Thank you.
Like this, all types
All right.
of races are coming in here, bro. Whites, you name it.
Sheriff, did you have to swear an oath to the Constitution of the United States to become sheriff?
Yes, I have multiple times.
Are you familiar with Article 4, Section 4 of the Constitution, Sheriff?
Can you remind me what it says?
It's often known as the Invasion Clause. U.S. government guarantees the protection of our states from invasion and domestic violence.
Yes, I've heard that.
Okay, so could it be, Sheriff, that part of the reason we suggested a border wall, because anybody that knows security understands that a wall is just one part of a security system designed to keep our citizens safe of all races? Could that be it, Sheriff, and maybe not racism?
No, I don't think there's an invasion, and there's not a clause been activated in the Constitution that, suggests that this is an invasion. It's not an invasion.
Yeah,
It's the same thing I've seen my whole life.
Yeah, well, I think Miss Morin and other moms who have lost their children brutally raped, murdered, drug off into the woods would highly disagree with that comment. And if you looked at the data and the graph that's been presented here today, it's obviously an invasion.
It's not a
so much
military
so,
invasion.
hold on, I'm not done yet. So much so that Kamala Harris has actually changed her position now on border security because she realizes what a complete catastrophe it is. Mr. Heidke, you've been a Border Patrol chief. Do you agree with Sheriff Hathaway here that implementing a wall as part of a security system is racist?
No, I do not.
Have you ever seen a wall that stopped one race of people from getting in and allowed other races of people to come into the country? Have you ever seen that?
No.
Didn't think so. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr.
That bald
Menendez,
man,
for 5
that
minutes
bald
question.
man came in
Thank you,
there
Chairman. Thank you, Ranking Member. Thank you to all of our panelists. This is my first term in office. And I represent a district where over 40% of the people that live there are born outside the country. So I care deeply about our
That bald
immigration
man
policy.
came there with hair, and they
First
wouldn't
trip
let
I
him do
took
his job.
as a member
Now
to
he's
our southern
hairless.
border, because I care that we get it right there as well for our border communities and for our communities throughout the country. I care about both parts of this conversation. The other week, we remembered those who were lost in 9/11. This was a select committee after 9/11 to make sure that we protect the homeland from threats, domestic and foreign. And I had great hopes that this committee would be a place that we could engage with our colleagues in a meaningful way to take on these challenges. And I feel like I've tried in my individual capacity to do that work. But there's a long history on this committee, this Congress, of opportunities to come together where we've not been met halfway. We marked up HR2, the Republican priority bill on the border, which would have caused the loss of human life on American soil because of the handcuffs that they would have put on NGOs that operate along the border to help other human beings. We've talked about the funding request that the president has made for more CBP officers to ensure that we have the latest technology for fentanyl detection. It was ignored. I know other colleagues have talked about the Senate border deal that was negotiated with Republicans, one of the most conservative Republicans in the Senate, never even got to the House. We consumed this committee's staff with an impeachment of Secretary Mayorkas. I think there were 5 impeachment reports that they put together to try to make the case. They didn't call one constitutional expert to come talk about high crimes and misdemeanors. I mean, so when we as Democrats are frustrated, we share the frustration with the American people who look to us and want us to get things done. We know we have to work across the aisle because we're in the minority party. That's what we came here to do. And every step along the way, we've been frustrated, even on HR2. Blue Lotus, an administrative operation to combat fentanyl. I introduced an amendment to give legislative authority for future administrations to do the same program. Not a Republican voted for it. On their own bill, a single amendment that dealt with fentanyl. Not one Republican voted for it. Show me where the good faith effort is. Just show me. Because we have done the work. You've listened to all of our colleagues who are frustrated. People in the Senate who negotiated a deal, they didn't even get a vote on it. So we're frustrated. It's not partisan. It's not political games. It's not political theater. It's not what we came here to do. I almost didn't even come down to this meeting because I'm so frustrated. I'm so sorry, especially so sorry for your loss and for so many like you who have experienced such devastating loss. And I am sorry. That's why I signed up for this job, to try to fix the things that are broken in this country. Our immigration system is broken. We feel it no matter where we live. We have an obligation to do something about it. I want to do something about it.
Me too. Me too. Me too. Me too.
I believe we have folks who have worked in CBP. We have folks who are sheriffs.
Yeah.
Do you look to Congress and us as legislators for solutions to some of the challenges that you're all facing?
Do you?
Yes.
Sir?
Yes, definitely. I consider that to be your job.
It is. And if I were a resident or you're a sheriff, I would look for you to make sure that our communities are safe. This is a two-way street. We listen. We show up to these committee hearings and listen to all the things that you are facing, that Border Patrol agents are facing, that border communities are facing.
Just listen.
We listen.
Listen.
I just wish we were doing more. So just know that I'm committed to trying to take on these challenges. So many of us really are. You may not see that here in this committee. You may not see that today. Rest assured, we're going to keep trying. And we're going to try to get to better places for all residents, both of our districts and throughout the country. So thank you all for being here today. Thank you for all that you do to advocate for these issues. I yield back.
God bless America.
Gentleman yields. I now recognize the ranking member, the acting ranking member, for his close.
Hey, chat, if you want a wall on our southern border, put a W in the chat. If you don't want a wall, put an N in the chat.
We are doing everything we can to make sure that we go after those animals that will do the things that were done to your children, your daughter. One is way too many victims. Mr. Chairman, as I look at this committee, I think today is the last full committee hearing before the election, and I cannot but say that I'm disappointed with today's hearing, because we're 50, 60 days away from an election, and a lot of the stuff I heard today was really focused on the election.
Yeah.
Their fault, our fault, statistics. Back home, people want solutions from us. I don't hear a lot of solutions today. Mr. Heitke, I started talking to you just a little bit about the resources. You talked about many places along the border that don't have the personnel. And as I told you earlier today, I met with the president of one of your local organizations on the border. Yeah. And we discussed the fact that in about 2 or 3 years, you're going to have a tsunami of border agents retiring, because most of them were hired after 9/11. There's a mandatory retirement age. I've not heard any discussion about how to replace them, how to hire them. We talked about the fact that this country has a massive debt. What are we going to do to increase the funding for our border security when we have a national debt? No solutions discussed. Mr. Desmond, you're a San Diego County Board of Supervisors. I was Orange County Board. A lot of ag in your area, I think. Should we deport all those undocumented workers out there? The answer is probably not. But we should give them a pathway to citizenship, or just a pathway to be able to work in this country, because they're the ones that produce our food. And I have not heard of any solutions to fixing the problem for those that have been waiting in line 20, 30 years. A lot of them are my constituents as well as they are yours. We haven't given you a solution, Mr. Hathaway, Sheriff Hathaway, and I can only imagine what you go through at your town. 80, 90% Latino. I'll give you a little secret.
Latina.
I know racism doesn't exist, but I can't tell you how many times I've been pulled over by ICE to demand what, my citizenship was, and that's okay. I'll comply. But it's only folks that kind of look like me that have that treatment. I know it's national security. It's nothing but that. But you, my friend, are responding to your constituents, to your taxpayers, to your voters that say, we expect certain respect from the government, from the sheriff. We want streets that are safe. We want to make sure there's a policies that enable us to live like human beings and not have to fear police officers. We spent 20 years in the county of Orange trying to make sure that the people that lived in the shadows didn't fear reporting crimes to police. That's good policing. We're not a police state. The United States is not a police state. We have to have cooperation from our population to make sure we have safe streets. You, Sheriff, have a tough job, but you're not alone. The numbers, a beautiful chart out there speaks volumes. But what's not on that chart is the story behind a lot of those numbers. We didn't talk about the COVID pandemic that devastated not only the US, half the countries in Latin America are non-functional right now. You go to Honduras, that economy is on lifeline. Other countries in Latin America, Colombia right now has about 4 million Venezuelan refugees. Costa Rica, ditto. Mexico, trying to figure out a handle to the problem. And by the way, the other issue nobody talked about today is Mexico's cooperation with the US today. They're our biggest trading partner and they're stepping up to the plate. It's never enough, but you know, we want to work on a solution, for example, safe pathways to the US to work.
Oh, yeah.
And also databases that track those criminals so Ms. Morin's situation is not repeated. Those are real solutions that we're working on and we can continue to work on. Dreamers, okay? That population of kids who are here, now adults, some of them that actually have made the ultimate sacrifice in the military for our country, and whose families are still living in the shadows. It's not an issue for Homeland Security, but it is connected to Homeland Security. You know, former Secretary of Homeland Security, General Kelly, who used to be President Trump's chief of staff, would say border security does not start or end at the border. If anything negative gets to the border, you're already too late. And he was in charge of Southcom, which is the Southern Command, U.S. military in Latin America. He understood that it wasn't about the border, but it was about the region. I didn't hear any discussion about these issues today. And Mr. Chairman, we've got a lot of work to do. It's not your fault. It's not their fault. It's our job to fix these problems. The American taxpayers are asking us to be practical and do it. 60 days out, and we're talking essentially political rhetoric here about the election. You know, Senator Langford is a guy I talk to a lot. He put his neck out in the line as an elected official to come up with an immigration solution. He really worked hard. And I looked at and I said, Jim, you really gonna go out on the limb here, man? Nobody's been able to succeed for 30 years. He said, this is the right thing to do. Immigration solution, a border solution. And then former President Trump came out and said, kill it. He's a conservative Republican from Oklahoma trying to do the right thing for America.
Yeah.
And that's what his reward is.
Yeah.
We have to change the rhetoric.
Yeah.
We're all Americans.
America.
We are all expecting our federal government, the United States Congress, to solve the problems. You know,
America.
Most of us here are married. Do you ever go home and say, I get 100% on the decisions with my wife? Your spouse? Of course not. You negotiate the deal, and if you get most of it, you've cut a good deal.
Can I
You
get some
don't
coochie
agree
tonight,
100%
baby?
with your wife, with your spouse when you're cutting the deals.
I need
Why do we
coochie.
expect to come to Congress and agree 100% with the other side? Hope we can move forward. Homeland Security was designed, this committee That agency was designed after 9/11 to work together, not as a partisan committee, but as a committee that worked across the aisle to protect Americans from foreign and domestic terrorism. We have to get back to doing our job and doing it right. We've got the Secret Service that's also under our jurisdiction, and they're having a hell of a time protecting our presidential candidates. And those two articles I submitted for the record today are a glimpse that the rest of the world is scared to death because they see our American democracy on the brink of failure. And that does not speak well of the job we are doing here in Congress. Put partisanship aside and start working to stabilize this country and do what our taxpayers expect us to do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield.
All right. If you're a proud American, I need you to put the American flag in the chat. Only if you're a proud American. If you're some goddamn illegal or migrant or some other thing, some alien, don't put anything. But if you're a proud American, put an American flag in the chat right now. God damn it.
Affect the American people. This more in my heart is with you and your family. I want to thank you for your courage today to tell Rachel's story. What happened is unimaginable. You're right, it was completely preventable. There are tons of stories like yours, thousands of American families. We have to put a stop to this. And to hear today from you that the person who did this to your daughter walked across our southern border, a policy that had been in place to do DNA testing, would have identified him as a murderer fleeing his own country, a policy that was done away with by this administration led to the death of your daughter. And it'll be real hard to convince me otherwise. Mr. Heike, thank you for your valuable testimony. I want to thank you for your years of service to the country. You've kept our nation safe through 5 administrations. You've got firsthand experience. And what you said today in your 5 minutes, to me, is devastating to the policy decisions that this administration has made. You were very clear that they decreased returning people to other countries. They decreased detention, and it was purposeful policy changes, intentional. It led to massive increases in migration to our country. Then you were told to hide it so the media couldn't see it. You shared stories of human trafficking, sex trafficking of little girls. Secondary to this wave because you're overwhelmed with resources, which was secondary to the policy changes. You told us today of the incredible, tragic increases in suicides amongst Border Patrol, and your exact words in your testimony correlated directly to the increase in migration caused by those failed policies and the removal of policies. You know, Mr. Correa, I love this gentleman. He's a great man. He talked about resources is the problem. And many, many people here have talked about, we got to have one of many, but okay. But if you implement policies and refuse to let people do their job, more people aren't going to solve the problem.
Yeah.
And oh, by the way, H.R. 2, the bill we passed, increased the number of Border Patrol agents, but Mr. Desmond, we appreciate you being here with us today as well. San Diego County has seen some of the worst of this border crisis, and it does start at the top. It starts with President Biden and Vice President Harris, and I want to thank you for shedding some light on the situation in California and the realities of this crisis. And I really appreciated you talking about the fact that your state has ordered federal people and other people not to ask certain legal questions that are in the laws passed by this body. Ignore the laws. That's like saying, you know that Constitution that says this body writes the law, this body executes the law, this body adjudicates the law? We don't care about that. We're just going to pick and choose which laws we enforce. You don't like a law, you change it.
Change it.
That's a threat to democracy as far as I'm concerned.
Change it. Stanley. Let it breathe. Let it breathe. Is it paused? Did it pause or is it me? Did it pause? Might be me. Hold on.
Sheriff Hathaway, I want hell to enforce the laws of our country, to go back to that Constitution that says this group writes the laws, this group enforces the laws. And we're prioritizing the well-being and the safety of American citizens. Yet, on the other hand, we have an administration led by President Joe Biden and Vice President Kamala Harris that couldn't care less about those laws, as evidenced by their actions. Pure and simple.
Yep.
It is inescapably clear that the Biden administration and Harris, along with him, ended effective border policies with no alternatives in place to secure our border. They implemented an unlawful policy of mass catch and release, and they gutted interior enforcement, casting aside their responsibility to enforce the laws that they swore to uphold. And they have continued to deceive the American people about it. Let's hide these people. Let's fly them to Texas. The truth is, Americans no longer feel safe in their communities. A little baby crawling on a floor in a VRBO in Florida is dead because of the fentanyl brought across our porous, open southern border that a witness today said has been left wide open so we can process more people into the country. Millions of Americans have lost loved ones to fentanyl. And Americans who can't afford housing, whose insurance premiums have shot up, forced to watch as lawbreakers, have been rewarded with free housing and benefits.
Yeah.
Now, one of our, I think it was you, Sheriff Hathaway, earlier, talked about not impacting inflation. I'm sorry. If 12 million people walk into the country, we can't just suddenly make a dairy for milk. And there's this thing called the supply-demand curve, basic economics. If you increase the demand without a change in supply, the price is going to go up. It's just basic economics.
Get cracked. Get cracked. He's talking to you.
You know, I thought spending almost 2 years investigating this border crisis would have more of an impact on the other side of the aisle. I thought laying out the human cost of this crisis, bringing in people like Ms. Morin, especially the cost of innocent women, children being trafficked, would have an impact. I thought telling the stories of those who've been victimized by criminal illegal aliens would weigh on their conscience. I thought bringing recognition to the memorandum written by the secretary telling his people to ignore the laws passed by Congress and let felons into the country instead of detaining them would make a difference.
Felons.
I thought laying out the financial cost of this crisis to the American communities would make them think twice.
Think twice.
I thought explaining how the crisis is overwhelming law enforcement officers would garner a little sympathy. I thought laying out in painstaking detail how this crisis is compromising our national security. 8 ISIS guys caught in New York. Jordanians trying to storm a military installation.
Yeah.
And the ISIS guys used the CB2N app. I thought it would be a wake-up call to the administration. I was wrong. Instead, we've been ignored and we've been maligned.
Oh, I like that word.
This administration is just as unwilling to end this border crisis as it was when we began these investigations. And that crappy bill put together in the Senate to give them justification that didn't pass the Senate, by the way. So we talk about how, we should have, it didn't even pass the Senate.
Damn.
Of course, they bring up the cat story. I don't care about that. I care about Laken Riley, who is dead. I care about your daughter who is dead. Let's talk about that.
Tupac.
Instead, they're talking about all this other stuff that just doesn't matter.
He dead too.
It's clear to me, to this committee, to Congress, and the American people that Biden-Harris administration is hell-bent on keeping our borders wide open. This deception with the CBP-1 app it's not decreasing the flow, it's characterizing them in another way. And all we're being told is that the crisis is somehow over because of a couple of months of low crossing numbers, a shell game, as if that fixes the damage of the past 3.5 years, and ignores the objective reality that the numbers are still at crisis levels. Millions continue to enter our country through illegitimate means like these mass parole programs. From day one, this administration has refused to enforce the laws of our nation, and eliminated effective border policies. And as a result, we have members of the most dangerous criminal cartels streaming into our country, linking up with gangs, creating a crime nexus, bringing drugs and crime with them. It's unsustainable.
Gang.
And to say,
Gang.
we need to guest workers, so open borders are okay, is absurd. It's also absurd, or at the very least contradictory, the claim that most of these immigrants are coming to work, when in reality, most are attempting to claim asylum.
Yeah.
So which one is it?
Which one is it?
If they come and say, hey, I'm here to work, well, cool. We have this legal pathway. No, they're saying, I'm claiming asylum. So which is it?
Which one? Goddamn liars.
Are they coming out of credible fear for their life and safety? Or are they coming as economic migrants? You can't have it both ways. I honestly don't know how anyone can listen to the stories we've heard today and still stand by Biden-Harris administration's reckless policies. Policies that are killing Americans and compromising our national security. Exactly 1 week ago, members of this committee went to Ground Zero, the World Trade Center, to remember Americans killed on 9/11 and to honor the first responders who gave their lives, 19 men, that's all it took to take the lives of nearly 3,000 Americans. And yet our Border Patrol has stopped 384 suspected terrorists trying to get in. How many more of them are in the 2 million gotaways, known gotaways? Not even the ones that walked across while Chief of the Border Sector said, there was nobody there watching. Lastly, let me just point out how intentional this plan is. Its expansion of the CBP-1 app funneled hundreds of thousands of inadmissible aliens to ports of entry and then into the interior of this country. This is a major end around to our lawful immigration system. And as even NBC News recently reported, even individuals with terrorist connections have been allowed in through this program. Well, we know who those are, some of them anyway.
Yeah.
Additionally, massive fraud was discovered in the Cuban, Haitian, Nicaraguan, Venezuelan mass parole program, which allowed 30,000 inadmissible aliens into the country each month. Yet it's back up and running, even after reports from the folks at DHS claim they knew it's against the law. And after reports that the CHNV parolees have committed grave sexual crimes since arriving here.
No.
Simultaneously, this administration allows border wall materials to rust in the desert instead of choosing to build the wall we've already paid for. In short, the Biden-Harris administration is doing everything in its power to perpetuate this border crisis, and any claims to the contrary is misleading at its least. The truth is that even if President Biden shuts the border down tomorrow, it will not undo the damage this administration has caused over the last 3.5 years. Rachel Morin's death can't be undone.
It can't be. No.
Laken Riley can't be brought back. And the heartbreak felt by those who have lost a loved one because of this border crisis cannot be fixed. How many times have we sat here and held hearings over the lawlessness of this administration and its refusal to obey the laws and secure our borders? We've passed legislation only to be ignored by Democrats. We've held cabinet officials accountable, again, ignored by Democrats. It was brought up today by one of my colleagues about this impeachment. I'm sorry. If you have a cabinet secretary who just gets to do whatever they want and not follow the laws of Congress, why do we have a Congress in the first place?
Why? Why?
But I guess Congress don't feel offended, right? Because the president was told by the Supreme Court he can't pay off student loans. He said, I don't care, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Wow.
I guess we don't need a Supreme Court either. We should just have a king.
Woo!
It doesn't have to be like this. It cannot
Make it a
continue to be like
monarchy.
this. And I'm going to fight as long as I have the strength to ensure that we return to some form of law and order and sanity on this issue. There
Let
has
John
to be
Galt be the
change.
king.
Something has got to give.
Everybody be an Airbnb.
We need to secure our border, and we need to do it now.
Let John be the king.
I thank the witnesses for their valuable testimony.
I think it should be
The
Stanley.
members for their questions.
Nah,
on both
absolutely
sides.
not.
The members of the subcommittee may have some additional questions for the witnesses. We'd like to ask the witnesses to respond to those in writing. Pursuant
Absolutely
to Committee
not.
Rule 7D, the hearing record will be held open for 10 days for those. Without objection, this committee stands adjourned.
If you are tired of illegals coming over here and graping women, put a grape in the chat. I want to see grapes in the chat. If you're tired of illegals coming over here and graping women, put a grape in the chat. Graping young girls, young women. I need to see grapes in the chat. If you're for it, don't put anything. But if you're against it, put a grape in the chat. Let me see who's for it. Who doesn't put a grape in the chat? Okay. All right. Seeing some grapes. All right.
You know what? I think we need to hide our kids, hide our women, and hide our pets. Because they're graping everybody out here.
They're graping everybody. Everybody's getting
To
graped.
go and receive a medical procedure, she's going to have to get right back to the airport because she got to get back.
All right. I don't know what she's talking about. Oh, what that?
Yeah. And I identify as a cat, you know. I identify as a cat. Okay.
No, what that
So you know
what that I don't know what that Jezebel was talking about.
Yeah. I don't want to be eaten. I don't want to be great.
Not in a bad way. Not in a bad way.
Well. Well.
But yeah, I thought that was a excellent hearing. Thank you to Portia and Stanley for keeping us updated on what's going on. So at least you know, at least the Congress and the Senate. I'm not sure who that was. It was a bunch of white people and a Mexican. But I'm glad that they're at least talking about it. I'm glad that there's some conversation going on about this because enough is enough. We're proud Americans over here. Nobody is against legal migration. Nobody. But I think when you have all this fake, you know, asylum seekers, got all these fake
free for all.
Free for all. Yeah, that's what's ruining America right now. If you want to come here legally, by all means. But also, there's a bigger issue here. Big business, these corporations, they have an incentive to have these migrants over here, as we learned yesterday. So there's literally no room for illegal immigrants in America. No room. None at all. We're already having billionaire governors paying Haitians to come over here. So we don't have any room for illegals. We don't have any more room for grapes. This is America, goddammit. This is
Well,
goddamn America.
what do you think is the agenda, HB? What do you think is happening here? Because we really have to think about this now. If we have government paying for illegals to come here, what do you think they're trying to do?
I think they're trying to replace the workforce, Virgo. Americans have become lazy. They've become shiftless.
I agree.
Everybody wants to be a TikTok star. Everybody wants to be on YouTube. Everybody wants to get super chats and donos.
And there's nothing wrong with that. But, you know, I don't know.
Yeah.
And you know what? My father-in-law could say it best, because back in the day, he was a carpenter.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, he had his own business, and then they started bringing the Mexicans in back in the 60s. And guess what happened to him?
What happened to him?
The Mexicans started getting paid less, so his business failed.
You know, I don't believe that's the issue, Virgo. I think when we get comfortable. We get comfortable with just doing one thing, and we think, oh, I'm in this position. I got my skills. All I got to do is do this job, and everything's going to be all right. But you have to gather more skills. If he was a carpenter, respectfully, should have tried to expand his skills. Maybe learn how to lay brick, too. Learn how to lay brick.
And you know what? Maybe not everybody, but even just a few people being lazy, and it causes, you know, for these people to come in and take these jobs. And even if you know, certain people were, you know, great at their jobs, you know, just a few people that, you know, weren't, it's going to cause some issues. I think that's what happened. So two things could be, like my father-in-law says all the time, two things could be right.
Yeah.
You know, guys, I keep focusing on this immigration issue. Here's something coming hot and heavy out of DC. And we're seeing the new protected class supplant the old protected class. And I want to share with you an incident with our new Americans. And you're going to see this here.
Wait, John, is your mic hooked up?
Oh, can you hear me? Are you able to hear me now?
We can hear you, but it sounds a little.
Is it better now? Better now? No.
It sounds
it
decent. It sounds decent, but it's not. It's Black said it one time. It's not as robust as it usually
let me see. What can I do here? I don't know what to do here.
I don't know if it's if it's connected. I don't know.
I won't be here long, so I'll
Okay, that sounds better.
Right.
That sounds better.
All right, take a look at this, guys. This is out of DC.
Okay.
You know, I cover these migrant Uber Eats workers. We talk about how much they make, right? $1,100 a week, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
As the climate heats up, these are the type of things you're going to see in America. And I want you to notice the race of the people.
DC business owner allegedly berating an Uber delivery driver just for speaking Spanish. Now police are investigating it as a simple assault and hate crime.
Hate crime.
Fox 5, Sierra Fox joins us live from Northwest tonight after speaking with the victim. Sierra, what did he tell you?
Well, Jim and Angie, right when you see this viral video, you can't help but wonder, is this really real? So many people say that they were trying to decipher whether it was serious or staged. Well, I spoke with the Uber food delivery driver who told me it's not a joke, so he filed a police report. He believes he was discriminated against because he's Latino. Take a look.
Learn English. Learn it. You get money in America. This isn't you getting money in America. Learn English.
This is the moment the owner of Canna Coffee on Florida Avenue in Northwest D.C. yells at an Uber food delivery driver, Gregorio Amundaray, because he doesn't speak English. The video is going viral on TikTok with more than 1 million views.
Porque fue lo primero que se me vino a la mente. Pensé que...
Gregorio is telling Fox 5 his natural instinct was to start recording to protect himself because the situation was quickly escalating and it was very uncomfortable.
Me hace sentir humillado, frustrado.
He says there was no need for him to be treated so disrespectfully. He moved to this country from Venezuela to get ahead in life and help his family. The intense interactions continues for an entire minute and ends with the owner shoving a bag of food at Gregorio's chest. DC police are investigating this bizarre situation as
y'all are evil.
This is some funny shit, though. This is hilarious.
This is diabolic.
They about to get him up out of there, man.
Wait till you see this.
Simple assault and hate crime. Fox 5 went to Canna Coffee to get their side of the story and were met with hostility. Hello, is the owner of the business
That nigga know he done fucked up his whole business.
here?
Yeah, he's out of there.
I'll get him together for you.
Do you have any comment about?
He might was I done fucked up. You know you done fucked up, don't you? Doesn't that come from a movie?
Yo, John, his Yelp review gonna be all negative reviews in Spanish. That shit about to be done. Be 1,000.
What's that movie? What's that movie from where the guy said, you know you don't fucked up?
I want to say,
you know you
and I want to say Menace to Society, man. I think.
Yeah, Menace to Society, yeah.
Yeah.
You know you don't fucked up. When the news showed up, you know he fucked up. That smile on his face, like, I'm about to have to close this motherfucker down. It's over. To put this in perspective, where this is in the hard.
But I understand his anger. That's probably like the 10th non-English speaking person that done walked into his restaurant.
Well, why don't that nigga learn Spanish?
In the last hour.
Well, why don't that nigga learn Spanish? If all these Spanish people keep walking in his store, why don't he fucking learn Spanish?
Duolingo! Let's get that stock pumping.
Duolingo. Why don't that nigga learn Spanish?
John, he running a goddamn business. John, he ain't got time to learn Spanish.
That nigga yesterday said he'll learn whatever. If the Russians come, he'll learn Russian.
Man.
Is that what he said yesterday? He did say that.
Yeah. Not everybody's gonna just lay down though, man. Not everybody gonna lay down.
Yeah.
At 51
I don't think I would have did
learned
that. I probably would have made some Spanish menus. I ain't gonna lie. I'm not doing that. But not everybody gonna lay down. So,
bro, listen. This is a high-end coffee shop and ice cream. Canna Coffee. It's probably a cannabis-infused coffee. This is 3 blocks over from the White House, going west, not east. West is where the money is. Man, this is high rent district right here. You know what I'm saying? Like, these kind of neighborhood where you probably have to fly an LGBT flag if they come ask you to put it up. Yeah. You know, this is very, very liberal. Obama doesn't live far from here. That tells you how liberal this is. This man just turned away or just berated or protected. Like, it's just like what he just did was the equivalent of a white man talking that way to a black.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
He just don't know it.
Mm-hmm.
He thought he could talk to them people like we all equals, right? And we all down here at the bottom. I can just talk to you like I can talk to you like I can talk to anybody else. And he don't realize.
You notice that he was a dark-skinned Venezuelan too. He thought he could talk to him any type of way. Like, oh, look at this nigga with straight hair. I'm gonna talk to him any type of way.
Learn English. Nah, nigga, you gonna have to learn Spanish more like. Man, you know, I imagine that them Venezuelans probably could if they really wanted to put his ass out of business themselves. If they really wanted to show some force, they could just start knocking the windows out, right?
Yeah.
Refusing to pick up his orders, right?
Yeah.
And he done, right? It's over for him. This is an introduction to this nigga, to the new overclass over here. He had to learn the hard way.
Yeah,
Let's see
he about to learn.
The video that's going viral, you can.
He won't say a word. They ain't even get that nigga chance to apologize. Look. Oh man, it's amazing.
The way he was talking though, I doubt he even apologizes.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard to. Oh shit! I don't have a shirt on.
What?
Did he apologize?
John, what are you doing, John?
Man, I just cut some grass.
You just came out there with no shirt on. What
I
the
just cut some
fuck?
grass, man. Threw my damn shirt off. Oh shit, my bad.
Holy shit!
John's trying to seduce the ladies up on.
Oh no!
Thought he was in Alabama for a second.
Oh no!
Nigga went home for a quick.
Let me rectify that situation.
Oh, man, sorry, John. Players fuck up too, man. It's all good.
Man, my bad.
Players fuck up, John. It's all good.
Oh damn! He was like Team Fatty or something. He thought it was Team Fatty.
man,
Oh,
my bad.
shit!
Yeah.
Team Fatty never has a shirt on.
Man.
Hey,
you
he look
look
like
man,
that. He
for
look
real.
like that dude off Street Fighter, man. The one that can stretch his arms and shit. What's his name? I think at John look like that. I don't know his name though. I don't know if I can ever pronounce it, man.
Dawson.
Dwale, that's his name.
Yeah, the Dawson.
Dwale Nassim.
Yoga Flame. Yoga Flame. John, you've been calling this though, man. It's gonna be a lot of friction between the American blacks and these goddamn these immigrants, man.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah,
gonna
that
be
was
a
just,
lot
you know.
of friction.
Yeah, that was just one little flashpoint there. You about to get his store shut down, I guarantee you.
Hey, you guys said most of them are coming from the southern border, right?
Yeah,
all of them.
Venezuela.
All of them,
Yeah,
actually.
all of them. Ain't nobody.
Nah, I think you gotta watch that northern border, man. They be creeping in there, man. You don't even notice. Yeah, you better watch out with Canada.
But I think it's so much harder to go to Canada just to get to America, though.
That's easier, dude. It's easier.
No, it's
You
easier.
think so?
But I'm saying.
Yeah, with the British Empire collapsing, man, it's easy to get into a Commonwealth country and then cross over. That's where them Pajeets are coming from. Yep.
What I'm saying though, Crack, is I think it's geographically it's harder for them.
No, they fly in. That's the thing. They flying in. They fly them in because the UK is flying them in.
How do they get across, though?
They have tunnels. They got tunnels. So watch those freaking a lot of those houses near like the Canadian border. You think like they're just farmland and shit. People getting paid, man, to put tunnels to them.
They got an underground railroad.
Yeah, they got underground railroad going the other way. Yep.
That's crazy. Damn, that's crazy.
And because like it's so many miles too, right? It's like how are you gonna monitor all that shit? Nope. It's way longer than the Mexican border.
Now, see, I'm thinking they had to walk through some treacherous ass forest.
Nah, there's tunnels, bro. It's some tunnels up there, man.
They cheating to get here.
They cheating. They bring the coke to Canada and they go the migrants go the other way. Yep.
Is it more expensive to be up going to Canada versus
It depends. It depends on the migrant. It depends because a lot of Pakis can get through there much easier than through Mexico. You know.
Why is it?
Yeah.
Why is that?
And Chinese too. Yeah.
But why is it?
Why is that? Because they all get passports from Hong Kong to fly over there, and they got passports from India. It's all the Commonwealth countries. UK's collapsing, bro. We're suffering for it, man. It's just like a dying body, right? And all the bacteria and like flies and maggots are coming out of it.
But explain it, though, Greg. Explain it,
I think. But
I mean, so a lot of when I was still working in my company, a lot of people that had visas were actually Canadians. So the Indians were actually Canadians. The Nigerians were actually Canadians. Yeah, so many of them were just because it's easier to migrate to a Commonwealth country from another Commonwealth country, right? Than from Commonwealth to America. So they go through it that way. So that if you see a lot of people coming through the legal way, you have to like surmise that the illegal way is also going to be better off for them to try to do. Yeah.
You know, Crack, it brings me. I'm working with a guy who was Indian.
Yeah.
But he was British. And he said his dad worked during the tea times or some shit, British tea or some shit.
Mm-hmm.
And he got citizenship because of that, right? You know, how the light never goes out on Britain or whatever. And,
you
know, I guess whatever in their empire they were doing in Britain, they brought him to whatever they were doing.
So look at the former Commonwealth countries, Nigeria, you know, you got fucking Kenya, you got India, Pakistan, South Africa. They had tons of countries back. So they still part of the Commonwealth, even if they're not really, you know, because they can apply much easier if you say you're a former Commonwealth country. Zimbabwe, right? Yeah, Jamaica. Yep. That's right.
You know, I think though the difference though is a lot of them can speak English. So it's not as much of a culture shock for us. We can deal with the accents. I mean, shit, we got accents, you know? But it's like when you can't even speak a lick of English coming over here, like, bro.
Or drive? Like,
and then
you know what I'm saying? Like, the Nigerians can drive when they get here, right?
Yeah, they could drive. But then too, you're doing our jobs, you know, like Uber Eats and shit. I'm sorry, man. That's an American job. So you coming over here not speaking the English, you're doing Uber Eats, and you can't even speak English. That's just fucked up, man. It's fucked up to see.
Yeah, it is. It is, especially when, like, my house is very hard to find. And you know, I'll have people come here dropping off stuff, and they speak no English and none of the languages I speak. You know, like you know, Russian or whatever. And I'm like, holy hell!
Yeah, that's crazy, ain't it? And you speak a
Yeah,
lot of
and
languages. That's crazy. You can't even match one of them.
Yeah, I can't even match. No match. Bingo. No bingo. So, you know, they come over here and they, you know, they're like speaking Russian or whatever, and I'm like, they call me on the phone, and I'm like, well, what are you talking about? What do you mean? You know, So it's so I can understand how people get frustrated if you don't speak any other language. I can get it.
You know, my I was thinking about that interview yesterday, and you know, in some ways it was kind of sad because you know the guy, you know, he's doing pretty well for himself, and in some ways he was like, look, man, we can just leave these Americans behind, move on to the make some new Americans. To replace the other Americans. And, you know, like Portia was saying, damn, it makes me think I should redouble my effort to help, you know, my fellow man. And, you know, I don't know. What do you guys think about that? It's like, I don't know.
No, I think it's almost like a lose-lose, because when you are in that community, you know that the only people that can really pull them out is themselves. Can't nobody really help them niggas. Can't nobody help them niggas. But I think too, though, you know, this one of the things I really respected about you, John, and I think a lot of niggas they hate you for it. They call you a slumlord and shit, but they don't really look at it like, yo, John could be out. He could be owning properties in the really nice parts of of DC. He could easily do it, but he chooses to rent to niggas. And I think sometimes people just give up too quickly.
Yeah, he's already mentioned this before, man. Like he said, like exactly the point. Like if it was Amazon owning those houses, they'd be happy. They'd be happy with that. It's a faceless entity, and they all just complain about the man. Yeah.
Yeah.
See?
Yeah. You're right about that. Yeah, no, you're right. Maybe people have given up too easily. I can't really blame him for not being, stuck in the mud trying to help some people that seemingly
Hey
aren't
John,
willing to
would
help
you?
themselves.
Hey John, would you be offended if someone said that they want to hear the tenant side of the story?
No, man. Listen, I was talking to a dude the other day, guy that lives in my house. I wouldn't necessarily call him a tenant. He used to work for me, and once I fired his ass, I gave him some time to find a place to live. And he ain't been. I don't think he been looking like he should have, to be quite honest with you. And so I ain't cracked the whip on him. I did real nice with him. So I was calling him the other day. I was telling you about it. He started talking shit. In a way I wouldn't expect somebody to talk shit to me when they're not paying rent. And yeah, I guess he seen me on here or whatever. And so he said, "I ought to call in." I said, "Come on, call in." And he said, "I'll tell him about all them tenants you fucked up." I said, "Tell them. Let them hear a first-hand story from someone else other than me."
Yeah.
And I think that honestly, like every tenant that has ever dealt with me, they ain't make them say that. If they ain't like it, they can move. But the ones that didn't pay, those are the ones I would love to come on. They probably have the worst thing to say about me while not paying me rent.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? What's the person that paid me rent gonna say? Right? He didn't have to. I ain't making. Right? Every month he paid rent. What the hell he gonna say to me about me? Right?
Mm-hmm.
It's only the ones that don't pay that will have some bad to say.
Yeah. And that's where you gotta kind of like take it with a grain of salt, man, because it's like, man, you got these migrants coming in here finding work, but your ass can't find no work to get a job to pay rent. Man, I'm really not even trying to hear no excuses, really.
And by the sound of that guy yesterday, many landlords like me and him willing to take on these Section 8 people, and probably, a lot of these working class people gonna have a hard time. They gotta compete with the Haitians too.
Yep.
And they're paying more because they stacking up 6, 7, 8 to the house. They can pay a little more.
Yeah, it's about to get hard for lazy niggas, man. It's about to get real hard for them, man. That gravy train coming to a stop, man. Y'all gonna have to. Y'all gonna have to start treating y'all baby mamas right. Y'all gonna have to start working.
What? What?
Listen.
What? Nah.
Nah, yeah, they gonna have to start treating their baby mamas right, man. If you want a couch to sleep on, you gonna have to
It's
start treating her
basically
right.
over, man. It's basically over. People been living on the fat too long. They got so used to now they're gonna be eating that chitlins again, man. They ain't doing it. They ain't ready.
Yeah, man.
They ain't ready for that shit.
That's
why I told Imperius, man, you guys don't know what the low level of existence an Asian can tolerate. Like, you want to fight China, you can nuke them all day long and they'll still be underground like ants waiting for you to run out of nukes and they'll just pop out.
Yo, crack. I saw some art that some people did after Hiroshima in Japan.
Mm-hmm. Oh, really?
That just shows you, yeah, they did art afterwards. That just shows you the resiliency of those people. They got bombed
you
to
really
hell.
don't understand. Yeah, you really don't get it. Yeah, they
got bombed to hell, and then they started doing paintings about it. Like, bro, what the fuck? Like, come on, man.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, HB, take a look at this. People are picking with the main store now. This is one person here.
I'm famous. It's funny, right? Man, they don't even know the whole story, though. Dude tried to, he tried to steal some food on DoorDash, but you got to get the exclusive online, man. I'll tell you the story.
So he tried to sit in the mail and try to steal some food, HB. So, do you notice anything about this video, HB? Crack, you ready? We got 2 o'clock, right? When what's his name is speaking? Powell.
Yeah, Denison's gonna start in a while. Yeah.
Right, let me know when you're ready. HB, you know anything about that video right there? The guy criticizing, he's actually applauding the ice cream man for picking with the, for cursing out the migrant. Telling the migrant to learn English. Did you hear that, HB?
No, I'm watching it. I don't see nothing.
All right, let me play it again. This is a black couple that pulls up. He's playing the video on his phone, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the black guy is talking back to him. The black guy who taunted the Hispanic guy.
I'm famous. It's funny, right, man? They don't even know the whole story though. Dude tried to, he tried to steal some food on DoorDash, but you gotta get the exclusive online, man. I'll tell you the story. All right.
So he's trying to say that the Hispanic man, on doing his DoorDash job, was trying to steal some food. If that's it, why you ain't mention it on video? Right? Instead of berating the man about the Spanish, you should have said, hey man, you trying to steal some food. Now he trying to smear the Hispanic man. Let me replay it again. In case you get
that's the shop owner right there.
No, this is not the shop owner. This guy in the car has pulled up in front of the restaurant, right?
Oh no. That's what I mean. That's the shop owner who's holding the camera.
No. This is like a random black couple coming up to support this guy. Listen again.
Okay.
Is it the same restaurant, John?
Yeah, listen. He said, I'm famous. Listen.
I'm famous. It's funny, right, man? They don't even know the whole story though. Dude tried to, he tried to steal some food on DoorDash, but you gotta get the exclusive online, man. I'll tell you the story. All right.
So you see that?
Man, that fucking Venezuelan wasn't trying to steal no damn food, man.
Look at that shit. Look at that shit. Oh,
Trying to steal no
wow.
damn food,
Look at
man.
that. Already making lies. Amazing. Amazing.
He probably was like, dos, nah, uno, nigga, uno. Don't take food in.
Oh shit! Here he is without the. You know, did you notice that the news blanked him out? We couldn't tell what race he was. Did you notice that?
Oh,
really?
The shop owner.
The business owner. You couldn't tell what race he was, other than by his language. You could not tell.
Yeah.
Hey, hold on, somebody said Kamala speaking to the Hispanic couple. Y'all want to listen to that?
God damn! What the hell? This shit's so stupid.
Now there's the real business owner right there, HB. That's him, not blurred out. Look how he all up in his man face, in his man grill. And you see that HB, they all send the trainer there. I'll go back to this store and pay his ass.
Yo, John, they look like they're battle rapping. He look like he's battle rapping.
Let's hear what little boy. You walk all the way out the door.
In America, you need to learn it. Learn English. Learn it. You getting money in America? This isn't you getting money in America. Learn English.
Oh man, yeah, that's it. That's it. It's over.
Learn English, motherfucker. Man. Fuck about that shit. Learn English.
Fuck about this shit.
Learn English. Learn English. Learn English. This ain't your fucking country. This ain't your fucking country. Learn English. Learn English.
AB, did you see, like, whoa, AB. Damn, I can't rewind. Can I rewind on this shit? When he pursed them lips, AB, he ready to fire his ass up. Because you tell AB, I can't rewind
No,
this
you're
shit.
talking about the Venezuelan. You're talking about the Venezuelan.
No, the black man.
You better learn English.
What's wrong with you?
What? Click clack.
AB, that man was hot as hell.
Wow.
I'm telling you, John, that was
Wow.
Venezuelan that pulled up that day, man. He got tired of that shit.
Yeah,
like, this ain't no Mexican restaurant, man.
But this is perfect, isn't it? You got the hoi polloi fighting each other, man. Perfect.
Like South Africa.
Yeah, but the elites are winning, baby. They don't care.
Learn English.
Look at that look, HB. He walking behind the motherfucker. Left the store, AP.
You better get on.
You better get on.
Yo, John, that Venezuelan though, he ain't have an ounce of fear in him though. That Venezuelan.
Oh, if you live in Venezuela, that shit ain't nothing, man. Venezuela is hardcore, man. That ain't shit. You grew up in Caracas, that ain't nothing.
He'll send them boys, AB. Omar coming.
And he wasn't scared at all. That might have been Omar, man. For all we know, that might have been Omar. He ain't look scared.
He don't know who the hell that boy was. He don't know who that boy was, man. That boy could have been anybody, a gangster, right?
Mm-hmm.
Plug him to the gangsters. And come back here and like fire his ass. Burn the whole store down and some shit.
Yeah.
Hey, I want you to see that look on the dude's face one more time.
In America, you need to learn it. Learn English. Learn it. You getting money in America? This isn't you getting money in America. Learn English. I don't give a fuck. Learn it.
I don't give a fuck. You heard he said that, AB. That boy man is hate him.
Aprende inglés. Aprende inglés.
See, one of the things he owned his restaurant, man. Uber Eats tearing that ass up off them delivery fees. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
They get most of the money. You know what I mean? I think they tack on 30% or something. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And here this guy is. He just like the source of his problem in his eyes. He's the closest thing he can put his hands on. And then the man come here and don't speak English. They just set him up.
Learn it.
I mean, look at that face.
You riding on the roads, learn English.
Motherfucker. What channel is it? What channel? You riding on the road, motherfucker?
Motherfucker.
Literally. I don't give a fuck about that shit.
Learn English. Learn English. Learn English. This ain't your fucking country.
Look at that look. Look at that look, HB right there. HB, that's it right there.
Yeah.
He really tearing that ass up. Right? He ready, man. He was ready. Man. He ready to crash the fuck out right there. Got that close up on it, man. Like, if you get that close up on a black man, you ready to fight. Talking like that. Am I wrong?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
No, 100%. 100%.
Right. Yep.
Look at the reviews of the rest. Man, he gone, man. He gone. He might not even be open today. Because the black people ain't going to go all the way over there. This is a long way, man. It's a long way from here. You know what I mean? Yeah. Look at it. Disgusting. You know, man, oh man. Bro, he done shut his down. He crashed his business out.
Yeah, he did. Right into a wall.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
It's sad because I do think there's there is a middle ground. I don't want him to feel like the guy that the barbershop owner. I don't want him to feel like that. I don't want him to feel like the barbershop owner, but also I don't want niggas to go out like that either, man. Because that ain't the answer right there.
He could have said it a lot nicer, and none of this would have been an issue. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Instead of just screaming at the guy and cussing, it looked unprofessional as a business owner. Like,
look at this shit, HB. Y'all check this out.
English. I don't give a fuck.
Look like you got a one to the restaurant or something. This is what it look like on this side.
Riding on the roads, learn English.
Look, it must be where he lives or something.
You know what kind of food he was serving at that restaurant, John?
It's like a coffee.
This ain't your fucking country. Learn English.
Look, they got it. They don't want to pull up his health certificate, all kind of shit.
Yeah, he wildin'.
You know, hey John, this actually kind of happened to me too, man. And I was at a shipper, and we like waiting in line to fill out the paperwork. And one of these guys, bro, this dude could not speak a lick of English. And I don't know, he was some type of African. I don't know what he was. I don't know what the hell he was. So he's in front of me, but he can't speak no English. I'm behind him. So I'm like, let me just fill this shit out for you, because you're not about to be wasting my time. Like, fuck it. So the lady at the front was like, he don't speak English? And she was kind of pissed about it. And I was like, I just started looking at him like, shit, man, listen, I'm just trying to get up out of here. I don't care about none of that. I'm just trying to get up out of here. But
he either has a Spanish-speaking dispatcher or someone on the truck that can speak English. But why wasn't that person in there with him if that's the case? So yeah, he must got a Spanish-speaking dispatcher.
Man, no,
And that's kind of sad too, man. That's sad.
It wasn't even Spanish though. He speaks something else. He was like
oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah, he
This
was like
is this is a typical hardcore, man.
Yeah, I forgot he was talking about trucking. You know, we got Russians and all type of people.
Yeah, we
in
got
trucking,
all
so
types
yeah.
of shit in trucking. Yeah, no, I
Yeah,
don't know what the fuck he was speaking. He was sounding like the Wale. I was like, I don't know what the fuck you talking, but you ain't about to. Because you know, sir. Sometimes at those shippers, some of them ladies at the front be some bitches, man. They
Oh
be some
yeah,
straight,
oh yeah.
They be some straight cunts, man. So I was like, nah, I already know she about to cuss your ass out, man. She about to light you up.
Yeah, man.
She about to light your ass up, and and Twitter and Instagram ain't gonna save you either. That shit ain't gonna save you. They'll just reject the load. They don't give a fuck. They got 1,000 more coming in.
It should be a law: no English, no job. That's what should. It should be a law.
Good luck with that. They'll be like going all the way to Supreme Court if they
we
try to
need
do
people
that
to
kind of
fix the
shit.
roads. So.
Oh my god.
I was trying to call this guy.
What, are you serious, man? You could called him? Oh, lordy. You have to save it for after Jerome Powell. Oh, you
Wait
could.
a few minutes. He not answering.
No, some jobs you don't need to know English. You know, you cleaning up somebody's front yard or doing construction. I don't think you really need to know English. If you own a restaurant, you don't really need to know English. All you got to do, what you want, number one, number two. You just point at the. You don't really need to know English. But when you in customer service, you got to know English, man. I'm sorry, you need to know English. You transporting food to people, you need to know some English, man. Fuck that.
Yeah, they literally have places in Texas where you got to be bilingual to get the job. They've been doing that in Texas.
Damn.
Closer to the border, of course. I'd say southwestern Texas, but yeah, they've been doing that out there. And it caters to Spaniards, so they want Americans to speak Spanish too. Go ahead.
Yeah, no, I'm sure it's like certain types of jobs, but certain jobs.
It was usually like fast food or restaurants. It was stuff like that. I don't know about like being a cop or stuff like that. I don't think you should be able to be a cop and you can't speak no damn English now. You now you done shot a nigga. Like, yeah, nah, bro.
Oh, hell no. But I think the fucked up part about it though is if you a cop in Texas, shit, your ass better know some Spanish.
Yeah.
Your ass better know some Spanish if you a cop in Texas.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, we got about 13 minutes. We're placing Kamala till Powell comes on.
Please have a seat. Please have a seat. Oh, it's good to see so many friends.
Oh god.
I love you back.
Crack.
Oh my god.
I want to recognize Chair Barragan. Where are you, my dear friend?
Nice,
Californian. I want to thank you for all that you do and all that you have done. CHCI Chair Espalat, thank you for all that you are. Both of them have spent time with me at my house, and we've shared a lot of good stories together and many meals together. And I just want to personally thank them both because they really, as you know, are extraordinary people and extraordinary leaders, and they do so much on behalf of so many. So thank you both for your leadership and for hosting me this afternoon. And to all the incredible leaders here, it is an honor to be with you again. And to everyone, happy Hispanic Heritage Month.
Hey, John, you know what, John? I can honestly.
It's every month of the year. So this is a room of long-standing friends, and many of you know my background. My mother arrived in the United States when she was 19 years old by herself.
Man, who cares?
I spoke about it recently, actually. My mother, I was the eldest child. And as the eldest child, those of us who are, you see a lot of things in terms of what your parents go through.
I think every
And I
child
would
sees a
often
lot
see
of
how my
things.
mother was treated. She was a 5-foot tall brown woman with an accent. And I would see how the world would sometimes treat her. I'm going to tell you something, and this is where I come from. My mother never lost her cool. She never defined her sense of dignity based on how others treated her. She was a proud woman. She was a hardworking woman. She had 2 goals in her life: to raise her 2 daughters, my sister Maya and me, and to end breast cancer. She was a breast cancer researcher. And growing up, our mother taught us certain fundamental values: the importance of hard work, the power of community, and the responsibility that we have to not complain about anything, much less injustice, right? Because why are you complaining about it, she would say, do something about it. And that's how I was raised. Do something about it. And those values have guided me my entire career. From, as you heard, being a young courtroom prosecutor in Oakland, California, where Bay Area. 106.1 KMEL.
Oh, fuck that shit.
Yeah, that one guy that yelled.
That was our local radio station for hip hop.
What the fuck is she talking about? You think she listen to goddamn hip hop radio?
Actually, when I was in high school, I learned that my best friend was being abused, being molested by her stepfather. And when I learned about it, I told her she had to come live with us. And I called my mother.
Quite a pivot there.
Yeah, right.
And so I decided I wanted to start a career and do the work.
Yeah, that's right, San Jose. 106 KMEL. You know what I'm talking about.
I started my career as a courtroom prosecutor, and took on those who would be predators against the most vulnerable. As Attorney General of California, I took on the big banks and delivered $20 billion for homeowners who were middle-class families who faced foreclosure because of predatory lending practices. I stood up for veterans and students who were being scammed by the big for-profit colleges, knowing and many of whom had an immigrant background and were just simply trying to do the best they could to invest in themselves and their family for their future, and the subject of awful scams. I have stood up in my career for workers who are being cheated out of the wages they were due, and for seniors who have faced elder abuse. And I say all that to say, when I stand here before you today, this is not just something that I decided to do, but really is about a lifelong career that has been about fighting for the people. For the people. And for years, I have been proud to fight alongside the members and the leaders of this incredible caucus. In almost all of that work. And the work we have done together has been about so much I just talked about. It has been about defending workers' rights. It has been about expanding healthcare for more Americans, including dreamers. It has been about forgiving billions of dollars in student loan debt, including for many of the folks that we know, friends, relatives, who again have been burdened by that heavy debt and just needed to be seen. Teachers, firefighters, nurses. The work we have done together has been to create the National Museum of the American Latino. And of course, last year I was proud to be with a lot of the leaders here in Houston for the CHC On the Road tour. So I say that to say that CHC, our work together, has always been guided by shared values and by a shared vision. However, at this moment, we are confronting 2 different, very, very different visions for our nation. One focused on the past, the other, ours, focused on the future. We fight for a future, for affordable health care, affordable childcare.
Hey, I wanted to ask, should I set up
affordable childcare would be
the
nice.
Economy, understanding
go ahead.
that the people of our country The people we know have extraordinary ambition and aspiration.
Nah, Portia, we're gonna listen to a little bit of this, and then we're gonna go into
Dennison, are you ready to share the screen?
we're
Yeah,
gonna
we're
go
just
into
gonna
Jerome.
go.
Yeah, we're just gonna go into Jerome Powell.
Jerome doesn't speak until like 30 minutes after the release of the press release, so it doesn't matter. We're just looking at charts.
Yeah.
Someone else has to put up the video though if they want to listen to him. Yeah, because we're just gonna watch Dennison trade.
Yeah. Yeah, Dennison, he's
Yeah,
still
if you're
there.
ready.
Yeah, Dennison, let us know.
And so with the work we have done together and going forward, we will continue to lower the cost of groceries, for example, by taking on something that I think is very important to deal with, which is price gouging on behalf of big corporations. You know, I've seen that happen before. Many of you who have are coming from states where we've seen extreme weather conditions in California, wildfires in other parts of the country, or even in the pandemic, where people are desperate because of these kinds of emergencies, desperate for support, and then some, corporation, and it's very few of them that do this, but then jack up prices to make it more difficult for desperate people to just get by. We need to take that on. We need to lower the cost of housing. We don't have enough housing in our country. The supply is too low, and it's too expensive, both for renters and for folks who want to buy a home. So we will build together millions of new homes and give first-time home buyers $25,000 in down payment assistance. Because look, people just want to get their foot in the door. My mother worked hard. She saved up. It wasn't until I was a teenager that she was able to buy our first home. And the American dream is elusive for far too many people increasingly. And that's why it is part of my perspective that let's just do the work of giving first-time home buyers a $25,000 down payment assistance. Let them get their foot in the door. We need to lower the cost of healthcare and continue to take on big pharma and cap the cost of prescription medications. Yes, for our seniors, which we have done together, but for all Americans. Because when we look at drugs like insulin, everyone here knows. First of all, Latinos are 70% more likely to be diagnosed with diabetes. And with the support of CHC, we were able to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for our seniors. In fact, recently I was in Nevada. I'm in these streets. Let me tell you, I'm everywhere.
Oh my God!
A woman came up to me with tears in her eyes,
man.
and she showed me the receipts for her mother's insulin. And she showed me many papers, and I said, "Tell me what these are." And she said, "Well, these are the receipts, and I want you to see where it used to cost us hundreds, if not $1,000 a month, but no more." The work we are doing together, the very purpose of CHC and all of the leaders here, includes having a real impact on real people. And I have the blessing of being able to travel our country and see it every day. It's extraordinary work that is happening because of the leaders here. We, because of our work together, have finally given Medicare the power to negotiate lower drug prices with Big Pharma. And understand, if my opponent, Donald Trump, wins, his allies in Congress intend to end Medicare and end Medicare's negotiating power, as they remind us again this week. They are essentially saying, check this out, because you have to ask why, right?
Check this out. Shut up, bitch.
Why would you want to end Medicare's negotiating power against Big Pharma? And essentially, they're saying that it's not fair to Big Pharma. That's essentially what they're saying. Well, I'll tell you what's not fair. What's not fair is that our seniors, for too long, have had to cut pills in half because they cannot afford their full medication. That's not fair. It's not fair that our seniors have had to choose between filling their prescriptions and putting food in their refrigerator or paying their rent. That's not fair.
Wow.
And that's why we will
crazy.
continue to do our work together, including Fight Project 2025, an agenda that would cut Medicare and increase the cost of health care in our country.
Okay, I gotta cut that shit off. This is annoying. We have
I
one
feel
more
like
minute.
most of the people in that
One more minute, guys. You can see
most
this
of the
thing
people in
move
that
like
rally
crazy.
weren't even listening.
What
probably.
is this Spy? Is this Spy
This
right
is
here?
Spy.
Spy's about to move. Oh,
Spy's
shit.
about to move in 1 minute. Yep.
Let me.
I don't know if Denison's ready or not, but I'll just put this chart up. Portia can put up like the Bloomberg term, like a TV stream if she wants like news.
What do you want me to pull up?
So, like, if Denison's not ready, ooh, there we go. Oh shit! Look at that. You probably made like $1 jillion just on that move on a microsecond. Yeah. So yeah, just get that on standby. So if Denison's not ready, you can play that shit. Yeah.
It says the Fed decides interest rate decision in Jay Powell press conference. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Look at that. Look at that beauty. Oh yeah, making money now, baby. Oh shit.
Ah, shit.
Oh, that is how you make money, guys. This is how you make money.
Jesus.
That candle is probably like hundreds of thousands of dollars being made right now, and you don't even know it.
God damn it.
That is how the real money's made. Because when you do options, you know, that candle or holy shit, that's hundreds of thousands of dollars right there being made. Millions, billions. Yeah, man. It's a video game, ain't it? That's all it is. So instead of playing Counter-Strike and yelling at people, calling them niggas, you could just be doing this. I make no money yelling at people like Imperious on Call of Duty, all right? I make no money on Xbox, man. Microsoft making money on me. Damn, that's it. That's over, man. I don't know. So Jerome Powell speak in like 29 minutes. Once he starts speaking, it might go the other way. It might reverse this move, but for now, it looks pretty bullish. Let me see what gold is doing. Yeah, okay, gold's not doing much right now. Maybe it's undecided on what it means. I think the first initial minute, they probably sold it already at that top up there. So we'll have to wait for the speech for confirmation, but that's a ton of volume, right? Just on 3 minutes. Denison, are you ready? He's probably trading right now. I don't know. That's the problem. He can't multitask when he's trading and doing this shit. Okay, Portia, you can just play the stream, that Bloomberg stream. Okay, thanks.
So far, by 0.8% on the S&P 500, the overwhelming outperformance on the Russell, the small caps now up by 1.7%. In the bond market, just bear in mind, we've come a long way. And we've priced in a lot to this yield curve. The 2-year just climbing just a little bit to unchanged at 360 at the moment at the front end of the yield curve. And in the FX market, dollar yen dropping back by about 0.7%. So that's a weaker dollar, a stronger Japanese yen. Lisa, 141 on that currency pair.
Yeah, now over to the Bank of Japan. And if they hike, how much does that divergence continue? I also want to point out gold. You're seeing a bid into gold right now. We start to look for some of the inflation proxies. So will this sort of feed into that idea? I thought it was interesting. The long end of the yield curve, just on the margins, not significantly, yields just slightly up on this idea that they're going to go bigger.
Ooh, look at that, small caps.
Even more down the line.
So the median dot can mask some disagreement beneath the surface. So let's talk about the range and not just the median at the FOMC. The median dot for 2025.
Bullish on Duolingo, baby.
Published is 3.4%. The range for 2025 is anywhere from 2.9 to 4.1. 2.9 to 4.1. That's quite a range on this FOMC. And I think for the first time in a long
honestly,
time,
I should
we
have
have some
held
dissent playing
Duolingo a
out
little bit
publicly.
longer.
Yeah, you
but
should have.
From a sitting
yeah,
government
but
FOMC
you know,
since
as long as I can make some
2005.
money, I don't
This was
give a
not a
fuck,
unanimous
man.
decision.
And it really
I'm building
highlights
my account up,
why
so
this actually
you know.
became such a knife's edge kind of decision. Just to add to that, 10 officials penciled in 100 basis points or more of cuts for this year. 9 officials penciled in 75 basis points or less for this year. It actually matters quite a bit for market expectations, especially given some of the policy uncertainty next year.
So TK, we get 50. We get 50, and now we're waiting for the next
Spy is
to news
taking
conference in
Spy
26
is
minutes
taking
time.
It's a surprise. Within
taking
the
a dip.
zeitgeist, this is to the edge of surprise. I think Powell maybe alluded to this with his
Yeah, all the
enthusiasms,
traders, man, they're running in
rejection,
back and forth,
whole.
back
You
and
touched on
forth.
something Jason Furman
That's
touched
just
on
like
this morning,
gamble,
which is don't
gamble,
forget
gamble.
the dollar. And Mohammed Al-Arian, I'm going to be as direct as I can. Is the great unknown here a dollar weakness that anybody without great hair doesn't know?
That we may not know. I think we've seen it before. I remember periods.
Ryan, it's already decided, Ryan. It's 50 basis points.
50 basis point cut. This is a dovish 50 basis point cut.
Well, yeah.
Right. I mean, I agree with you, John, that the dovish part comes from the median dots. But if you look at the range, it doesn't look at dovish. But that's not what the market is going to hear. The market is going to look at the median dot and will interpret this as a dovish 50 basis points cut. And the first reaction was actually a steepening of both 2s10s and 2s30s, which tells you something about what people are worried about.
To some extent, this median dot validates market pricing coming into this decision. Is that sufficient? I'm looking at equity market reaction right now. We're up by 0.5%. We've still got a news conference, a question we've asked for the last several weeks into this. Are we going to end up with disappointment on the other side of this news conference with Chairman Powell? What would your question be now?
So first of all, normally he's more dovish than the statement. So that's going to be pretty hard to do this time. But let's wait. My question will be, what has changed since July when you decided not to cut rates? And now there's this very aggressive cut and aggressive signaling. What has changed?
The speech in Sintra, Portugal at the start of summer, very different to what we're hearing from the FOMC just several months later. Joining us now to discuss is Bob Michael at JP Morgan Asset Management. He joins us out of London this afternoon. Bob, just want your first impression to the decision. What do you make of it?
It hit on pretty much everything we were looking for, probably a little less dovish than we thought in 2 instances. One, there was a dissent, so it wasn't a slam dunk, and we would have liked to have seen the median dot for the end of next year somewhere around 2.75% to 3%. But otherwise, as we had been guided over the last week, nothing to quibble about.
Bob, which bond series or individual bond provides the most information right now? Is it a real yield? Is it the nominal full faith and credit? What's of the most value to Bob Michael right now?
Credit spreads. Credit spreads will tell us whether investors believe the economy is in dire shape and this was an emergency 50 basis point cut, or whether this is just a Fed a long way from neutral, perhaps, as Mohammed hinted, a meeting or two away from where they should have started the cycle. So they're starting to get towards neutral.
Yeah, that's Mohammed Al-Arian. Yeah.
Okay, all is well. And yet what we saw earlier this morning was an increase in mortgage applications. What we've seen is already the bond market pricing in all of this and then some. And basically the statement only encourages that even more. Do you not see a risk of potentially reignited inflation, Bob, that we could potentially see expressed in the long end? As Mohammed was mentioning, we are seeing that yield curve steepening in a way that hints that something else is amiss, especially when paired with gold.
Whoa. We're a long way away from that.
JP Morgan telling y'all.
Annualized rate of core PCE running at 1.7%. So that's not inflationary. There's signs of disinflation everywhere. When you look at the labor market, they talked about full employment. Well, the low in unemployment was 3.4%. A couple months ago, it was 4.3%. That's up 0.9%. You only see that when there's threat of recession. That's characteristic of that. They've highlighted to us that the neutral Fed funds rate is somewhere around 3%. That's a debate we could have for a long time, but it's nowhere near 5.25%, 5.5%. So they can start taking pressure off of businesses and households without reigniting inflation.
Bob, I know they call you Bob Michael, but you
Motherfucker.
told me earlier it was Bob Michelle, so I'm
Motherfucker.
going to stick to Bob Michelle. Bob,
Mohammed, I came to London because I thought we were going to QPR Millwall on Saturday. Now you're in New York on me?
I'll be in London tomorrow.
All right.
So Bob, speak a little bit to the revisions in the projections and particularly unemployment. What do you make of that?
I didn't catch them. What did they do?
Damn.
They
Is that
pushed it up.
QQQ right there?
Yeah,
What,
I think they
DXY?
have
You look at
to-
that?
I
No.
think
No.
they
What-
have
what's
to
tanking like
acknowledge that
That's $1.
we're at a challenging
Oh.
time, that there
What's
are
the,
new entrants
what's
to
the
the
ticker?
labor market.
That's DXY.
but
That's the
those
index.
are still
Oh,
unemployed
okay.
U.S.
DXY.
workers.
Damn.
And they have to acknowledge that we're not below 4% anymore. We're heading a little bit higher. And that's why you need the policy response to start with 50 basis points.
That's
I'm
why I told
okay
you to
with
get
that.
long
Yeah,
on
but Bob, I
silver
think
and
we've got to
gold,
talk about
man.
this a little bit more.
I've been
And I'm
telling it
pleased
for
we
a
went to
while.
unemployment. Unemployment right now in America is at 4.2%. These are the Fed's projections out in 2024 year end, out to 25 and beyond. They've got projections of 4.4%, the median projection for unemployment this year. Next year, they've got it at 4.4%. Given the move we've seen over the last 12 months, Bob, how aspirational is that? How realistic is it that we just kind of pause around these levels for the next 18 months?
Well, we very well could. If we get 225s over the next 2
This guy's the
meetings
White
and we
Stanley,
bring rates
bro.
down 100 basis points, what we know
Literally.
is there's still a shortage of housing. There are first-time home buyers queued up to buy homes. So bringing rates down could bring those buyers into the market. We also know that a lot of businesses don't fund themselves in the public bond market. They fund themselves through bank loans, through private credit. Those are floating rate loans. Those are anywhere
You talking about
starting with
Scott Moon
SOFR
right
at
there,
5
right?
and 3/8%. You take 100 basis points off of that, that could help to stabilize things as well. Just because unemployment has headed up over the last year doesn't mean it has to keep going. It can certainly flatten out here if the Fed does its job.
Hey, Bob, appreciate catching up as always. Bob Michael there of JP Morgan Asset Management. There's a couple of moves in this market that I think are very, very interesting. We've just gone 50. And in some ways, the dot plot is validating what we were pricing in this market ahead of time as well. And what you're seeing at the long end is the long bonds sell off and yields climb by 2 basis points. It's not a big move, but it's notable. We're up by 2 on 10s, on 30s, we're up by 3. And at the same time, we've got gold at all-time highs. What is this market sniffing out?
Well, it's sniffing out on the margins a greater inflationary risk than otherwise priced in. Look, I could make an argument about how it might mean that we're going to suddenly get run away into somebody-style inflation. That's not what it's saying. But what it is saying is that on the margins, the idea of a bigger and frankly, a dovish 50 basis point rate cut really highlights how inflation is still back on the table, at least on the margins.
They're talking about a dual mandate imbalance. Mohammed, your impression is that it's a single mandate central bank now. And you don't think we should take our eyes off the other side of the mandate. Do you think the market's speaking to that, just on the margin this afternoon?
I think at the margin, yes, but I do think that this is the reaction of a single mandate Fed right now, especially if you believe 2% is your inflation target.
Let's cross over to Diane Swank and bring her in of KPMG. Diane, we'd love your thoughts on the decision, and then we can get into the nuances. What do you make of the 50 instead of the 25?
This was a huge victory for Jay Powell, who really laid out at his Jackson Hole speech that he was worried about employment. And that is what this is about. And Mickey Bowman doing a dissent, Powell willing to take a dissent among the board members as opposed to among a president. That is how much he wanted this 0.5% rate cut. And I think that's very important. I think you're going to see it couched and explained within the context of several participants at the July meeting thought they were ready to go ahead and cut. So this is a bit of a catch up to that. And so that should help temper a little bit this dovish read on it. I was surprised that they kept the risk balanced, although clearly the focus is now on employment and not allowing the situation in employment to become much worse. Remember, we're at 116,000 payroll gains gains 3-month moving average as of August. That's not statistically different from zero. Combined with the downward revisions we saw on August 21st, the day before Powell gave his remarks at Jackson Hole, those downward revisions, record downward revisions, even if they're not as large as they appeared because of some immigration that we're not capturing, they're still large. And it means the birth and death rate, the death rate of firms has picked up, and their small businesses aren't hiring as much as well, which could mean actually the payroll data for this year also gets revised down, and that's what they're worried about.
Diane, your work out on LinkedIn has been just hugely beneficial, a really holistic view of the U.S. economy. I have a Dow Jones Industrial Average, bottom of the pandemic, up 128%, 21% per year. I've got debt and deficit that Hal Bronner and Bernstein never dreamed of. Diane Swank, is this a Fed just dealing with our stimuli? Is this a Fed just dealing with debt and deficit to the sky?
You know, we've had everything you could possibly imagine pushed up inflation, and now we're seeing it come down despite the fact that we still have a lot of debt. So, you know, on the margin, yes, we do have high debts, and I do believe we need to deal with that at some point in time. And I don't think we have anyone who's willing to talk about it on either side of the aisle, which is another issue, and we can talk about that at a later date. But right now, we've got a Federal Reserve that's no longer buying that debt. And you've got a Federal Reserve that is seeing inflation come down despite the fact that we have high debt. And that's because on the margin, after we get past the sort of 6 months that we put a whole year budget into, from March into October 1st, you get a continuing resolution at best through year end, and you're going to get more constraints on spending, I think, as we get into 2025.
Diane, one reason why this comes as a surprise, this decision, one reason why is because they could have telegraphed this more carefully. There was no data that really moved the needle between the time when the quiet period began and now that would shift us toward 50. Why do you think there wasn't more clear communication that this was a Federal Reserve ready to cut rates by 50 basis points?
Well, frankly, I don't think that Jay Powell, by the time the blackout period hit, had the votes in his pocket to be able to do that. And I think we saw that in some of the mixed messages, even the day of the blackout period. Chris Waller, governor on the Federal Reserve, had said, you know, he'd be open to a more aggressive rate cut, but he didn't seem to be really ready to do it in September. We saw John Williams come out that same day and sort of talking about more cautious rate cuts, more of a quarter point kind of rate cut. So they didn't telegraph it because he hadn't corralled the cats. But this really does speak to the fact that he does have an extraordinary ability to actually do just that.
Let's get to this quote from Neil Dutta of Renmac, just out at the moment. Here's the issue. The balance of risks have changed. In June, most saw balanced risk to unemployment. Right now, this is completely flipped. Most see risk to unemployed skewed to the upside. This will not be the last time we see a 50, in our opinion. Lisa, your thoughts?
This is basically what's being priced into this year. I mean, how else do they get to more than 100 basis points potentially by the end of this year? And if you think about it, it raises a lot of questions about what they are seeing that suddenly makes that such a consensus, given that we've gotten a lot of mixed messaging.
Let's head back to London and catch up with Bob Michael at JP Morgan Asset Management. Bob, I'm sitting there in cash. I've been sat here for a long time. You've been warning me for a long time that I face real reinvestment risk. The Fed's just cut 50 and I'm freaking out. I give you a call. I'm now worried about another 50 and maybe another 50 after that. What are you buying on my behalf?
We're telling clients, just get into the bond market. Just get into a general bond fund. It could be an aggregate investment grade bond fund. It could be a core plus bond fund. If you're in a high tax bracket, get into a general municipal bond fund. Yields are coming down. Yields are at this level with $6.3 trillion in cash building up and most people not liking the bond market. Some buying has brought it down here. And this money will come in because they're going to watch the return on cash go down like power windows.
I got to say, Mohammed, this goes to the point that you were making. I love your comments on this idea that the Fed was seeing something that made him shift his view. And what we're seeing right now is that maybe he just didn't have the votes. I'm just trying to
buy them bonds, man. Wu-Tang Clan, Wu-Tang Investments.
They're going to be even more aggressive than the market previously thought, and that maybe it is appropriate to price in even more spread compression,
Wait,
even more
crack,
yields
crack,
going
crack.
lower.
I'm muted for a second. So
yeah,
what
that?
What's this whole 50 points thing? What is that?
I mean, that's the Fed. That's the Fed Reserve like thing. Hey, Portia, you don't need to mute on your end. Like we can mute it on our end, so you don't need to go back and forth. Yeah, keep the volume up. We can mute it on our end. Yeah. So So basically, the market was pricing in 25 basis point cut, basically 0.25% interest rate cut from the Fed. So this is the first cut we've had, but they went ahead and did 50. That is very interesting. Very interesting.
What does that mean? So
that means they're in a hurry to cut rates, man. We are ready to go zoom in November. That is what it's going to mean.
So 50 points. What does that actually mean?
Like what in terms of what? Like reality?
It's talking about the rate.
Right.
It's like half a point, right? Isn't it like
that's 0.5%? Yeah.
Oh, okay. So it's really like 0.5 then.
That's what you see right here. Yeah, 50 basis points, 0.5. Yeah. Wait a minute, you guys don't know that shit? Wait a minute. I guess you guys don't know about basis points. Oh man, these guys need to learn all the terminology. Then this is way too much.
We need to. How people gonna learn, crack? If we don't.
I don't know. This is second nature. I don't know what people know or don't know.
It's like 100 basis points is 1%, right?
100. It's 1 basis point is 1 out of 100. So okay, so that is 0.01%. And you know a percent is 1 out of another 100. So that's actually another divided by 100. But okay. I mean, you don't need to say like basis point. You could have just said 0.5%. Yeah.
Right.
The reason they use that terminology is because the fractions get so tiny that people get tired of saying 0.0000005%. You know what I'm saying? That's the reason they use basis points after that. Yeah.
Plus, I think it sounds better saying 50 too than 0.00000.
Yeah.
Anyway. That actually means something. But
anyway, like
they could have said 0.5%, which would mean 50 basis points. Is that right? That's
yeah, they did say 0.5% multiple times actually on here.
Yeah.
I mean, even in chat right here, Stanley and Ryan are going at each other.
Into the decision today, but it is an uncertainty in terms of policy for 2025 and 2026, and that could change the trajectory for the Federal Reserve once that cloud of uncertainty regarding the election outcome in the U.S. is lifted.
Could not agree more, Dan. Just one of the best as always. The clinic, Dan Swank there of KPMG. November 7th could be a very, very different meeting. If you are just joining.
So basically the next meeting is November 7th, 2 days after the election. So that's why the October window now is going to be dark. Okay. Nobody knows what's going to happen between now and that, because also the next earnings seasons where companies report earnings will be late October into November. So at that point, it's just about elections, man. That will drive the stock market. And if the news cycle wants to scare people and say like, oh, look at this new unemployment data, that means we're going into recession, they'll do that and they'll push the stock market down. That's why that JP Morgan guy is telling people to run into bonds. Right? You heard that, right?
Yeah.
He didn't say to go. He said run into bonds. That's too late, though. You should have been accumulating bonds way early. Now, if you're a trader, yeah, that's why I told CKJ3 earlier to do TLT. You can get a bond ETF. You'd have options on there. You could probably trade it in October. And that's the reason why.
Would it be good to get into it now? Before
I'd rather do gold and silver. Gold and silver will outperform bonds. So that guy's telling you to go bonds. I'm telling you to go like silver miners. So I told you guys to do EXK. EXK, that silver miner is up 4% right now. So it's gonna probably expand in October, and that's what I'm looking at.
Hey, Crack, I had a lady friend listening to you about stocks, and I was telling her your theory about how, like, you don't have to beat the whales or whatever. You know, I was paraphrasing. But, I think she's going to be listening for the Powell. He's already spoke with him?
No, he's going to speak in about 17 minutes. Yeah, 7
Can
minutes.
you give that theory, give your perspective of the market being
Well, my
how you're-
perspective is like the Wyckoff method. Wyckoff method essentially says like there are operators in the market, institutional investors. They accumulate, they distribute. That means they buy and sell slowly, right? Because they have big, large positions. You can see this through the tape, through to the chart, basically, right? And from there, you can determine from the chart, like, oh, this stock is going to continue up or to continue down after a pause. So that's really what it is, and I'll discuss it more like down the line when we do more of the chart reading stuff. So once you understand how to look at charts, that makes a lot more sense to
You
me.
also saying something about like you can't compete with the whales, right?
No, that's why you just follow the whales. The whales will drive the price wherever it wants to go. The whales are the guys who do the fundamental research. I'm just reading the charts to make sure that I understand what they're doing, and then I'm on the right side of the trade based on what they're thinking, right? If they believe in a company, they will drive the stock up because they already bought low, or if they believe the company's going down, they sold high. And all you're doing is trying to determine from the chart their fingerprints. It's basically like CSI, you know? The crime scene is there. You just look at it, you figure it out, and that's how you do it. That's what technical analysis
Hey,
is
Craig,
about.
tell people what an institutional investor is. That's a good idea. Tell them
Yeah,
that. Like,
so like a lot of them could be, your Warren Buffetts, but many of them are actually pension funds that have been coached by companies to buy their stock. That's why DEI is such a success, because many of them have been convinced to buy green energy stocks, Disney, whatever promotes that stuff.
you mean ESG, not DEI. ESG. Like
no, you mean DEI too.
Yeah, I mean DEI too.
Well,
All of them are the same thing. Yeah.
But DEI just covers diversity, equity, inclusion. ESG is environmental, social, and governance.
They're all the same.
The
They're all the
environmental
same.
stuff.
So that's why
there's a lot of
you
overlap
see a lot of pension funds decouple from oil and gas. That's why those stocks never move very well. They also decouple from tobacco. They never move very well. And you'll see Muslims come in and basically say like, "Hey, I don't want to buy this company because it makes beef and pork," and be like, "Hey, you got to do halal." And then that's why this is why this is so important now.
So there's a company managing, say, the New York teachers' pension, and
Correct.
that means that it has $100 billion in it, or a lot of money like that.
And those are institutional investors. Yep.
Yeah, the guy managing that will go, "Hey man, I'm going to buy Apple today, which is a ton of shares, and it'll drive the price up, right?" So
And then the
most of
other
the money.
thing is, go ahead, sorry, Ryan. Go ahead.
I was going to say most of the money in the market is the retirement accounts of American citizens, and other countries invest heavily in our market. But I was just going to say these institutional investors are critical to everything.
Yep.
Yeah, they move the market pretty much.
So let's check back with the charting right now. You see it bouncing, right? It's bouncing like crazy before he talks. 4 more minutes, guys. 4 more minutes on the SPY. And this is the miner I was talking about, EXK. So this is like and you could tell, man. Like, look at that. I drew this rectangle and look at it. So beautiful, making this range. I bet you some institution guys were like buying shit up down here at the bottom of this range. And once it popped up above it, it's getting ready to launch. What Powell says, some sweet nothings. Silver gonna explode. Then this bad boy is going to 5 again. And I already made my profit because I bought it at 2.5 or something down here. So that's 100%, man. Easy money. So
I don't know, man.
So that's what you gotta learn. That's what you gotta learn. Read the charts, because this bar was significant. It created that range. The thing, once it dropped, it was going into that range, and that's it. Somebody's going here, and we could look at longer term charts, like a weekly chart. This whole thing could be a range. It's all fractal. This whole thing, when silver was like dying and buying back, like if silver is making a brand new high, this bad boy could go past 12. Then it's like all clear right there. So we'll see. Depends. Nothing's guaranteed. Nothing's guaranteed, but the chart looks well, and I'll take a risk. So he's gonna talk in about 3 minutes. 3-minute countdown. I don't know if Dennison's ready to show his thing.
Insurance for the economy, but also for the Fed.
and for its political independence and its reputation therein. I just wonder if it's more difficult to make the decision now on November 7th, now that you've had this initial 50 basis point rate cut, and you have a market that's now saying, yeah, you could do another one in November.
Yeah, and that was the argument all along. Start in July. Don't get yourself in this situation. But it is what it is, and they're now going to have to navigate this. I think Powell is going to be very clear. He'll say we are not impacted by political issues, just like he will say that he is blessed, to use his word, by lots of opinions from outside. But ultimately, it's what they decide in that room.
And they will get lots of opinions after this one. In just a moment, 2 minutes away, Chairman Powell will walk into that room and give us a news conference for the next 60 minutes or so. We'll take that in its entirety on Bloomberg TV and on Bloomberg Radio. Lisa, things could be very different on November 7th. We've said that repeatedly. I don't think you can overstate it. Things could be very different. The outlook for 2025 could shape up in a rather different way, dependent on what the complexion of Congress looks like, how divided things are in the nation's capital.
And whether or not we even know at that point, as Anne-Marie likes to say, whether we have a decision. It just will be interesting how much this is a three-part act. We get the third part of the act coming up moments away, how he characterizes what this insurance policy is really for. Is this because they are seeing true weakening in a labor market that otherwise is kind of hanging in there? And that, I think, is one of the key questions.
How do you expect him to frame it? Is this a one-off mid-cycle adjustment, a wait and see, we'll regroup in November? Or is this the beginning of a one-way trip back towards what they think is neutral?
Could it be both? I mean, right? Is there's basically, can everyone have their cake and then eat it too? Because essentially you have inflation coming down and you have an economy that is in a trajectory that typically does lead to further weakening. Is it history that can actually make sense at a time that has defied a lot of historical precedents? It's going to be a really difficult one for him to really
It's going to be difficult because they're coming out of a pandemic and they're making it up every meeting and every day and every speech, John, as they go. They're making this up as they go. Today, they catch up, maybe, is the right way to put it. But the then what of November and into 2025 is real.
We certainly all agree on that. We've said this a few times. We've all been humbled through this pandemic and coming out the other side. Equities right now going into this one just short of all-time highs on the S&P 500. We are firmer by 0.5% in the bond market. This is the yield reaction. On a 2-year, we're down 4 basis points going into this news conference. Just remember, for 7 consecutive Fed decision days, this 2-year has rallied. This yield has dropped, and that continues at least for now. We're down 4 basis points at the front end of the curve. The chairman of the Federal Reserve, after cutting interest rates by 50 basis points, takes the floor.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Our economy is strong overall and has made significant progress toward our goals over the past 2 years. The labor market has cooled from its formerly overheated state. Inflation has eased substantially from a peak of 7% to an estimated 2.2% as of August. We're committed to maintaining our economy's strength by supporting maximum employment and returning inflation to our 2% goal. Today, the Federal Open Market Committee decided to reduce the degree of policy restraint by lowering our policy interest rate by 0.5 percentage point. This decision reflects our growing confidence that with an appropriate recalibration of our policy stance, strength in the labor market can be maintained in a context of moderate growth and inflation moving sustainably down to 2%. We also decided to continue to reduce our securities holdings. I will have more to say about monetary policy after briefly reviewing economic developments. Recent indicators suggest that economic activity has continued to expand at a solid pace. GDP rose at an annual rate of 2.2% in the first half of the year, and available data point to a roughly similar pace of growth this quarter. Growth of consumer spending has remained resilient, and investment in equipment and intangibles has picked up from its anemic pace last year. In the housing sector, investment fell back in the second quarter after rising strongly in the first. Improving supply conditions have supported resilient demand and the strong performance of the U.S. economy over the past year. In our summary of economic projections, committee participants generally expect GDP growth to remain solid, with a median projection of 2% over the next few years. In the labor market, conditions have continued to cool. Payroll job gains averaged 116,000 per month over the past 3 months, a notable step down from the pace seen earlier in the year. The unemployment rate has moved up, but remains low at 4.2%. Nominal wage growth has eased over the past year, and the jobs to workers gap has narrowed. Overall, a broad set of indicators suggests that conditions in the labor market are now less tight than just before the pandemic in 2019. The labor market is not a source of elevated inflationary pressures. The median projection for the unemployment rate in the SEP is 4.4% at the end of this year, 0.4 higher than projected in June. Inflation has eased notably over the past 2 years, but remains above our longer run goal of 2%. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index and other data indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.2% over the 12 months ending in August, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 2.7%. Longer-term inflation expectations appear to remain well anchored, as reflected in a broad range of surveys of households, businesses, and forecasters, as well as measures from financial markets. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.3% this year and 2.1% next year, somewhat lower than projected in June. Thereafter, the median projection is 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. For much of the past 3 years, inflation ran well above our 2% goal, and labor market conditions were extremely tight. Our primary focus had been on bringing down inflation, and appropriately so. We are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship as it erodes purchasing power, especially for those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. Our restrictive monetary policy has helped restore the balance between aggregate supply and demand, easing inflationary pressures and ensuring that inflation expectations remain well anchored. Our patient approach over the past year has paid dividends. Inflation is now much closer to our objective, and we have gained greater confidence that inflation is moving sustainably toward 2%. As inflation has declined and the labor market has cooled, the upside risks to inflation have diminished and the downside risks to employment have increased. We now see the risks to achieving our employment and inflation goals as roughly in balance, and we are attentive to the risks to both sides of our dual mandate. In light of the progress on inflation and the balance of risks, at today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.5 percentage point to 4.75% to 5%. This recalibration of our policy stance will help maintain the strength of the economy and the labor market, and will continue to enable further progress on inflation as we begin the process of moving toward a more neutral stance. We are not on any preset course. We will continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting. We know that reducing policy restraint too quickly could hinder progress on inflation. At the same time, reducing restraint too slowly could unduly weaken economic activity and employment. In considering additional adjustments to the target range for the federal funds rate, the committee will carefully assess incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our SEP, FOMC participants wrote down their individual assessments of an appropriate path for the federal funds rate based on what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario going forward. If the economy evolves as expected, the median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 4.4% at the end of this year and 3.4% at the end of 2025. These median projections are lower than in June, consistent with the projections for lower inflation and higher unemployment, as well as the changed balance of risks. These projections, however, are not a committee plan or decision. As the economy evolves, monetary policy will adjust in order to best promote our maximum employment and price stability goals. If the economy remains solid and inflation persists, we can dial back policy restraint more slowly. If the labor market were to weaken unexpectedly or inflation were to fall more quickly than anticipated, we are prepared to respond. policy is well positioned to deal with the risks and uncertainties that we face in pursuing both sides of our dual mandate. The Fed has been assigned two goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum employment, bringing inflation back down to our 2% goal, and keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions. In July, you said you weren't necessarily thinking about a 50. You didn't want to be specific, but you said you weren't thinking about a 50. The inflation data last week came out a little firmer than expected. Retail was strong, third quarter GDP running 3%. So what changed and made the committee go 50? And how do you respond to the concerns that perhaps it shows the Fed is more concerned about the labor market? And I guess, should we expect more 50s in the months ahead? And based on what should we make that call? Thank you.
So, okay, a lot of questions in there. Let me jump in. Since the last meeting, we have had a lot of data come in. We've had the two employment reports, July and August. We've also had two inflation reports, including one that came in during blackout. We had the QCEW report, which suggests that suggests that the payroll report numbers that we're getting may be artificially high and will be revised down. You know that. We've also seen anecdotal data like the Beige Book. So we took all of those and we went into blackout and we thought about what to do, and we concluded that this was the right thing for the economy, for the people that we serve, and that's how we made our decision. So that's one question. What was the second and third?
How do we make sorry, thank you, sir. How do we figure out in the months ahead, is there another 25 or 50 coming in? Based on what shall we make that call? Thank you.
Sure. So a couple things. A good place to start is the SEP, but let me start with what I said, which was that we're going to be making decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, the balance of risks. If you look at the SEP, you'll see that it's a process of recalibrating our policy stance away from where we had it a year ago when inflation was high and unemployment low, to a place that's more appropriate given where we are now and where we expect to be. And that process will take place over time. There's nothing in the SEP that suggests the committee is in a rush to get this done. This process evolves over time. Of course, that's a projection. That's a baseline projection. We know, as I mentioned in my remarks, that the actual things that we do will depend on the way the economy evolves. We can go quicker if that's appropriate. We can go slower if that's appropriate. We can pause if that's appropriate. But that's what we were contemplating. I would point you to the SEP as just an assessment of where what the committee is thinking today, but the individual members rather of the committee are thinking today, assuming that their particular forecasts are realized.
Hi, Chris Rugaber at Associated Press. Thank you. The projections show that the Fed officials expect the Fed funds rate to still be above their estimate of long-run neutral by the end of next year. So does that suggest you see rates as restrictive for that entire period? Does that threaten the weakening of the job market that you said you'd like to avoid? Or does it suggest that maybe people see the short-run neutral as a little bit higher? Thank you.
I think the way I would really characterize it is this. I think people write down their estimate, individuals do. I think every single person on the committee, if you ask them what's your level of certainty around that, they would say there's a wide range where that could fall. So I think we don't know. There are model-based approaches and empirically based approaches that estimate what the neutral rate will be at any given time. But realistically, we know it by its works. So that leaves us in a place where we expect, in the base case, to be continuing to remove restriction, and we'll be looking at the way the economy reacts to that, and that'll be guiding us in our thinking about the question that we're asking at every meeting, which is our policy stance the appropriate one? We know if you go back, we know that the policy stance we adopted in July of 2023 came at a time when unemployment was 3.5% and inflation was 4.2%. Today, unemployment is up to 4.2%. Inflation's down to a few tenths above 2. So we know that it is time to recalibrate our policy to something that is more appropriate given the progress on inflation and on employment, moving to a more sustainable level. So the balance of risks are now even. And this is the beginning of that process. I mentioned the direction of which is toward a sense of neutral. And we'll move as fast or as slow as we think is appropriate in real time. But what you have is our individual accumulation of individual estimates of what that will be in the base case.
Howard.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. How close was this in terms of the decision? You do have the first dissent by a governor since 2005, I think. Was the weight clearly in favor of a 50, or was this a very close decision?
I think we had a good discussion. If you go back, I talked about this at Jackson Hole, but I didn't address the question of the size of the cut, left it open. And I think we left it open going into blackout. And so there was a lot of discussion back and forth, good diversity of division, excellent discussion today. I think there was also broad support for the decision that the committee voted on. So I would add, though, look at the SEP. All 19 of the participants wrote down multiple cuts this year, all 19. That's a big change from June, right? 7 of them wrote down 3 or more, 17 of the 19 wrote down 3 or more cuts, and 10 of the 19 wrote down 4 or more cuts. So, there is a dissent and there's a range of views, but there's actually a lot of common ground as well.
Follow up to that, now that this is in the books, can you give us some guidance as sort of follow up to Steve on the pacing here? Would you expect this to be running every other meeting once we get into next year? We're
going to take it meeting by meeting. As I mentioned, there's no sense that the committee feels it's in a rush to do this. We made a good, strong start to this, and that's really, frankly, a sign of our confidence. Confidence that inflation is coming down toward 2% on a sustainable basis. That gives us the ability. We can, make a good, strong start, but. And I'm very pleased that we did. To me, the logic of this, both from an economic standpoint and also from a risk management standpoint, was clear. But I think we're going to go carefully, meeting by meeting, and make our decisions as we go.
Gina.
Hi, Chair Powell. Gina Smilik with the New York Times. Thanks for taking our questions. You and your colleagues in your economic projections today see the unemployment rate climbing to 4.4% and staying there. Obviously, historically, when the unemployment rate climbs that much over a relatively short period of time, it doesn't typically just stop. It continues increasing. And so I wonder if you can walk us through why you see the labor market stabilizing, sort of what's the mechanism there, and what do you see as the risks?
So, again, the labor market is actually in solid condition. And our intention with our policy move today is to keep it there. You can say that about the whole economy. The U.S. economy is in good shape. It's growing at a solid pace. Inflation is coming down. The labor market is in a strong pace. We want to keep it there. That's what we're doing.
Sorry, Nick.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, does today's action constitute a catch-up in action given recent substantial revisions to the employment data? Or is this larger than typical rate cut a function of the elevated nominal level of the policy rate such that an accelerated cadence could be expected to continue?
Okay. Multiple questions there, but so I would say we don't think we're behind. We do not think we think this is timely, but I think you can take this as a sign of our commitment not to get behind. So it's a strong move. Sorry, your other question was?
Well, is this about what happened in the employment data between this meeting and the last meeting, or is this about the level of the funds rate, the high nominal level of the funds rate relative to what might be expected if you're trying to maintain equilibrium?
So I think it's about, we come into this with a policy position that was put in place, as you know, I mentioned in July of 2023, which was a time of high inflation and very low unemployment. We've been very patient about reducing the policy rate. We've waited. Other central banks around the world have cut, many of them several times. We've waited, and I think that patience has really paid dividends in the form of our confidence that inflation is moving sustainably under 2%. So I think that is what enables us to take this strong move today. I do not think that anyone should look at this and say, oh, this is the new pace. You have to think about it in terms of the base case. Of course, what happens will happen. So in the base case, what you see is, look at the SEP. You see cuts moving along. The sense of this is we're recalibrating policy down over time to a more neutral level. And we're moving at the pace that we think is appropriate given developments in the economy in the base case. The economy can develop in a way that would cause us to go faster or slower, but that's what the base case says.
And if I could follow up on the balance sheet. In 2019, when you did the mid-cycle adjustment, you ceased the balance sheet runoff. With a larger cut today, should there be any signal inferred about how the committee would approach end state on the balance sheet policy?
So in the current situation, reserves have really been stable. They haven't come down. So reserves are still abundant and expected to remain so for some time. As you know, the shrinkage in our balance sheet has really come out of the overnight RRP. So I think what that tells you is we're not thinking about stopping runoff because of this at all. We know that these two things can happen side by side. In a sense, they're both a form of normalization. And so for a time, you can have the balance sheet shrinking, but also be cutting rates.
Colby. Thank you. Colby Smith with the Financial Times. Just following up on Gina's question on rising unemployment, is it your view that this is just a function of a normalizing labor market amid improved supply, or is there anything to suggest that something more concerning perhaps is taking place here, given that other metrics of labor demand have softened too? And I guess in direct follow-up to Gina is, why should we not expect a further deterioration in labor market conditions if policy is still restrictive?
So I think what we're seeing is clearly labor market conditions have cooled off by any measure, as I talked about in Jackson Hole. And but they're still at a level. The level of those conditions is actually pretty close to what I would call maximum employment. So you're close to mandate, maybe at mandate on that. So what's driving it? Clearly, payroll job creation has moved down over the last few months, and this bears watching. By many other measures, the labor market has returned to or below 2019 levels, which was a very good, strong labor market, but this is more sort of 2018, 17. So the labor market bears close watching, and we'll be giving it that. But ultimately, we believe, with an appropriate recalibration of our policy, that we can continue to see the economy growing, and that will support the labor market. In the meantime, if you look at the growth in economic activity data, the retail sales data that we just got, second quarter GDP, all of this indicates an economy that is still growing at a solid pace. So that should also support the labor market over time. So, but again, it bears watching, and we're watching.
And just on the point about starting to see rising layoffs, if that were to happen, wouldn't the committee already be too late in terms of avoiding a recession?
So our plan, of course, has been to begin to recalibrate. And as you know, we're not seeing rising claims. We're not seeing rising layoffs. We're not seeing that. And we're not hearing that from companies that that's something that's getting ready to happen. So we're not waiting for that, because there is thinking that the time to support the labor market is when it's strong, and not when you begin to see the layoffs. There's some lore on that. So that's the situation we're in. We have, in fact, begun the cutting cycle now, and we'll be watching, and that'll be one of the factors that we consider. Of course, we're going to look at the totality of the data as we make these decisions meeting by meeting.
All right, guys. So I think that's pretty much it. We are going to start cutting. Very bullish. Fed is not scared. We're looking at the chart of the QQQ NASDAQ 100. You see it's range bound right now. It's dancing. I think probably a few more questions in that Q&A, maybe up until maybe 20 more minutes. I don't know how many questions he'll have left, but I doubt anything will happen from here, because once he's done yapping, this thing should start moving on back to the previous. You see that candle? It made a perfect wick at the 278.72 mark. So, you know, and these charts, like, I didn't predict this stuff. I just drew these lines way back when, you know, and they just hit these marks over and over again really nicely. And once we break out of there, we can continue on. The QQQ is lagging the S&P 500. So if the NASDAQ 100 gets up to here, you can see all new highs on the SPY. So once we have a completed breakout, we can get up there into maybe the end of this month. So by Jewish New Year's, Rosh Hashanah, we should have a new high. And then from there, you know, you guys could consider ready to sell any positions you have or hedge for a potential October drop. So everybody will be very optimistic, and then all of a sudden the narrative will switch and we'll get pessimistic again. And then, you know, that's the time to buy the dip in late October towards Halloween before the elections. So get ready, open your accounts now. We can start buying a bunch of stocks. This is the XBI. XBI is the pharmaceutical small caps. So these are the most riskiest, rate sensitive companies. Same thing with like Kathy Wood's ARK, kind of the same idea there. So this should be very nice. But, you know, me, I love gold. I like gold and silver. So gold and silver miners, definitely be on the lookout. Let's look at Bitcoin. Bitcoin is doing okay, but nothing wild, nothing really telling. I mean, the Bitcoin kind of has this range here. It made a major bottom here with a lot of volume. It supported it here. It's still stuck in that range. I don't know. Honestly, if you really think Bitcoin can do something before the elections, I would say stay away for now. If you didn't get these bottoms, that's just a good trade, but otherwise stay away. Anyway, let's go. Let's see what other questions he has.
And anything in the low fours is a good labor market. So that's one thing. Participation is at high levels. It's, you know, we're right adjusted for demographics, for aging. Participation's at pretty high levels. That's a good thing. Wages are still a bit above what would be their wage increases, rather, are still just a bit above where they would be over the very longer term to be consistent with 2% inflation, but they're very much coming down to what that sustainable level is. So we feel good about that. Vacancies over, you know, per unemployed is back to what is still a very strong level. It's not as high as it was. That number reached 2 to 1, 2 vacancies for every unemployed person. As measured, it's now below around 1, but that's still a very good number, I would say. You know, quits have come back down to normal levels. I mean, I could go on and on. There are many employment indicators. What do they say? They say this is still a solid labor market. The question isn't the level. The question is that there has been change particularly over the last few months. And, you know, so what we say is as the risks, the upside risks to inflation have really come down, the downside risks to employment have increased. And because we have been patient and held our fire on cutting while inflation has come down, I think we're now in a very good position to manage the risks to both of our goals.
And what do you expect to learn between now and November that will help inform the scale of the cut at the next meeting?
You know, more data, the usual. Don't look for anything else. We'll see another labor report. We'll see another jobs report. I think we get a second jobs report on the day of the meeting, I think. Or no, on the Friday before the meeting. And inflation data. We'll get all this data. We'll be watching. You know, it's always a question of look at the incoming data and ask what are the implications of that data for the evolving outlook and the balance of risks, and then go through our process and think what's the right thing to do. Is policy where we want it to be to foster the achievement of our goals over time? So that's what it is, and that's what we'll be doing.
Yeah.
Thanks. Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. We've only been running a little above 100,000 jobs a month on payrolls the last 3 months. Do you view that level of job creation as worrying or alarming, or would you be content if we were to kind of stick at that level? And relatedly, one of the welcome trends of the last couple of years has been labor market steam coming out through job openings falling rather than job losses. Do you think that trend has further to run, or do you see risk that further labor market cooling will have to come through job losses?
So on the job creation, it depends on the inflows, right? So if you're having millions of people come into the labor force, and you're creating 100,000 jobs, you're going to see unemployment go up. So it really depends on what's the trend underlying the volatility of people coming into the country. We understand there's been quite an influx across the borders, and that has actually been one of the things that's allowed unemployment rate to rise. And the other thing is just the slower hiring rate, which is something we also watch carefully. So it does depend on what's happening on the supply side. And on the beverage curve question, yes. So we all felt on the committee, not all, but I think everyone on the committee felt that job openings were so elevated that they could fall a long way before you hit the part of the curve where job openings turned into higher unemployment, job loss. And yes, I think we are. It's hard to know that you can't know these things with great precision, but certainly it appears that we're very close to that point, if not at it, so that further declines in job openings will translate more directly into unemployment. But it's been a great ride down. I mean, we've seen a lot of tightness come out of the labor market in that form without it resulting in lower employment.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Edward Lawrence, Fox Business. So we've heard some speculation that you may be going with the federal funds rate to 3.5%, maybe under 4%. And there's basically an entire generation that has experienced zero or near zero federal funds rate. Now, some think we're heading in that direction again. What's the likelihood that cheap money is now the norm?
So this is a question. You mean after we get through all of this? It's just a great question that we can only speculate about. Intuitively, many people anyway would say we're probably not going back to that era where there were trillions of dollars of sovereign bonds trading at negative rates, long-term bonds trading at negative rates. And it looked like the neutral rate might even be negative. So people were issuing debt at negative rates. It seems that's so far away now. My own sense is that we're not going back to that. But honestly, we're going to find out. But it feels to me and that the neutral rate is probably significantly higher than it was back then. How high is it? I just don't think we know. We only know it by its works.
And one more. How do you respond to the criticism that will likely come that a deeper rate cut now before the election has some political motivations?
Yeah, so this is my fourth presidential election at the Fed, and it's always the same. We're always going into this meeting in particular and asking what's the right thing to do for the people we serve, and we do that, and we make a decision as a group, and then we announce it, and that's always what it is. It's never about anything else. Nothing else is discussed, and I would also point out that the things that we do really affect economic conditions for the most part with a lag. So nonetheless, this is what we do. Our job is to support the economy on behalf of the American people. And if we get it right, this will benefit the American people significantly. So this really concentrates the mind. And it's something we all take very, very seriously. We don't put up any other filters. I think if you start doing that, I don't know where you stop. And so we just don't do that.
Jolene.
Thank you, Chair Powell. I'm Jolene Kent with CBS News. My first question is, so very simply, what message are you trying to send American consumers, the American people, with this unusually large rate cut?
I would just say that, the U.S. economy is in a good place, and our decision today is designed to keep it there. More specifically, the economy is growing at a solid pace. Inflation is coming down closer to our 2% objective over time. And the labor market is still in solid shape. So our intention is really to maintain the strength that we currently see in the U.S. economy. And we'll do that by returning rates from their high level, which has really been the purpose of which has been to get inflation under control. We're going to move those down over time to a more normal level over time.
Just a quick follow-up to that. Listening to you talk about inflation moving meaningfully down to 2%, is the Federal Reserve effectively declaring a decisive victory over inflation and rising prices?
No, we're not. So inflation, what we say is we want inflation, the goal is to have inflation move down to 2% on a sustainable basis. And, we're not really, we're close, but we're not really at 2%. And I think we're going to want to see it be, around 2% and close to 2% for some time. But we're certainly not we're not saying mission accomplished or anything like that. But I have to say, though, we're encouraged by the progress that we have made.
Hi, Katerina Saraiva with Bloomberg News. I just would love to know kind of how the committee is thinking about the persistence we've seen in housing inflation. Do you think you can return to 2% with housing inflation where it is?
So housing inflation is the one piece that is kind of dragging a bit, if I can say. We know that market rents are doing what we would want them to do, which is to be moving up at relatively low levels, but they're not rolling over. The leases that are rolling over are not coming down as much, and OER is coming in high. So, it's been slower than we expected. I think we now understand that it's going to take some time for those lower market rents to get into this, but the direction of travel is clear, and as long as market rents remain, relatively low inflation over time, that will show up. Just the time it's taking now, several years rather than just one or two cycles of annual lease renewals. So I think we understand that now, but I don't think the outcome is in doubt. Again, as long as market rents remain under control, the outcome is not in doubt. So I would say it's the rest of the portfolio, or of the elements that go into core PCE inflation have behaved pretty well. They all have some volatility. We will get down to 2% inflation, I believe, and I believe that ultimately we'll get what we need to get out of the housing services piece too.
Some of your colleagues have expressed concern that with starting to cut rates, you could reignite demand in housing and see prices go up even more. What's the likelihood of that, and how would you react to that?
So the housing market, it's hard to game that out. The housing market is in part frozen because of lock-in with low rates. People don't want to sell their home, so because they have a very low mortgage, it'd be quite expensive to refinance. As rates come down, people will start to move more, and that's probably beginning to happen already. But remember, when that happens, you've got a seller, but you've also got a new buyer in many cases. So it's not obvious how much additional demand that would make. I mean, the real issue with housing is that we have had and are on track to continue to have not enough housing. And so it's going to be challenging. It's hard to zone lots that are in places where people want to live. It's all of the aspects of housing are more and more difficult. And, where are we going to get the supply? And this is not something that the Fed can really fix. But I think as we normalize rates, you'll see the housing market normalize. And I mean, ultimately, by getting inflation broadly down and getting those rates normalized and getting the housing cycle normalized, that's the best thing we can do for householders. And then the supply question will have to be dealt with by the market and also by government.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guido with Politico. Just following up on some of the labor market talk earlier, monetary policy operates with long and variable lags. And I'm wondering how much you see being able to keep the unemployment rate from raising too much comes from the fact that you're starting to act now, and that's going to give people more room to run versus just the labor market is strong. And then also, if I could, following up on Nick's question, do you see today's 50 basis point move as partially a response to the fact that you didn't cut in July, and that sort of gets you to the same place?
So you're right about lags, but I would just point to the overall economy. You have an economy that is growing at a solid pace. If you look at forecasters or talk to companies, they'll say that they think 2025 should be a good year too. So there's no sense the U.S. economy is basically fine. If you talk to market participants, I mean, business people who are actually out there doing business. So I think our move is timely. I do, and as I said, you can see our 50 basis point move as a commitment to make sure that we don't fall behind. So you're really asking about your second question. You're asking about July, and I guess if you ask, if we'd gotten the July report before the meeting, would we have cut? We might well have. We didn't make that decision, but we might well have. I think that's not. That doesn't really answer the question that we ask ourselves, which is let's look. When at this meeting we're looking back to the July employment report, the August employment report, the two CPI reports, one of which came, of course, during blackout, and all of the other things that I mentioned. We're looking at all of those things, and we're asking ourselves, what's the policy stance we need to move to? We knew it's clear that we clearly, literally, everyone on the committee agreed that it's time to move. It's just how fast do you go, and what do you think about the path forward? So this decision we made today had broad support on the committee, and I've discussed the path ahead.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Mortgage rates have already been dropping in anticipation of this announcement. How much more should borrowers expect those rates to drop over the next year?
Very hard for me to say. That's from our standpoint. I can't really speak to mortgage rates. I will say, that'll depend on how the economy evolves. Our intention, though, is we think that our policy was appropriately restrictive. We think that it's time to begin the process of recalibrating it to a level that's more neutral rather than restrictive. We expect that process to take some time. As you can see in the projections that we released today. And if things work out according to that forecast, other rates in the economy will come down as well. However, the rate at which those things happen will really depend on how the economy performs. We can't look a year ahead and know what the economy is going to be doing.
What's your message to households who are frustrated that home prices have still stayed so high as rates have been high? What do you say to those households?
Well, I can.
Get cracked. That EXK, that shit just took that looked like a rainbow right now. Look at EXK. I added it to my watch list. I've been watching it. Yo, it
yeah. You see, this is why you day trade today, like times like today. I mean, if Dennison was here, he could show you exactly where the support, resistance, and he would just trade it.
Yeah, and it returned right back to where it was just at.
So that's why you never buy on the news. The news is too late. It's over.
No, or buy before the.
The buy before is fine. You would have sold it already.
Right,
you would have sold that already, man.
Right. But what I'm seeing is like before this meeting, everything started to go crazy. And as soon as they started talking,
that's it. The news is over. Yeah, it's just like the earnings. It's just like earnings. But the thing is, like, look at ESK right now. It hit back to where it started.
Exactly
and
where
it's
it was
probably
at.
just
Exactly where
it's
it started.
so that's why you could have had two, like with the QQQ, you could have had a round trip. Like if Dennison was showing his screen right now, he would be showing you, I bought, I sold, I bought, I sold, I bought, I sold. How many round trips if he did the SPY? And he would have showed you like that's probably like hundreds of thousands of dollars if you had hundreds of contracts in like 1 day, just making it in 1 day, man. That's just it. And that's what people like. I mean, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't take those risks. I wouldn't be day trading. I don't day trade. But if he was showing you his screen, you could see like you had a peek into the life of a trader, like a real trader. You have to be so disciplined, so unemotional, so undetached that you would just be like buy, sell, like a machine, man.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. That's all you got to do.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's almost like none of this shit even matters what they're talking
No, it
about.
doesn't even matter. What matters is
Yeah,
the volatility, though.
yeah,
The
yeah, yeah,
volatility matters.
yeah.
You make tons of money with that shit. But,
Yeah,
but, hey, you know, I think what they were saying in the conference is very good for at least 2 more weeks. And I believe we have one last earnings to talk about, MU, today, Micron. So that's a semiconductor stock. I think it has earnings today. Or is it tomorrow? No, it's today. Good. I think it's today. Oh, it's next week? Damn, it's late. It's next week. Oh, never mind. I thought it was today. Oh, well. Too bad. I thought we would have a double header and could have got like a real juiced up market.
yeah. This has been a wild ride, though.
And that happens every FOMC. That's why Dennison is like away right now. Does it like? I mean, if you're a real good multitasker, man, like you could stream that, trade it, like talk at the same time. It's beautiful, beautiful.
He's probably locked in right now.
Yeah, he's locked in. He's in the zone. That's what trading in the zone's all about. You gotta be in the zone. Like, look at that baby. Look at that baby. Look at that. It dropped all the way down. Now you see this monster candle right back up all the way from this. You see that? All these rectangles drawn long ago and this shit. Look at that. It just hits the mark. Hits the mark. Goes through these blue, red line, purple.
What ticker
That's
is
a
this right
QQQ.
here? Oh, okay. Yeah.
It really doesn't matter what chart you're looking at. They're all the same. They all match together during FOMC day. That's what the point I'm making. Everything is liquidity, man.
Yeah. I always want to know what the ticker is, just so I can kind of get an idea.
You can see it up there. You see the look at the upper left hand whenever it shows something. Yeah. So.
Yeah. No, I appreciate it though. Yeah.
Yeah, you see that? That's beautiful. Like, if you're a day trader, that's beautiful, man. That's beautiful shit. But you heard like CKJ3 doesn't like to do it. T Spells, I don't think wants to do it. Like people like Dennison who are very aggressive, who want to buy their big ass house in the future. They want to build their capital. They'll do this. They'll play this day because this is not easy to trade. Not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. I think if you time it right, though, you definitely could make some Skrilla, because it was going crazy today. It was like damn near retarded the way it was moving around. Yeah, that was crazy. But I definitely added EXK to my watch list.
Yeah, definitely watch it. Definitely watch it. You gotta. And the thing is like you have to understand like all that stuff follows gold and silver, which are already very volatile to begin with. So you're adding to the. So that's why I never traded during the day, man. I'm swing trading it. There's no way for me to catch like you just buy like shit when it like gold is here and then you sell shit when that's way easier than trying to like do it during the day. It's like what the fuck is this shit,
Yeah.
Because this is easy. You just follow it. You follow the trend. The trend changes. You follow the trend up, and this is over like weeks, man. This is 1 week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks. Very slow. You don't need to worry about what it's like. Like you look at it like it's a rainbow, but look at the candle compared to this big candle the previous week. That's nothing.
Yeah.
That's meaningless. That's meaningless. A swing trader doesn't care about this. Swing trader bought here and is gonna sell up here. So day trader will care. Swing trader doesn't care. So
wait, is that EX?
Yeah, EXA. I look at the weekly. Look at that. It's a matter of perspective.
Wait. So that's the weekly right there.
Yeah, that's a weekly. So you're telling me like this move is scary. This move is nothing compared to this. This candle is 29%. Why do I give a shit about like a 2, 4, 5, 10% move? That's nothing. Right? So it's a matter of perspective.
You think it's still a good buy? Because it looks like it still has.
Well, I bought around this rectangle area. I mean, that's why I told you to watch this thing like maybe a couple weeks ago or something. So.
Yeah. I should have got in on that one. Oh, Stanley. Stanley's in the building.
What's up, Stanley?
Good morning.
Hey, what's up?
Ah, man, what'd you think about the conference?
Man, he muted himself.
Who, me?
Yes? Yeah.
Yeah,
you.
yeah, yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
I didn't watch the whole thing, but I don't know. I'm surprised. I actually didn't think they would cut it, half a point. And
Right.
Ryan's thinking, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Like you were thinking in the chat that
I was
Ryan,
thinking a quarter.
right.
But
And so Ryan's thinking is that like it's a half point. That means they're scared and
It's
we're
worse.
going to
Yeah.
recession. Yeah, right. So that's really hard to tell because the market is kind of like, that's why it's dancing in the middle. It can't really decide right now. Yeah.
Well, but the thing is, and you know what? I'm kind of a negative Nancy sometimes too.
Right, right.
And maybe it's just a nice day outside and I could give a fuck less.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? I think it'll be okay. I don't think I don't think the economy's going to tank.
Right.
And I think it's gonna be okay until November 6th.
All right. Let's see.
Well, but see,
Let's see.
I don't think economy. I can do economics if I sit down and think about it, but I just don't. My life isn't driven by charts.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah. No, it's good to know though, Stanley, just to kind of see where.
Oh no, I know. I know. I just even when I was like y'all's age or in my 20s or 30s, there's some things that I'm just not going to get worried about. As long as I have enough to buy books, food, and the occasional beer, I'm okay.
Yeah. Honestly, I think sometimes just keeping it simple is the best solution. Anyway,
I honestly think so. Now, once you have family and responsibilities, you have to think a little bit more deeply about it. But even so, I mean, my thing is I'm almost ascetic in this way. I've never wanted a Mercedes. A big ass house just means I have more to clean. I've just never been into it. Unlike my capitalist son.
Your son likes the Jordans and stuff.
Oh no, actually he doesn't. When he was a kid, he was always like, "Why don't we have a bigger house?" And I'm like, "Well, it's just you and me.
Yeah.
And you don't even clean your room."
Yeah.
So
I think we're done for now. So I think Jerome Powell stopped talking. So we'll see where the market will go for the next few days after this.
Ryan,
I think we're set.
Ryan, where is Ryan? Ryan, relax, buddy. It'll be okay.
Yeah, Ryan's over there pulling his hair out. Right.
That's a problem, right? Because like you're living in a tale of two cities or whatever kind of thing, where he's looking at his construction and going like, "Oh, I'm not getting these contracts for big commercial buildings, so something's up with the economy," Yeah.
You're rich and you're almost at the end of it. You're on the downslope, bud. You can't take it with you.
Yeah, but when you're in it like Ryan, it never really ends, man. Yeah.
And you know what? That is just what he is built for it. I'm just like, you know what?
You got me.
I want to eat a hot dog or two.
Man, Stanley, man, some people, man, there's a light that never goes out. Stanley,
wait, are you calling me lazy?
No. Not being here, man. That's not the thing I do.
I'm joking.
No, not even close.
For some people, everybody's driven differently, man. I'm 49, and some of my friends have slowed down to a turtle's pace.
Well, I'm not a turtle yet.
Check their T levels.
Oh man,
You know what I mean? There's nothing. I'm not criticizing it. You know what works for them. You know, one of the things I started off on this stream with was the strangest secret. What is success? Like for every man, if you end up where you want to be, you're successful. In a trash heap or at the in a house suite. If that's what you want
but
to
you know
do,
the deal is, you know, I still have a fire in my belly for things that matter. Dude, I've done that hustle in my 20s and 30s, and you know, most of my 40s. Dude, John, I went out to bring in the trash bin, and it's like 70 degrees out. The leaves are starting to fall. Um, my biggest decision today is I bought a new laptop because you know I'm going to need one, and what I'm going to eat for dinner tonight. Those are my two biggest decisions today.
Yeah. You know,
And how I'm gonna, you know, roast some motherfuckers in the chat. But other than that, no,
you
I'm
know,
just kidding.
you know, nah, hey, but you know, I'm the same way. I get up, you know, and you know, I get up here and I spend probably more time than I should here sometimes.
Yesterday, man, the white John Galt got you, man. He got you to like really wild out yesterday, bro.
No way. I felt like I was tame yesterday.
Nah, you were too many beers in when he just made you really. Yep. You got to go back and watch it, man.
Now maybe 2 days ago, I think I came in this motherfucker like ready to go. You know what I mean? I ready to go like 2 days ago. You know, something I don't know, probably some tenant that pissed me off, and I was ready to go. But I thought yesterday I was pretty tame.
We gotta do instant replay.
No, you said you were gonna leave, and you stayed about an hour.
Oh yeah, you stayed, man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
I was like, I seriously, John, I was like, well, oh shit, you know what? I'm taking a nap because I'm gonna be up for a while. But you know what? I better get up there.
I don't even remember that. Yeah, I must have been.
No, you were all right, but you were there was something going on beneath the surface.
You think so?
Yeah.
You should play it. You should play it
You
back.
guys are reading me here. What did I?
Oh, never go back and watch yourself.
No.
No.
We got 24 hours worth of content.
I literally, you know, I've seen a couple of Porsche shorts, but I never go back because you know what? I just I'm just gonna beat myself up.
You start.
Come on.
You start. You know. You start trying to censor yourself. Stuff like that. You know.
Yeah.
John Galt says John had a lot of pent up emotions yesterday. Maybe that's what it was. You know what I mean? Hey, man.
Don't we all?
Man, listen, man, hey, man, I ain't put anybody out here too long.
You can tell I've had a couple beers myself, so
John Galt, I ain't putting you
out
around
for the rest of the day.
Man, you know, maybe I got to get it out here, man. Like since I changed my business model, I've become a lot more peaceful, I guess. I don't have
really?
And so, you know, it takes a long time to simmer it. I don't get to take it out on anyone, so maybe I get up here and let it bubble over. And I didn't even notice. Yesterday, I thought I was tame. Damn.
No, it wasn't bad.
Damn.
Not as bad as it could have been.
Now, the day before yesterday, I thought. Now, I remember coming in here a little angry. Yesterday, I must have clean up behind some sorry motherfucker. So, you know.
I had to kick a tenant out.
Yeah, nasty or something. You know what I mean?
Oh no! Look at that.
Maybe that's what pissed me off.
Yeah, no, but they, you know, a lot of times they just say shit to, you know, I a lot of times I don't even think it's it's like a actual criticism. It's just they watch you so much, they get a they get like an adrenaline hit out of seeing you react
Yeah,
to them.
they might like it.
No, they like it. They like it. They like it. A lot of dudes they like the abuse. You
Yeah,
know, like like yeah,
you know,
John, talk shit to me, John. They like that shit.
you know, like, it's a show filler too, HB. You know, you respond to the people in the chat.
Oh yeah.
You know,
Nah. It's definitely good to go back and forth with the audience sometimes.
you can
'Cause,
spend 2 hours paying attention to the people in the chat. You know,
yeah.
talking sometimes.
Yeah, nah.
32 minutes. 32 minutes before the stock market closes. So I think it looks like the sellers are losing again. If this thing breaks up and closes high, that's it. We're done. We're good for next week then. We got another week of up and up and up, I think. Yeah.
But yeah, you know, Stanley, back to that, what we were talking about, man. I truly believe that, man. I think that you know, everybody, you know, slows down at a certain pace. Some people never slow down at all. That Donald Trump clip I played, don't focus on Donald Trump, focus on the message, right? And he talked about.
I don't know. You showed it today.
No, I played it a while back. I may play it again. But he talked about this man named Stanley Levitt. And we had a lady up here, and she was on the live stream in at Drink Lounge. That's where it was. And she lived in Levittown.
Oh, really?
I don't know. It's a white lady, yeah.
Well, I know what Levittown is.
Right. I think that's where she lived. Or whatever. I think that's where she lived. But it was either Levitt. Is it? It's right there on the Lower East.
Levittown is famous.
Yeah, it's on the Lower East Side. Is that Levittown close to maybe the Williamsburg Bridge? Or Manhattan?
Oh no, Levittown wasn't Levittown in New Jersey.
I think he built a lot of little Levittown. What is the name of it? Is it Levittown?
Okay, well, yeah, actually he did, but no, it's Long Island.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Let me go back and look it up.
Town right now, Long Island. Yeah.
Yo, Maverick G, this a great troll comment right here.
What?
He said you gotta treat chat less like a bucket of nasty trolls because we have some very good advice at times. Yeah, I'm sure.
Yeah. That's what we read.
Oh, really? We got some good advice.
No doubt about
yeah. I'm sure you have great
there's
advice.
No doubt about that. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah.
What advice was that? What was the last time these guys gave me a stock tip?
Yeah. Or how to raise a son.
That's a very nerdy roast.
Or how to raise a son. Send him to send him off to Georgia Tech. Or
what's your kids' SAT scores?
Right.
Yeah, look, give it to us, man.
No, that's a little much now.
Oh, okay.
Own some property and rent out to niggas.
Or motherfucking go to New York when the hell you want.
Yeah, right.
Now see, that's what I'm jealous of, dude. I'm just gonna drift up and do some street interviews. Fuck it.
Yeah, man. Listen. I'm sorry, man. It's hard for me not to look at y'all as trolls when you don't ever hit the link.
Right. Link, man. You know, like you in the chat all the time, man. Like you could come up here and troll us, man. We ought to have a roast hour.
Yeah.
In the chat.
Portia's been talking about that.
Who has?
Portia. Well, Portia, you know, she started out like maybe three weeks ago now. She was like, well, you know what? We need to do a kind of like a open mic comedy. And then I heard someone talk about a roast. And I know it's in the back of her mind because I think she was the one who came up with it. And so anyway, you know, I think it's in, I think she's putting it together, which is scaring the hell out of me.
White Doug out trying to get me to go crazy. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, John. When they talk about that shit, it really, it's like so pointless because it's just like everybody has a different opinion about that shit, but you're the only one that's running the channel. And
Right.
you know, some things work for some content creators, other things work for other content creators.
You know what I mean? Like,
You know,
I want to do it. I want to, you know, make sure the avenues are open for the people that want to contribute that way.
yeah.
So we want to do everything we can to do it.
Yeah.
But I do want to, you know, there is some like, you know, something in me saying, you know, prove it to the people that are better than me, who may have formed the dependence on it. That, you know, that they can, man, they don't need the middleman. You can cut the middleman out.
Yeah.
And it may not be us. It could be somebody bigger and better than us. There are a lot of people probably doing a lot better YouTube than we are. And they probably, 30% of their money sapped up by YouTube. And maybe they stroll over here one day and say, you know what?
That's why you gotta do Streamlabs. Streamlabs, that's whatever podcast
Okay,
does. You do Streamlabs.
maybe G, you want to know what? They can't tell hate from constructive criticism. Constructive criticism means you come up on the chat and get it. Instead of posting it to a chat. That's bullshit.
But we do ask you all the time, if you got any advice on how to make the show better. You never hear me ask you to give us pats on the back for the show. I want to get you to give critiques. We're always welcoming criticism, critiques, however you
Well, I
want.
think the best way to do it is come up and talk.
It is the best way. Like if you're here every day, honestly, which means you must be enjoying it a bit, then come up and give us some advice to make it better, to keep you here longer, right? That makes sense.
Oh man, really? You can't even spell my name right, maybe.
Yeah.
So come on now.
Stanley.
Come on now. Now, if that is a joke, like, you know, spell it STAINLY.
Yeah, that would actually been hilarious.
You may even have
that would make me laugh.
You guys may have something clip worthy that we're not getting it in the chat. You guys come up here and give us something. You know, come on.
Like until
White Young Boss says, "Get Cracky down a few more grand." I guess the White Young Boss clicking his heels right there. He's happy.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. Like it's hard to and maybe even if you are being sincere, you got people like the White John Galt that, you know, they muddy it for you. You know, like
there you go.
You know what the thing is, bro. Yeah. You know what it is, bro. Like, I don't know about crack, but those kind of people, man, like if they being real or fake, it drives you a little bit further because you know these people would love to laugh at your ass. If you are losing, they gonna love to laugh at your ass. So you better get your game up because you got some trolls out here, right? You know, so you do give us motivation.
Well, I mean, the White John Galt is an interesting character because I never knew John Galt was more than an rhymed character. So I actually bought the book, or you know, it's a collection of stuff. So he educated me, but I think his heart is in the right place. It's just
I like him.
He needs to express himself better.
He I thought it was a buddy of mine trolling me. It very well could be because he reminded me of a buddy of mine. John Galt. I was watching something on Vice News on YouTube about. You can guys read this, but I saw this.
Oh yeah,
these people took a black woman's house, man. Just walked in, and dropped the lock, the door, right in.
Yeah, John. I'm not gonna lie. I wouldn't be surprised if the White John Galt is Ice Cube. I wouldn't be surprised.
I asked him. He said, "No, that ain't me."
Yeah.
Where is Ice Cube? Where the fuck is he? He hasn't been around for
You
a long
know
ass
what?
time.
Actually, it is Ice Cube.
Yeah. I wouldn't.
He's
be surprised.
got that. Oh wow.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah, where the hell has Ice Cube been?
That's what they do, though. Ever since he left, White John Galt popped up. you know, it's
yeah, though, bro. Like we need
Oh
people like
wow.
really encourage you to get the show better, even if their criticism is a little harsh. Yeah, that was crazy about that woman, Randy Wanzer. Randy Wanzer, man, I swear I've seen your name somewhere on the YouTube channel. What other streams are
Thorpe's.
you like?
They're in Thorpe's.
Yeah, that's what
Yes, and
Mhm.
Ava's.
Nah,
Yeah,
Mavi G, I like Mavi G. I don't think Mavi G is a troll. I've seen him somewhere else as well. I can't remember.
He's
Also
my
in the-
personal nemesis.
Mavi G.
It's like EAE and all these guys. They follow the same areas, you know.
Yeah, where's EAE? I haven't seen EAE.
EAE's Thurston. He's just in Thorpe and Ava shit. Yeah.
No, EAE was here a couple days ago.
Yo,
but,
how's
but not
Go ahead.
John. I was gonna say, that, you know, when we call them trolls, we say it with the utmost respect. You know, it's not a like. Honestly, we really couldn't do it without you guys. Honestly, you guys
I
keep
agree with HB.
you guys keep the chat moving. Like, bro, I never once called you a dirty troll. I don't know where that came from. I never said that.
I mean, we do, you know, like we're gonna have our people that's gonna show up every day, but the people that are critical and gonna make us stay on our game. I mean, I think that's the Mavi G's and the white alts of the world. They're gonna give you, you know, the straight, you know what I mean, no chaser, you know. And so again, I'm glad to see you here. The white John Galt, you know. You ever listen to any successful radio, man? Like they got more haters than lovers.
Yeah.
Right? Rush Limbaugh, right? Like, man, people hated Rush Limbaugh, bro. But they loved him too. They would tune in to hate him. You know what I mean?
That's still an audience. That's still an audience.
Yeah.
That's right.
I think the worst place you want to be at is when people are just kind of indifferent about you, or they just don't.
That's
even
over.
care.
That's a death.
Yeah. Like there's a couple YouTubers where I'm just like, you know, I don't care if they fucking died, you know, like I don't care, you know, it's like who cares, you know? But so we definitely appreciate you, man. I don't, you know, I say trolling with the utmost respect. It's like when you call your bitch, you know, I'm not calling you a bitch, you just my bitch, you know, like I'm not saying it's the utmost respect.
You know, HB, I was reading in the comments the other day. It may have been Catherine or somebody. And she
Catherine?
like,
Who's Catherine?
She's in the chat sometimes.
Yeah. She's actually she's pretty nice.
Yeah, I like Catherine. I swear I saw her. Did I have? Was she the lady from Cincinnati?
Yeah, that's her. Yeah, that's her. That's her. That's her.
Mhm. She had quit drinking or something like that. You remember that?
Oh, did she? Damn.
Yeah, and that's why she quit coming up. She come up. She be in the chat.
When she was drunk. When she was drunk.
One time she's told a real estate story about how like Section 8 and shit had destroyed some property that she bought blindly. I think she was living in New York. She bought some Section 8 property, or bought a property that ended up putting on Section 8 in Cincinnati. And it went south quick. You know, and, so she's real bitter that, you know, because man, there's nothing like it, bro. Like, oh my God, there's nothing like it. You know.
Yeah, I think it's worse for white folks too, because they don't really understand, man. Like when you're doing Section 8 with in the hood areas, man. Listen, you gotta have a totally different mentality. Like only way I would do Section 8 if I'm out in the sticks or something. I'm out in yeah, that's probably the point.
Or a small town like Front Royal, Virginia.
Yeah, it's got to be a small town. It's got to be.
An art gallery in downtown Atlanta, and I'm somewhat pitching my friend's art gallery. We went to school together, you know, Tuskegee graduates, you know. He's the one that taught me, man, don't eat white bread. I said, what's wrong with white bread? I'll cut you. I'll cut your ass, nigga, right? Nigga, we eat white bread. How many of you eat white bread now? Some of you probably still eat white bread.
I don't even make it.
Yeah, I don't eat white bread. I heard that a long time ago.
I'm going to try to find a picture of him Matter of fact, I may not have it here.
Well, what's the name of the art gallery? Is it
see it on the
Midtown?
screen? You see it on the screen right there? You guys should go.
Okay, Legacy. Shit, I'll go.
Yeah. I mean, Zuccotti Gallery. Can you guys see it on the screen?
Yeah.
Black women.
Is it where is it in Buckhead, Midtown?
I think it's right downtown. Let me see if I can find.
Well, you know what? As a matter of fact, my sister and I were talking about, going down there. So
Let me see if I can find a picture.
we can go.
Let me see if I can find a picture in honor. If I can find a picture of the owner.
Jesus.
Give me a minute.
Man.
You're joining. It could be.
I guess
him.
Ava's gonna have to pretend to be black to get in this gallery.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Blackface.
As you can see,
don't do that.
You see where it is, right? Centennial Olympic Park Drive, Southwest.
Oh, okay.
Atlanta, Georgia. And this is the art gallery. And this is my buddy. Let me see. Yeah, this is my buddy. This is my college buddy right here. This is his brother.
Well, you said that's his what?
That's his brother. This is his brother.
Okay.
Brother right here. This is the guy that told me to stop eating white bread. And let me see, his father is probably here. Let's see his father. He's probably here. Let me see. You can see his black art.
Oh yeah, Stanley, you definitely gotta go.
And his father.
Okay, well, I plan on doing just that.
Here's his what do I need to do? What do I need to do? Advance. Proceed. Unsafe. Well, damn, okay. Anyway, let me see if I can get to
Centennial Olympic, right?
Centennial Olympics.
Okay, got it.
I was looking to show you a picture, and you can see his father's name right here. The guy, my friend, his name is Omari Henderson. And here is his father, one of the featured artists. Aaron,
nice.
Aaron Henderson. And this is a story really about, how from one generation to the next, how from the Stanleys to his son, things can be radically different. And I can't get to the site, as you can see that it doesn't show up his site when I try to click on the father's link.
Yeah, John, I ain't even think about that, man.
What?
Like Stanley's son ain't have to go to the military. Like I didn't even think about that.
Well, I wanted him to. I wanted him to go to the Naval Academy.
Yeah, you can do military and college at the same time. It's called the academy.
Hard men.
Well, yeah, but there's still Navy ROTC, but I'm not going to make a man go that doesn't want to.
You think he was really cut out for that, Stanley? You think he was really cut out for that?
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah.
Yeah, I did see him handling that. I did see him handling that Draco, so you might be right.
Well, let me put it to you this way. People mistake me when they see me reading a book, they think I won't fucking punch him in the face. I
honestly would think you punched me in the face.
To me, that is the military.
You honestly look like you would bite somebody.
Don't underestimate
I think you underestimate Stanley for real. Hey, Randy Wanzer, are you talking about the Nina Simone picture behind me, or do you see another Nina Simone picture? I have a Nina Simone picture behind me. I'm not sure how well my camera is displaying it right now. Sometimes you can see it. I'm not sure which picture you're referring to, but there is one behind me. Nina Simone behind me somewhere. Anyway, Stanley, I was talking about, like from one generation to the next. My friend, his father, he worked for Georgia Power. Tuskegee,
really?
Tuskegee graduate, engineer,
Mhm.
went to Georgia Power, retired. You know, they had pensions back in those days.
Yeah.
Did very well for himself, very well indeed. Married a Tuskegee woman, and she worked for, you know, in the university sector. You know, both of them somewhat attached to the government in a way. You know, universities and power companies.
Well, I mean, most of it for retirement, pensions.
Yeah,
And
very good.
my mother and father were like that. As a matter of fact, to be quite frank, me not going to teach. Well, in a way, like my father, who's still alive, my mother, who was alive, they've actually done very well with their pensions. My sister, retired teacher. I mean, they're doing well. I just wasn't built like that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
I have to kind of go it alone, but I can see, we talked about the military, and one
Yeah.
of these days we'll do a show about how the military can be an avenue to the middle class, especially for, well, kids in general these days.
Yeah.
So I know I'm going too far, but
No, in
I
this
see your
area,
point.
the middle class, the military can be a ladder to the upper class. You know, you come out with a security clearance.
Yeah. Oh,
right.
yeah.
You write your own ticket. You know what I mean? It's up to you how far you go. But anyway, so the father, he did very well indeed for himself. And I wish I could show you this art picture, but I can't seem to click on the website. It doesn't display it. But the son, my peer, he ended up buying a house, a very nice house. I remember going to the house, and it was in a gentrifying neighborhood in Atlanta, Georgia, somewhere southwest, blackety black, gentrifying. You know what that means. And some Section 8 people moved in before it could get all the way gentrified. And you know what that means. So when he was headed to work, him and his wife, and they dropped the 2 kids off at daycare, and what happened? The Section 8 people decided to take their things, kick the door in, boom, boom, boom. Stole everything of value that they had, and they had to immediately put their house on the market. At this point, the market, the neighborhood hadn't all the way, appreciated to where he could sell it. So he took a big loss. Big loss, wiped him out. And those are the things that his father didn't face. His father and mother had pensions. He didn't have a pension. So he had to make his way without kind of the golden handcuffs of a pension, the Social Security, 30 years of steady work. And I think that is kind of, the difference between, say, your generation and your sons, and this man's generation and his son, my peer. And, I think that the whole paradigm that you're going to have a pension, that the education passed on to the children, was kind of based on the pensions, and go work 30 years, this and that.
And at this point, an old-fashioned idea, because no one's going to have one.
It's outdated. Yesterday we talked to the guy. Those Haitian migrants, like, they have a network, and for the average American, black or white or whatever, he doesn't have that kind of network tied into, like, the market forces. He's trying to get into the white collar jobs, of which are being attacked by the H-1B and the lack of pensions, and I think, so the things that Get Crack is talking about, and the things that, things like Master Kim talks about, are kind of the new way of going about things, just my thoughts about that. Anyway, I was trying to show you a picture, and his father drew a picture of him. And I wish I could find it, man, but it's a picture of him backed up to a wall, fists clenched, coming home from work, tied loose from his neck. An angry man. And I've never felt that way going to work. And I always enjoy what I did. I was a software developer. Only a few jobs, one job I can think of that I hated. But I always took the bull by the horn and did my own shit. Something I enjoy. Yeah, even though I'm in the hood, I show you ghetto ass pictures and shit. But I don't have any anger. Nobody's gonna draw a picture of me with my fist balled up, tied.
Just you wait, man. That white John Galt's gonna get you mad.
The show, right? And so I think the point I'm trying to make is, man, like you have to take the bull by the horns. A lot of times people are trying to force square pegs in a round hole, doing some things that they don't enjoy doing because, well, that's what everyone else says, And the key to happiness is doing what you enjoy doing, and you do it better than anyone else, honestly.
Yep.
Anyway, you got it.
And you might not make $1 million doing it.
Mm-mm.
And I'm going to be honest, even to the point about, underwater basket weaving degrees, you actually do. I'm going to be honest with you. My thing has always been, if you're good at what you do, you will make a living. You won't starve. You just need to find it.
Very rarely, man, you guys correct me if I'm wrong, but I very rarely talk about money on here. Am I wrong? Correct me if I'm wrong here.
Well, it's just a financial channel. We don't talk about money.
But the dollars and cents, money. Ooh,
you're right. You're right. No, that's true.
That's not my pursuit. You know what I mean? Like, and I think if you're just pursuing money, I don't think that's the right way of going about it.
Making money is actually different than money. It's a process. It's a technique. It's something to do. And it can have, great results. I see what you're saying. The process is different than, the means are the ends, basically.
I was about to go somewhere with this, but I better not. But yeah, so I just, I'm keen on telling people that, that I think the paradigm is shifting in the way that, say, you made a living and made a comfortable living. You're sitting here most days, you're talking to us, you're not having to get out and go work anywhere. It's going to be a lot harder for people, say, your son, to accomplish the same thing, taking the same approach. And so for those people,
maybe not. The weird thing is that he is very lucky. I am very lucky. Not everyone is this lucky. That's why you don't necessarily listen. If my father used to say, if you're following, someone whose circumstances aren't necessarily like yours, like you go follow somebody who, has a fallback. And I'm gonna be blunt. You go following these white boys whose, parents have a business they can fail into. That's not the best way to do it. You don't have that support net.
Well, I was thinking
network.
Things like, say, Social Security.
Mm-hmm.
For the most part of your life, you've had moderate inflation. You haven't had these roller coaster prices. For goods and services, housing, things like that. A lot of the things that you hear it talked about all the time, that will seemingly maybe easy for you or your generation, would become more and more difficult, right? Like think about the young people that moan about buying a house in New York City today. It's almost impossible.
Mm-hmm.
Washington, D.C., almost impossible.
Why do they have to live there, though?
Well, but they're not going to live, as we talked about the other day, the majority of the people live on the coast of this country, pretty much like a U, from the top of Washington all the way down across the border of Texas.
Well, yeah, but I mean, are you going to live in D.C. or are you going to live in Manassas?
Well,
You know
Manassas
what I'm
ain't.
saying? You don't live in the middle of D.C.
We talked to the people in Springfield, Ohio, small town of 50,000. They talk about how high the housing prices are and how short in supply they are. Manassas, I guarantee you. And let me see. What do you think the average cost of a house rent in Manassas?
Oh, it's going to be probably a decent house, probably 200,000 to 300,000.
You think so?
But you know, I know so.
Okay, yeah, I haven't looked.
Prince George, is it Prince George? Is it Prince? It's Prince something county, right next to Fairfax. It's right along 66.
Is it Prince William? Something like that.
I want to say it might be Prince William. It's Manassas, Virginia. It's right next to Fairfax County.
Mm.
And I know this stuff because I lived in Warren County.
When did you live in Warren County?
Now about 8 years ago.
I'm gonna pull up.
Well, I lived in Linden, Virginia. It was right on the Fauquier, Warren County line. Right up 66.
Hey, Stanley, what the heck is this Eric talking about? Cucking the Thorpe content last night? What? What Thorpe content?
Oh, that was me. I wouldn't let the Thorpes.
Oh, they want it on again?
Last night. Well,
Oh
I
my
did. I
God.
talked to HB about it. I told him if you want to come up, give
What the heck are they doing?
give
They have their own damn
Virgo
channel.
I thought the same thing, but I was like, if you want to come up, give Virgo's belated birthday money. I basically told him pay $60. You can come up.
Anyway. All right. So let's see. Let's look at the close.
Yes,
Okay.
he forced the audience to suffer through, except you could have disconnected. I didn't force anybody to stay.
We got Manassas, Stanley. We got Manassas. Let's take a look.
It's gonna be expensive.
It ain't gonna be no $200,000, $300,000. Look at that.
I can't see it. $500,000.
$500,000. Let me zoom in. Zoom.
Yeah, but I mean, you don't have to live. They're smaller houses.
350.
And I know because we actually looked. And now this is like shit out.
Look at this.
Good Lord. Good Lord.
Oh yeah.
Not bad.
Yeah,
They ain't
but
bad. 200 G's. They ain't bad.
Now, John, I did house hunting in that area. We weren't looking at houses like that because we couldn't afford it.
on that?
736 square feet.
For how much?
200K.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
Yeah.
Hell
I mean, it
no.
looks bigger outside. What the heck?
Yeah, that shit look like a damn two-story house. What was that? A duplex?
Wait, are we just a subunit or
No,
something?
that's-
What's going on here?
See it right here.
No, that's
Oh my Lord.
That shit look big as hell.
Oh yeah, townhouses. Okay.
Yeah, we're
they're like a
subdivided.
duplex.
Nah, F that.
Hell
F that.
No,
I ain't
it's-
doing that.
No, John, do they want 210 for the whole quad, or is that?
No. Just one side of it. You see where the door is right here?
Hell
Yeah,
no.
yeah. Well, see, we were doing single family homes, and probably at the upper end we were looking at. Now this is easily 15 years ago.
Oh, yeah.
15, no, maybe 13 years ago. We were looking like at 250,000, and there were still decent houses. at that time.
Hell no. Stanley, have you been
No, seriously, we did house hunting.
Not now. Stanley, have you
I
been?
mean, John, we kind of have that down here still.
Yeah. I mean, this is what I'm telling Stanley, man. The prices of housing. I talked to a real estate.
Apparently.
I talked to a real estate agent in Charlotte today, over the phone, not on the stream. He said, "Man, you won't believe the prices in the Pittsburgh area, with Charlotte is, in the Pittsburgh area. Pittsburgh, right?" He said, "Man, the price of houses just skyrocketing in Pittsburgh. It's everywhere, man. I think it's hot money. That's that's what my term for it is. Money coming from countries like Russia, China, where they got to get their money some hard assets so the government can't easily repossess the money, right? You look at what Steve Bannon did when he was doing whatever that shit he was doing. What did he do? He tied up his money up in Brooklyn real estate. It's easy to drop $4, $5, $10 million in some real estate. Have it tied up in all these fucking LLCs here, there. You won't know who owns it. You can launder a lot of money, and that is what I suspect a lot of these people are doing. You got to think about it. Crack, how long did we live in 0% interest rates?
Very man, quite a while, man.
And what is that? That's free money, correct? Crack. 0% interest money to the
that
rate.
means you're not paying any extra.
I mean, because you're not getting that rate from the banks. To the banks will get that rate. So basically, when you're talking about getting a loan for housing, it's probably more like 2 to 3%. Yeah.
Crack, if you had a business, let's say if you own a couple car washes, and you're doing $10-15 million business with the bank business and everything else, you might get that.
You might. You got a good credit score, yeah. You will.
And you're doing other business with them, right? You're like one of their prime A1 borrowers because you're doing other business with them where they are really making their profit. That's where the bank business is, right, Crack? Like, it's not like loaning you money to buy you a little cheap ass $400,000 house. It's all the other businesses like the Scott Lintons of the world that we had on here.
Yeah.
Right. Right. That's what he said, right? And so it has, in my opinion, I think there's a lot of hot money that's coming in from China, Russia, India, Pakistan. All these people have money. They're not broke. Nigeria.
Yeah, that's why a lot of bids on houses are cash. They're all in cash. That's why they undercut. A lot of people can't get houses for that reason too. They bid on a house with a loan. No, they're going with the guy with cash.
That's right.
Who's undercutting you by like 50,000. That's it. Done.
Right.
Yep.
You have to overbid him, right? And you look at these prices. This is Manassas, man. This is way outside of DC. 335, 469, 600. Well, it's a big house, 450. 349. It's a condo or something. Yeah. So it's quite a bit more expensive out there now.
So what's like a 3,200 square foot house going for out there?
Oh man, it's a lot of money, bro. That's a lot of money. Like no one's building houses that big today, right? Like why would they do that? Everybody's selling nick bags to the poor man. Nickel bags, small houses, 700 square feet. I don't think if you get a big lot up here. It's going to be, you're going to spend probably right at $1 million minimum, right? In Manassas, let alone DC. Like Hillary Clinton's house.
But you're looking at the ritzy parts of Manassas. If you go back out, out on the hollers, and there are some around Manassas, there are good deals. At least, I think I get your point. This is a decade ago at least.
Yeah.
So things have changed, and I guess.
The thing is, like, I was going to mention to you, Stanley, man. Over the years, I fly in and out of Dulles Airport. They there quite a bit, and I talked about it yesterday, man. Like the global companies that are right outside of Dulles, the CIA is there.
Smithsonian.
Did you know the government is Amazon's biggest customer? I know Crack knew this, but did you know this? Did people in the audience know this? Amazon is the biggest, I think,
Oh yeah, well that's not surprising.
because of the service.
Amazon right off of 66, they're I can't remember where it is, but Amazon Web Services.
Yeah.
I used to well, Ticketmaster had a data center right next to Amazon Web Services.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Amazon probably owns Chantilly, Virginia now.
Yeah, do you remember they moved their headquarters to right outside of DC, right by the Pentagon? Craig, why do you think they did that?
Oh, you know why they did that.
Probably because they
Come
run the
on.
government.
They run the services for the government.
Yeah.
All those Pentagon servers and shit. Like, you know, all that Palantir shit. Right? They all
Every time a node goes down, all the cell phone networks collapse. Facebook, you can't log in. It's crazy how reliant we are on a lot of these companies, man. Way too reliant, I feel.
You know, like, do you remember when Elon Musk bought Google? It was this website I read was talking about how much Amazon and Twitter collect Amazon and Google, I'm sorry, collect from Twitter alone. It was staggering numbers, bro. They own Twitter, right?
It's just like us and StreamYard. See that?
Right. They literally own Twitter, bro. Like, they literally, like, Twitter can't exist without Amazon and Google.
And you know, that's why a lot of analysts, when they look at Google and Amazon, like, they don't understand that these companies are now utilities, you know. And
Yeah.
you have to treat them like utility companies now. That's
Yeah.
what.
Like, Amazon could come to StreamYard and say, hey, no more comments on your stream. And StreamYard will cut all these comments off. You know, Google could say no more comments. Well, hell, Google owns YouTube, so they could clearly say no more comments here on John Galt's channel. No more comments. And there's this blog I read, The Conservative Treehouse, and they got a letter from I think it was Google saying, hey, you know, we don't like the comments in your blog, not the content of your blog, but the comments. And they demonetized their entire site strictly because of the comments. That's why when you go around the many websites right now, you don't see many sites that allow comments other than discourse, right?
Yep, they'll wipe them out. Yep.
And so that is why I say, like, you know, that's why you see so many other streamers that say, hey, send me your email, this, that, you know. You know, you can't be dependent on StreamYard. I mean, I'm sorry on that. Well, you kind of need StreamYard, or, you know, you do need YouTube, but I think you should minimize your dependence as much as possible. That's just my opinion. Hence the super chats. Yeah, I don't want to be dependent on that. Yeah. Anyway, go ahead, guys. Everyone's quiet.
Well, back in the day, my original point was you don't have to live in DC.
I literally.
You know what? I did, because I wanted to live in the mountains. My wife wanted to live go down to Bealton. Look up Bealton, Virginia. There were like cookie cutter, fairly decent houses, but in neighborhoods, and I just didn't want, you know, I'd have taken like a shack in the middle of 5 acres on a mountain and been happy. But unfortunately, you have to compromise, you know, when you're married. But back then, there were good bargains. John, our real estate agent was a friend of my wife's family. And I think she just got like huge pleasure out of showing us houses, because, you know, my wife and I would just joke back and forth. Like, I'm not even going to get out and look at this house. I know you want it. It's not what we're going to do. You go look. You know, it was kind of fun. So there are bargains out there. You might have to work to find one.
Yeah, I think my approach has always been to buy like used homes.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, ones you got to fix up, sweat equity into it.
Yep.
Don't have as much competition for those either. Most people want a brand new house.
That's exactly what I did, John. My shit was only a concrete slab when I put the well wait. Yeah, I only had to pay the security what was that? The closing costs. That's all I had to pay because military. But yeah, my shit was just a concrete slab when I bought it. I wanted brand new because I didn't want a house that someone had already been in for 10, 15, 20 years, and I don't know, the dog done died in it before, grandma died in it, or someone buried in the backyard. I just wanted something that was brand new. But there's a downside to the brand new houses as well. They don't build houses like they used to, and they damn sure don't put those good ass amenities in them. They just make them look like the good ones, but them shits they trash. They break after a few years.
You know what's crazy that you mentioned that, man? In DC at least, I can't speak for other cities. I imagine it's the same. They would make the contractors hold back 10% of the sales price for any shoddy work that they did when they flipped the house or a condo, typically condos, right? But everything may not show up in the time period where you could make a claim on the money on the 10%. And I saw so many people buy properties from flippers. People who really didn't have any experience flipping houses, they would just buy a cheap house and find some Mexicans to renovate it, and then they turn around and sell it. But the problem was the city wasn't keeping track of the 10%. So the shoddy contractors were doing shoddy work and reclaiming their 10%, and the government wasn't keeping track of it. And a friend of mine bought a contract from a guy like that, bought a house from a guy like that, a condo. And he did really shoddy work. And when she tried to go make a claim on her 10%, this and that, the government bureaucracy. And I would always recommend to people, unless you are buying like a high end, and even there you could have problems. But if you don't know the actual contractors, the people, it's really risky, because just like in so many things in life, the detail, the finishing of building a house, that finer art has been lost, in my opinion, in America, And so you get a lot of shoddy work done.
A lot of that could be contributed through HOA policies as well. So, I mean, a lot of times in these newer neighborhoods, you can't just, build a house the way you want it or use the materials you want. It's all based on what the policy of the land developer has. And that's why I said, John, in my neighborhood, we were only able to make like certain changes to the house and its format and stuff, but I would say everyone's house looks the same out there.
Yeah,
you either have a 2-story or a 1-story, and they all look the same. The minor color differences and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Nowadays, those are just how the neighborhoods are now. I mean, 20 years ago, you had the houses where the neighbor was like, 20 yards away, like my grandparents' house. They not all next to each other and shit like they are now. And those houses also were built with brick and stuff back then. They're using a lot of wood and what's it called? I can't remember what it's called.
And my buddy,
Siding. It's the shit that don't.
Yeah, a lot
It's
of
the shit they put in the walls that it doesn't catch fire, man. It's like, I want to say it's like drywall. Yeah, drywall. They using a lot of wood, a lot of drywall.
Back in the day, yes, stucco. Someone said stucco. No, they're talking like plastic. A buddy of mine, Philippe, that joins the chat from time to time. He bought a house in South Carolina. It was marketed as a smart house, where all the switches in the house will be smart compatible. And if there are any electricians in the house, that means a hot and neutral should be run to every switch. But you don't have to run a hot and neutral to every switch, because that's what the switch is for. It can turn the power on and off to the light, switches it on and off. So he bought this house, and the lights switches in the house was marketed as smart. So, which means that if you went out to Leviton and you bought a smart switch, I've shown you Leviton switches. Those are the switches that we use in some of our property, sensor switches, stuff like that, programmable switches. You'll be able to install the switch, and there'll be the neutral wire there. So he went to install these smart switches. He purchased Leviton because Leviton requires a neutral and no hub. And unbeknownst to him, the house wasn't wired smart. Ain't that a bitch?
Wow. He didn't find out until after he bought it. They do final walkthroughs and stuff.
But the final walkthrough, the inspection doesn't check to make sure that the switches are wired smart. Code will allow you to run a switch without a neutral. You don't need the switch going to the neutral for it to pass code, apparently. And so they had to tear up his walls, tear holes in the walls for him to install the neutral wiring from the switch to the outlet, and maybe even back to the circuit. I'm not sure, but at least from the switch to the light fixture. This is a brand new house. The people that built it were just too fucking incompetent to wire up the switches the right way. Maybe they would cut the corners, who knows? Because it does require some extra copper wire. And those are kind of the downsides when you buy houses from people. When they close up that wall, you don't know what's behind it.
Right. Like I said earlier, a dead body. You don't even know it.
You don't know.
That's why I don't like them pre-owned, man. I don't. But if you want a house with some land on it, it usually has a previous owner.
Sir,
and that's even just 1 acre.
Sir, you wouldn't do historic district of Savannah, or you don't like pre-owned. I understand, but one of the things I had a problem with like brand new developments, I like trees. Cookie cutter, every house, 3 or 4 different models side by side, and I know it's good for young folks. But even 20 years ago, I like trees, and as long as an older house is well maintained, I don't have a problem with it. But it has to be well maintained. But the trees, the grass, if you buy a home that someone has lovingly managed, for quite some time, and they die, or I just don't have a problem with a pre-owned home, and I'm curious as to why you do.
Well, like I said earlier, I don't like the fact that you don't know the previous owners, or you don't know what type of stuff they were into, or I just don't like that type of stuff.
Stanley, I think it's a difference in generation, honestly. You know what I'm saying?
Could be.
Like generation, like this shit new, man. You know what I'm saying? No used shit. Like, remember I told you about the furniture? Like, people that move in my houses today, man, like, they don't have any furniture. Like, a lot of furniture is throwaway. They move somewhere, they throw the furniture away, buy something new.
Yeah.
Now, a new house has a new house smell. I don't know, and it could. I think you're right, John. It is a generational thing.
Man, I was on a conference called a Cracker Barrel, and it was a lady, a black woman. She was project manager or something. And she was like, "We getting some renovation done in my house." And I'm like, "Damn, that's weird. I haven't heard anyone say that since I was back in Alabama." Because she basically was saying that they're fixing up their house a little bit at a time. She was turning this out for someone, and that's how we used to do it. But people don't.
My mom's doing that right now.
My parents did.
Young people don't do that shit these days. Man, that shit got
Yeah, why, man? Fuck, I'm already spending the money on the house. Shit, I might as well have everything brand new.
I have a story like my father, my parents, we have a phone number that is fucking 50 years old.
Yeah.
And when I was a kid, maybe just before we got to high school, my parents talked about moving to Windsor Forest. Back when the houses were nice, it was mostly white, but there were a few well-off blacks who lived there. And my parents, we lived in a decent all-black neighborhood, and I can remember my parents, talking about it for probably a couple years because they were thinking about relocating. And in the end, the decision was to stay and, renovate the house. And they renovated it. And the house is still there. It's all brick. Even the addition parts are all brick. The brick is matched. They did an excellent job. They didn't want to move. The neighborhood was great. We grew up there, all the kids, and my father's still there. So
go ahead.
no, it when I look back on those times, and it's listening to an old man, I think my parents made a great decision.
Yeah. Let me show you this video, guys. I'm back on that migration kick. I can't help it. I can't help it. I can't help it. So you guys have to bear with me here. This is outside the Roosevelt Hotel. I live stream, I think, from here. I definitely have shown video from here. You see the people, the migrants, shooting that dice. Boy, shooting that dice. 7-11. Back door, little Joe.
You see this, Stanley? What do you think about this, Stanley? What do you think about this?
Them boys, what's
illegal gambling in broad daylight. What do you think?
Nova has everything
I
you're
don't.
looking for.
I don't care.
Award-winning.
I don't. It's
Stanley, they're breaking the law. They are breaking the law.
Okay, what does this have to?
Let me read this article here.
I was talking about a comfortable house. I'll give that's what y'all city folk do.
Mm-hmm.
No, he just showed us a video of them shooting dice. The migrants shooting dice in front of
So
the.
what? Black people shot dice.
Actually, I haven't.
Wait,
Ever.
No. Back in the day, black people used to do the same shit.
Not in front of the what's it called? The Roosevelt Hotel in New York.
Grand Central.
Oh, you would be surprised at what black people did if you go back and study it.
Well, I mean, I think those are black people on the video doing it, Stanley. They're just migrants.
Okay, I don't know what to say other than I've seen black people do it.
Now you see why we should build the wall. That's what I'm saying.
I've been testing
No,
I've been
sir, sir, that's nothing that I haven't seen before. I don't get all girly and just like all wound up about it.
What if they're gambling the money that's coming out of our pockets that the government's giving?
So
them?
what if
they're
they
doing
do?
that?
We gave it to them.
Who's we?
Taxpayers.
Hey guys, I've been testing this.
Oh yeah, we'll go there, sir.
I've been testing some things I want to add to my Roadcaster, and here's one of them.
Ain't nobody talking when I'm talking, fellas, so shut the fuck
up. You like that guy?
It ain't gonna work, but you can. Shit.
It's just for fun, man. I don't like. Honestly, I don't like people.
Ain't nothing shutting certain people up. That's for sure.
Honestly, man. I don't like telling people shut up or be quiet or putting people backstage, man. It just ain't my thing. Some things I just don't like doing. Anyway, so violence erupts at the Midtown shelter. If you guys are interested, you can go to our immigration playlist and you'll see all about the Roosevelt Hotel and everything like that. A 13-year-old migrant living at a city-funded Midtown hotel was shot and wounded by a gang of thugs. In another burst of violence surrounding the Big Apple, asylum seekers. Cops responded to a call in a 911 call at 124th West 30th Street in Koreatown. That's interesting. Shortly after 9 p.m. Sunday, on a report of a shooting, the victim, who has been living at the Roosevelt Hotel, 13-year-old boy, what time was he shot? 9 p.m. The city's intake center for thousands of migrants flocking into the 5 boroughs. He had been hit by a single gunshot to his leg. This picture should be familiar to you guys because we've live streamed premiere, right? Roosevelt Hotel. To the right of that is Grand Central Station. If you're coming from the north, from where Hillary Clinton lives, in Westchester County, that would be your train stop to enter Manhattan to go to work. His assailants fled eastbound on West 30th. Folks, West 30th, all that area right there, those are multi-million-dollar residences. Probably $6,000-$7,000 for an apartment. The team was rushed to Bellevue Hospital with no life-threatening injuries. Earlier this month, a 26-year-old migrant at the massive Randall Island migrant shelter attacked security guards at the facility and then went after the cops. The result came weeks after a migrant mom was shot dead outside the violence-plagued tent city. What? Shot a mama.
What the hell?
Another massive shelter at Floyd Bennett Field, a former federal airfield, converted into a migrant facility, has become a hotbed of unrest, and violence since the site was converted into a migrant shelter. Randall's Island, as you can see here, is where those cops suggested that we should go and film if we really wanted to see what it looked like. It's a massive tent shelter. Look at these migrants. This is New York City, Midtown Manhattan. Look at that.
Wait, you got to share the screen.
Yes, share the screen, John.
Oh, man. Oh, shit, man. Oh, you're going to love this, guys. Let me zoom in. Y'all niggas ain't ready. What's that you see right there?
I'm driving.
Guys, put in the chat what you see right there. Oh, what you see. Let me zoom in and make sure people on their phones can see. What do you see, guys? Look at them feet. Look at them feet.
We got a Chicano with Jordans on.
Jays. What's on the rest of their feet?
Them
Wait, who is
them
that?
some fire.
That's them fire hydrant red Air Jordans.
Yeah, that's them Raging Bulls, or they're expensive. If they're real, they're expensive.
My niggas.
Yeah.
The new niggas.
The new niggas.
Can you tell me what everyone else that you can identify their feet? What's on their feet?
I can't see soon. I think one is barefoot.
She got some terry cloth slides. One has terry cloth slides on. That's the one with the chair, an office chair.
Oh.
Midtown Manhattan. Folks, you can't afford to live there, I promise.
Yeah.
You're nowhere around there. Nowhere. Not even 2 train stops away from there, going any direction. You can't live there. Too expensive. 2 stops, 3 stops, 4 stops. Unless you may be on the express train. You can't live anywhere near here. But they can.
And you said they're only staying in the hotels, right? Or
hotels, bro. The man on the cooler sitting down, taking a little break. He got Crocs on. The man standing up. He got them, what you call them, Raging Bull.
Or some Fire Red 6s. They're expensive Jordans, man. At least like $400, something like that.
The other the Latino sitting down facing us, she got some Crocs or something on. The new niggas. The only one got shoes on, got a pair of Jordans. Anyway, so this is the Roosevelt Hotel. This is a street corner in Manhattan. Amazing, amazing, amazing. That's bad. Anyway, I thought that was interesting. Someone sent me that. I found it somewhere.
It's only a matter of time before they start getting into trucking, man. Shit. We're in trouble, bro.
You better hope not.
They already giving them driver's licenses.
Let me ask you this question. What percentage of Manhattan hotels do you think are migrant shelters?
John, I would have to have a concept of New York to even know how big Manhattan is.
Manhattan is Bright Lights big city.
That's
That's like
where Times Square is?
That's where the Times Square.
Okay.
That's where Broadway is.
From what I've seen, because I haven't lived in New York for a while, so from what I've seen, I would say maybe 38%. I could be wrong.
Anybody else want to guess? Anyone in the audience want to guess?
I'll go higher than 50. I'd say 60%.
Anyone else want to guess? Stanley, give me a number. Throw me a number out there.
He's gonna be like, I don't care.
Well, I'm gonna do you one better. I haven't been paying attention.
What do you think? In Manhattan, what are the percentage of hotels that are migrant?
Well, I think all the ones who are failing. You know, I have literally stayed in one of those hotels back in the early 90s, maybe around 94, 95. And, you know, those hotels weren't that great to begin with. They were like 100 years old. I think, quite frankly, I'm going to go with 50%.
Damn, y'all are really
Because most of them need to come down anyway.
Y'all are really overshooting the mark. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. 25%.
Oh, okay. So I was a little bit closer.
20%. 20%. It's not even that bad. 20%. But 20% is a significant number because the other 80% would say, you know what, we can raise our prices. 1 in 5 New York City hotels is now an illegal migrant shelter, driving up prices. The average price for a hotel room in the city based on 2023 data is a record-breaking $300 per night.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That is, yeah. I mean, not for New York, but down here, that's fucking insane.
And
even for New York, yeah.
Increase from 2022, 8.5. That's greater than inflation. Or maybe that is inflation, all encompassing inflation. This rise in prices is largely due to the city's gross overcommitment to the providing shelter for the influx of illegal migrants flooding the city. There's an economic term. Maybe you guys have heard it called crowding out. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Not with the term.
And there's probably, and I'm probably paraphrasing it a bit, but the government, by its spending, can crowd out the private sector. Does that make sense? In that there are some hotels that are saying, you know what, I can make more money by renting to the migrants than I can by running a valuable business. Guys, you've seen a couple of streams now, and every now and then I'm not here and I got to go clean my rooms. And you've seen the bathrooms and things like that. I put a little bit of effort into it. It takes a lot of work. I showed you a shower door is $2,000. If I had migrants, I wouldn't have to do all that. All that customer service and shit, taking customer complaints. The migrants ain't complaining. And the government is really crowding out the private sector, the people that will have to really compete for that $300 a night. And that's why the price is going up. The 80% that are left renting to the private people, they don't have to do that much. Because 20% of their customers are off servicing the government. And that's why there's an 8.5% increase year over year from 2023 to 2024. Because 20% of the market has been taken out of the supply and allocated solely to the migrants. That's amazing. You want to take your family to New York, the prices have gone up.
That's why I stay at my mom's.
Very interesting. Very interesting. I was looking at the New York City shelters and just how New York is really they've gone so overboard. And I think they have now announced that they're going to be a new $1 billion contract. Yeah, that's right. Airbnb prices went up too. That is correct. Everything went up because, Airbnb was more or less shuttered in New York. Did you know that? Anyone know that?
No.
Oh, man. Now we better go down a little bit of rabbit hole here. Let's see what we got here. I'm going to Google New York City and Airbnb. Stanley, I'm about to step off in a few minutes. I got to go do a little cleaning, little house cleaning.
Okay.
Are you guys able to see my screen? You see that first headline right there? Yeah.
I can. These Bed-Stuy blocks lost 80% of their Airbnb. Now, I guess you're going to tell us why.
New York City passed a real strong crackdown on Airbnbs. And what do they say in law school, like prima facie or whatever?
Prima facie.
Prima facie.
Or, something like that. The facie, that's the way I pronounce it.
What does that mean? On the face of it, right? Is that what it means? Like
right.
On the face.
Right.
On the face of it, they did it to help lower rent prices. Because they said people like John Galt is out here turning his shit into Airbnbs. So we're going to block this shit and make John Galt rent to regular people.
Oh.
Because these Airbnbs are driving the rent prices up. But what would a nigga like John Galt do? I told you I don't fuck with no middleman. I try my best. I got the dope. The fuck I need a middleman for to sell the dope? Airbnb is a middleman. I got the dope though. The dope is in my hand. What the hell I need Airbnb for? I can build a website just like they got one. I got the dope. These Bed-Stuy blocks lost 80% of their Airbnb after New York's short-term rental crackdown. So what happened to the rentals? Black Knight 007 says owners have to live in the Airbnb. Only the people who rent it can be in there. Yeah, that's true. I think you can't even have locks on the doors. Someone can look that up. So what did the owners do? They didn't just board their shit up and walk away. They didn't rent to the regular people. You've heard Philippe. He didn't rent to no regular people anymore. That jig is up. So they went underground. They went further underground. And what is it? When you go underground, what happens to the prices? What? Anyone know? What happens to the prices when you go underground with this shit? When
the prices, they go up.
As Get Cracked would say, there would be no price discovery. You're underground. You're under market. You're operating in the gray spaces, the gray market. There's no price discovery, right? And that is what
Kimmy.
That is what the New York City government did when they banned the Airbnbs. The people did not go.
Okay, yeah. I mean, basically they destroy the market, right? There's no competition.
They pushed the market underground. They made dope illegal, but the people still needed dope, Stanley.
Right. But doesn't that make it more expensive? There's, if you need it so bad, you're going to pay this price.
That's right. If you push me down in the illegal market, the gray market, hell, the black market, what happens to the price? Stanley, you ever bought any dope before?
Oh, John, you no.
They know.
Now,
So
hey, I had smoked it before, like 40 years ago, but no, you know what? I always had. Damn it, you really had to do that, didn't you?
Well, let's say you want to go buy some dope blind.
I'm going to do it.
Let's say you arrive to a new city. You want to go buy some dope blind.
I would have to know something. Yeah, I would have to have a friend. I'm not going to just, I'm not going to do the 60s, down on, what is it? 125 and where?
Linux. So
Linux and 125.
125. But you got to know somebody, right?
You're right.
You got to have to connect to that dope, right? And so you call that dope man and say, yo, man, John Galt sent me over here. He gave me your number. He said, okay, cool. I trust you that you're going to be reliable to do business with. Well, when they push these Airbnbs into the black market, then, now the Airbnb landlords who can't do Airbnb, they can't list it on the platform, they got to be careful with that dope. They got to sell it to people that they trust. And now the prices go up. This is what happens. They ban. Bro, let me show you. Where's my fucking phone? Where's my phone? I've had a guy now. He been extending every day for about 2 weeks now. Day by day by day. Imagine if Airbnb would have banned this guy. He got to come to me straight now, right? He got to come to me. Or I just stopped doing Airbnb and then I'm out of the business. I'm one less dope man on the corner. I told you, ain't that many dope men like me out here on the corner willing to rent to these people. Look at this black woman here. Let's look at this article. Look at this woman. Probably trying to Airbnb, trying to rent out her space. A year after New York City began cracking down on illegal short-term apartment rentals, the number of Airbnb listings in the 5 boroughs plummeted by 85%. Fewer than 2,000 apartments in the 5 boroughs remain on the home sharing site, down from more than 12,000 last August. 10,000 decrease. The new enforcement policy effectively blocks payment for most units that are available to rent for less than 30 days. The reduction is especially evident along the leafy brownstone blocks of Brooklyn's Bedford-Stuyvesant neighborhood. You know, we did a live stream from Bedford-Stuyvesant. Remember that, Sandler? Nearly 1,000 apartments in the neighborhood were bookable on Airbnb for weekend jaunts and other short stays in the summer of 2023. Now just 112 are still listed. It's 900 less, 800 less. Wow. The new analysis of a 24-block section of Bed-Stuy that once boasted the highest concentration of Airbnb listings in the city shows a partial shift from short-term rentals to longer-term leases in the area, the goal of many supporters of stricter enforcement. But many apartments in the historically Black neighborhood where rents have spiked in recent years still remain on Airbnb with 30-day minimum stay requirements that comply with city law. Frankie Scott, a retired Parks Department administrator who bought her home in '84, is one of the homeowners who switched from hosting tourists to now housing long-term tenants. Scott, 75. What's she gonna do if one of these young boys decide they don't want to move? Kimmy Cakes, we gotta get Kimmy Cakes up here. Do you remember the guy Drew from Drinks? And the other guy, the other African guy, I can't remember his name, where he had the guy living in his basement off an Airbnb rental. And he couldn't put the guy out. The guy rented his Airbnb for a couple of days and said, I ain't moving. And the guy was a soft guy, couldn't put him out. And the guy just stayed there. Frankie Scott, a 75-year-old woman, says she started renting her third-floor unit to a young couple for $2,500 a month after she had been listing the apartment on Airbnb for several years. She was reluctant to take on a year-long tenant because past renters had stopped paying her, prompting her to take them to housing court. She's too old to handle her business. This day may come for me one day. But she said she decided to work with a broker to find a new tenant because she wanted to continue earning money to supplement her pension and Social Security income. He said, are you willing to take a chance? I'm a gambler at 75, she said. So I said, of course, and it's paid off so far. She says she's making about the same amount each month. I'm on a fixed income. Now, I can't get overtime to stretch the check because I have an additional bill. That income is quite valuable. But Scott said the city went too far in restricting short-term rentals. She said some neighbors, including the cousin, are struggling to replace the missing income, but are not yet renting their units on year-long leases. Why not? I know why not. I've told you why not. This 75-year-old woman being forced to take on the risk that a young man should be willing to take on. It's some dangerous shit what she just did, because if them young people decide not to pay her, ain't a damn thing she could do but wait 3 years to go to court. He could be dead by then. Unfortunately, she didn't fare well with all of this, Scott said of her cousin's decision not to take in a longer-term tenant. Local Law 18 was enacted last year and prohibits listing companies like Airbnb from processing payments to hosts who rent out entire units for less than 30 days. And that is the way that the New York laws have basically limited people ways from finding Airbnb housing while shuffling money to the shelters. Truly amazing. You see this old lady trying to do Airbnb. What do you think about that, Stanley?
My father thought about doing Airbnb with, he wound up not doing it, and probably a better thing.
Yeah, it's all about click generation
My
today.
grandmother's old house.
Yeah, there's a lot. Like you really have to appeal to the Instagram generation. You know what I mean? People,
Now,
just like
tell me, you might have just said, the Instagram generation, they don't know how to clean up.
they expect it clean, they hire somebody. You'd be amazed, Stanley. Like,
No, I wouldn't be amazed.
man, look, Stanley, I go to, I've told you the story before. I go to some of my houses, man, and I see food. If I go there early in the morning, I'll see food there that they fell asleep and left it out there on the front porch, right? Like, no one's cooking. At best, they're going to microwave, And
Let me ask you a question, and this is an odd question. I remember, and it might have been a punishment or, something, I pissed my father off. He fucking handed me a toothbrush. It was like, maybe I didn't clean that bathroom, to expectations. And he literally handed me an old toothbrush, and, I had to get down there and clean the grout around the toilet. You know what? I don't even see it as mean. I see it as, what? The standard is this, make it that way. And, I rant and rave about, poor parenting. You need to know how to be meticulous. You need to know when you need to be meticulous. You need to know when you don't have to be meticulous. You don't have to fucking pay attention to every detail every single time, every single day, every single minute. But you need to know how to do it. And again, I'm gonna drift off, but yeah, I know how to clean a bathroom, and frankly, I know you know how to do it. I'm still trying to figure out why, my son knows how to clean a bathroom because I've made him do it. And I wasn't satisfied. I go in there and check up on his work. No, you're going to have to do it again. I'm wondering why people aren't doing this.
Well, I think, things can be, I analogize it a lot to sports. When I talk about quarterbacks a lot of times, that's really what I'm talking about, to be honest with you, is that, like, you can get really rich in America without paying a lot of attention to detail. You can cut a lot of corners. You can not know how to play one instrument and become a world famous musician or artist. You don't have to learn how to play an instrument. You don't have to learn the intricacies of playing quarterback to become a quarterback in the NFL today. And on it goes. I hire so many carpenters, and you can see the varying level of skill from one man to the next. Do their corners meet properly? When they doing, say, molding, is there a little gap? Do they have to use caulking to fill the gap? Whereas another guy may measure it properly. And I think it's like all those little fine details are gradually being lost,
Now you're scaring me. You actually see those fine details?
Yeah, man. Like Stanley, there's certain
Okay,
people.
all right. Nope. I think I understand you now. You actually see that shit.
Yeah, like man, like with doors, windows.
Oh, okay.
You know what I mean? Like even drywall, man. Like,
yep.
If I like in the ghetto, right? Like, I don't need a level 5 drywall. I don't even need that in the nicer parts of town. But I can tell the difference in who did the work. You know what I mean? Like, and I know who didn't do it. You know what I mean? By the
You know who you're reminding me of? My father. Yeah. Yeah. You know what? That's too much of a gap. I'm like, well, Daddy, it's not so bad. No, we're going to have to close. And I'm like, yeah, I see where you're going with this.
Yeah.
Attention to detail. And okay, I got you.
Most people say, well, it's good enough. You know what I mean? And
nope. I got you.
Yeah, to get to that next level, you got to pursue perfection. You know what I mean? And I think on their way to pursuing perfection, they've already gotten rich, so it dulls their desire.
Oh,
yeah.
Hence my point about mediocrity. It is mediocrity will get you rich.
Yeah, it can get you in today's time. Yeah. Like Dion's son, he's already rich, right?
Yep.
And so now he kind of has time to do other things like make rap albums and stuff like that. If he wasn't rich, he would focus on what has the highest potential to get him rich, and he might hone that craft. But now there's so many distractions that you can get rich so much quicker without the hard work of becoming a quarterback. They'll just become a rapper part-time, sign an NIL deal or whatever. I'm not criticizing. But, I think that's kind of how things...
Well, let me ask you a question now. And this is an honest question. I'm not even going to joke about it. Because it is a quandary for me. If you can get rich by leaving, 2 millimeters of a gap, when it should be squared up and there should be no gap, you can spackle it over.
Yeah.
You can fill in that gap. No one notices. Is that okay?
I think, it depends on your...
This is deeper philosophically, because to me, I think about it a few days. Like, God damn it, it would literally bug me for a day or two.
And I really think it depends on like your quality, the clientele that you have. Like someone's gonna come behind that person and gonna point out, oh man, look at this. They're spackling.
Yeah.
Right.
Because somebody's gonna notice.
Right. And I think that ends up, if you're looking for high-end clientele, the attention to detail is everything. Is everything. Everyone can put up a wall, but to make sure that it's 100% straight, that's kind of where, where I think like a lot of like the fine art is being lost. It's kind of like art in a way.
Well, no, I damn, John. I had no clue you were. Damn. Okay.
Well, in Northwest, man, I have to show a little bit finer attention to detail. Things like, I'll do, multiple things. Like I've shown you like 2 shower doors, and one of the shower doors is flimsier than the other. They both look okay, but the installation, you can just tell the difference in the installation. And a guest could, in theory, slam one and break it off the, off of the slide. But the other one is so heavy, that, just the quality of construction and installation,
Well, you actually kind of, and I understand the overall theme, like American Man and his plumbing.
Yeah.
You go back if you and see what y'all don't understand is I actually understand the agony and the ecstasy. It was Isaac, damn it, I can't remember the name of the author, but it is Michelangelo's kind of like biography where you suffer for your art, you find the finest marble, you do the best you can, you find you make the best statue, you make the best art because it is what you do. I understand all that,
Yeah.
and I think sometimes you, an American Man especially, I actually know this. I'm just not an artist, but I understand the mindset.
It's like in the military where they want your suit to be crisp. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like, it may not help you shoot the gun straight or anything like that, but it sends a message. And I think that's really what
exactly.
It is. Yeah. So,
well,
probably
apparently, crack is reminded us.
Yeah, I saw that. We got 15 minutes. We can wrap it up at any point. Stanley, what are you going to talk about later this evening?
No idea.
What do you think about that Kamala Hispanic conference thing?
I saw it was happening, didn't watch it. I was actually more interested in the economic news, but I'll figure it out.
I was interested to see kind of how she would talk to the Hispanics. I think she has to have a different message to them versus like the other demographics, the LGBT versus the gay demographic, the black demographic.
Well, see, I'm almost the opposite. You should treat everyone like an American. And, sometimes you're going to rub some feathers or, rub feathers the wrong way. And that's why I'm not a politician. Treat everyone well, follow the golden rule, and you'll be okay.
Yeah,
and I actually do think that, even Trump and Kamala don't understand that sometimes sucking up or, if you go into a black church, like Obama, I remember, he goes in there or Hillary Clinton, and all of a sudden your accent changes. That's not genuine. You speak like you speak.
You still voting for her?
They either.
Does that rub you the wrong way when she does that?
Oh, fucking yeah. I've told you this before. Everyone kind of shifts, the way they speak, for an audience. But I have always spoken this way. I don't code shift. I don't code switch. It is undignified to code switch. If I walk into, I had a girlfriend it's a totally different story, but I had a hood rat for a girlfriend. I thought she was awesome. I spoke the same way in Yamacraw. Spoke the same way, in at school. I spoke the same way at home in the black neighborhood I was raised in. Spoke the same way in that expensive ass Catholic school. Code switching to me is the worst thing you can ever do. You must be who you are. And people might not like you, but they might actually, be okay with it. You have to be who you are. And I know I sound weird saying this. You must be who you are. And you can grow, but you can't change.
Now, I agree with that. Stanley, you know they
And yeah, I've had one too many beers. I'm getting all philosophical. But you
Well,
can't change. You can grow.
Stanley, you know, before I get out of here, man, I tell you they this puffy thing, not to change the subject, bro.
No, change it because I don't know that much about it.
This shit might have some big implications here. I don't know what you think, guys. I'm curious to know what you think. But this shit could really like have some big implications.
How so?
There are a lot of these artists have attended these freak offs. Here's Joe Budden, by the way.
Oh, it's gonna be like tail hook for rap. You
Joe
remember
Budden,
tail
by
hook,
the way.
John?
This is Joe Budden, by the way, at the freak off. Joe Budden is a rapper. He has a podcast, Joe Budden Podcast. This is someone leaked video, I guess, of Joe Budden at a puffy freak off.
With a horrible haircut.
Folks, I think we're gonna see a lot of people talking or going to jail. That's my opinion. It's a lot of people wanting to be in the limelight and were willing to do anything to kiss your ring.
People's been talking about it for a while. I mean, we just weren't listening. It's just like R. Kelly. People's been talking about it for a while. I don't know if you know who Jaguar Wright is.
Yeah.
She's been saying this forever.
We're gonna see a lot of these people going to prison. Some of your favorite rappers could be going to prison.
Yep.
Amazing.
Bye.
Perfect. Take that. Take that. Anyways, and you know what you should talk about tonight? You should talk about the black men for Kamala. Like, what are they in it for? You probably can best explain it more than anyone.
I thought I was short and sweet about it. I think her character is better than Trump. Do you want me to expand on that?
You think all these black men are going?
You know what? Actually, I can. But I mean, I can go with what I think good character is. I can expand on that. And I'm hoping Ben Thorpe will come up so I can explain it to him.
Has Ben Thorpe been up in a while?
He wasn't last night. And I basically didn't let them up.
You don't let the Trumps the Thorpes up.
No, Virgo was here and San Jose was here. And you know what? The last experience that I had with Grace in San Jose, Grace showed her ass. And I wasn't gonna have it. Now I did say, give me $60. Give $60 to Virgo.
Let him up.
You can come up. And those pussies, and I'm gonna say the word pussy because Ben is a pussy. And I started dragging Ben because obviously you're Poe White. If you have so much to say, give Virgo a belated birthday present. Come up and have a chat for 60 minutes. Someone suggested $1 a minute, and I know it's petty, but you know what? I don't give a shit about the Thorpes. I think they are badly behaved, and they're not Newport, Rhode Island. They're Pawtucket. They'll know what it means.
I used to work in Pawtucket.
I used to live in Newport. In the Navy.
Yeah, I used to work in
Lived in Middletown. So it wasn't like I was in the Navy. It was Middletown, but it was okay.
Pawtucket.
Yep, Pawtucket Red Sox. Remember that team?
I think I've heard of them.
Oh, they were a farm team for the Red Sox. So yes, laughing at Saga. I am petty.
You petty selling.
Apparently, but
we got.
no, I'll figure it out. I think where you're going with this, why would a black man vote for Kamala? It's not so much Kamala because I think they're better candidates, but maybe it's more why I think
More Trump.
she has better character. Like I said, Brian, if